Su Chengyu traverses into a fantastical realm, having just inherited the waning sect, Piaomiao Sect. To his astonishment, a system manifests, promising rewards for the development of the sect and the acquisition of destined disciples. His journey begins with the boon of an immortal emperor's cultivation, allowing him to dominate the vast world for eternity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for accepting a disciple of unparalleled aptitude. Reward: Ancient Tree of the Dao, containing a Red Immortal Summoning Card. Ding! Congratulations, host, for accepting a disciple of celestial potential. Reward: Heavenly Dao Spirit Bell, containing an Immortal Monarch Summoning Card. Ding! Congratulations, host, for accepting a disciple of forbidden potential. Reward: Eternal Divine Dragon, containing an Immortal Emperor Summoning Card. Years later, the emergence of the Golden Age unfolds. Celestial beings step forth from the Piaomiao Sect. Sovereign of the transcendent forces, I merely wish to be a menial disciple. Even guarding the gate would suffice. Why is it so arduous? Master of the Holy Land, celestials abound, and celestial kings are as numerous as dogs. This is the true legendary sect, utterly terrifying. Lord of the Imperial Path Palace. Have you heard the legend of the Nine-Year-Old Immortal? Chapter 1. The Supreme Sect System. Signing in for Immortal Emperor Cultivation. Qingxian Continent. Eastern Wilderness of the Qing Domain. Within the Piaomiao Sect, a young man clad in a tattered black training garb slowly sits upon the ground, surrounded by scattered spirit wine gourds, his expression replete with sorrow. Father, my dear father, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? You promised that after 2.5 years of trials, the position of sect master would be bestowed upon me, allowing me to inherit your legacy. Gazing at the shattered sign of the Piaomiao Sect upon the nearby wooden door, Su Chengyu's heart sinks into utter despair. Indeed, he is the legendary time traveler. 5 years prior, he arrived in this mystical world, hoping to follow in the footsteps of the protagonists from novels of his previous life, embarking on a path to greatness with the appearance of a golden finger. Countless saintesses would accompany him, single-handedly pushing through the ages. Little did he know, on the very first day, he would experience what true despair feels like. There is no such thing as a system. Even his innate constitution is that of the fabled salted fish physique. Initially, he believed he could at least live a life of an ordinary individual, only to find himself ambushed on the streets, awakening in a dark mine. Each day, he must toil for 11 hours to earn a meager respite. Ultimately, on his escape, he unexpectedly encounters his biological father, the very man inscribed upon the soul monument beside him. The 17th generation sect master of the Piaomiao Sect. He thought life would gradually improve, only to hear the words that would haunt him for a lifetime. As a direct descendant of the Piaomiao Sect, one shall never be inferior to others. Even with the salted fish physique, one will surely shine in other aspects in the future, relying solely on your abilities. After 2.5 years of training, I shall entrust the grand endeavors of the Piaomiao Sect to you. Su Chengyu did not hesitate and swiftly acquiesced. Having spent such a considerable time in the Qingxian continent, he fully comprehends the significance of strength. He ardently desires to progress. After enduring for a painstaking 2.5 years, upon returning to the sect, I was dismayed to discover it had been reduced to ruins. Through inquiries, I learned that my father had unexpectedly acquired a formidable sword technique known as the Bixia sword art. Following the sun's last rays, his excessive practice of the sword technique led him to madness, ultimately resulting in the slaughter of all disciples and elders within the sect before he took his own life at its entrance. Even having perused countless novels in my previous life, Su Chengyu found this scenario utterly ludicrous. How could misfortune befall him so tremendously? Ding! Detected that the host has successfully completed 2.5 years of automatic sign-in, activating the Supreme 9.9 version of the strongest sect system. Extracting new member rewards, please wait. Upon hearing the sudden mechanical voice echoing in his mind, Su Chengyu was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Could it be that his golden finger had finally arrived? What the hell? You cursed system, are you trying to make me wait until I die? Do you have any idea how I survived these past 2.5 years? Despite the tears welling in his eyes, Su Chengyu launched a tirade. Ding! Detected the host's profound dissatisfaction. The new member rewards have been successfully amplified 100 million times. The supreme, invincible, super doubling fortune bag has been issued, and the system voice has been changed to that of a mature, alluring woman. Su Chengyu was utterly astonished. Could it truly be this way? A mature, alluring voice? A fortune bag reward amplified 100 million times? All right then, I shall forgive you. In his excitement, he stood tall without a hint of hesitation and directly opened the fortune bag. Ding! Opening the supreme, invincible, super doubling fortune bag. Please wait. Congratulations, host. You have received a card for enhancement of Immortal Emperor cultivation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the strongest and unique constitution of the 3,000 worlds, Chaos Dao body. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the strongest innate spiritual root of the 3,000 worlds, Chaos Heavenly Root. Su Chengyu was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with astonishment. The game began with Immortal Emperor cultivation, coupled with the strongest constitution and spiritual root. How could those rebellious offspring in the outside world contend with this? Not to mention immortal emperors. Even a mere ordinary red immortal realm cultivator would possess the power to shatter the void and alter the surrounding phenomena. The annihilation of an entire pure land could be accomplished effortlessly with a mere gesture. Indeed, this must be the sensation of having cheat. Realm divisions, body refinement realm, blood spirit realm, earth origin realm, heaven origin realm, Dao Palace realm, Cave Heaven realm, Purple Mansion realm, Ten Directions realm, Great Ascension realm, Tribulation Crossing realm, Red Immortal realm, Profound Immortal realm, Spiritual Immortal realm, Dao Immortal realm, Immortal Sovereign, Immortal Venerable, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor. Taking a deep breath, Su Chengyu suppressed the surging excitement within. With a mere thought, he swiftly fused the rewards from the system panel. In an instant, a chaotic aura enveloped his body, and a terrifying spiritual power surged within him. Countless phenomena erupted into the void. The roars of the four divine beasts echoed throughout the space. The yin-yang fish symbol appeared, divine demons descended, ancient Buddhas ferried the masses, and the Kunpeng soared for 90,000 miles. The laws of the great Dao continuously manifested, awakening all the powerful beings beyond immortal venerable within the entire Qingxian continent. After 100,000 years, such vibrant powers of the great Dao, could this be the new inheritor of the Heavenly Dao? A mere wisp of terrifying aura has already conjured such phenomena. Could the ancient road of immortals and demons be reopening? The power of the Immortal Emperor returns. This marks the beginning of a new era, and the Golden Age heralds the onset of chaos. The struggle among myriad races is likely to commence once more. From within the 5 great forbidden lands, the power of the void surged skyward as countless immortal spirits raced toward the flickering phenomena, seemingly in pursuit of the source of truth. Yet, before they could approach, they were engulfed by the terrifying chaotic force. 9 bolts of lightning descended like a chasm from the heavens. The world returned to tranquility. At this moment, atop the ruins, Su Chengyu remained oblivious to the commotion occurring outside. The spiritual power within him surged forward at a terrifying pace. 10 Directions realm, Tribulation Crossing realm, Spiritual Immortal realm. Within mere moments, he had broken through to the Immortal Emperor realm. His aura had undergone a sublime transformation, and the power of the great Dao flowed through his gaze, allowing Su Chengyu to sense that with his current prowess, with but a thought, he could annihilate the entire eastern wilderness. Was this the pinnacle of combat strength in the Xianhuang Great World? At this moment, having fused the strongest constitution and spiritual root, his divine sea resembled an endless ocean. At the very center, a towering ancient tree was shrouded in chaotic energy. Countless mysterious totems flickered around the ancient tree, embodying the flourishing power of the great Dao circulating within. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chengyu comprehended that with the capabilities of chaotic energy, even the laws of the Heavenly Dao could be obscured. Perhaps he could be considered the foremost individual of all time. How lonely it is to be invincible. Chapter 2. Celestial Talent and the 9 Calamity Sword Body. Shouldn't the system let me understand the main storyline of this development? Su Chengyu seemed to recall something and slowly began to speak. Ding. The Supreme Version 99 Ultimate Sect system rewards continuous development of the sect's influence. Completing the disciple recruitment task of the fated disciple will yield even more generous rewards from the fortune bag. Disciples' qualifications: waste, mortal, slacker, genius, prodigy, peerless, celestial talent. Emperor, forbidden. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Chengyu quickly grasped that this was essentially a nurturing game. Had this been in the past, he would not have dared to even think about it, as survival was a daunting challenge. Yet now, it seemed effortless. Recruiting a few disciples while developing the sect could yield ample rewards. This was simply exhilarating. Chengyu speculated that the current Xianhuang world was merely one of the lower planes among the 3,000 great worlds, while the Celestial Emperor might be the strongest force. The path to higher realms likely rendered the distinction of the Celestial Emperor somewhat trivial. He needed to acquire more rewards swiftly to prepare for future uncertainties. Ding. Detecting the host's intense inner thoughts, the first fated disciple recruitment task is being issued, with a reward of a fated legend fortune bag. To enhance the host's task experience, navigation mode is being set up. Chengyu rubbed his hands together in excitement. This system, despite its quirks, was rather considerate. Dongwang. Yue Cliff. What to do? I feel as though my spiritual power is nearly depleted. I still can't shake off those pursuers. Glancing back at the several figures in black, despair filled Wu Junyuan's gaze. The once resplendent robe was now drenched in blood. The only option left was to gamble his life. I will concentrate all my spiritual force into a protective barrier. Jumping from Yue Cliff is my only chance of survival. A gentle voice echoed in his mind. He was acutely aware of what Yue Cliff represented. Shrouded in the aura of the underworld, should he leap, even if he survived, the likelihood of succumbing to its influence and becoming a soulless corpse was high. Regardless, for Wu Junyuan, it was a perilous gamble. Before he could fully process his thoughts, a surge of violet spiritual energy shot into the sky. Why run? Wouldn't it be better to die obediently at my sister's hands? Upon hearing the alluring voice, he turned to see a woman clad in a violet gauze dress slowly approaching from the cliff's edge. Wielding a small spiritual whip, she played with it, her enchanting eyes glimmering with a faint spiritual light. The two ample forms before her swayed enticingly. Just her distant presence instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure. I hold no enmity with your Huana sect. Why pursue me to the brink of annihilation? Observing the expression on Wu Junyuan's face, a smile crept upon the woman's lips. No enmity? Do you think I am unaware? Outside the demon clan's secret realm? That fleeing figure was you, wasn't it? You seem to know so much. How could I allow you to live? Be a good boy and come to your sister, so I can drain you dry. Before Wu Junyuan could react, the woman's violet spirit erupted violently. A phantom of a spiritual fox surged toward him. Feeling an overwhelming pressure, Wu Junyuan's expression changed drastically. The strength of this Huanha sect demoness had reached the realm of cave heaven, and even with the enhancement of his spiritual power, he was still no match. As the impending attack loomed, a thunderous shatter echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Wu Junyuan, perfectly positioned. Chenyu's transparent character panel materialized before him. Wu Junyuan, cultivation, 3rd stage of body refinement. Physique, 9 calamity sword body, not activated. Fortune, supreme. Qualifications, celestial talent. Special, carries a remnant soul. Chengyu was somewhat surprised. Indeed, this fated disciple was extraordinary. A remnant soul, no less. As he gazed at the suddenly manifested figure, a glint of greed flickered in the violet-clad woman's eyes. She hadn't expected to encounter such a remarkable male today. Sir, are you here to oppose the Huana sect? Her confidence stemmed from the fact that in the vicinity of Yue Cliff, the Huanha sect was the most formidable force. Although she did not know who Chengyu truly was, she did not believe anyone of significant prowess would appear for a mere waste. The Huanha sect was numerous. Senior, be cautious of this demoness charm techniques. Wu Junyuan, aware of the Huanha sect's background, knew that although this woman was not the strongest, her status within the sect was considerable. As soon as he uttered these words, several figures of cave heaven cultivation emerged from the crowd behind, wielding spiritual swords and slowly closing in on Chengyu, subtly forming an encirclement. Noticing Chengyu ignoring her, the woman's smile faded, her expression turning sour. Truly ungrateful. Disable him. Once more, her violet spirit erupted, a stream of violet light shooting forth. How bothersome. Faced with the onslaught of several, Chengyu merely snapped his fingers. Instantly, the entire space fell into silence, and dozens of Huanha sect figures vanished from sight, leaving not even a trace of blood mist. Witnessing this scene, Wu Junyuan was left dumbfounded. He had stood right behind Chengyu moments ago, and could not discern how the attack had unfolded. A cave heaven cultivator was thus dispatched with ease. Before he could gather his thoughts, Chenyu's voice resonated once more. Kid, from now on, Stay by my side and be my disciple. Wu Junyan complied without hesitation. This person's strength was unfathomable. He could not see through him at all. To receive such protection was his fortune. Chun Lingling's voice echoed as well. Although she currently possessed only spiritual power, she sensed that even at her peak in her previous life, she would not be a match for Su Qingyu. Taking a deep breath, Wu Junyan knelt towards Su Qingyu without a trace of hesitation. Respected master, please accept your disciple's bow. Thud, thud, thud. 3 resounding bows. Wu Junyan felt a wave of gentle spiritual power envelop him, and his prior injuries and depleting spiritual energy began to recover at an astonishing rate. Then let us return together, my disciple. Chapter 3, Self-Realization of All Laws, Celestial Summoning Card. A force of void energy coalesced, and in the next moment, the two figures vanished from their location, arriving at the desolate ruins from before. Wu Junyan's curious gaze scanned the surroundings, marveling at the depths of his master's capabilities. He had previously heard from Chun Lingling that the ability to traverse the void and travel through space could only be achieved after reaching the realm of immortals. Does this mean that his master is a formidable being, surpassing even the Red Immortal realm? To be able to apprentice under such a person, the future holds immeasurable potential. Yet, the current environment around him left him somewhat bewildered. Master, are we not returning to the sect? Is there something of great importance that brings us to this desolate place? Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu suddenly remembered that his sect had yet to be established. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully completed the recruitment of the destined disciple, and the Destiny Fortune Bag is being unlocked. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a Red Immortal Realm Summoning Card X5. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the Hall of Imperial Spirits. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the Ancient Wheel Tree of the Great Dao. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the Emperor level technique. Xianyuan Sword Art. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the 10,000 Methods Self-Understanding technique. Upon witnessing the automatically unlocked rewards, Su Qingyu hesitated not a moment and immediately materialized the Hall of Imperial Spirits. Junyan, this is the first lesson I impart to you. One must never judge a matter solely by its surface. No sooner had he spoken than a faint golden spiritual light flickered, and a magnificent palace suddenly appeared before them. With each step, a shimmer of spiritual light followed, blooming like lotus flowers. The air was suffused with a delicate mist, and the intertwining spiritual lights revealed mysterious totems. Wu Junyan's eyes widened in astonishment as the 3 characters Piaomiao Sect loomed before him, akin to a force of 1,000 paths. Is this the realm of immortals? The concentration of spiritual energy here is tenfold that of the outside world. In his mind, Chun Lingling's beautiful eyes were filled with shock as well. After traversing the Chengyu for so long in her previous life, she had never encountered a sect with such profound foundations. Even the extraordinary sanctuaries paled in comparison. Soon, the two entered the spiritual hall. The walls around them were adorned with carvings of the 4 divine beasts, and from afar, one could still faintly sense the golden spiritual energy emanating from them. Su Qingyu seated himself upon the main throne, his expression tranquil. Junyan, now that you have entered my tutelage, according to the customs of our Piaomiao Sect, the initiation ceremony cannot be overlooked. As he spoke, a crystal of spiritual technique materialized in Wu Junyan's palm. Instinctively channeling his spiritual energy into it, several grand characters appeared in his mind. Xianyuan Sword Art. Just a glance was enough for Wu Junyan to feel his entire body tremble. He was uncertain of the level of this technique. Yet one thing was clear, a technique that could give birth to a spirit must belong to an existence above the extraordinary. The grade of the technique is a spiritual artifact, grade 19, extraordinary, void, calamity, immortal, emperor, forbidden. His heart stirred with emotion. Although Su Qingyu was already his master, this was their first meeting. Not only had he saved him, but he also bestowed upon him such a precious technique. Master, you grant your disciple such a valuable technique. However, I fear my current body may disappoint you. Wu Junyan's gaze was tinged with evident dismay. Back in Luotian City, he had been hailed as the strongest genius. By the age of 6, he had comprehended spiritual energy. At 7, he had broken into the foundation establishment realm. By 10, he had reached the peak of blood spirit. And by 13, he had entered the earth abyss. Yet, from that moment on, misfortune struck. No matter how he trained, his spiritual energy could not advance a fraction, continuously diminishing instead. He had left the Wu family seeking a remedy. Even with Chun Lingling's divine soul assistance, he still could not uncover the crux of the issue. If he could not resolve it, he would be no different from a waste. Su Qingyu slowly lowered the spirit wine cup in his hand before continuing. This is the second lesson I shall impart to you. As long as I am here, nothing is amiss. Do you know why your body has inexplicably encountered issues? Upon hearing that his master had a solution, Hope flickered in Wu Junyan's eyes. The countless perils he had faced over the years made him value recovery more than life itself. Master, are you truly speaking the truth? Can I really restore my former spiritual sword body, just as it was before? Su Chengyu understood Wu Junyan's emotions and merely waved his hand. A wave of chaotic energy instantly enveloped his body. Your physique is not the spiritual sword body, but the nine-calamity sword body. It has simply not been fully activated, resulting in a backlash during your cultivation. I shall assist you in activating it now. Another surge of spiritual energy descended. Wu Junyan sensed his body, countless meridians continuously repairing, and the spiritual energy within him steadily rising. Is this the spiritual energy I cultivated before? It hasn't disappeared, but has been sealed within my body? As he spoke, Wu Junyan slowly closed his eyes, feeling a sense of peace wash over him with such a powerful master by his side. Su Chengyu observed that activating the nine-calamity sword body would take some time. He soon turned his gaze towards the rewards unlocked in the system warehouse. They must be utilized wisely. The ancient wheel tree of the great Dao materialized directly at the heart of the sect. It was a rebirth of the spiritual tree refined by the heavenly tribulation, imbued with the will of the Dao. Approaching it would enhance one's comprehension of the power of law. The 10,000 methods self-understanding technique. Even a mere glance at its introduction made Su Chengyu exclaim in astonishment. In this world, regardless of the technique, as long as one entered a moment of comprehension, it would automatically elevate to perfection. This meant that with enough powerful techniques, could he rival the Dao? All methods converging into one. This was true invincibility from the inside out. To test its efficacy, he directly infused his spiritual energy into the Xianyuan sword art. In the blink of an eye, countless insights emerged in Su Chengyu's mind. In just a breath's time, the Xianyuan sword art broke into the realm of completion. Chapter 4, 9th Rank Array Master, accompanied by a fearsome weapon, Chunlingling. This is simply astonishing. Taking a deep breath, Su Chengyu calmed the emotions swirling within him. He soon turned his attention to the 5 summoning cards. After all, the foundational infrastructure of the Piaomiao Sect was now in place, yet manpower remained insufficient. For the Red Immortal realm, temporary use would suffice. As the fusion card was activated, a portal to the void slowly manifested within the spiritual hall. Summoning character, Red Immortal Realm 9th Rank, Lin Jin. Summoning character, Red Immortal Realm 9th Rank, Lin Hua. One after another, 5 figures emerged from the portal, bowing as they approached Su Chengyu, their eyes brimming with respect. Subordinates Lin Jin, Lin Mu, Lin Hua, Lin Tu. Lin Shui, we pay our respects to the sect master. Is that their real names? Their names alone aptly convey their characteristics. The first batch of 5-element immortal elders of Piaomiao Sect. For now, I entrust the internal affairs of the sect to you. Should any issues arise, report directly to me. Su Chengyu spoke slowly. In just a few sentences, Lin Jin and the others felt a shiver run through their bodies. The sensation that pierced the very depths of their souls, emanating from Su Chengyu, was utterly terrifying. Even a mere glance from him held an overwhelming power. Taking a deep breath, their expressions gradually softened. Rest assured, sect master, we shall certainly manage the internal affairs of the sect well. If there are no other matters at hand, we shall take our leave. Su Chengyu nodded slightly, and only then did they slowly fade away from the spirit hall. Half an hour later, with a surge of spiritual energy, Wu Junyan finally reopened his eyes. 9 ethereal sword shadows emerged behind him, and at that moment, his cultivation soared wildly. From body refinement to blood spirit, and finally to the 9th level of Tianyuan, he gradually came to a halt. The essence of sword intent resonated throughout the spirit hall. As he sensed the changes within his body, Wu Junyan's face was filled with excitement. He had awaited this day for far too long. After years of accumulation, coupled with the complete activation of the 9 tribulation sword body, he now stood but a step away from the Dao Palace realm. Thank you, Master, for your intervention. It is only through your assistance that I can fully recover. From now on, my life belongs to you, Master. Even in death, I would wish to depart after you. Do not worry, that day shall not come. Su Chengyu understood Wu Junyan's sentiments, recognizing the suppressed emotions that had lingered for so long, mirroring his own past. Just as he was about to pour more spiritual wine, an idea seemed to strike him. With a mere wave of his hand, a shadow materialized behind Wu Junyan. Upon witnessing Chunlingling's spiritual presence being detected, Wu Junyan grew anxious, fearing that Su Chengyu intended to take action against her. Master, she is not a bad person. Please do not harm her. Chunlingling was aware that, given Su Chengyu's capabilities, he must have discovered her presence long ago at the Yue Cliff. Her spectral form flickered, revealing her evident distress. Before she could speak, Su Chengyu's deep voice resonated once more. In light of your protection of my disciple, I shall grant you an opportunity. Articulate how you can contribute to the sect, and I may allow you to remain and assist in reshaping your body." Upon hearing this, Chen Lingling was momentarily taken aback, thinking she had misheard. It is worth noting that to reshape an ordinary body, one must possess cultivation above the Red Immortal realm and require a spiritual body as a medium. Faced with such an opportunity, she would not let it slip away. Without hesitation, she bowed towards Su Chengyu, stating, "Senior, I was a 9th grade array spirit master in my past life, proficient in all formations below the virtual grade. If you grant me this chance, I shall not disappoint you." Her voice trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes cautiously flickered towards Su Chengyu. In truth, there was something she dared not voice. If the senior was willing, she would not mind warming his bed. A 9th grade array spirit master? For the current Piaomiao Sect, which sought diversified development, attracting more talents was undoubtedly the best approach. He had previously conducted a brief inquiry into Chen Lingling's background. Her past cultivation at the 9th level of the Great Ascension realm and her remarkable achievements in the realm of array spirits marked her as extraordinarily gifted, with ample room for future growth. With this in mind, Su Chengyu merely focused his thoughts, and a first tribulation spirit would materialize before everyone. The essence of the great Tao enveloped the space, and chaotic energy surged once more, with a spectrum of spiritual light shimmering before them. Chen Lingling's spiritual power seemed to find guidance, swiftly merging into the wood. Observing the body that was being continuously reshaped, Su Chengyu took another sip from his cup of spiritual wine. The ancient tree of the great Tao, with its unparalleled vitality, was undoubtedly the finest vessel in this world for the purpose of body sculpting. Chen Lingling's inherent potential would far exceed her previous incarnation. Wu Junyan's eyes brimmed with envy. Although he was unaware of Su Chengyu's true strength, he admired such an ability that could alter the fates of others with mere gestures. In less than half an hour, a graceful figure appeared before them. Adorned in a flowing purple gauze dress, the elegant split revealed her fair skin. What astonished Su Chengyu most was that, despite her relatively modest height, her alluring physique was undeniably striking. Could this possibly be a G-class beauty? He mused softly to himself. Especially with her exquisitely delicate face exuding an air of innocence, it created a stark contrast. Although Su Chengyu had already reached the cultivation of an immortal emperor and his mindset had somewhat transformed, the essence of life was inherently a pursuit of all worldly desires. Having such an enchanting elder in the sect from the very beginning was indeed a delightful prospect. Chen Lingling, feeling the palpable reality of her new body, suppressed her overwhelming excitement. Not only had her body been reshaped, but her cultivation had also broken through to the tribulation crossing realm. She could distinctly sense the invisible restrictions that had bound her in the realm of array spirits for years were now shattered. Chen Lingling was not foolish. Such an outcome could only be attributed to the fact that Su Chengyu had utilized an exceedingly rare heavenly treasure to reshape her form. Gazing at Su Chengyu's handsome visage, she felt an irresistible urge to offer herself to him. Although her movements were subtle, her balance was slightly off, causing her form to sway enticingly before Su Chengyu. "Lingling will not disappoint the sect master," she declared. "From now on, you shall be a member of the sect's elders. Please take some time to familiarize yourself with the sect's environment alongside Junyan. Should you encounter any issues, you may consult Elder Lin Jin, who oversees the sect's internal affairs." Su Chengyu withdrew his gaze and continued, issuing a few simple instructions. Soon after, Wu Junyan and Chen Lingling disappeared from sight, leaving the grand hall enveloped in silence once more. For Su Chengyu, the foundational construction of the sect had reached its initial milestone, yet the need for acceleration remained paramount. Ding! Detecting the host's intense desire for development, a celestial mission is being issued. 1 month from now, during the Eastern Wilderness Talent Conference, there will be candidates for the destined disciples. The host is requested to attend. Completing the mission will yield a Destiny Fortune Bag 1. Ding! A side mission is being issued. Complete the revenge for the family of destined disciple Wu Junyan. Completion of this mission will yield a hidden Fortune Bag 1. The Talent Conference? It is a grand event in the Eastern Wilderness, held once every 20 years. Almost all significant factions in the Eastern Wilderness gather to seek out the exceptional talents of the younger generation. This presents a splendid opportunity for the sect. In its pursuit of growth, it requires not only the presence of destined disciples, but also others of varying qualifications. As long as Piaomiao Sect can establish sufficient prestige, these challenges will pose no problem. As for Wu Junyan's revenge mission, Su Chengyu had no intention of intervening, viewing it as a trial for his disciple. After all, there are myriad paths to the great Tao. The journey to carve out an invincible path must ultimately be forged through one's own cultivation. Chapter 5. Revenge. The Wu family clan assembly. Outside the spirit hall, Wu Junyan and Chen Lingling leisurely strolled around the sect, soon arriving at the heart of the spiritual grounds. Before them loomed the shadow of an immense ancient tree. Could this be the manifestation of the Tao's essence? Merely glancing at it, Chen Lingling could not restrain her astonishment. A tree capable of condensing such Tao intent had undoubtedly endured the trials of thunder tribulation. As she sensed the familiar aura, Chen Lingling seemed to recall something. The physical strength Su Chengyu had cultivated for her must have been born from the body of this ancient tree, did it not? Although Wu Junyan did not grasp the significance, he could clearly discern from Chen Lingling's expression that this ancient tree was extraordinary. He had long harbored doubts regarding his master's strength, which was undoubtedly formidable, exuding an air of profound mystery. Even the act of condensing one's physical form seemed to be a trivial matter for him. Yet, after their brief exploration, they had not detected the presence of any other individuals, as if only the three of them remained within the ethereal sect. Before he could speak, a deep voice suddenly resonated in their ears. Greetings to you both. Following the voice, they turned to see Lin Jin's figure materialize beside them, having appeared unnoticed. This surprised Chen Lingling. With her current tribulation stage cultivation, she had not sensed his presence, nor could she perceive even a trace of spiritual power emanating from Lin Jin. The only explanation was that his strength surpassed the Red Immortal realm. The sect leader has instructed that Elder Chun and Junyan's future training location will be in the West Hall. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Chen Lingling nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall trouble Elder Lin in the future. It is no trouble at all. It is all for the sake of the sect. We are comrades and need not stand on ceremony. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I bid you both to carry on. With that, Lin Jin's figure swiftly vanished from sight. Watching the dissipating void energy, Chen Lingling knew her suspicions were confirmed. Her heart raced with excitement. If a mere elder possessed cultivation at the Red Immortal level, then Su Chengyu, the sect leader, must at least be at the profound immortal or even the spiritual immortal level. Chen Lingling was acutely aware that it would not be long before this hidden dragon of the Piaomiao Sect emerged in the Chengyu region. Half a month swiftly passed. While cultivating in the West Hall, Wu Junyan had successfully advanced to the second stage of the Tao Palace realm. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the continuous surge of spiritual power within him. This sensation of vitality marked the first time in many years that Wu Junyan experienced the joy of cultivation. Not only had he made significant progress in his cultivation level, but under the exceptional talent of the Nine Tribulation Sword body. Even the Xianyuan Heavenly Sword technique had reached an introductory stage. As Chen Lingling sensed the sword intent emanating from Wu Junyan, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. To condense sword intent before reaching the 10 Directions realm was a sight she had never witnessed before, an extraordinary talent in the path of the sword. Before she could speak, Wu Junyan's voice reached her ears. Aunt Ling, after being away for so long, I should return home. Wu Junyan retracted his spiritual sword and gradually stood up. As a manifestation of spiritual power, Chen Lingling understood why he had left the Wu family. Once a prodigy, he had fallen from grace and was regarded as a waste by his family, leading to his forced departure. How could one swallow such bitterness? Do you need me to accompany you? Chen Lingling inquired. Wu Junyan merely shook his head slowly, his gaze calm. Aunt Ling, I can manage. I must first inform my master. Upon hearing this, Chen Lingling ceased to press the matter. After spending considerable time together, she understood the boy's temperament. As she watched his figure disappear, she summoned forth spiritual light once more, conjuring several array spirits that enveloped the entire West Hall in an instant. Within the spirit hall, Wu Junyan attentively poured spiritual tea for Su Chengyu, who occupied the main seat. Disciple is returning to the Wu family. I hope master can grant permission. Su Chengyu understood the implication behind the words. He had intended for Wu Junyan to handle matters within the Wu family himself. Otherwise, why wait until now? Setting down his tea, Su Chengyu spoke slowly. With me here, you need not harbor any concerns. Do you understand? Wu Junyan nodded, gratitude evident in his eyes. Disciple will not disappoint master. Go ahead. Once Wu Junyan vanished from sight, the void energy surged within the spirit hall, and Lin Jin's figure finally appeared before Su Chengyu. Lin Jin, I entrust Junyan's safety to you. He must resolve the issues within the Wu family himself. Unless there are extraordinary circumstances, you need not intervene. Understood. In the Wu family of Jinghai City, as the triannual family meeting commenced, the arena had already filled with a throng of people. For such a momentous occasion, many family members were engaged in hushed discussions even before it began. The family meeting. It seems this year the position of champion will once again fall to Wu Fani. Indeed. Who in Jinghai City does not know that brother Wu Fani is not only the strongest disciple of the Wu family, but also ranks among the top 3 in the city. His blood spirit realm cultivation under 20 years of age is nothing short of terrifying. I am not so sure. If it were the previous year, I would agree. But I have heard that Wu Yueyao's strength is also formidable. boasting the same blood spirit realm cultivation and having cultivated the second-tier water moon sword to the minor accomplishment stage. If only Wu Junyan were still here. He was the one who subdued the younger generation across several major cities surrounding Jinghai. He was indeed the pinnacle of our Wu family. Are you seeking death? How can you still mention that waste, Wu Junyan, at this time? Have you forgotten who currently holds power in the Wu family? At this, several disciples fell silent. The Wu family had fundamentally changed since Wu Junyan's departure, becoming a blemish not to be mentioned. Once, Wu Junyan's terrifying talent had swept through the youth of the entire county before he had even turned 18. The family had hoped to rise through his prowess. But unforeseen events had led to stagnation in his cultivation, with his realm continuously declining. The Wu family expended considerable resources, yet to no avail. Ultimately, under immense family pressure, Wu Junyan was not only forced to leave, but also his father, Wu Xiao, faced repercussions. He lost his position as the next family head and, in collusion with several elders, had his future resources reduced to compensate for the family's losses. On the main stage, several elders of the Wu family had been waiting for some time. It has been so long. That boy Junyan has not returned for such an important family meeting. Could something have happened to him outside? Wu Xian, seated at the center, spoke slowly. As the eldest elder in the family, he recalled how, during Wu Junyan's prominence, his son Wu Fani had always been overshadowed, never having a chance to shine. Initially, it was Wu Junyan who was coerced into taking the lead. Wu Zhao's heart was as clear as a mirror. Upon hearing the other party's words, his face betrayed no emotions, merely responding coldly. My son's affairs are not for you to meddle in. Indeed, this was reasonable, for it could be considered a blemish on the family, having expended such vast resources. Only to end up in such a predicament, I would suggest that the family reclaim the resources accrued over the years by this lineage. Otherwise, it would be unjust to the other branches. Chapter 6. Factional Struggles, the Stain of Shame. The other elders surrounding Wu Xian echoed in agreement. Since Wu Junyan's departure, the Wu family factions had splintered into three, with Wu Fani and Wu Yueyao at the forefront of the struggle. Those who could demonstrate sufficient strength during the family assembly would not only gain the family's resource support, but also inherit the next head of the family's legacy. Before Wu Xiao could speak, the voice of Wu Qing slowly resonated. Wu Xian, do you truly believe that at this family assembly, Wu Fani will undoubtedly seize the title of leader? Is it not a tad premature for your jubilation? As Wu Yueyao's father, he is also among the most formidable of the younger generation within the family. He certainly will not let this opportunity to vie for power slip away. It is quite amusing. In the 5 centuries of the Wu family's history, when has a woman ever held authority? Thus, one might say Wu Yueyao ought to be grateful to Wu Junyan. Had she not been in his shadow, would her abilities have qualified her to stand upon the final battle stage? Wu Xian gently set down the spiritual cup in his hand, his eyes revealing undisguised disdain. To the other members of the Wu family, Wu Yueyao might be seen as Wu Fani's greatest rival, yet Wu Xian harbored confidence. This time, for the position of leader, no one from the Wu family stood a chance, except for the peak Wu Junyan of yore. Yet, that was a bygone era. Wu Xiao offered no response to their words, silently staring at the battle spirit platform, his heart a tangle of complexity. He could not comprehend how such a turn of events could befall his son's extraordinary talents. Once, Wu Qing had merely relied on his command, and both he and Wu Yueyao had always followed in Wu Junyan's footsteps. Yet, after the incident, they had cleanly severed ties with his lineage, making him acutely aware of the harsh reality. Uncle Xiao, it will be fine. I believe Junyan will surely find a way to recover. I have a premonition that this day will not be too far off. A gentle voice echoed beside Wu Xiao. The speaker was Su Yuan, a girl Wu Xiao had found during his youth, coinciding with Wu Junyan's birth, whom he brought home to enhance his son's fortune. For many years, she had remained by Wu Junyan's side, truly a childhood sweetheart. In Wu Zhao's heart, Su Yuan had long since become akin to family. I know. With the appearance of the family head, Wu Lin, in the center of the battle spirit platform, the entire Wu family fell into silence. Everyone, regarding the family assembly held over the years, I shan't elaborate on the rules. After the 3 incense sticks, the assembly will formally commence. No sooner had he spoken than 3 battle spirit platforms gradually rose from the ground, lit by the elders with specific spiritual incense. This was a tradition passed down through generations in the Wu family. Once the incense concluded, the competition would begin. On the battle spirit platform, numerous young family members had already made their preparations. In accordance with Wu family customs, every 3 years marked a new beginning, with the resources and rankings obtained by the younger generation being interrelated. The higher the ranking, the more resources one would acquire. As the 2 most prominent contenders for leadership in this assembly, the 2 figures at the center of the battle spirit platform had long been ready. Wu Yueyao. I must admit, I am quite surprised. I never anticipated that your branch would entertain thoughts of claiming power within the Wu family. Do you truly believe that having broken through to the blood spirit realm makes you my equal? Wu Fani, clad in black brocade, folded his arms. His gaze fixed on Wu Yueyao with palpable disdain. In his eyes, Wu Yueyao was merely a humble woman who had once clung to Wu Junyuan's side, unworthy of competing with him on the platform. Wu Yao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly at his direct words, yet she maintained her composure, her icy voice resonating. Is that so? That is certainly better than being a sycophant, isn't it? Now, who in the entire Wu family is unaware of your infatuation, Wu Fani? Do you truly believe that now that Wu Junyuan is gone, Su Yuan would ever consider you? Do you genuinely think yourself the foremost among the younger generation of the Wu family? How curious that you were never so arrogant before. Could it be that you were simply not a match for anyone else? Wu Yueyao was well aware that her current achievements were entirely due to Wu Junyuan's guidance and support. She acknowledged his exceptional talent in martial arts, unparalleled among the youth in the entire county, and he had indeed allocated substantial resources to her. But could she not claim her current strength as a result of her own hard work? Upon hearing this, Wu Fani's expression shifted dramatically. He acknowledged his interest in Su Yuan, desiring to possess her to fully overshadow Wu Junyuan. Yet, he had not anticipated that with his current standing and strength in the Wu family, Su Yuan would completely disregard him, even to the point of ignoring him entirely. How could he tolerate such a blow to his pride? His gaze shifted toward a certain direction of the main seat, his eyes flashing with a chilling glint. Su Yuan, you wretched woman. Once I seize the title of leader and take control of the Wu family, I will ensure you kneel before me in supplication. Chapter 7. The title of leader? The return of Wu Junyuan. As the battles among the Wu family disciples progressed, the competition soon reached its pivotal moment, the contest between Wu Yueyao and Wu Fani for leadership. As she stepped onto the battle spirit platform, Wu Yueyao's beautiful eyes were filled with combat fervor. This final match was not merely to reclaim the lineage's legacy. It was also to prove to everyone that what Wu Junyuan could achieve, she could accomplish as well. Who said a woman could not become the future ruler of the Wu family? Naive, Wu Fani scoffed, his eyes rife with contempt. The final match would be presided over by the family head, Wu Lin himself. You both are no novices. I shall refrain from excessive words. Do not strike to kill, lest you provoke my ire. For the Wu family, both must grow, as they would be the pillars of the future. Continuous development and strength could not rely solely on the prowess of one individual. Seeing that both were ready, Wu Lin spoke again. The contest for leadership begins. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wu Yueyao unleashed her spiritual energy, brandishing twin daggers as she glided across the battle spirit platform, reaching Wu Fani in the blink of an eye. With her daggers cutting through the air, she aimed to pierce at his neck. As the imminent threat of death loomed, Wu Fani swiftly evaded, brandishing his long sword to counter the impending attack. The sharp clang of metal resonated through the air, weaving a symphony of clashes. With a decisive strike, he unleashed the White Tiger Slash, channeling his spiritual energy into a shimmering silhouette of a white tiger that surged towards Wu Yueyao's direction. Sensing the palpable menace, Wu Yueyao's own spiritual power erupted once more, a surge of crimson energy manifesting like a streak of light, racing towards the ethereal white tiger. Just as a collision seemed inevitable, Wu Yueyao's figure vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. When he finally regained his composure, Wu Fani felt an overwhelming force of spiritual energy erupt before him, and he raised his sword to defend, narrowly intercepting the invisible dual daggers. How intriguing. I did not anticipate that there was more strength concealed within. Blood Spirit Realm, 3rd tier? Now it is my turn. As the glint of cold light flickered in Wu Fani's eyes, a sense of foreboding washed over Wu Yueyao. Attempting to flee, she realized she was ensnared by an oppressive aura. In the next moment, Wu Fani struck with precision, anticipating her trajectory. A resounding impact echoed as Wu Yueyao was sent hurtling from the battle platform, caught only by the elder responsible for maintaining order. Yet she still could not suppress a mouthful of blood. She had not foreseen that Wu Fani had similarly concealed his prowess, achieving a breakthrough to the 5th tier of the Blood Spirit Realm in a mere 6 months. The spectators were visibly agitated by this turn of events. The outcome of the duel bore little consequence for them, yet having witnessed the prior spectacle, they all hoped that the Wu family could produce a formidable successor. It was apparent that Wu Fani now possessed that potential. On the main stage, Wu Xian wore a satisfied smile, speaking slowly to a companion beside him. I did say, while the girl possesses some strength, the position of heir within the Wu family is not as easily obtained as one might imagine. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing's expression darkened noticeably, suppressing his emotions, though they were evident. Given Wu Fani's current performance, it was clear that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the position of family head would undoubtedly belong to their lineage. Hostility was not an option. The elder presiding over the event soon appeared on the battle platform, declaring, "I announce that the position of champion of this Wu family tournament belongs to." Before he could finish, a voice suddenly pierced the crowd. Following the sound, many faces registered shock. What? Wu Junyan? He has returned? Rumors had circulated that Wu Junyan had met an untimely end. At his appearance, Wu Xiao abruptly rose from his seat. Junyan. Wu Xiao had been deeply troubled by his son's absence, feeling powerless as Wu Junyan had departed without a word, leaving no trace to pursue. Had this been earlier, he might not have worried, but before leaving the Wu family, Wu Junyan's cultivation had regressed to the foundation building stage. Having traversed the world, he had learned of its perils. Beside him, Suyu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Junyan is back. Uncle Xiao, I told you he would be fine. Wu Xiao was acutely aware of Wu Junyan's previous words. After such a long absence, the Wu family's challenge against Wu Fan filled him with apprehension. He knew all too well the difficulty of resolving physical issues. I cannot agree to this competition, he declared, prioritizing Wu Junyan's safety above all else, indifferent to the so-called legacy of the Wu family. The resonant voice, imbued with spiritual energy, echoed above the Wu family estate. Wu Junyan gazed towards the main stage, understanding his father's concerns. Since leaving the Wu family, he had come to realize the bitter truths of the world. Apart from Wu Xiao and Suyu Yuan, no one truly cared for him. The support given to their lineage was merely a means to exploit his potential for the family's gain. Calmly, Wu Junyan spoke, "Father, do not worry. If I do not desire this position of champion, no one will be able to seize it." Upon his words, many in the Wu family gathering displayed peculiar expressions, particularly those who had followed Wu Fanny. Could it be that Wu Junyan had lost his mind? Did he truly believe he retained the strength of 2 years ago? The position of champion was his by right? Such audacity! With his feeble foundation building realm, not only would Wu Fan be able to defeat him effortlessly, but even I could easily overpower him. Once the brightest talent of the Wu family, he certainly possessed a grandiose sense of self. On the battle platform, Wu Fanyi's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had long anticipated Wu Junyan's return. For so long, he had presumed the so-called waste had perished in the outside world. How foolish! To dare return at such a time only provided him the opportunity to thoroughly crush him. He intended to demonstrate to Suyu Yuan, the woman he deemed unworthy, that the man she cherished was merely a plaything beneath his heel. Wu Junyan, if you seek your demise so fervently, I shall grant you that opportunity. Within 3 moves, if I do not force you to kneel, I shall write my name backward. As Wu Junyan ascended the battle platform, his gaze fixed upon Wu Fanyi. Have you forgotten? Once, you lacked the qualification to stand before me. Who grants you such arrogance now? Wu Fanyi's expression shifted slightly. He comprehended the implication behind those words. Given Wu Junyan's former strength, he had been unmatched even within the foundation building realm, let alone a mere blood spirit realm. The past is the past. The present is the present. Everyone has their moments of glory. Does one truly believe that the past is eternal? Below the battle platform, Wu Yao, having consumed a medicinal pill, appeared considerably steadier. Upon witnessing Wu Junyan's arrival, she felt an inexplicable tremor within her heart, but she quickly regained her composure. Despite her disdain for Wu Fanyi, his formidable 5th-tier blood spirit realm prowess rendered him the strongest among the youth in the entire Jinghai city. On the main stage, Wu Xian's lips curled into a smile. Wu Xiao, indeed, this boy Junyan possesses your stubbornness. It is commendable for the youth to possess ambition. Yet overestimating oneself can lead to injury. The veiled threat in his words was unmistakable. Sweat had already dampened his palms, yet Wu Xiao remained unfazed, quietly gazing at the spirit battle platform. The presiding elder turned his attention to the main stage, where Wu Lin nodded slightly before resuming his speech. Since preparations have been made, I hereby announce that this final contest shall commence. No sooner had his words left his lips than Wu Fan unleashed a surge of spiritual power, fully revealing his 5th-tier blood spirit realm prowess. The spirit sword in his hand shot forth like a bolt, intent on ensuring Wu Junyan's crushing defeat beneath his overwhelming assault. The so-called genius of the Wu family was merely a relic of the past. The current Wu family, the present Jinghai city, belonged to him, Wu Fanyi. 9 solitary swords, perish. 9 sword shadows materialized behind Wu Fanyi, an oppressive aura enveloping the spirit battle platform. Wu Yao's complexion darkened. She had not anticipated that Wu Fanyi would still hold back against her. Wu Junyan's spiritual energy surged forth, his expression remaining serene. Just as the offensive force was about to descend, a streak of light shot skyward. In an instant of contact, the 9 sword shadows shattered, and Wu Fanyi himself was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground like a lifeless dog. Witnessing this scene, the entire Wu family fell into a hushed silence. No one had expected that Wu Junyan's casual strike would so decisively eliminate Wu Fanyi. Am I seeing things? Brother Fan, he was actually defeated in an instant? My goodness. Could it be that Wu Junyan has regained his strength? Is it really that obvious? Even I would have to yield 3 points to Wu Junyan at his peak. At this moment on the main stage, the elders of the Wu family, along with the head of the family, Wu Lin, were wide-eyed. All of them were beings transcending the Tianyuan realm and could naturally sense the sword intent emanating from Wu Fanyi. Even if Wu Junyan had restored his former strength, it was unthinkable for him to condense sword intent within the Diyuan realm. Not only had they not heard of such a prodigious talent in the entirety of the Eastern Wasteland, but even in the vast Jinghai city, it was unprecedented. Wu Lin's heart swelled with joy. As long as Wu Junyan could return to the Wu family, it would not take long for the family to ascend to prominence in the Eastern Wasteland. Wu Zhao's fists were clenched tightly, oblivious to the pain of his fingers digging into his palms. For over a year, he had been consumed with worry for his son, wishing he possessed the means to resolve Wu Junyan's physical issues, thus alleviating the burdens he bore. In this moment, he fully understood that Wu Junyan had indeed made a complete recovery. Otherwise, such offensive power would have been impossible. In stark contrast, Wu Xian's countenance darkened to a frightening degree. He had never anticipated that after preparing for so long, he would ultimately be outmaneuvered by Wu Junyan. Especially upon witnessing Wu Fanyi's pitiful state, he felt an overwhelming urge to take the stage himself and personally obliterate this former prodigy of the Wu family. Within moments, Wu Lin exchanged glances with the elders on the spirit battle platform, and without hesitation, the elder spoke up. I declare that the position of the Wu family's leader belongs to Junyan. With that, he waved his hand, and a surge of spiritual energy manifested, revealing 3 items: a second-tier medicinal pill, a second-tier martial art, and a mysterious spirit fruit. Wu Junyan merely glanced at them, devoid of any interest. With a single stroke of his sword, he transformed the offerings into dissipating spiritual energy. The onlookers were once again rendered speechless, astonished by Wu Junyan's sudden defiance. Junyan, what do you mean by this? These were personally prepared by the clan leader. Do you not understand their value? Do you truly believe that with a modicum of talent, you can disregard the entire Wu family? The Wu family is not one that you, a mere youth, can afford to provoke. At that moment, several elders alongside Wu Xian voiced their opinions, unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. After holding power for so long, the thought of relinquishing it to Wu Zhao's lineage was more unbearable than death itself. Seize Wu Junyan and enforce the clan's laws. Before Wu Xian could finish his sentence, Wu Lin, seated at the center of the main position, slowly rose. He was acutely aware of the internal strife within the Wu family, having occupied this position for so many years. It wasn't that he wished to avoid resolution. Rather, the bloodline conflicts were an inevitable aspect of any family. Unless the other factions were entirely eliminated, true stability would remain elusive. Yet, he had also recognized Wu Junyan's extraordinary talent, both in the past and present. Clan leader, what is this? Wu Xian attempted to interject, but Wu Lin had no intention of acknowledging him. His gaze was fixed firmly upon Wu Junyan. Junyan, I am aware of your grievances. However, blood ties bind you to the Wu family. There are certain matters that require understanding, do they not? Therefore, I shall grant you rewards for the position of leader at 3 times the previous amount and allow your father's lineage to reclaim authority, provided you return to the Wu family. After all, we are of the same blood. You wouldn't want to create difficulties for your father, would you? Chapter 9. Lu Ruyan's divorce? No, it is a separation. A cold smile flickered across Wu Junyan's face. Had this been earlier, he might have felt cornered. But now, supported by the Piaomiao Sect, what was there to fear? How amusing. When I lost my cultivation, where were you, clan leader, to speak on my behalf? When that dog of a Wu Xian oppressed my father, where were you to uphold justice for our lineage? A mere Wu family, do you think I would covet it? Upon uttering these words, Wu Lin's brow furrowed slightly. In all his years within the Wu family, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to disregard him so openly. Before he could respond, Wu Xian's voice rang out once more. Indeed, once people attain a measure of talent, they begin to believe themselves to be significant. If you truly wish to sever ties with the Wu family, what about the resources you have enjoyed for so many years? Your lineage has benefited from the Wu family's protection for this long. How do you intend to repay this debt? As he spoke, Wu Xian seemed to recall something, a dismissive smile reappearing on his face. And do you know that due to your unapproved departure, the Lu family has decided to withdraw from the engagement? What compensation do you offer for the mutual benefits exchanged between our families? The Wu family has done so much for you, yet you fail to express gratitude. It truly makes one feel disheartened. What say you, clan leader? Observing the expressions of the Wu family members, Wu Zhao's heart turned completely cold. For all these years, The reason he continued to serve the Wu family was due to the last remnants of affection. Now he realized he was merely a jester, a tool to be manipulated. Wu Xian, do you have no shame? When my son contributed so much to the Wu family, why did you not mention it? Without my son, who pushed back against the young elites of the district, where would the Wu family stand today? Enough. Silence. Wu Lin's voice bore traces of anger, plunging the Wu family into silence once more. His gaze, imbued with a chilling intensity, fixated on Wu Junyan upon the spirit battle platform. Junyan, it has been far too long since you departed from the Wu family. I can comprehend that you must be weary. Hence, the words of the patriarch earlier should have given you ample time for reflection. Reflection? Were it not for the absence of a spirit table upon the battle spirit platform, Wu Junyan would have overturned it on the spot. Resorting to force when gentleness fails? Does one truly believe this young master can be so easily trifled with? Before he could utter a word, a tremendous commotion erupted outside the Wu residence. The roars of various spirit beasts reverberated above the Wu family. Patriarch, it's dire. The Lu family has come to annul the engagement. A panting elder from the Wu family approached Wu Lin, his gaze fraught with alarm. The news of the Lu family's intention to withdraw from the engagement was known throughout the Wu clan. However, they had not anticipated it would transpire so swiftly. Boom. Before anyone could regain their composure, a violent crash echoed as the spiritual barrier on the western side of the Wu estate was reduced to ruins. Dozens of figures slowly materialized before the members of the Wu family. Oh, your humble Wu family is quite the establishment, is it? Is it truly necessary to summon so many to greet this young master for merely an annulment? The speaker was a young man at the forefront, clad in a resplendent purple robe. Noticing the embroidered characters AI Kuan Sect on the attire of those around him, Wu Lin's expression hardened. The AI Kuan Sect was a force to be reckoned with, a formidable third-tier sect within the Eastern Wilderness, housing powerful figures in the Purple Mansion realm. The initial union between the Wu and Lu families had been facilitated by the friendship of their patriarchs. Yet who could have foreseen that within just over a year, circumstances would have so drastically changed? Following Wu Junyan's departure, news had spread that Lu Ruyan had elevated herself by allying with the young Lord Kai Kuan of the AI Kuan Sect. Clearly, this grand display was not merely to annul the engagement, but also to humiliate the former pride of the county. Brother Kuan, they are merely unsophisticated folk. You needn't stoop to their level. Lu Ruyan's dulcet voice echoed within the Wu residence, her disdain unmistakable in her beautiful eyes. When her gaze fell upon Wu Junyan, she was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that this so-called waste of the Wu family would still be present. Was it not agreed that he would sulk away and meet an untimely demise? Since you are here, it is indeed fortuitous. Listen well, from this day forth, I, Lu Ruyan, sever all ties with you and the Wu family. At that moment, Kai Kuan also glanced towards the battle spirit platform, a mocking expression adorning his face. Is this truly the so-called prodigy of your grand county? It seems that in such a remote place, even the most insignificant can rise to prominence. With no hesitation, he waved his hand, causing a spirit ring and a letter of annulment to gently descend to the ground. This pertains to the engagement you two families established, along with the resources the Wu family provided to the Lu family. Today, I shall return it all double. Should I discover you harboring any thoughts regarding my woman, I will ensure you experience a suffering worse than death. Upon hearing such domineering words, Lu Ruyan's body trembled. She reveled in the absolute authority and power Kai Kuan exuded, the very sensation that captivated her. Meanwhile, several elders in the main area exhibited varied expressions, particularly those beside Wu Xian, whose lips curled into cold smiles. The annulment was undeniably a foregone conclusion, although it bore elements of humiliation for the Wu family. They did not take it to heart. After all, the current head of the Wu family, Wu Lin, still remained, along with that unfortunate Wu Junyan. Wu Xian was eager to witness what Wu Junyan could possibly do against the colossal entity that was the AI Kuan Sect. Merely a clown, who truly believed himself significant. Wu Xian muttered to himself. Beneath the battle spirit platform, Wu Yuyao could not help but shake her head. Although Wu Junyan had returned to his former peak, he would, at most, rank as a talent within the county, viewed from the broader perspective of the Eastern Wilderness. He was but a minor talent. At this moment, Wu Junyan's expression was distinctly peculiar. He understood full well Kai Kuan's intentions were to humiliate him. Had this been in the past, he would have indeed been powerless. However, now, he would not indulge such behavior. Annulment? What right does Lu Ruyan have to speak such words to me? With that, he drew forth the spirit sword in his hand, and the letter of annulment vanished from sight in an instant. Moments later, a letter inscribed with the character for annulment emerged. It is I, Wu Junyan, who annuls the engagement with the Lu family. And allow me to convey one final message. A harlot is fit only for a dog, for eternity. Chapter 10. Your confidence. A third-tier sect? Upon uttering these words, not only did the Wu family tremble, but even the patriarch Wu Lin wore an expression of disbelief. It was evident to all that the Wu family stood before the AI Kuan sect as mere ants, with no comparability whatsoever. Initially, it was thought that Wu Junyan could temper his arrogance before this second-generation heir, as they were not of the same caliber. Yet now, it was not only Wu Junyan who would bear the consequences, but also the Wu family itself. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Lin bellowed angrily, "Wu Junyan, you are no longer a member of the Wu family. Are you intent on becoming our family's adversary?" This was clearly directed at the members of the AI Kuan sect. Kai Kuan's countenance darkened instantly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Gripping his spirit sword tightly, he swiftly ascended the battle spirit platform. How intriguing. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. As his spiritual power surged forth, he swiftly broke through to the 9th stage of the heavenly abyss, merely a step away from the palace realm. Under the overwhelming pressure, the members of the Wu family finally grasped the terrifying might of a third-tier sect. Even a mere young lord possessed power rivaling their family's utmost strength. With the tremendous commotion, numerous onlookers were drawn to the scene. My heavens, is today not the Wu family's clan meeting? How can a single youth possess such strength? Fool, do you not see that is the young lord of the AI Kuan sect? It is said he is under 40, merely a step away from the palace realm. Such a terrifying cultivation talent. The entire Wu family combined may not be his match. The Wu family is in for a world of trouble. I heard that Lu Ruyin allied herself with Kai Kuan after the first prodigy of the Wu family, Wu Junyan, was rendered useless. It appears to be true. Indeed. But who could have imagined that Wu Junyan would be so obstinate? That is the young lord of the AI Kuan sect. Does he dare to disregard him so brazenly, not fearing that the entire Wu family might be dragged down with him? Ignoring the murmurs around him, Wu Junyan on the platform spoke calmly. What is this? Are all of you at the AI Kuan sect mute? Has no one spoken to you in such a manner? You seek death. With these words, Kai Kuan could no longer contain his emotions, his figure flashing out. The spirit sword in his hand ignited with fiery energy, and a colossal sword shadow sliced through the air, transformed into 3 majestic fire lions. Their roars reverberated throughout the Wu family estate. Flame lion slash. Today, you shall comprehend the essence of true genius. As the onslaught of the sword spirit was about to descend, Wu Junyan hesitated not. He gradually raised the spiritual sword in his hand. Sword comes. A pale light of spiritual energy flickered forth, morphing into countless sword shadows that enveloped the sky. In the instant of contact, a shattering sound echoed. Kai Kuan's countenance shifted dramatically. Sword intent. Uncle Gu, save me. Upon uttering these words, a figure surged forth from the ranks of the AI Kuan sect. In the blink of an eye, the formidable aura of a 9th stage in the cave heaven realm erupted, charging toward the battle spirit platform. Yet, it was too late. Kai Kuan's figure was caught amidst the myriad sword shadows, instantly reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. A heavy, acrid scent of blood permeated the air. Witnessing this, all present were rendered speechless, the atmosphere thick with an eerie silence. The fact that Wu Junyan could restore his strength was already astonishing enough. Now he had demonstrated an overwhelming prowess. Everyone was acutely aware of Kai Kuan's strength, although merely a 9th stage in the Tianyuan realm. With the legacy of the AI Kuan sect, even the head of the Wu family might not stand a chance against him. Such a figure, unable to withstand even a single strike from Wu Junyan. Did this not imply that Wu Junyan's strength had ascended beyond the Dao Palace realm? This bold hypothesis rapidly surfaced in Wu Lin's mind. Particularly, Lu Ruyin stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that her greatest pillar of support had been so effortlessly slain by Wu Junyan. Gu Hui's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as they fixated on Wu Junyan. Tasked with safeguarding the path, he found Kai Kuan slain before him. Without a doubt, the AI Kuan sect would not let this transgression go unpunished. Having lost such a promising assignment, he would not spare Wu Junyan. Who would have thought that a genius of your caliber could emerge from a mere small town like Jinghai? It is indeed surprising. You must harbor numerous intriguing secrets. Gu Hui was no fool. He had heard tales of Wu Junyan before coming. A so-called genius from a humble locale, ascending to such heights, he could hardly believe it was achieved without some fortuitous encounters. Surrender what you possess, and I may grant you a whole corpse. Without allowing Wu Junyan a moment to respond, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, an overwhelming pressure descending. With a single punch, he directed his attack toward the battle spirit platform. The members of the Wu family swiftly retreated, none wishing to be entangled in Wu Junyan's conflict. As the murderous intent zeroed in upon him, Wu Junyan remained unfazed, for he still bore a protective spirit bestowed by Su Chengyu. Boom. Just as the offensive force was about to strike, a glimmering light of spiritual energy surged forth, engulfing Gu Hui's spiritual power. A cold, resonant voice emerged. When has a disciple of my Piaomiao Sect been subject to your whims? Chapter 11. Kneel and acknowledge your faults to my father. Upon witnessing the familiar figure before him, Wu Junyan quickly recognized it was Elder Lin Jin. Elder Lin Jin, what brings you here? Understanding dawned on him. His master must have sent Lin Jin to protect him out of concern for his safety, stirring a sense of gratitude within him. You have done splendidly. The rest is my responsibility. Gu Hui's gaze swiftly shifted to Lin Jin. He had heard clearly the earlier words spoken by the latter. From the Piaomiao Sect? I am familiar with all sects in the East Wilderness, yet I have not heard of this so-called Piaomiao Sect. He soon concluded it must be an insignificant sect, prompting him to declare, Esteemed one, this matter pertains to my AI Kuan sect. I urge you not to overstep. Otherwise, you must contemplate whether you can withstand the wrath of my sect's 10 Purple Mansion elders. Upon hearing this, Lin Jin nearly erupted with laughter. He had anticipated a grand threat, only to be met with such a trivial one, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. Purple Mansion elders? What a laughable notion. They wouldn't even be worthy of carrying our Piaomiao Sect's shoes. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by this proclamation. They had not anticipated that this obscure sect would dismiss the AI Kuan sect with such audacity, effectively sealing their own fate. In that case, we shall send you and this little beast on your way. Go. Before he could finish, with merely a glance, Lin Jin caused Gu Hui's body to explode instantaneously, dissipating into a cloud of blood mist. The entirety of the Wu family, along with all present, stood utterly dumbfounded. Is this Piaomiao Sect comprised of monsters? This is a half-step Purple Mansion expert. Instantly eliminated? Does this mean this elder's cultivation exceeds even the Purple Mansion realm, a formidable being of the 10 Directions realm? Otherwise, how could he possess such terrifying offensive capabilities? The 10 Directions realm. It was utterly horrifying. One could hardly believe that such a second-tier sect was hidden within the East Wilderness. No wonder Wu Junyan had exuded such confidence. Indeed, having a powerful ally instills a sense of security. Witnessing Lin Jin's overwhelming prowess, someone from the AI Kuan sect screamed, Run. Quick, flee. Yet before anyone could move, Lin Jin snapped his fingers once more. Dozens of figures transformed into blood mist. From the initial ranks, only Lu Ruyan remained, trembling, her body unable to withstand the weight of her fear, collapsing to her knees before Wu Junyan. Junyan, I beg you, grant me a chance. I am still pure. If you wish, I can return to your side at any moment. I promise to satisfy you. Upon hearing this, a look of revulsion flashed across Wu Junyan's eyes. Though there had been a betrothal between their families, he and Lu Ruyan were mere strangers, devoid of any genuine feelings. Had she maintained her earlier tenacity, he might have regarded her with some esteem. Yet now, in her pitiful state, she bore no difference from the most abject of supplicants. To claim purity in the presence of someone like Kai Kuan? Such words were likely to be disbelieved even by Lu Ruyan herself. As Wu Junyan remained unresponsive, Lu Ruyan knelt, slowly crawling toward his feet, tears brimming in her eyes. Junyan, I truly recognize my mistakes. I should not have come to the Wu family to annul the engagement, nor should I have associated with Kai Kuan. All of this was forced upon me. Wu Junyan shook his head, a hint of pity glimmering in his gaze. You do not truly understand your errors. You simply realize that your life is in peril. As his words fell, he swung the spiritual sword in his hand, a severed head soaring through the air. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that Wu Junyan would truly take her life. Gradually turning away, Wu Junyan directed his gaze toward the members of the Wu family. Well, the trouble has been resolved. Now, it is time for us to settle our accounts. Wu Lin stood at the forefront of the main seat, his expression momentarily stiffening before he managed to force a smile. Junyan, as you said, we are all of the same kin. What talk of retribution is there? However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Wu Junyan, whose gaze turned icy as it directed itself towards Wu Xian and the others. Do you believe I hold any regard for your insignificant Wu family? Wu Xian, get down here. Have you forgotten how you treated our lineage back then? Kneel and pay respects to my father. Wu Xian's countenance darkened further. With Wu Junyan's prowess, even Kai Kuan was no match for him, let alone himself. Moreover, standing behind Wu Junyan was a hidden second-tier sect, a force no mere elder from the Wu family could afford to offend. Junyan, there has been a misunderstanding between us. I acted with the best interests of the Wu family in mind. I did not intend to target your lineage. Wu Junyan's eyes remained tranquil, yet his expression grew increasingly frigid. I will say this one last time. Kneel or die, it is your choice. As he spoke, he slowly raised the spiritual sword in his hand, and in mere moments, his spiritual power surged to the third stage of the Dao Palace realm. At that moment, the members of the Wu family finally comprehended just how formidable Wu Junyan had become. At the young age of 20, he had already cultivated his sword intent, and his stage was no longer limited to the eastern wilderness, but rather the entirety of the Qing domain. 3-2 As the spiritual sword was about to be wielded, Wu Xian abruptly knelt before Wu Xiao. I was wrong. I meant your lineage. All of you, kneel and apologize to my father. Chapter 12, Reckoning. The fate of the Wu family. Wu Junyan's cold voice resonated once more, and finally, someone beside Wu Xian could no longer contain themselves. Wu Junyan. Do not be excessive. We are all from the Wu family. You are making this difficult for us. Before he could finish, a flash of sword light erupted, and the man was reduced to a mere pile of flesh. Witnessing this scene, the others no longer hesitated and promptly knelt alongside Wu Xian. The sound of their heads bowing echoed throughout the Wu family estate. At that moment, Wu Xiao was filled with conflicting emotions. He understood the thoughts of these people. Had it not been for Wu Junyan's forceful return, it would have been their lineage facing trouble today. After an entire incense stick's worth of time kneeling, Wu Xian finally turned to Wu Lin, his expression filled with pleading, hoping that the clan leader would step forward and speak on behalf of their lineage. Wu Lin took a deep breath before speaking. Junyan, see, they have all recognized their mistakes. Why not let this be the end of it? Wu Junyan ignored him, instead turning his gaze towards his father, Wu Xiao. Father, what do you think? Wu Xiao nodded. Since my affairs are settled, I shall trouble Elder Lin to send them on their way. At these words, Wu Xian and the others' faces changed dramatically. Wu Junyan, what do you mean by this? We have complied with your demands. What more do you want? You are going too far, and you will face retribution for your actions. Before anyone could respond, a sudden sound of air being ruptured pierced the silence. With a single punch, nearly a third of the Wu family estate was reduced to ruins, including the complete annihilation of Wu Xian's lineage, along with the yet-to-awaken prodigy, Wu Fan. Wu Xiao was taken aback by his son's decisiveness, showing no hesitation whatsoever. The ones who struck me outside the Wu family were recruited by Wu Xian. It is not excessive for me to sever his lineage in return for the bloodshed. Wu Junyan slowly sheathed his spiritual sword, murmuring to himself. This was the last lesson Su Chengyu had imparted to him before leaving the Piaomiao Sect. To cut the grass without uprooting the roots is to allow it to grow back with the spring breeze. On the main stage, the other faction led by Wu Qing turned pale with fear. Although they had not committed any misdeeds, they had once served under Wu Xiao. It was only after Wu Junyan's departure that they conceived the ambition to seize power. Now, they kept their heads bowed, daring not to meet anyone's gaze. Terrified of inviting disaster upon themselves, the Wu family fell into a profound silence. Father, let us leave, Wu Xiao remarked, understanding the implication of those words. Staying in the Wu family held no further significance. Their lineage consisted of only a few disciples, all of whom had stood by him during the most challenging times. If he did not lead them away, there would be no favorable outcomes for them in the future. The group quickly arrived beneath the battle spirit platform, where Wu Junyan merely cast a glance at Lin Jin. Elder Lin, let us depart. Very well. A whistle sounded, and a golden-winged thunder rock appeared in the sky. Though its cultivation level was indiscernible, a mere hint of its aura suffocated everyone in the Wu family. Once Wu Junyan and his party left, the fear that had gripped their hearts eased somewhat. As the head of the family, Wu Lin had not anticipated that the most significant upheaval in the Wu family would arise from the once revered prodigy. Regret flooded his heart. Had he considered the greater picture earlier, perhaps the Wu family could have enjoyed a different fate. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. Wu Qing, for the time being, you and your lineage will be responsible for family affairs. Ensure that the aftermath is handled well. Without waiting for a response, he quickly vanished from the battle spirit platform. Wu Yuyao stood in a daze, gazing at the direction where Wu Junyan and the others had disappeared, lost in thought. Once, she had called him Brother Junyan with such affection. Yet, due to a single misguided choice, he had not even spared her a glance this time. Before she could regain her senses, she heard the familiar voice of Wu Qing nearby. Little Yao, we must leave. The Wu family is no longer a place we can stay. Let us gather as many resources as we can while Wu Lin remains unaware. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuyao was clearly perplexed. Father, did not the clan leader say that from now on, our lineage would hold power in the Wu family? Why the need for this? Wu Qing surveyed the battlefield, now strewn with debris, and sighed. Now that Kai Kuan has mysteriously perished within our Wu family, do you think the AI Kuan sect will let us off the hook? What of the other members of the Wu family? Do we just ignore that? Before Wu Yuyao could finish her thought, she was interrupted by Wu Qing. There is no need. The fewer who realize what has transpired, the more resources we can take with us. We can find a new place where we can be our own masters, free from the scrutiny of others. Chapter 13. The Uniqueness of Su Yuyuan. The Tai Ling Bloodline. Inside the Piaomiao Sect, Ding. The system has detected that the host has successfully aided Wu Junyan in avenging his family, thus obtaining a hidden fortune bag. Commencing distribution in the background. On the main seat, Su Chengyu set down the Dao tea in his hand, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. There was nothing more joyous than the unveiling of rewards. Open. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded. Ding. The hidden fortune bag is being opened. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a resource pack containing 999 random extraordinary pills and 99 random virtual pills. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 5-Dragon Golden Chi, which can enhance the fortune of the sect, as well as the talent awakening abilities and fortune of all disciples within the sect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Immortal Source Heavenly Vein. Is that all? Compared to the previous Destiny Fortune Bag, this time's rewards are evidently lacking, which compelled Su Chengyu to voice his thoughts. Administrator, you are making it quite difficult for me. Such task rewards lack allure and motivation. Surely, you do not wish for the Miao Sect to decline further. No sooner had he spoken than the familiar prompt echoed in his mind once more. Do not worry. Esteemed host, I shall make amends promptly. Hidden Fortune Bag rewards will automatically expand. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special technique. The Dragon and Phoenix Secret Art, the most supreme dual cultivation technique in this world. Congratulations to the host for acquiring any 9 Imperial Grade techniques. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 999 zhang of spiritual liquid. Now, that is more like it. While Su Chengyu held little interest in spiritual liquids and techniques, they undeniably contribute to the foundation of the sect. However, the Dragon and Phoenix Secret Art is something altogether different. Its special quality is clearly above the Imperial Grade. The most supreme dual cultivation technique. Does that imply that he could experience joy while cultivating? Such an experience would be nothing short of blissful. Ding. Destiny has been detected. Please recruit it under your banner as soon as possible. Completing this task will reward you with a Destiny Fortune Bag. Before Su Chengyu could fully comprehend this, a translucent character panel appeared before him. Su Yuan. Cultivation, Body Refinement Stage 1. Physique, Tai Ling Bloodline. Fortune, Exceptional. Qualifications, Celestial Talent. Background, Wu Family. Upon reviewing the character panel, Su Chengyu realized that his new destined disciple was none other than the childhood friend of his chief disciple, Wu Junyan. This opportunity felt like a delightful 2-for-1 deal, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Ah, indeed, a splendid disciple of mine. In the Miao Sect. At this moment, Wu Xiao and others, following behind Wu Junyan, were rendered speechless by the ethereal beauty of the sect, especially the misty spiritual energy, which caused the Wu family members to stumble slightly in their steps. My heavens! The concentration of spiritual energy in this sect is at least 5 times that of the outside world. Have I arrived at an immortal sect? Ignorant fool. What do you know? The concentration of spiritual energy here is already misty, at least 10 times that of the outside world. Just taking a single breath has left me slightly dizzy, but after so many years, I have finally broken through my bottleneck. This truly is an immortal sect. Woo-woo. Me too. I broke through 3 stages. I suppose I can be considered a genius. Junyan. I have already informed the sect leader beforehand that you may bring this young lady to meet him. Upon hearing Lin Jin's words, not only was Wu Junyan surprised, but even Wu Xiao and Su Yuan were taken aback. Does this mean I can accompany you to meet the mysterious master? Su Yuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Including Wu Xiao, they all understood that even a casual action from an elder of the sect could easily overpower a 3rd-tier sect. Not to mention the potential to aid Wu Junyan in restoring his health, which speaks volumes about the mysterious sect leader's prowess. You need not worry, Yuan. The master is quite amiable. With him present, perhaps he can offer you some guidance, enabling you to cultivate better in the future. I understand, Brother Junyan. Speaking thus, Wu Junyan quickly turned his gaze towards Lin Jin. Elder Lin, we are grateful for your assistance. Without your help, we would have truly encountered difficulties. Will you not accompany us inside? Lin Jin merely smiled and waved his hand. I have tasks to attend to and cannot join you. Although Lin Jin regarded the AI Kuan sect as merely a 3rd-tier sect, he believed in eliminating threats completely, as leaving loose ends was not his style. After Lin Jin's figure vanished, Wu Junyan addressed Wu Xiao. Father, Elder Lin has already arranged everything. He is in the West Hall. Please take the clan elders there first. And after Yuan and I meet the master, we shall join you. Wu Xiao nodded. Do remember to express your gratitude to the master. I will, father. Soon. Wu Junyan led Su Yuan into the spirit hall, bowing deeply with utmost respect. Master, I have returned. This is Yuan. Greetings, esteemed elder. Su Yuan stood beside Wu Junyan, visibly nervous and hesitant to meet his gaze, only daring to observe cautiously from the corners of her eyes. There is no need for such formality. As he spoke, Su Qingyu's gaze fell upon Su Yuyuan. Dressed in a simple white gown, her youthful innocence was still evident. Though she may not rival Chen Lingling in beauty, she certainly possessed the pure charm reminiscent of Jiangnan girls from a past life. Standing beside Wu Junyan, they appeared somewhat well-matched. "Ah, young man. Is this the little childhood friend you often mention?" A faint blush appeared on Su Yuyuan's fair face. Before she could fully process this, Su Qingyu's voice resonated again. "Yuan, would you like to join my sect alongside your brother Junyan? This way, you can always be together." Upon hearing this, before Su Yuyuan could respond, Wu Junyan's expression quickly brightened with excitement. While he had long hoped for Su Yuyuan to embark on the path of cultivation, he had previously discovered that she seemed to possess no talent. However, since his master had broached the subject, Wu Junyan believed there must be another way. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yuyuan's delicate voice echoed within the spirit hall. "Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed elder. But I am a natural waste. After all these years, I have barely reached the body refinement stage 1. If I were to join your sect, would it affect your reputation?" For Su Yuyuan, the desire to become Su Qingyu's disciple was strong, yet she feared that accepting a student with no talent might tarnish his name. In her impression, many powerful beings sought talented disciples to enhance their prestige. Su Qingyu simply smiled and replied gently, "You are not a waste. In truth, you possess the Tai Ling bloodline within you. It has merely been sealed for reasons unknown. Thus, your cultivation has remained stagnant at body refinement stage 1 for so long. I can help you lift the seal, so will you join my sect?" Chapter 14. Unsealing the Bloodline. The marvelous uses of the Dragon and Phoenix secret art. The Tai Ling bloodline is the exclusive bloodline of the Tai Ling royal family. Among the myriad of ancient races, there exist only 10 royal bloodlines, and the Tai Ling royal family ranks among the top 3. It is evident that this young lady's background is anything but ordinary. Although Su Yuyuan is unaware of the significance of the Tai Ling bloodline, she can sense that it represents a formidable existence. As long as she is able to cultivate and remain by Wu Junyan's side, she feels an immense sense of satisfaction. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yuyuan knelt directly at the position where Su Qingyu stood. "Master, I bow to you." Following this, just as Wu Junyan had done before, after 3 resounding knocks on the ground, a gentle surge of spiritual energy lifted her up. "Yuan, come here. I shall unseal the bloodline within you." Naturally, Su Yuyuan trusts Su Qingyu implicitly and swiftly approaches his side. A wave of chaotic energy envelopes Su Yuyuan, and the instant it enters her body, her eyes undergo a transformation, revealing a faint golden spiritual light, with a 6-pointed star totem shimmering within. The spiritual energy within her begins to surge wildly. As she slowly closes her eyes, Su Yuyuan distinctly feels the blood energy within her churning, as if some restrictions have been lifted. "You were just like this back then. What is there to worry about?" Su Qingyu remarks as he observes Wu Junyan tightly gripping Su Yuyuan's small hand. Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan's face flushes with embarrassment, and he instinctively scratches his head. "Master, I mean no disrespect. I simply felt that Yuyuan seemed to be in some pain, and I was a bit concerned." "All right. It will be fine shortly. By the way, there is something I need to hand over to you." Without hesitation, Su Qingyu retrieves the Dragon and Phoenix secret from the pouch he previously used. Wu Junyan momentarily fails to grasp the situation, but upon instinctively sensing its essence, his eyes widen in shock, and he unconsciously glances at Su Yuyuan, his cheeks reddening slightly. "Master, what does this mean?" At first, upon seeing the words Dragon and Phoenix, Wu Junyan presumed it was yet another powerful technique. However, upon noticing the subsequent illustrations, he realized something was amiss, and merely glancing at them sent a rush of blood to his head. "Are you foolish? How can you not cherish such a wonderful opportunity? Do you think I haven't noticed your feelings for this young lady, and hers for you? How can a story unfold without initiative?" Wu Junyan gulps, his face growing even more crimson. But master, she is my junior sister now. What of it? I, as your master, have yet to voice any objections. What are you so anxious about?" Su Qingyu replies earnestly. "Tell me, what brings you to the sect?" After a moment of hesitation, Wu Junyan finally responds, "To diligently cultivate, enhance my abilities, and better assist my master. To repay the sect." "Excellent." Su Qingyu gestures towards the Dragon and Phoenix secret. It fosters relationships and can enhance cultivation. Correct? If you do not elevate your cultivation, how can you assist me? How can you repay the sect? Moreover, with both of your talents, if you were to bear offspring, would that not indirectly contribute to the sect? In just a few short sentences, Wu Junyan feels his mind racing, though he senses something is amiss. Yet, after hearing his master's words, he feels as if he has been narrow-minded. After a brief silence, Wu Junyan clarifies his thoughts, and his eyes regain their brilliance. "Master, I understand now. I will not disappoint your expectations. I will strive to strengthen and enhance my contributions to the sect." "Good. This time, You have made significant progress on a spiritual level, which brings me great joy. Soon, half an hour passes, and the spiritual energy surrounding Su Yuyuan becomes increasingly substantial. Finally, with a playful protest, she completes the final unsealing of her bloodline. The ethereal visage of the ancient royal family manifests within the spiritual hall. Upon opening her eyes once more, Su Yuyuan's aura has transformed entirely. Her six-pointed, swirling gaze exudes an ethereal elegance. In that moment, her spiritual energy surges dramatically. Blood Spirit Realm, Tianyuan Realm. Within mere moments, she has ascended to the Dao Palace Realm. Once she retracts her aura, Su Yuan resumes her previous appearance, her beautiful eyes brimming with excitement. Master, Brother Junyan, I'm truly restored. Thank you so much, Master. Su Chengyu waves a hand, a smile gracing his face. Before me, there is no need for such formality. With a flick of his wrist, a technique known as the Dust Spirit Heavenly Art appears beside Su Yuan, which he had selected from the 9 Gates Imperial level techniques. The Ta Ling royal family is renowned for their dominant bloodline power, specializing in body cultivation, making this technique particularly suitable for Su Yuan. Practice this technique for now. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, Master. Su Yuan receives the technique, her expression filled with exhilaration. Brother Junyan, I can protect you from now on. Observing her playful demeanor, Wu Junyan quickly recalls the cultivation directions Su Chengyu had previously imparted to him. Though he understands the essence of the Great Path, articulating it remains a challenge. It's not as if he can state it outright. Yuan, I have a wonderful technique here. Would you like to give it a try? This feels exceedingly strange. Before he can gather his thoughts, Su Chengyu's voice rings out once more. Junyan, if there is nothing else, you both may leave. I entrust Yuan to you, and as her senior brother, remember to take good care of your junior sister, understood? Master, I understand. Soon after the two exit the spiritual hall, Su Yuan seems to recall something and softly addresses Wu Junyan beside her. By the way, Brother Junyan, when Master helped me unseal my bloodline earlier, I vaguely heard him mention a special technique he gave to you. Is it powerful? Could you teach me? Master is so kind, and I wish to contribute to the sect's growth. Upon hearing this, Wu Junyan shudders. This. After a moment's hesitation, he stammers. Yuan, this technique is rather special. It requires a unique environment for cultivation. When the opportunity arises, I will guide you properly. You're so wonderful, brother. Chapter 15, Tiandan Spirit Lake, Dragon Clan? Within the spiritual hall, once the auras of Wu Junyan and the others completely dissipate, Chen Lingling gradually appears before Su Chengyu, proactively preparing spiritual fruits and spiritual wine for him. Compared to just a few days prior, Su Chengyu notices that her demeanor has improved significantly. Clad in a light purple simple dress that subtly accentuates her figure, hints of fair skin are visible. Her hair is tied in a playful little ponytail, adding a touch of contrast to her appearance. Indeed, keeping Chen Lingling around was a splendid decision. She not only contributes to the sect's development, but also pleases the eye. How have you been finding your time in the sect? Su Chengyu held the spiritual wine cup in his hand and slowly began to speak. Chen Lingling, somewhat reserved, nodded slightly. Thank you, esteemed sect master. Without you, I would not be who I am today. Even the slightest of gestures could still convey the turbulence within that formidable vessel, leaving Su Chengyu feeling somewhat intoxicated. After such a lengthy period, Chen Lingling had not experienced such a profound sense of security for quite some time. Within the Piaomiao Sect, there were no undercurrents of intrigue, and she could enjoy such abundant resources. Not only was she willing to serve as an elder array master, but she would also gladly remain by Su Chengyu's side, assisting when needed and waiting idly at other times. Her heart brimmed with 1,000 willingness. Everything within the Piaomiao Sect was splendid, yet the only ambiguity that plagued Chen Lingling was the apparent lack of vitality within the sect. During her time there, she had nearly traversed the entirety of the sect, but aside from a few elders like Lin Jin and Wu Junyan, she had encountered no one else. This peculiar absence was rather odd for a sect of such profound heritage, reminiscent of a newly established sect. Before Su Chengyu could respond, Chen Lingling seemed to recall something and spoke up. Sect Master, I just remembered something. Did you not mention that the Piaomiao Sect requires diversified development? Su Chengyu nodded, signaling her to continue. 3,000 miles away, at the Tiandan Spirit Lake, there resides a transformed flood dragon, whose cultivation has already approached the realm of the Red Immortal. Do you think it would be prudent to bring it back as a guardian beast for the sect? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Chengyu's eyes. A flood dragon that had undergone a bloodline transformation? Although it may not possess the full might of true dragon blood, it was certainly a noteworthy entity, and having it guard the sect would be an excellent choice. Moreover, he distinctly remembered the previous rewards. He still had dragon essence blood in his system warehouse, making the purification of its bloodline a relatively straightforward task. Intriguing. Do you possess any further information regarding this flood dragon? Su Chengyu inquired, already formulating his plans. Chen Lingling pondered for a moment before softly responding. I do not know much more about the specifics. I have heard that this flood dragon seems to not only linger within the Tiandan Spirit Lake. It is rumored that it remains there to attract more humans to hunt a certain beast, thereby engaging in a reciprocal hunt for blood sources. Therefore, if the sect master intends to bring it back, it may require additional time. Chen Lingling was acutely aware that the dragon race was the most proud of all species. How could it possibly remain for an ordinary beast? Was it merely for a legendary love that transcended species? Who would believe such a tale? Thus, she found the rumors circulating to be exceedingly exaggerated. Su Chengyu nodded, his mind swirling with questions. If even Chen Lingling was aware of this, others in the eastern wasteland must also be informed. The fact that this flood dragon had been engaging in reciprocal hunting for such an extended period suggested many underlying issues. Its cultivation, still not reaching the Red Immortal level, evidently indicated that it possessed other means. However, given his current cultivation, he harbored no concerns should any variables arise. He could simply suppress them with brute force. Simple and direct, that was his usual modus operandi. All right, I understand. With that, Su Chengyu showed no hesitation, rising slowly and making his way towards the hall's exit. As the power of the void surged, his figure vanished from sight. Chen Lingling gazed out towards the hall entrance, then picked up the spiritual wine cup that Su Chengyu had left behind, gently bringing it to her lips for a sip. Observing the delicate red imprint left behind, her cheeks flushed slightly. Surely, this cannot be deemed insubordination. Meanwhile, in the aftermath of Kai Kuen's demise, the entire AI Kuen sect was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Within the spiritual field of the sect, dozens of figures knelt upon the ground, remnants of bloodstains visible upon their tattered garments. Sectmaster, please allow me to explain. This matter has nothing to do with our Lu family. Kai Kuen's death was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Wu family behind the scenes. We are innocent. Lu Ming, the head of the Lu family, repeatedly bowed his head, terror evident in his gaze. He had never anticipated that what began as a simple annulment of engagement could serve as an opportunity to humiliate the Wu family, leveraging the strength and heritage of the AI Kuen sect to establish prominence in Jinghai City. Yet now, Kai Kuen had met his end within the Wu family, and the situation had drastically shifted. At the forefront of the assembly stood Kai Su, the sect master of AI Kuen, with a gaze as cold as ice. One must understand that Kai Kuen was not only his son, but also the most promising young talent within the AI Kuen sect, cherished as if he were a treasure. In his proud words, Kai Kuen, given the chance to flourish, would elevate the AI Kuen sect to a second-tier sect within 200 years, potentially embodying a fearsome entity at the 10 Directions level. Now, with his precious offspring gone, all hope had been extinguished. Taking a deep breath, Kai Su did not afford Lu Ming an opportunity to plead for mercy. In an instant, as his spiritual energy surged, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the front. In the blink of an eye, a vast wasteland materialized before the onlookers. A profound silence enveloped the AI Kuen sect, remnants of flesh scattered across the ground, and the air thick with the scent of blood. Yet at that moment, none dared to utter a word. They were too fearful to invoke such ill fortune. After a prolonged silence, a black-clad elder beside Kai Su inhaled deeply before slowly approaching him. Sectmaster, should we take action against the Wu family now? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cold murderous intent flickered in Kai Su's eyes. A mere inconsequential family dares to lay hands on my son? I demand the entire Wu family pay with their lives for Kai Kuen's death. Ensure they do not meet a swift end, especially that little wretch named Wu Junyan. Bring him to me. Additionally, investigate whether any of those old fogies are behind this. If discovered, Kai Su was acutely aware that, given the Wu family's strength, they would not dare to confront the AI Kuen sect head-on. Even an elder from the inner sect possessed the power to annihilate them. The occurrence of such an event, barring any extraordinary circumstances, was simply unbelievable. I shall attend to this at once. Before the black-clad elder could depart, a chilling voice echoed throughout the AI Kuen sect. Are you in such a hurry to meet your demise? As they beheld the sudden appearance of Lin Jin, not only the other elders of the AI Kuen sect, but even Kai Su's eyes glinted with coldness. Who are you to speak so brazenly within my AI Kuen sect? Do you believe yourself invincible? As he spoke, numerous auras surged within the spiritual field. Kai Su's own spiritual energy, at the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm, erupted as well. As others have already arrived at the sect, flaunting their prowess, such humiliation is intolerable for anyone, especially for Kai Su, the sect master. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere around him, Lin Jin could not help but wear a disdainful smile. You wish to know who it was that eliminated those insignificant fools within the Wu family? It was I who took action. What of it? Do you truly believe that you worthless beings could challenge me? A third-rate sect? How audaciously presumptuous. Upon hearing that Lin Jin was the one who had slain Kai Kuan in the Wu family, Kai Su's emotions spiraled out of control. Kill him. With a surge of spiritual power, he vanished in a flash, launching a fist aimed directly at Lin Jin's position. The air shattered with a resounding crack. In the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded before everyone's eyes. Lin Jin simply reached out and seized him. With a cultivation level at the 6th stage of the Purple Mansion realm, Kai Su possessed no semblance of resistance and was effortlessly lifted by the throat. You have no idea what you are up against. Go, reunite with your kin in the afterlife. No sooner had the words left his lips than the struggling Kai Su was reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, the other elders of the AI Kuan sect were left utterly dumbfounded. Such overwhelming dominance could signify only one possibility. Lin Jin's cultivation was nearing the pinnacle of the 10 Directions realm, perhaps even transcending the Great Ascension realm. This was a monstrous entity that could only exist within a first-rate sect. It was unimaginable that the AI Kuan sect had offended such a being. Without a moment's hesitation, the elders who had stood beside Kai Su immediately knelt towards Lin Jin. Esteemed senior, we have no connection to him. The AI Kuan sect is willing to offer reparations. If you are amenable, we would gladly relinquish all our resources. We merely ask for a chance. Fear was palpable in the eyes of the AI Kuan sect members. They understood all too well that no trifling sect could outweigh the value of their own lives. Should they choose, they could easily ally with any number of third-rate sects scattered throughout the eastern wasteland. For a mere fraction of stipends, who would gamble their lives? Lin Jin maintained a calm demeanor, merely shaking his head slowly. Before the members of the AI Kuan sect could react, his fist fell. In the blink of an eye, the entire AI Kuan sect was reduced to ruins, and after gathering the resources, Lin Jin vanished from the scene. The tremendous upheaval immediately drew the attention of numerous surrounding factions. Heavens! A third-rate sect like the AI Kuan sect has been annihilated? Could they have offended a second-rate sect? Are you foolish? Even if a second-rate sect were to strike, the AI Kuan sect would still have had a chance to escape. Given the current devastation, not a single soul has fled. It is evident they have been obliterated. Only a first-rate sect could possess such capabilities. We must leave quickly. The conflicts between major powers are not matters for insignificant figures like us to discuss. Chapter 16. The Black and White Twin Killers, the Dragon Slaughtering Scheme? 5,000 miles from the eastern wasteland, within the domain of the Heavenly Elixir Spirit Lake, one could discern countless flourishing spiritual plants, resembling a vast basin. In the very center, adjacent to a spirit lake sprawling hundreds of miles, a multitude of cultivators had gathered. It was well known among the surrounding factions that a dragon-like creature resided within the Heavenly Elixir Spirit Lake. Yet despite the passage of time and the emergence of numerous hunters, none had succeeded in slaying the creature. Paradoxically, this only served to embolden others to join the hunt. Though the existence of this dragon did not qualify it as a pure-blooded dragon, consuming it could potentially lead one to break through to the Red Immortal realm, or even the Xianxiaaudiobooks realm, making the prospect of ascension tantalizingly close. The threshold of the Tribulation realm had barred nearly 80% of cultivators. Even achieving the lowest Red Immortal realm would bestow a measure of dominion. Joining a hegemonic faction would grant them the coveted position of elder, envied by countless others. Yet, despite the passage of time, none had managed to successfully hunt this dragon. Could it be that the creature had already transcended into the Red Immortal realm? Otherwise, why would it be so formidable? You see, my elder brother's cousin's husband's brother once engaged in a contest of wits with this dragon. He recounted to me that although the dragon had not yet broken into the immortal realm, its terrifying offensive power made it exceedingly difficult for even a peak Tribulation realm elder to subdue. The hunting party you have all heard of is none other than the Black and White Twin Killers, ranked among the top 10 experts beneath the immortal realm in the Eastern Wasteland. You should be aware of their prowess. With their involvement, I believe this dragon stands no chance of escape, even with its extraordinary abilities. Is it truly the Black and White Twin Killers? Wasn't it said that they ranked among the top 10 experts beneath the Red Immortal realm 500 years ago? It is astonishing that after all this time, they have yet to break through to the immortal realm. No wonder it is said that only those with innate talent can hope to glimpse its mysteries. Indeed, the Black and White Twin Killers have come prepared. I hear they have brought along 9th-grade spirit weapons and 3 9th-grade slaughter formations, ensuring that this dragon will have no opportunity to evade. Outside the spirit lake, a colossal barrier surged skyward, severing the spatial connection between the inside and outside. Brother, after so much preparation, we cannot allow this beast to escape again. Once we can drink its blood, we will be that much closer to the immortal realm. Hei Chong gripped his spirit sword, his eyes brimming with excitement. After 500 years of being confined at the peak of the Tribulation Realm, they were tantalizingly close to the Immortal Realm. Yet despite their efforts, they had never managed to cross that threshold. Initially, they believed their lack of progress stemmed from insufficient diligence, but as time passed, they came to understand the truth of that saying. Perhaps effort is meaningless in the face of innate talent. Bai Sha maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on the dragon not far away. He was acutely aware of He Chang's sentiments. While the external world held them in high regard as two of the top 10 experts beneath the immortal realm in the Eastern Wasteland, both brothers were dismissive of such accolades. For they knew that only by breaking into the Red Immortal Realm could they embark on a new path of cultivation and a new world. Taking a deep breath, the two unleashed their peak Tribulation Realm spiritual power once more. Armed with their 9th-grade spirit swords, they charged forward. The black and white twin killers flickered through the space. As the two lethal auras descended, the dragon's vertical pupils flashed with disdain. A thunderous dragon roar erupted. Its spiritual power surged dramatically, and in less than an instant, it had reached the peak of the Tribulation Realm. In response to their onslaught, it met their attack with a single claw. The terrifying spiritual sea crashed against the barrier. The expressions of the two brothers shifted drastically. Quickly run. This beast has concealed its strength. How insidious. With a resounding crack, the 9th-grade spirit sword in their hands shattered. Without a hint of hesitation, the two individuals gathered the last remnants of their spiritual energy and traversed directly beyond the luminous barrier, finally escaping its confines. They could no longer restrain the fatigue plaguing their bodies and collapsed onto the ground. Extracting a medicinal pill from their spatial rings, they hastily consumed it, resulting in a slight alleviation of their pallid complexions. The raw physical power of that beast was nothing short of terrifying. Even their 9th-rank yin-yang dual swords had been shattered. Heichang could not help but exclaim, his eyes filled with panic. Neither of them had anticipated that this serpentine dragon was not only immune to the 3 lethal formations, but also concealed its true strength. Had they not fortified themselves with all their defensive artifacts to withstand the final assault of its corporeal might, they might have already met their demise. Now, they comprehended why. Despite the passage of so much time, this dragon remained unvanquished. Although its bloodline was impure, its formidable physical prowess rendered it unmatched among practitioners of the same realm within the entire Qing domain, let alone a mere corner of the eastern wilderness. The investment of all their resources resulting in such a disheartening outcome weighed heavily on their hearts. Observers surrounding them were equally astonished. Even the formidable Heibai Xuanxia had nearly lost their lives to this dragon. Before they could fully process the situation, a figure appeared, surveying the surroundings with a discerning glance. The roars of the dragon echoed ominously from the barrier nearby. Su Chengyu quickly deduced that this was indeed the celestial elixir spiritual lake mentioned by Chun Lingling. This little dragon's temperament was quite wild. He would need to train it properly, lest it become unruly. Su Chengyu murmured, preparing to step towards the barrier. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a voice resonated behind him. My lord, what does this mean? Chapter 17, The Rebellious Dragon and Phoenix. This is called love. Turning to face the source of the voice, he immediately spotted the duo of Heibai Xuanxia seated on the ground, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Su Chengyu furrowed his brow and spoke. Is there something you wish to discuss? Having nearly met their end moments prior, Heichang was still simmering with pent-up frustration. What do you think? We were the ones to discover this dragon first. After our recent battle, it hardly seems appropriate for you to intervene now. Heichang stood up deliberately, striving to maintain his composure. Su Chengyu couldn't help but chuckle. Yours is it? By all means, go ahead. Why not venture in? Surely, you aren't afraid of being bested by this little dragon, are you? Upon hearing this, Heichang was left speechless, as it dawned on him that not only were they unable to defeat the dragon, but they had narrowly escaped with their lives. Bai Sha, now also standing, sensed something amiss. Although it was possible to conceal one's cultivation using spiritual artifacts, he understood that those who ventured to hunt the dragon at the Celestial Elixir Lake were hardly fools. Despite the vastness of the eastern wilderness, they had encountered nearly all of the top 10 Tribulation Realm experts, yet they had no information on this young man before them, which stirred his curiosity. Could he be from another region within the Qing domain? Unable to contain himself, Bai Sha spoke. That's not our intention. But it is true that we were the first to discover this dragon. With your peak Tribulation Realm cultivation, attempting to capture it alone may cost you your life. We could collaborate, defeat the dragon together, and subsequently divide the spoils. What do you think? Despite their earlier failure, Bai Sha was still reluctant to concede defeat. After all, they had expended tremendous resources, and a lack of results would be a grave loss. If this young man truly possessed further capabilities, even a half share of the dragon would be acceptable to them. Given the dragon's potent bloodline, Baisha was confident that within 500 years, the two brothers would have a significant opportunity to ascend to the Xianxian realm. Before they could react, Su Qingyu's voice resounded once more. Collaborate? What a jest! If this little dragon dares to disobey, I could send it to the afterlife with a mere slap. With that, he continued toward the barrier, leaving the two in disarray. Not only were Heibai Shuangxia bewildered, but the other factions present observed with incredulity. How could he speak so boldly, showing no fear of the dragon? A near-invincible entity beneath the Red Immortal realm? Did he truly believe himself to be a great figure of the Red Immortal realm? Let alone a slap. If he could tame this dragon, they would kneel and call him father, not out of mockery, but in earnest desire for a mentor. Does this man truly have a few screws loose? Does he think taming a spiritual companion is so simple? Heichang inhaled deeply, gazing at the receding figure. Unable to suppress his thoughts. Let him go. If he perishes within, what concern is it of ours? In mere moments, Su Qingyu stepped through the barrier. As he did, a formidable aura swiftly locked onto him, and the dragon, emanating a palpable killing intent, fixed its dark, vertical pupils upon him. Before he could regain his bearings, Su Qingyu's deep voice reverberated within the barrier. I give you a chance. Acknowledge me as your master at once. I have no desire to harm you, little dragon. Upon hearing this, the dragon's eyes flickered with a glint of murderous intent. To be made a pet by a human? This was not only an affront to him, but a humiliation to the entire dragon race. If you seek death, I shall swallow you whole. With a surge of spiritual energy, the dragon's aura rapidly escalated to the peak of the tribulation realm. Su Qingyu now grasped why. Despite being of the same peak tribulation realm, the practitioners of the eastern wilderness were no match for this dragon. The dragon's bloodline enhancement allowed its physical strength to ascend to the next level far more swiftly than its cultivation. Thus, not only was it invulnerable to peak tribulation realm practitioners, but even those of the Red Immortal realm held a significant risk of being overpowered by this dragon. In an instant, the sound of air being torn apart echoed as the dragon lunged with its claw towards Su Qingyu. Just as the terrifying force was about to descend, Su Qingyu casually unleashed a punch. The dragon's countenance shifted dramatically, transforming into a streak of black light that plunged into the depths of the lake. The ensuing impact sent towering waves soaring hundreds of feet high. Watching the dragon, now unconscious and floating at the lake's center, Su Qingyu relaxed his wrist, realizing he had exerted less than 1/1000th of his strength. Was it truly so fragile? With a simple motion of his hand, the dragon returned to his side, and with a swift slap, it regained consciousness, its once dull eyes now gleaming with clarity. Just one glance caused the dragon's pupils to constrict sharply. Recalling the previous encounter, he realized that the opponent had not utilized a shred of spiritual power, meaning that it had nearly shattered his dragon form relying solely on physical strength. What kind of terrifying power could this be? A formidable being of the human race, perhaps one who transcends even the realms of the Xianxian or Lingxian. Observing the slight tremor of the other's body, Su Qingyu continued, "What do you think? Have you reconsidered my earlier words? There is an old saying among our people. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes, little long long. Surely you do not wish to perish at the hands of my modest fists, do you?" Feeling the gentle smile upon Su Qingyu's face, the flood dragon showed no hesitation and immediately prostrated before him in midair. What a jest! While bravado may have its place, in the presence of such a formidable figure, nothing could be deemed more precious than one's own life. Master Outyin is willing to submit to your tutelage. However, I humbly request one small favor from you, Master. Upon hearing Long Outyin's plea, Su Qingyu merely waved his hand, satisfied that the dragon understood the gravity of the situation. Actually, I ventured to the Tiandanling Lake to hunt for the blood spirit for the sake of my beloved. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Su Qingyu's eyes. Are you telling me you have a dragon bride? What serendipity! How could I casually forsake such an opportunity? Long Outyin extended his claw, scratching his head lightly. Master, it is not as you think. She hails from the Qingfeng clan. We met under fortuitous circumstances, and she has not been in contact with her kin for a considerable time in order to be with me. Unfortunately, she has inadvertently contracted the void, evil qi. I beseech you to allow me to take her along. I will tend to her myself and ensure that it does not inconvenience you. If you refuse, then I would rather embrace death alongside her. The bond of dragon and phoenix? Such melodramatic tales are typically found only in novels, yet here I am, encountering one firsthand. What more, this dragon and phoenix pair are quite the rebels. Chapter 18. The Qingfeng Bloodline and the Blood Spirit Caves Longing. In the Lingqing mountain range, near a spirit cave, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted skyward. One could vaguely hear the sound of a phoenix's cry. Flee. Today, I shall see just how far you can run. Who would have thought that the flood dragon stationed at the Tiandanling Lake was here to hunt the blood spirits of the human race? The man speaking donned a black robe, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had not anticipated discovering a pure-blood Qingfeng in this small corner of the eastern wilderness. If he could absorb its bloodline power, he would not only ascend to the realms of Xianxian and Daoxian, but even the lofty heights of the supreme immortal sovereign would lie within his grasp. Not far away, the colossal silhouette of the Qingfeng gradually faded, transforming before the eyes of the gathered crowd into the figure of a woman. With a porcelain-like visage and misty, enchanting eyes, her mere presence evoked a sense of longing. To speak nothing of her figure, which surpassed all expectations, particularly the alluring curves concealed beneath her azure silk skirt, a hint of alabaster still visible. Boss, what are we waiting for? Who would have thought this Qingfeng is a beauty? Today, you are truly fortunate. If I could savor her, I would gladly trade 100 years of life for it. The other followers of the blood spirit turned their greedy gazes upon Lin Qingji, their expressions rife with avarice. Although the Qingfeng bloodline was that of a divine beast, they all knew their own station. Such an entity, from the moment of its appearance, had little to do with them. Upon this utterance, the spiritual energy emanating from the blood spirit surged forth once more, enveloping Lin Qingji in a suffocating pressure. Since I am in a generous mood today, I shall grant you a chance. If you can persuade the flood dragon to return immediately, I can ensure your deaths are less painful. What do you say? Lin Qingji's face turned pale, particularly under this oppressive force, her knees threatening to buckle. The agony radiating from her internal organs compelled her to grit her teeth tightly. The reason she had shed her Qingfeng form was that the malevolent energy had fully invaded her being. At this moment, not only was it arduous to act, but even to maintain her current state had become exceedingly challenging. Having endured so much, Lin Qingji was acutely aware of the intentions of the blood spirit and his cohorts. She steeled herself, resolved that even in death, she would not allow herself to fall into their clutches. The Qingfeng bloodline is not to be tarnished. Her only concern was that Long Outyen, upon sensing her departure, would return to this place, thereby falling directly into the trap laid by the blood spirit. Disgusting wretches. Lin Qingji furrowed her brow, slowly wiping the blood from her lips with her sleeve, a glint of resolve flashing in her enchanting gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, a flicker of azure flame enveloped her form. Sacrificing the last of her Qingfeng essence, Lin Qingji prepared for a final gamble. Willing to trade her life to inflict grievous harm upon the blood spirit and his ilk, believing that such an act might afford Long Outyen a glimmer of hope. Before she could make her move, Lin Qingji felt a pale hand gently settle upon her shoulder. In an instant, the bloodline power within her dissipated entirely. Was it worth sacrificing herself for these individuals? Following the voice, Lin Qingji turned to see a handsome, unfamiliar face before her. Her heart tightened. She was certain she had never encountered Su Chengyu before. Due to her grievous injuries, she had not quite caught his earlier words, leading her to assume that he was merely another faction of the human race, further intensifying her anxiety. Before she could speak again, Su Chengyu's voice resonated once more. Do not be alarmed. Qingji. In the Qingling mountain range, a colossal figure traversed the space, swiftly appearing at Lin Qingji's side. Outyen. Upon hearing that familiar voice and witnessing that well-known figure, Lin Qingji felt her eyes moisten. The emotions she had suppressed for so long surged forth uncontrollably, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. Why have you returned? Why come back now? How can you avenge me at this juncture? Long Outyen transformed into human form, enveloping Lin Qingji in his embrace, gently soothing her turmoil. Qingji, do not worry. This time, Master is here. We shall be safe. Master has assured me he possesses a method to eliminate the void, evil qi within you. At this declaration, Lin Qingji slowly raised her gaze to the figure beside her. Outyen, what are you saying? He is your master. Confusion mingled with disbelief in Lin Qingji's heart. She was well aware of Long Outyen's prideful nature, and to acknowledge a human as master seemed unfathomable to her. Long Outyen, understanding her thoughts, refrained from elaborating further in light of the current circumstances. He felt a sense of relief that Su Chengyu had arrived just in time to subdue him at the Tiandanling Lake. Otherwise, if I were to arrive even a moment later, it is highly likely that I would never see Lin Qingji again. How intriguing this is. Within this small eastern wasteland, there are indeed those who dare to vie with us for treasures from the Blood Spirit Cave. Youngster, it seems you have grown weary of life. I shall grant you 3 breaths' time to kneel and kowtow, then be gone from my sight. Do you understand? Otherwise, death shall be your fate. Behind the Blood Spirit, several men clad in black robes spoke slowly. For the Blood Spirit Cave, let alone a mere eastern wasteland, even in the entirety of the Qing domain, it ranks among the most formidable forces, possessing dozens of beings at the spirit immortal realm. Moreover, The blood spirit is a disciple of the blood demon elder, with a status that surpasses all other powers in the Eastern Wasteland. How tiresome this is. No sooner had the words left his lips than, before the blood spirit could react, the man who had spoken previously transformed into a mist of blood. This caused the blood spirit to furrow his brow slightly. Since the appearance of Su Chengyu, his gaze had been fixed upon him. He could not comprehend why, with his cultivation at the Red Immortal realm, he was unable to discern the spiritual energy surrounding the opponent. Could it be that he possesses some extraordinary spiritual artifact? You are the first to dare to kill within my blood spirit cave in this Eastern Wasteland. I am curious whether you fear the repercussions from the forces behind you. Do you wish to be exterminated? The expression on the blood spirit's face grew increasingly frigid, a murderous intent surging forth from him. Blood spirit cave? Is it truly that formidable? I, the master of the mysterious Cloud Sect, shall await your arrival. Su Chengyu's long hair danced in the wind, exuding an air of nonchalance, as though he regarded the members of the blood spirit cave with utter disdain. This only deepened the discomfort within the blood spirit. The most critical matter, concerning the devouring of the Qing Phoenix bloodline, was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. If this information were to spread throughout the Qing domain, the blood spirit cave would face even greater challenges from those transcendent forces. What sort of trifling power is the mysterious Cloud Sect? I have never even heard of it. This solidified the blood spirit's resolve. Today, he absolutely could not allow Su Chengyu to leave. Wish to die? I shall send you on your way. Be careful, senior. He is at the Red Immortal realm, Lin Qingji was about to warn. At that moment, countless blood spirits surged forth behind the blood spirit, revealing a blood soul general wielding a long spear before the crowd, a presence at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Red Immortal realm. A roar echoed throughout the space. The blood soul general stepped forward, shattering the ground beneath, clouds of dust swirling into view. With a thrust of the spear, a chilling murderous intent was unleashed. As the terrifying force was about to descend upon the still motionless Su Chengyu, a flicker of disdain flashed through the blood spirit's eyes. He had expected some unforeseen variable, but it turned out to be just a small fry. Su Chengyu slowly raised a finger, gently pointing. Without a trace of spiritual energy fluctuations, the blood soul general, along with all the members of the blood spirit cave, were obliterated in the very space they occupied. Not a single breath was left behind, and the entire space once again fell into silence. Witnessing this scene, both Lin Qingji and Long Outyin widened their eyes in disbelief. That was a being at the peak of the 9th level of the Red Immortal realm, merely a step away from breaking through to the profound Immortal realm. A force that could command a territory even within the entire Qing domain. Yet, he was dispatched so effortlessly? Why does the scene feel so familiar? Chapter 19. Phoenix Source Blood, returning to the sect. Long Outyin could not help but swallow hard. He now understood that his perspective had been far too narrow to comprehend such terrifying capabilities. This implied that Su Chengyu's cultivation was undoubtedly above the Spirit Immortal realm, perhaps even at the level of the Dao Immortal realm. The fact that he had not been killed earlier was already a sign of Su Chengyu's restraint. Upon seeing Su Chengyu return to his previous position, Long Outyin finally spoke. Thank you immensely for your intervention, my lord. He nudged Lin Qingji, who was still in a daze, with his elbow. Qingji, this is the master I mentioned to you earlier. From now on, we can follow him and no longer have to worry about threats from other human forces. Senior, just call me Sect Master from now on, Su Chengyu replied slowly. Once we return this time, I will purge the malevolent energy from your body. Lin Qingji, who had come to her senses, nodded gratefully. For her, Su Chengyu's assistance in their rescue was a tremendous favor. Both were acutely aware of how difficult it was to eliminate the malevolent energy from the void. Despite their extensive search for solutions over time, they had made little progress. Had it not been for Long Outyin's continuous acquisition of blood spirits, she might not have been able to endure until now. Cough. Her pale complexion, after the earlier exertion, revealed that the malevolent energy had completely infiltrated her body. At that moment, she spat out a mouthful of black blood, nearly losing her balance and falling to the ground, only to be caught in Long Outyin's embrace. Master, is Qingji all right? At this moment, Lin Qingji's condition was evident to anyone with a discerning eye. She was clearly in a dire state. Su Chengyu understood Long Outyin's anxiety and merely extended his hand. A surge of void energy manifested. Before the two could fully comprehend what was happening, the scene before them transformed. They found themselves within a spirit hall brimming with spiritual energy. Is this the ability to traverse space? Lin Qingji's astonishment deepened. Such a technique was something she had only witnessed among the ancient ancestors of the Qing Phoenix clan. It should be noted that those ancestors had existed for over 10 millennia, beings of the Immortal Emperor realm. A bold thought surfaced in her mind. Could it be that the senior before her is also in existence at the Immortal Emperor realm? Lin Qingji, sensed her breath quickening. Su Chengyu gestured for Long Outyin to place Lin Qingji upon his spirit platform. Master, Qingji is rather timid. May I stay here with her while you treat her? I worry she may be frightened. Long Outyin's voice grew softer, his gaze fixed intently upon Lin Qingji. Lin Qingji's pale face began to show a hint of color. She shot a fierce glare at Long Outyin. You need not leave. There are things I wish to give you shortly. Soon, Su Chengyu began the treatment for Lin Qingji. With a wave of his hand, a blood spirit manifested within the spirit hall, exuding a thick scent of blood. The moment it came into contact with the spiritual energy, a sound akin to a phoenix's cry rang out. Is this the phoenix source blood? Lin Qingji's pupils constricted sharply, as though she had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. Although her own veins coursed with the blood of the Qing phoenix, it was merely a branch of the divine phoenix bloodline. Even if it were not the purest, it still held tremendous power. Yet, this phoenix source blood belonged to the primordial divine phoenix bloodline, something that the entire Qing phoenix clan could only dream of acquiring to break through to that unparalleled realm. To think she would encounter it here. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingji summoned her courage and spoke. Senior, are you truly bestowing upon me this precious phoenix blood? Is it not a tad too extravagant? At that moment, not only she, but even Long Outyin, who stood nearby, directed his gaze towards Su Chengyu, being also of divine beast lineage. Long Outyin was acutely aware of the significance of this blood, even for one with a less pure bloodline like himself. If he could refine the dragon source blood, he could transform into a true dragon. One could only fathom the uproar such a treasure would incite if it were to surface on the continent. Otherwise, why would I present it for your inspection? Su Chengyu waved his hand dismissively. Of course, there are conditions for you to refine this blood. Please, senior, state your requirements. Whatever it is that Lin Qingji can accomplish, I am willing to serve the sect master with all my might. Lin Qingji did not hesitate in the slightest, struggling to maintain her composure, but was stopped by Su Chengyu, who gestured for her to lie down and converse. What I require is quite simple. You two merely need to contribute to the sect's lineage. Naturally, the more, the better. Chapter 20. The Symbiosis of Dragon and Phoenix, the Path to Sect Development. By judiciously utilizing the resources at hand, Su Chengyu envisioned a sustainable and flourishing future for the Piaomiao Sect, filled with talent and brilliance. Upon hearing Su Chengyu's words, Lin Qingji's delicate face immediately flushed with a rosy hue as her gaze instinctively shifted towards Long Outyin. Rest assured, Master. In the future, aside from cultivation, our sole focus will be on continuing the lineage. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Long Outyin's eyes. If there was anything that could be easily achieved, it was this request. Though his bloodline was not entirely pure, the valor of the dragon race had certainly been passed down to him, based on his previous abilities. If he were to engage 5 times within half an hour, would he need to worry about Lin Qingji not conceiving? This was a significant advantage for him. Lin Qingji dared not look at Su Chengyu again, astonished at Long Outyin's directness. Does this dog of a man have no sense of propriety? With that, she closed her eyes and lay down. As a surge of chaotic energy enveloped her, Lin Qingji could sense the familiar phoenix blood entering her body. In an instant, spiritual energy surged forth, and the vigorous power of her bloodline coursed through all her meridians. Within moments, a wave of purple malevolence was expelled from her body, and a resonant cry of a phoenix echoed throughout the spiritual hall. The silhouette of the azure phoenix materialized. Fear not, your wife is unharmed. Do you not trust me? Su Chengyu remarked, observing Long Outyin's worried expression. He couldn't help but chuckle at the revelation that this lad was, in fact, a fervent protector of his wife. Long Outyin scratched his dragon horn, appearing somewhat bashful. Master, what you say is true. At this moment, I only place my trust in you. You are the beacon of light in my life. Without you, Qingji and I. Before he could finish, Su Chengyu interrupted him. Enough of the sentimentality. It is now your turn. With that, Su Chengyu waved his hand again, and another drop of blood appeared before him. Despite having experienced the previous shock, Long Outyin's eyes widened with excitement. Is this dragon source blood? Good heavens. Master, this must be what you intend to give me, right? What do you think? Can you not show a bit of ambition? Su Chengyu retorted, somewhat exasperated. Long Outyin swallowed hard. Although he was currently with Lin Qingji, his feelings were complex. His less than pure bloodline implied he could never gain the recognition of the Azure Phoenix tribe. In the conflict between kinship and affection, Lin Qingji had chosen the latter. This was the reason Long Outyin worked so relentlessly, not just to avoid being looked down upon by the Azure Phoenix tribe, but to possess the strength necessary to protect Lin Qingji and prevent her from facing crises like today. Master, thank you, Long Outyin said, attempting to kneel before Su Chengyu, only to be gently lifted by a wave of soft spiritual energy. Do you want to risk introducing Qingji to other dragons? Surely. You do not wish for your wife to be pursued by other dragon clans while you remain powerless to intervene? At this, Long Outyan's eyes widened in alarm. After spending so much time together, Lin Qingji was his lifeline. He could start anew, but he could not bear to lose her. Master, I understand. In less than the span of an incense stick, outside the Piaomiao Sect, a dragon and a phoenix hovered in the air. Chen Lingling, stepping out from the West Hall, was stunned, her beautiful eyes shimmering with astonishment. She had not anticipated that in such a short time, Su Qingyu had managed to summon the two most powerful divine beasts. As for whether it was through literary finesse or martial prowess, she leaned towards the latter. This was indeed a feat befitting a domineering man. Recalling the words spoken earlier by Lin Jin and others, a bold hypothesis emerged in Chen Lingling's mind. Sectmaster, could he possibly be a celestial lord? Within the spiritual hall, after an hour of refining the dragon and phoenix blood, Long Outyan and Lin Qingji slowly opened their eyes. Their aura had undergone a complete transformation, especially the dragon horn on Long Outyan's forehead, which radiated an ancient dragon essence, now entirely black. Clenching his body filled with spiritual energy, Long Outyan's expression was one of sheer exhilaration. His bloodline power had reverted to its ancestral form, purer than even that of the pure-blooded Black Dragon clan. The inherent divine abilities within him had also undergone a qualitative change. In the future, should he consume a few pure-blooded dragons, he could further purify his bloodline, achieving the true original blood source. Qingji, what do you think? Long Outyan inquired with concern. Compared to before, the pallor on Lin Qingji's face had completely vanished. The azure flames flickering in her eyes had become even more pristine. She could also sense that her bloodline power and physical form were now incomparable to what they had been. The malevolent energy in her body had been entirely dispelled. With the enhancement of her bloodline power, her cultivation had already reached the 9th tier of the Red Immortal realm. Lin Qingji's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she realized that for both of them, this was merely the beginning. The thriving bloodline power within her assured her that, within 5,000 years, she would undoubtedly become the youngest celestial emperor among the entire Azure Phoenix tribe. All of this was owed to the enigmatic Su Qingyu before her. And at that moment, Lin Qingji's conviction solidified. Her mysterious sect master must indeed be a celestial emperor, or at the very least, 1 foot already in that realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such resources and foundations. With that thought, the two of them, without a hint of hesitation, respectfully addressed Su Qingyu. We are profoundly grateful for the sect master's generosity. We shall steadfastly guard your side, come what may. Regarding this matter, both individuals made a heartfelt commitment. In the face of life and death, it was Su Qingyu who extended a helping hand, and they clearly understood this in their hearts. Su Qingyu nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Let us not forget the vital task I entrusted to you earlier, to bear offspring and increase the lineage of our sect. This is of paramount importance. Rest assured, sect master, we shall return and fulfill our duty at once. Long Outyan replied with a cheeky grin. They were not of the human race, thus their expressions of emotion were far more direct, leaving nothing concealed. Whatever Su Qingyu wished to witness, Long Outyan would endeavor to achieve. Beside them, Lin Qingji's eyes brimmed with embarrassment. Just as they prepared to depart, Su Qingyu's voice echoed once more. This is also for you. As his words fell, the dragon and phoenix secret technique materialized before them. Long Outyan instinctively infused his spiritual energy into it, and immediately, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Good heavens, this is truly a remarkable treasure. Curious, Lin Qingji leaned closer to Long Outyan. In less than a moment, her face flushed a deep crimson as she beheld the familiar positions meticulously annotated on the pages, experiences they had previously encountered in practice. Unlike before, when pleasure was one-sided, now it promised mutual joy while enhancing their cultivation. Indeed, the sect master is unparalleled. After a brief exchange, Lin Qingji allowed Long Outyan to take her hand as they ventured towards the hall's exit. Once their figures vanished from sight, Su Qingyu returned to his seat, savoring the Dao tea once more. Truly, this sect master is a genius. This is the essence of our sect's diverse development. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully initiating the sect's branch of prosperity through offspring. Chapter 21. The Sovereign Level Power, the Blood Spirit Caverns Transformation. 5,000 miles from the mysterious sect, hundreds of crimson palaces rose abruptly, standing tall upon the tranquil land. In the air, one could faintly detect the pungent scent of blood. Within the Blood Palace, a group of inept individuals were berated. You worthless fools! How could you fail to manage such a trivial matter? What purpose do I serve in keeping you around? The blood demon ancestor's gaze was frigid, filled with murderous intent. He had not anticipated that someone from the insignificant eastern wilderness would dare to lay a hand on his beloved disciple. Adoptive father. This incident was likely not instigated by the local forces of the Eastern Wilderness. It may be that Bloodling offended another sovereign power, leading to this unfortunate occurrence. I implore you to temper your anger. Before anyone else could speak, a young man approached the Blood Demon Ancestor, bowing his head as he softly explained. The Blood Demon Ancestor's gaze fell upon Xue Tian, his expression contemplative. Tianer, I have heard that during my seclusion, you and Bloodling have had numerous unpleasant encounters. Is there a misunderstanding at play? His deep voice reverberated through the hall, causing Xue Tian to shudder involuntarily. He understood the implications of those words and, without hesitation, knelt before the Blood Demon Ancestor. Adoptive father, even if there were some misunderstandings with Bloodling, I would never dare to raise a hand against my own. Xue Tian was acutely aware that within the Blood Demon Cavern, the one most cherished by the Blood Demon Ancestor was Bloodling. Bloodling's talent was unparalleled among the youth, and it was merely a matter of time before he broke into the spirit immortal realm, thereby elevating the entire Blood Demon Cavern to a new pinnacle. As his adopted son, Xue Tian had once believed he might receive special treatment, but as the years passed, he realized that the position would ultimately belong to Bloodling. After Bloodling's unexpected demise, Xue Tian felt a surge of joy, yet in this moment, he could sense the murderous aura emanating from the Blood Demon Ancestor. The Ancestor suspected that Xue Tian had colluded with rival forces to orchestrate Bloodling's downfall in the outside world. Observing Xue Tian trembling before him, the Blood Demon Ancestor's eyes were filled with contempt. Bring me the Bloodling Heaven Pearl. I wish to see who dares to harm my disciple, no matter the cost. I shall ensure their demise. Moments later, an elder clad in dark robes presented a blood-red spirit pearl before the assembly. Xue Tian exhaled a sigh of relief, for he bore no guilt and felt no pressure. He understood that the Bloodling Heaven Pearl was a forbidden technique acquired by the Blood Demon Ancestor a millennium ago in a secret realm, allowing one to sacrifice blood essence to glimpse a sliver of destiny. However, Xue Tian's heart grew cold as he realized that even in Bloodling's death, the Blood Demon Ancestor preferred to expend blood essence rather than designate him as the successor. After years of servitude, he was met with such a fate. Knelt on the ground, fists clenched, he felt the sting of his palms, yet kept his head bowed. The Blood Demon Ancestor waved his hand, causing the Bloodling Heaven Pearl to hover before him. The instant he infused it with spiritual energy, countless blood spirits surged forth, coalescing into a blood veil that materialized before the onlookers. The Blood Veil realm was where Bloodling last appeared. The image was continuously coalescing, and as all eyes turned towards the veil, the Blood Demon Ancestor's expression suddenly shifted, as if he had uncovered some terrifying truth. Before anyone could react, the Bloodling Pearl, along with the Blood Demon Ancestor's very form, erupted violently before them. Ancestor! Ancestor! What is happening? Why is the Bloodling Pearl in such a state? The entire Blood Palace erupted into chaos. At that moment, Xue Tian slowly rose, astonishment flickering in his eyes before being overtaken by excitement. He had previously understood the significance of the Bloodling Pearl. If an anomaly occurred, it could only mean one thing. They had glimpsed something extraordinary. With this realization, a cold smile crept upon Xue Tian's lips as he murmured to himself, "Old fool. You have finally perished. Now, this blood spirit cavern belongs to me, Xue Tian." Before the assembly could regain their composure, Xue Tian stomped upon the remnants of the Blood Demon Ancestor, scattering the pieces across the floor, and fixed his gaze upon the elders of the Blood Palace. It seems my adoptive father's luck has run out. He has offended those he should not have. Though he may be gone, someone must step forward to lead the Blood Spirit Cavern. What do you all say? His voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. The other elders were taken aback, realizing that Xue Tian, in his disregard for decorum, had made his intentions clear with that decisive stomp. Throughout the years within the Blood Demon Cavern, they had been acutely aware of his ambition to replace Bloodling, but Bloodling's unique status and the Blood Demon Ancestor's favor had long denied Xue Tian any opportunity. After a moment of silence, an elder with flowing white hair slowly stood up from the crowd, his gaze toward Xue Tian filled with derision. I never imagined you hid your true self so deeply, you brat. Even with the old ancestor gone, do you truly believe that you, a mere scavenger, are worthy of sitting in this position? How utterly laughable. Before the elder could finish his remarks, a blood spirit surged skyward, an overwhelming aura instantly enveloping everyone present. How is this possible? You have already reached the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm? In the entire blood spirit cave, only the Blood Demon Ancestor existed at this level. Xue Tian had concealed his strength for so many years, biding his time for this moment. Now that the Blood Demon Ancestor had perished due to his hubris, it was merely a fitting end for him. If he could not contend with that old fool, how could he not manage you? As soon as the words left his mouth, a blood spirit transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the elder's body. In the eyes of the onlookers, he collapsed lifelessly. Let me see who else dares to defy me. I can reason with them. If not, I trust you know how to handle what comes next. Shui Tian settled into the main seat, his expression one of serene indifference, gently patting the armrest of his throne. After 500 years, it was finally his turn to occupy this position. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a month had elapsed. In the rear mountain, two figures emerged from the training chamber. Under Su Qingyu's guidance, their cultivation had rapidly ascended to the 9th level of the Dao Palace, mere steps away from the Dantian realm. Wow, Zhenyan. Is this truly what it feels like to awaken one's potential? I never thought cultivation could be this simple. Since activating her Tai Ling bloodline, with Su Qingyu's help, Shui Yuan had experienced a remarkable leap in power within just a month. Even Wu Zhenyan was astonished. His younger sister's Tai Ling bloodline seemed to surpass his own 9 tribulations' sword body in fearsome potential. Nevertheless, he held no reservations. Whether as a junior sister or a future bride, Wu Zhenyan felt nothing but joy at Shui Yuan's growing strength. With a wave of his hand, Wu Zhenyan produced a skewer of candied hawthorn and approached Shui Yuan. Upon seeing the honey-coated fruit, a sparkle ignited in her beautiful eyes. Zhenyan, you truly are the best to me. Without a moment's hesitation, she took the candied hawthorn and placed it against her rosy lips. Watching her tongue brush against the treat, Wu Zhenyan found himself swallowing hard. Despite not being particularly fond of candied hawthorn, it appeared incredibly tempting today. The pair settled into a spirit pavilion. But before he could collect his thoughts, Shui Yuan seemed to recall something. She turned to Wu Zhenyan, her expression somewhat peculiar, and softly inquired, Zhenyan, didn't you mention that when our master activated my constitution, he imparted a special technique to you? When will you teach it to me? At her words, Wu Zhenyan's heart jolted. A technique? The dual cultivation secret? The dragon and phoenix secret art? How could he have forgotten this? Zhenyan, why are you silent? Do you have something on your mind? Wu Zhenyan forced a wry smile, then glanced at Shui Yuan, wanting to explain but momentarily at a loss for words. Yu, this technique is somewhat unique, so perhaps we should discuss it later. Unique? How special can a technique be, Zhenyan? You aren't trying to deceive me, are you? Shui Yuan, slightly displeased, set her candied hawthorn aside, the glistening droplets of syrup still visible upon it. Humph, if you find it bothersome, then forget it. I didn't really want to learn it anyway. It's just a technique, after all. How special can it be? So, you truly don't wish to tell me? Seeing Shui Yuan's pout, Wu Zhenyan hesitated, torn between maintaining his elder brother image and the responsibility his master had entrusted to him for revitalizing the sect. After a deep breath, he finally handed over the technique's spiritual stone. Shui Yuan's mood lightened. Her curiosity piqued as she yearned to discover what made this technique so extraordinary that it caused her brother to hesitate. Humph, it seems that in Zhenyan's heart, I am the most important. Zhenyan, I knew it, she said, her cheeks flushing as her words faltered. Ah, Zhenyan, you mean to say that our master actually taught you the dual cultivation technique? Wu Zhenyan, adopting a serious expression, nodded and briefly recounted Su Qingyu's plan to preserve and revitalize the sect. Shui Yuan's complexion deepened in shade. The atmosphere turned somewhat tense. Yu, I didn't mean it that way. Please don't take it to heart. I merely mentioned it in passing. Before Wu Zhenyan could elaborate, Shui Yuan slowly lifted her gaze, her shy yet enchanting eyes locking onto his. If it's with you, Zhenyan, I would be willing. After all, our master has granted us such a wonderful opportunity. It would only be right for us to contribute to the sect. Shui Yuan's voice grew softer. Her delicate features tinged with a rosy hue as her hair danced in the breeze. Gazing at the ethereal beauty before him, Wu Zhenyan's heart fluttered. It wasn't because of the technique or the notion of dual cultivation, but because, after all these years, he finally understood that Shui Yuan's heart had always belonged to him. You can rest assured, Yu, I will treat you well from now on. Zhenyan, I believe in you. As long as you are willing. We can try during the upcoming Tianjiao conference. After all, a pair of cultivators can support one another, making the journey less arduous. Taking a deep breath, Wu Zhenyan steadied his emotions. If this continued, he might indeed begin cultivating on the spot. Today marked the day of the Eastern Wasteland Tianjiao conference, and the two had previously implored Su Qingyu to take them to witness the world. After finally securing this opportunity, Wu Zhenyan was determined not to let it slip away. By the way, Yu, our master is still waiting for us. We should hurry and not keep him waiting too long. Seeing Wu Zhenyan's hurried retreat, a smile graced Shui Yuan's face. Zhenyan, if you don't take the initiative, how can there be a story? Chapter 23, Eastern Wasteland, Tianjiao Conference. Just as Su Qingyu stepped out of the Spirit Palace, he heard two familiar voices calling out, Master, Master. The newcomers were none other than Wu Zhenyan and Shui Yuan. Their previous concerns momentarily set aside as they looked forward to the upcoming conference. Master, Didn't you say that today marks the commencement of the Eastern Wasteland Tianjiao Conference? When do we depart? Wu Junyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us depart now, Su Chengyu declared. No sooner had his words faded than a resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the space, followed by the imposing figure of Long Outyin materializing. Master. After a month of cultivating alongside Lin Xingji, he had finally comprehended the true essence of joyful cultivation. The barriers of the Red Immortal realm had been effortlessly transcended. Dragon Elder. Upon witnessing Long Outyin's arrival, Wu Junyan regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and awe. Initially, upon hearing Chen Lingling mention that her master had accepted a dragon and a phoenix as the sect's guardian beasts, they had been quite taken aback. After all, the pride of the dragon and phoenix clans was well known across the continent. It was a common understanding that they would never consider becoming guardians of the human race, and in the event of defeat, they would offer no chance of capture. However, after spending a month in Long Outyin's company, their preconceived notions began to waver. He was, surprisingly, quite amiable, yet as it was their first encounter with a true dragon, their curiosity remained piqued. Before they could fully process the situation, a gentle surge of spiritual energy swiftly lifted them, placing them atop Long Outyin's back. Su Chengyu did not hesitate. He took a step forward, his deep voice resonating in Long Outyin's ear. It is time for us to go. Indeed, Master. The Celestial Heroes Conference is the grandest event in the Eastern Wasteland, orchestrated by the 5 foremost sections. All young practitioners from the Eastern Wasteland are eligible to participate. Defeating a disciple from a first-rate sect offers the chance to join their ranks. Although first-rate sects hold little significance in the broader realm of the Qing domain, they stand as towering entities within the confined bounds of the Eastern Wasteland. The 5 foremost sects have existed for millennia, their profound heritage and strength envied by many young aspirants. Joining one, even as a mere outer disciple, could significantly uplift a family's status and illuminate its legacy. This year's Celestial Heroes Conference is set to take place in Yuntian City. Even 3 days prior, the entire city had been swarmed by various factions eager to witness the prowess of the Eastern Wasteland's strongest youth. The streets were bustling with crowds, many factions seeking information about the 5 sections. It was rumored that this year, the preparations of the 5 sects were exceptionally thorough, all vying for the coveted top position. Indeed, my grandaunt's second cousin's younger brother's friend serves as a doorkeeper disciple at the Fire Spirit sect. He informed me that this year's chief disciple, not yet 40 years of age, has already ascended to the Dao Palace realm, mastering the 5th grade Fire Cloud Absolute and achieving great success in its essence. Such power is simply terrifying. The Fire Spirit sect? What of it? It pales in comparison to Wu Lei, the chief disciple of the Thousand Doors sect. With a cultivation level at the 3rd stage of the Dao Palace and the 5th grade sword technique perfected, he has even condensed the embryonic form of sword intent. Now, that is a true genius. Save your breath. The Celestial Heroes Conference is merely a spectacle for celestial beings to clash, allowing us insignificant ones to feel included. The disparity between strengths and weaknesses is of no concern to us. If any of you possess grievances, there are establishments nearby where one can test their luck. Why didn't you mention this sooner? This time, I have faith in the Thousand Doors sect. Sister, place your bets, and let the spirit carriage transform into a spirit abode. Not far from the throng, within a tavern's loft, 2 figures, a young girl and an elderly man, leaned against the window. The girl poured spirit wine for the elder, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Master, can this truly be considered the Celestial Heroes Conference? We have been here for quite some time, and the disciples from the 5 foremost sects may not even qualify as our Hongwan Hall's miscellaneous disciples. Are we merely wasting our time here? Upon hearing this, the elder accepted the spirit wine cup, took a gentle sip, and his deep-set gaze remained tranquil. After a moment, he looked out the window and replied, "Finding suitable talents is not an easy task. If we were merely in search of ordinary disciples, what need would we have to seek them ourselves? Let us wait a while longer. I have a premonition that this Celestial Heroes Conference may yield unexpected delights." As a transcendent sect in the Qing domain, Hongwan Hall holds little interest in ordinary disciples, as there are dedicated elders responsible for such matters. The white-haired elder's purpose is to traverse the various realms within the Qing domain, not solely for his own benefit, but to recruit promising talents for Hongwan Hall. The girl wished to voice her thoughts again, but the elder interrupted her. 17. What did your master tell you? One must not judge solely by appearances. Before we depart, do you remember the several principles regarding talented disciples? After a moment of contemplation, Hong Shichi finally lifted her head and said, "Is it that those with great potential often have had unique experiences? Be it a broken engagement, the murder of their parents, or the extermination of their clan. Those who have undergone significant upheaval are highly likely to undergo transformation. A smile finally graced the elder's face. Now do you understand the rationale behind my actions? The insights regarding Hongwan Hall are the culmination of thousands of years of observation. An investigation into the talented disciples within Hongwan Hall reveals that most transformations are indeed linked to such experiences. Hong Shiqi nodded, her gaze turning contemplatively toward the window. Indeed, the seniors within the sect are truly wise. Approximately an hour remained before the commencement of the Celestial Heroes Arena. However, prior to that, a considerable number of young aspirants had already gathered in the vicinity of the 5 foremost sections. For them, the Celestial Heroes Conference signifies not only a display of strength and heritage, but also the opportunity to attract more promising young disciples from the Eastern Wasteland. Thus, before the event begins, the 5 foremost sects will conduct assessments. Those who pass will be granted entry as outer disciples. Within the realm of Luyun Sect, 5 black spiritual pillars radiated a chilling aura, standing tall at the center. This marked the first step of the sect's assessment, testing the potential of the disciples. Only those who reached the 4th level of the spiritual pillar would qualify for entry into the sect. At the forefront of the line, an elder clad in black robes surveyed the crowd with a frigid expression. Li Feng, 9th level of the Earth Origin Realm, talent assessment failed at level 3. Wang Yuan, 1st level of the Earth Origin Realm, talent assessment failed at level 2. Out of a 100-strong line, only one individual managed to barely pass, landing on the 4th level. This reality heightened the anxiety of the others still waiting to be assessed. It was unexpected that even the first round of talent assessment would be so challenging. Some had begun to reconsider their participation. My heavens, truly, first-rate sects are on an entirely different level. With nearly 200 participants, including several renowned geniuses from third-rate factions, it is shocking that they cannot even pass the first round of assessment. The disparity is simply too vast. Isn't that obvious? A mere outer disciple from a first-rate sect could easily overshadow anyone from a small third-rate sect, let alone in a second-rate sect. No wonder. For my sister-in-law had promised me that as long as I could become a disciple of the outer sect, he would be willing to join me. Alas, is this assessment truly toxic? This genius has actually failed to reach even the first level of aptitude. Next, upon hearing this command, Bai Qingma's heart tightened, and he took a deep breath before stepping towards the platform. He placed his hand upon the spiritual pillar. Just release your spiritual power. At the elder's instruction from the Luyun sect, Bai Qingma did not hesitate and swiftly extended his palm. In less than a moment, a faint light flickered on the spiritual pillar, only to vanish without a trace before the eyes of the crowd. Witnessing this spectacle, a wave of laughter erupted around him. What in the world? To think we would encounter a talent who couldn't even light up half a level. Given his earlier serious demeanor, one would have expected a grand display, but instead, he failed spectacularly, truly a source of amusement. To have a brother as remarkable as you, yet still possess the courage to come up here and embarrass yourself, you're the first of your kind. The elder responsible for the examination, while maintaining a calm demeanor, also displayed a hint of disdain. Next, Chapter 24, Waste, by Qingma. That frigid voice echoed in Bai Qingma's heart. He never anticipated that he would fall to such depths. Unable to even illuminate the spirit stone, the meridians within his body were severed, far worse than he had imagined. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and slowly addressed the elder in black. Could you grant me a chance? Even if it is merely to be a servant disciple, I. Before Bai Qingma could finish his plea, he was abruptly interrupted by the elder in black. Do you take the Luyun sect for a mere place? Do you think any sort of waste can simply walk in? What a ridiculous notion. You have 10 breaths to scram, or do not blame me for being impolite. Were it not for the peculiar nature of today's occasion, he would have already taken action to force Bai Qingma away. Such a waste, in his view, was a drain on existence itself, let alone the audacity to dream of entering their Luyun sect. As an esteemed sect, how could they possibly accept such refuse? Bai Qingma gritted his teeth, his face ashen. Just as he prepared to turn away, a familiar voice rang out behind him. Oh, is that not our former genius from the Wilderness Prefecture? How have you fallen so low that even a servant disciple is beyond your reach? Turning to behold the speaker, Bai Qingma's complexion darkened further. The young man who had spoken was Lin Gingxin, the current chief disciple of the Luyun sect, and his former rival. Both hailed from the Wilderness Prefecture, representing the two most powerful families, the Bai and Lin clans. It was said that two tigers could not coexist on the same mountain, a sentiment that resonated deeply between the two families. Each represented the pinnacle of youthful talent from their respective lineages, with expectations that their strengths would be evenly matched. During a martial contest arranged by the county prince's residence, Bai Qingma had effortlessly defeated Lin Gingxin with a single move, showcasing his exceptional talent to all of Wilderness Prefecture. The Bai family had expected to leverage this victory to forge alliances, aspiring to become the foremost family in Wilderness Prefecture. However, An unfortunate incident had led the Bai family to offend the bloodthirsty overlords of the Blood Spirit Cave. Within a single day, the entire Bai clan was annihilated. Although Bai Qingma survived, his meridians were utterly ruined. Even with his cultivation at the Tianyuan realm, he could not muster a fraction of spiritual power. In stark contrast, Lin Gingxin awakened the Heavenly Spear martial soul, which caught the attention of the elders of Luyan sect. In less than 3 years, he ascended to become the strongest young talent within the sect, even becoming a direct disciple of the sect leader, Wang Qianquan. With such advantageous circumstances, the Lin family swiftly dominated the Wilderness Prefecture, establishing themselves as the leading clan. Before Bai Qingma could utter a word, Lin Gingxin's voice sounded once more. If you are willing to kneel before me and bow 3 times, I shall grant you the opportunity to join the Luyan sect. What say you? A smirk danced upon Lin Gingxin's lips. Elder Wang, this matter should pose no issue, correct? Upon hearing this, the elder overseeing the assessment quickly altered his expression and nodded in agreement. Naturally, there is no problem with that. Although he is an elder of the Luyan sect, he is merely an outer sect elder. Lin Gingxin, in just a few short years, had already subdued the entirety of the younger generation within the sect. With the resources of the Luyan sect, who knows how far he could ascend, perhaps even to the realm of the immortal ascendancy. Thus, it was only reasonable to extend such a favor. Bai Qingma's expression grew increasingly grim. He understood well that Lin Gingxin's intentions were to humiliate him. Should he truly join the Luyan sect, not only would he find no means to restore his body, but it was also likely that he could perish at the hands of Lin Gingxin. Observing Bai Qingma's silence, several disciples of the Luyan sect standing behind Lin Gingxin spoke with ill intent. Are you mute? Our senior brother Lin is offering you this opportunity, which is already a tremendous grace. What are you waiting for? Kneel, or do you expect us to ask you again? Lacking even the resolve to accept your status as a waste, Bai Qingma took deep breaths, striving to calm the turmoil within his heart, lowering his head to ignore them, and began to step away from the crowd. Before he could take more than a few steps, he felt a violent force strike his waist, sending him flying. Do you not understand that this is the territory of the Luyan sect? Senior brother Lin has yet to speak, and you dare to leave? On the ground, Bai Qingma spat a mouthful of blood and struggled to rise. Before he could steady himself, another tremendous force assailed him. Pain surged through his internal organs, nearly rendering him unconscious. Without the protective barrier of spiritual power, his shattered meridians rendered Bai Qingma weaker than an ordinary person. How could he withstand such an assault? Senior brother Lin, this waste is so pathetic that I could crush him with a single hand. Should we deal with him for you, senior brother? The Luyan disciple who had struck him earlier spoke. Lin Gingxin merely waved his hand, maintaining a calm expression as he approached Bai Qingma. This individual was once my dear friend. How could I bear to let him die? I merely wish for him to live like a dead dog. His gaze was filled with contempt. Since awakening the Heavenly Spear martial soul, Lin Gingxin was acutely aware that he and Bai Qingma inhabited entirely different worlds. Though he had avenged himself, he now sought to ensure that Bai Qingma lived in a state of utter despair. Sometimes, existing was far more agonizing than death. Just like Bai Qingma, lying helpless on the ground. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. Lin Gingxin seemed to recall something. Lowering his voice so that only the two could hear. That wretched woman who rejected me back then, what was her name? Yu Xinming, wasn't it? Did she not claim that her most beloved person was you? After the annihilation of the Bai family, that wretched woman was not only thoroughly toyed with by me, but I also took great pleasure in slaughtering her entire family before her very eyes. I recall vividly that in her final moments, she still clung to the name of her beloved brother. Yet, what can you do now? Upon hearing these words, Bai Qingma's pupils constricted sharply, and he could no longer contain the tempest of emotions raging within him. A spirit sword slipped from his grasp, poised to strike Lin Gingxin's neck. In an instant, a surge of spiritual power erupted, accompanied by a thunderous sound, as Bai Qingma's body crashed heavily to the ground. The mocking voice of Lin Gingxin echoed in his ears. With your pathetic abilities, you dare to kill me? Perhaps in your next life. This was but a trivial interlude. Yet the onlookers wore expressions of derision. Such is the harsh reality. Such is the fickleness of the world. In their eyes, Bai Qingma, regardless of his past, was now merely a jester. He, who did not comprehend his own station, dared to provoke the direct disciples of the 5 foremost sections. Struggling to rise, Bai Qingma's youthful gaze was filled with icy resolve. He vowed within his heart to recover and exact vengeance upon that scoundrel Lin Gingxin. Master, is this person not pitiable? Should we not extend our compassion? In Hong Shiqi's beautiful eyes, a flicker of sympathy emerged. She had witnessed the entire ordeal, and the young girl, untainted by the world's cruelties, still harbored a vestige of kindness, a so-called conscience. The elder with white hair, still clutching his cup of spiritual wine, merely shook his head slowly. But master, Did you not say that talented disciples often endure grievous trials? Is he not a prime example? The elder understood the young girl's intention and chose not to dispute her. You must realize his meridians have been utterly destroyed. Do you comprehend what that signifies? To restore him completely, even our Hongwan pavilion would require an exorbitant price. As it stands, he is not worth such an investment. Only then did Hong Shiqi withdraw her gaze. She had previously heard the elder speak of how relationships between individuals are founded upon mutual benefit. The value Bai Qingma could bring did not equate to the cost the Hongwan pavilion would incur, and thus, the inevitable conclusion was evident. 17. You must understand. The laws of survival are the same everywhere. I understand, Master. Chapter 25. Taking a disciple, Celestial Talent? Bai Qingma, dragging his battered body, made his solitary way toward the outskirts of the city. He was acutely aware that the celestial gathering had become irrelevant to him. Hatred coursed through him as he gazed at the spirit's sword in his hand, wavering for a moment. Doubts crept in. Was there truly a chance for him to restore his body? If he could not even achieve that, how could he seek vengeance for himself and the fallen Bai family? The Blood Spirit Cave, a dominant force, housed beings beyond the realm of xianxian. It was leagues beyond what the eastern wilderness could contend with. Is this where you choose to stop, young man? Before Bai Qingma could collect himself, a strange voice called from behind. Upon seeing the ethereal white figure, a flicker of wariness crossed Bai Qingma's eyes. He feared that Su Chengyu was a member of the Luoyuan sect, intent on ending his life. As he gripped the spirit sword, Bai Qingma felt his body stiffen, rendering him immobile. Yet, there was no despair. This mindset was far more resilient than he had anticipated. Feeling Su Chengyu's gaze scrutinizing him, Bai Qingma could no longer restrain himself. If you have the ability, then kill me. The murderous intent flashing in his eyes elicited a smile from Su Chengyu. He was well aware of Bai Qingma's humiliating experiences. If I truly wish to kill you, why would I waste breath on you? I know you are desperate to find a way to restore your body. If you become my disciple, I can offer you that opportunity. At this declaration, Bai Qingma's eyes widened in shock. He was certain this was their first encounter. They shared no prior connection, so why would anyone be so benevolent? Having faced the harshness of reality, Bai Qingma had shed his naivete. Why should I trust you? On what grounds? Su Chengyu's smile deepened. To you, resolving your shattered meridians may seem monumental, but to me, it is merely a trifling matter. If I truly harbored ill intentions, do you believe you are worthy of my time? More importantly, do you not yearn for vengeance against the humiliation you endured? Each word struck at Bai Qingma's heart. After a moment's hesitation, he felt the limitations on his body lift. Without a shred of hesitation, he knelt before Su Chengyu, bowing 3 times with forceful reverence. For him, there was no turning back. If this person spoke the truth, then this was his chance for a new beginning. At worst, he would face death. Bai Qingma understood the necessity of making such a choice. Master, I bow before you. Seeing that Bai Qingma continued his supplication, Su Chengyu finally waved his hand. A gentle wave of spiritual energy lifting him. With a thought, a pill appeared in the palm of Bai Qingma's hand. Without hesitation, he consumed it, instantly feeling a surge of spiritual power coursing through his body. His pallid complexion regained a hint of vitality. However, Bai Qingma, grimacing at the pain within, looked towards Su Chengyu. Master, my current body seems unable to absorb this pill. With a gentle pull, Su Chengyu summoned a chaotic energy that swiftly entered Bai Qingma's body. Combined with the restorative pill, within moments, Bai Qingma's eyes widened in astonishment. I can feel the spiritual energy. Previously, Bai Qingma had sought methods to restore himself. Yet, even for a dominant force, the cost was astronomical. His earlier choice to join the Luoyuan sect was merely a temporary refuge. He never anticipated that this predicament could be so effortlessly resolved by his master. It was utterly terrifying. Could it be that his master was a superlative expert? Perhaps even above the Daoxian realm? A wave of relief washed over him. Fortunately, he had maintained his composure and seized this opportunity. This first bow had paved the way for a bright future. Fear not, within half an hour, all your shattered meridians will be completely restored. The anxiety that had gripped Bai Qingma's heart dissipated entirely. Master, where shall we go now? Back to the sect? Su Chengyu replied with a hint of exasperation. Did you not mention seeking revenge earlier? First, let me introduce you to your senior brothers and sisters. With that, he strode toward the city. Master, please wait for me. Following Su Chengyu, Bai Qingma entered a tavern. It wasn't long before he encountered his senior brothers and sisters, as mentioned by his master. Wu Junyan and Su Yuyuan stood together like a pair made in heaven, currently stealing secret hand-holding glances, making Bai Qingma blink his curious, large eyes in wonder. Senior brother. Senior sister, I am Qingma. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Bai Qingma said, taking the initiative to introduce himself. When Su Chengyu had left earlier, he had already briefed the two, so their hearts brimmed with joy upon seeing Bai Qingma. After all, While the Piaomiao Sect boasted profound roots, its popularity was rather scarce. The fact that their master could recruit new disciples naturally promised a livelier atmosphere. Greetings, junior brother. After a brief introduction, Bai Qingmao felt an even greater curiosity towards his newly met seniors. Having witnessed Su Qingyu's prowess, he understood that any disciple accepted by his master could hardly be ordinary. Qingmao, you must be aware of the commencement time for the Tianjiao tournament, right? Su Yuan suddenly inquired. It should be starting soon, Bai Qingmao responded, momentarily taken aback. Are you planning to test your skills, senior sister? Fool. Senior sister is naturally going to seek revenge for you. How dare a mere first-tier sect bully my junior brother? Just wait and see how I trample them underfoot, making it clear that disciples of the Piaomiao Sect are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingmao turned his gaze towards Su Qingyu, realizing it must be his master's intention. A sense of warmth enveloped him, as he had not felt such comfort since the destruction of the Bai family, where every encounter had been with those who sought his life. His eyes grew slightly misty. Thank you, senior brother and sister. In Su Qingyu's mind, a familiar notification chimed once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the fated task. The fortune bag is being distributed in the background. Bai Qingmao. Cultivation, 9th stage of Tianyin realm. Physique, ancient sacred body. Fortune, exceptional. Talent, celestial quality. Issuing side quest. Develop reputation in the eastern wilderness. Rewards will be calculated based on the final results. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Was this not a pure act of kindness directed at him? He had not intended to let the Luyun sect off the hook, and now with this reputation task, would he not have to turn the entire eastern wilderness upside down? Chapter 26. The arena opens. Luyun sect's prodigy? As the sound of battle drums echoed, the atmosphere at the Tianjiao conference reached its zenith, with the 5 great spirit arenas slowly rising in the central area. This signified the commencement of the second phase of the conference, the much-anticipated competition. The most extraordinary geniuses of the eastern wilderness hailed predominantly from the 5 first-tier sects, making this the only venue to witness these so-called prodigious youths. Each area dispatched elders from their respective sects to maintain order. The format of this conference mirrored previous ones, allowing other factions in the eastern wilderness the opportunity to challenge the disciples of the 5 first-tier sections. Anyone capable could ascend, with the victor becoming the arena master and receiving the sect's prepared elixirs and techniques. Finally, the internal battles among the 5 first-tier sects would commence, with prior skirmishes merely serving to highlight the strengths of the respective sections. Only during the final internal battles would the true heritage of the sects be revealed. Soon, as the disciples of the first-tier sects emerged onto the arenas, the crowd's attention swiftly gravitated towards the Luyun sect. After all, the commotion surrounding Lin Gingxin had drawn considerable attention. While Lin Gingxin was undoubtedly powerful, his demeanor left much to be desired. His arrogance was palpable. If he could act so brazenly as a mere chief disciple, what might he become in the future? What does it matter? If I possessed his talent, I would be even more arrogant, ensuring others understood what true dominance means. However, there were whispers that the 5 sects were concealing their trump cards, leaving everyone curious as to who would ultimately prevail. On the Luyun sect's spirit arena, a figure appeared, clad in a flowing black robe, with purple hair dancing in the wind. Even his eyes sparkled with a mystical violet light, emanating an air of invincibility. Luyun sect, Lin Yunquan, please enlighten me. Upon hearing the name Lin Yunquan, many disciples beneath the arena flickered with excitement. Although Lin Gingxin currently held prominence among the younger generation, astute observers recognized that Lin Yunquan also possessed remarkable potential, albeit still youthful. In time, he would undoubtedly become a formidable rival. In mere moments, a young man in white attire appeared on the spirit arena, his features handsome, a peachwood sword slung across his back. His gaze, icy and resolute, fixed upon Lin Yunquan. Lin Yunquan, today I shall slay you. As these words echoed, not only did the spectators below the arena react, but a flicker of confusion also crossed Lin Yunquan's eyes. After a brief moment of bewilderment, memories from 3 years prior began to resurface in his mind. During the sect's grand assembly, he had mistakenly killed an inner disciple in the midst of a duel. While he couldn't recall the name, the young man's appearance bore a striking resemblance to the one before him now. Ah, I remember. You are here seeking revenge for that useless one from 3 years ago? Lin Yunquan's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes filled with disdain. He was weak and could barely withstand a casual strike from me. Can I be blamed for his death? Wang Mu took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. He understood that this was his only opportunity to avenge his brother. On the spirit arena, he could not afford any mistakes. Regaining his composure, he turned his calm gaze towards the elder in charge of the Luyun sect. Should we begin? The elder merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Yunchuan before his deep voice resonated through the air once more. You may proceed. As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Mu's spiritual power surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through to the Dao Palace realm. The peachwood sword in his hand shot forward, its blade slicing through the air, creating an ethereal moonlit shadow directed at Lin Yunchuan. There's potential, but not much. Lin Yunchuan mused. Wang Mu's ability to reach the Dao Palace realm at such a young age was commendable, even within the Luyun sect. Not to mention the sword technique he had manifested. As the attacking force descended, Lin Yunchuan executed a ghostly step, arcs of electricity leaping throughout the space. With a surge of lightning coursing through him, he punched directly at the sword shadow. In mere moments of contact, the sword shadow shattered. Wang Mu's expression shifted slightly. He had originally presumed that Lin Yunchuan, despite merely entering the Dao Palace realm, would be manageable to contend with, regardless of his innate talent. To his astonishment, this wretched individual had concealed his true strength. With a thought, his figure flickered again, and the peachwood sword in his hand surged forth like a streak of light. Emerging from the gentle spring breeze, Lin Yunchuan shook his head, disappointment etched across his features. He had expected to feel some pressure, but it turned out that you, like your brother who perished 3 years ago, remained utterly ineffectual. Prepare to meet your demise. A sudden flash of lightning illuminated the scene, accompanied by a deafening crash and the sound of shattering. By the time the onlookers regained their senses, Wang Mu's form had been sent flying, crashing to the ground like a lifeless dog, his body charred to a crisp by the lightning spirit. The supervising elder had just begun to issue commands when several accompanying disciples disdainfully dragged Wang Mu aside. Witnessing Lin Yunchuan's display of power, the disciples from other factions beneath the battle spirit platform hesitated visibly. The purpose of this Celestial Heroes Conference was to allow disciples to gauge the disparity between themselves and the elite of the first-rate sections. What was intended to be a mere exchange had devolved into a life-or-death crisis at the very outset. Who would dare to take the stage under such circumstances? As the atmosphere around the battle spirit platform fell into an eerie silence, Lin Yunchuan remained rooted in place, his gaze casual and indifferent. For him, it mattered not who stepped forward, nor how many did. The outcome would remain unchanged. Even among the 5 major sects, only the 5 chief disciples could pose any semblance of challenge, yet even that was a trivial concern. Elder, if this continues, we should swiftly proceed to the next round. There isn't a single contender worthy of note, one of the disciples remarked. Before Lin Yunchuan could voice his thoughts, a graceful figure materialized upon the battle spirit platform. Are you truly formidable? At the sound of that sultry voice, all eyes of the youthful audience were drawn irresistibly to her. Adorned in a flowing purple silk gown, her fierceness could not be concealed. Strands of azure hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a visage exquisite enough to rival those of celestial beings. Even Lin Yunchuan, who had encountered countless women, felt a flicker of astonishment. This woman was extraordinary. A glimmer of avarice appeared in his gaze. His greatest pursuits in life were the paths of martial arts and the allure of women. Having suffered defeat at the hands of Lin Gingxin 3 consecutive times, even with the latter restraining himself to the same realm, the outcome had remained unchanged, igniting a fire of defiance within Lin Yunchuan's heart. It was only after conferring with 6 junior sisters that he managed to quell his inner turmoil. Senior brother, could allowing senior sister to compete pose any danger? Bai Qingma inquired, her voice tinged with concern. Flowing Cloud Sect was a prominent presence in the Eastern Wasteland and among the younger generation. Only a handful could rival Lin Yunchuan's prowess. With Wang Mu's earlier fate as a cautionary tale, her apprehension was not unfounded. Danger? Huh. Wu Junyin's placid countenance broke into a smile. Although Su Yuan had only recently commenced her training, the overwhelming might of her Tai Ling bloodline was not something even he could easily withstand. As for this so-called first-rate sect, what significance did it hold? To withstand a punch from your senior sister would already be considered a remarkable feat for this lad. Chapter 27. Su Yuan takes the stage. One punch, a fatal blow? A punch? Bai Qingma's eyes widened in disbelief. On the battle spirit platform, Lin Yunchuan scrutinized Su Yuan with keen interest. How about we find a more secluded place? I could provide you with some guidance. Guidance? A sly smile graced Su Yuan's lips. Why not return and offer guidance to your mother? Is your father inept? Or perhaps you should instruct your master? Is your Flowing Cloud Sect truly that ineffectual? At her words, the disciples of Flowing Cloud Sect below the platform frowned in disapproval. Even Lin Gingxin, seated at the forefront, wore a grim expression, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Yuan. The other factions were left dumbfounded. After all, Flowing Cloud Sect was a first-rate sect, often ranking among the top 3, even among the 5 major sections. Such blatant humiliation. Even if Lin Yunchuan were to spare her out of infatuation, would likely make it impossible for this woman to leave the Celestial Heroes Conference unscathed. Is this fairy not aware of the risks? She dares to insult them on their own turf, unfazed by the glances of those who seem ready to devour her whole? Indeed, look at the predatory stares of the Flowing Cloud disciples. Moreover, she stood against Lin Yunchuan. It seemed this young woman was courting disaster. What a pity for those long legs. How delightful it would be if they could tread upon my face. By the heavens, is there truly a lunatic? The smile vanished from Lin Yunchuan's face entirely. No matter how fond he was of women, he understood that, at this juncture, the reputation of Flowing Cloud Sect far outweighed the worth of a so-called shameless woman. His eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Shameless woman, do you seek death? Before Su Yuan could utter another word, the supervising elder stepped back from the battle spirit platform. Spiritual energy surged forth, and the lightning spirit transformed into countless arcs. Darting through the air, just as it seemed poised to strike Su Yuan, a faint golden aura shimmered, dissipating the lightning in an instant. Lin Yunchuan's brow furrowed slightly, yet he still regarded Su Yuan with disdain. No matter what, he was determined to see this shameless woman perish today. Otherwise, neither he nor Flowing Cloud Sect would ever hold their heads high before the other major sects again. With a swift step, he moved forward, his figure enveloped in a halo of electric light. Annihilation Thunderstrike. Die! He unleashed a punch, as if the thunder god himself had descended. Su Yuan remained composed, feeling the pressure but responding with a casual punch of her own. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed, followed by a cloud of blood mist engulfing the onlookers. Witnessing this spectacle, not only were the other factions astonished, but even the disciples of Flowing Cloud Sect were left in shock. This senior brother, second only to the chief within the sect, was dispatched by a single blow from this woman. What was most astounding was that Su Yuan appeared to be merely in her early 20s. Yet she exhibited such extraordinary talent. It could only be described as terrifying. At the forefront of the crowd, Lin Gengxin furrowed his brow. He had not paid much attention earlier, but now he realized he could not see through the capabilities of the young woman on the platform, which startled him. His ultimate goal for this Celestial Heroes Conference was the coveted leader's position. Even the chiefs of the other sects paled in comparison in his eyes. Yet, only this young woman, Su Yuan, evoked a sense of uncertainty within him, igniting a murderous intent in his heart. Regardless of whether he stood for Flowing Cloud Sect or his own ambitions, he could not allow her to leave this place alive. A tremendous commotion, at this moment, garnered the attention of those present atop the battle spirit platform. They had all heard of Lin Yunchuan's formidable prowess. Yet witnessing him so swiftly dispatched by Su Yuan left them in disbelief, were it not for the pungent scent of blood saturating the air. Bai Qingma's eyes widened as she beheld the familiar figure on the stage. Could this truly be her gentle senior sister? Such a display of power was utterly overwhelming. She understood well that Lin Yunchuan's demise would not lead to an immediate rupture in relations for the Luoyuan sect. After all, the previous Wang Mu had also met his end at Lin Yunchuan's hands. To cling to this incident would only invite ridicule. What does this mean? On the battle spirit platform, the elder in charge earlier spoke again, his voice as frigid as ice, an invisible pressure emanating from him. What does this signify? Is it a crime for a fool to perish at the hands of another? Does this prodigy believe that only the Luoyuan sect holds sway? That they alone may slay others while forbidding others from doing the same? The derision in his beautiful eyes was unmasked. How dare you, you arrogant woman! Once our esteemed senior brother Gung Xian intervenes, your wretched life shall surely be forfeit. If it weren't for the multitude present, I would ensure you understood the might of my third brother. To dare slay brother Yunchuan. This woman is truly vile, concealing her depths so well. The air was thick with the curses of the Luoyuan sect disciples. Before he could utter another word, Su Yuan turned her gaze to the battle spirit platform, addressing them directly. I expected something formidable, yet is this truly the extent of your so-called premier sect's foundation? I see no worthy opponents among you. I, Su Yuan, am willing to challenge the entirety of the Luoyuan sect's younger generation. Shall we face off together? The arrogance in her words was palpable, unmistakably dismissive of the Luoyuan sect. Within the main stage area, an elder clad in a black and gold robe bore a gaze rife with murderous intent. An aura of tribulation emanated from him. And had the circumstances not been so peculiar, his status as an elder of the Luoyuan sect would have compelled him to ensure Su Yuan met her end on the battle spirit platform. Elder Wang, let this matter rest with Gung Xian for now. There are too many eyes upon us. Acting at this juncture would only incite gossip against the Luoyuan sect. Even if we were to secure the title of champion, there would be discontent within the sect. The other elders of the Luoyuan sect spoke in council, soothing Elder Wang's turbulent emotions, allowing the oppressive aura surrounding him to gradually dissipate. Investigate this woman's background for me. If she seeks death, the Luoyuan sect shall accommodate her. Understood, Elder Wang. Chapter 28. The Soul of the Celestial Spear? Instant defeat. On the battle spirit platform, as more factions gathered to witness the spectacle, a figure rose from within the Luyun sect's ranks, swiftly making his way to Su Yiyuan's side. In contrast to Lin Yunchuan's brashness, Lin Gengxin exuded a more reserved demeanor. Though a glimmer of malice still lingered in his eyes, Su Yiyuan could sense that he was indeed the legendary chief disciple of the Luyun sect, the very one who had previously harmed Bai Qingma. I am quite curious, what audacity fuels your boldness? Do you truly wish for your demise at the hands of the Luyun sect? Lin Gengxin's cold voice echoed across the battle spirit platform. Even as he could not discern Su Yiyuan's true strength, he felt no trepidation. He possessed special spiritual artifacts capable of concealing his own cultivation, designed to instill a sense of dread in others. With the awakening of the celestial spear's soul, he had further crystallized his spear intent. Throughout the eastern wilderness, not only would he surpass his contemporaries, but even the chief disciples of the major sects would find themselves outmatched. Such was the confidence bestowed by innate talent and strength. You? Su Yiyuan's countenance remained serene, as if she had brushed aside his words entirely. This only served to further irritate Lin Gengxin. It had been ages since anyone had dared to meet him with such disdain. He glanced towards the elder beside the battle spirit platform, who nodded slightly before declaring, "In 10 breaths, the duel shall commence." This interval was allotted for Lin Gengxin to prepare. After all, the Luyun sect's reputation could not afford to allow Su Yiyuan to leave the arena unscathed. Master, how do you assess this young lady's strength? Can she surpass the chief disciple of the Luyun sect? Hong Shiqi, holding a flask of spirit wine, gazed with curiosity sparkling in her lively eyes. She naturally hoped for Su Yiyuan to emerge victorious, for Lin Gengxin was no virtuous character. Through the window, Bai Lianshan's profound gaze flickered with surprise. He had witnessed Su Yiyuan's earlier display against Lin Yunchuan, where she had dominated solely through raw physical power. This left him curious about the level of bloodline strength required to wield such combat prowess. The two are not of the same caliber. Once this contest concludes, we shall return, Bai Lianshan remarked indifferently. Su Yiyuan quickly grasped the implication behind his words, inquiring with some confusion, "Master, but it seems this young lady already belongs to a sect. Would she be willing to leave with us?" Upon hearing this, a smile graced Bai Lianshan's lips. "She will." He was well aware of the status of the Hongluan Pavilion in the Qing domain, an esteemed haven for aspiring young talents, a force emerging from the insignificant eastern wilderness. Even with a sect behind her, what does it matter? A prodigy will ultimately find her rightful place. 3, 2, 1. As the elder's voice resonated across the battle spirit platform, Lin Gengxin unleashed his spiritual power, his cultivation instantly surging to the pinnacle of the 5th stage of the Dao Palace realm. The fiery long spear in his grasp pierced through the air, the fire spirit transforming into a streak of luminous energy aimed directly at Su Yiyuan. Her delicate visage remained unfazed. With a casual punch, the fire spirit dissipated, the tremors of the splitting fire spear reverberating through the space. This only heightened Lin Gengxin's elation. He relished in plunging others into absolute despair. Clearly, Su Yiyuan had qualified to be his opponent. With a forceful step, countless fire spirits coalesced once more, his aura intensifying as he ascended to the 7th stage of the Dao Palace realm. Is this truly the extent of the Luyun sect's chief disciple's power? No wonder the sect exudes such confidence. They have produced a prodigy of this caliber, with the 6th grade perfected spear technique combined with the crystallization of spear intent. I truly cannot fathom how one could lose. It appears this young lady is in grave peril. Witnessing the prowess displayed by Lin Gengxin, even the elders from the other 4 major sects were struck with astonishment. Moreover, they remained oblivious to the unfathomable might of the celestial spear's heart, which had yet to be revealed. Do not merely dismiss her as a prodigy from a first-rate sect. Even within sovereign-level forces, she could be regarded as a paramount figure. A twinge of envy stirred within me. The Luyun sect, having such a disciple, undoubtedly holds the potential to ascend to the realm of the Red Immortals, provided they do not falter in their path. The landscape of the eastern wilderness may very well undergo a transformation. My gaze settled upon Su Yiyuan, and I resolved to no longer withhold my strength. Gripping tightly the blazing spear in my hand, adorned with a flickering totem of crimson flames, I unleashed the inferno. A glimmer of icy brilliance darted forth, followed by the spear, shooting forth like a dragon. I traversed the fabric of space, my figure entwined with the long spear, resembling a blurred dragon's shadow, as I surged towards that silhouette. Su Yiyuan sensed the fire spirits in the surrounding space, but merely shook her head gently. A faint golden aura shimmered, and a golden phantom materialized behind her, reminiscent of a divine being. With a single punch, she struck towards the fiery dragon's spear shadow. Boom! The sound of impact reverberated once more. Contrary to my expectations, the ferocity of my assault was not matched, nor was there an even exchange of power. The terrifying shockwave disintegrated my form into mere pulp, leaving me to fall upon the battle spirit platform, along with the shattered blaze spear, witnessed by all. Was that truly a 5th-grade spiritual weapon, reduced to nothingness? The disciples of the Luyun sect stood in stunned silence. Unable to fathom that someone as formidable as me could not withstand a single blow from Su Yuan. The outcome mirrored that of Lin Yunchuan. Gazing at the figure on the battle spirit platform, an uncontainable fear gripped their hearts. What level of offensive power could achieve such a feat? Could it be that this celestial maiden possesses strength surpassing the cave heaven realm? She appears to be merely in her 20s. The cave heaven realm? Even beyond the eastern wilderness, would those sovereign-level forces be capable of such prowess? The other major sects surrounding us were equally astonished. For Lin Gingxin's strength was already among the most formidable in the eastern wilderness. If he could be vanquished so easily, what hope was there for the champions of other sects? Curiosity bloomed in the hearts of many. What kind of power could cultivate such a monstrous maiden? How could this be possible? Within the pavilion, Bai Lianshan had risen from his seat, his eyes brimming with astonishment. At last, he comprehended why the girl's physical strength was so terrifying. To his disbelief, she belonged to the royal lineage of the Tai Ling bloodline. What puzzled him the most was that, given the pride of the Tai Ling royal family, they would never permit their kin to join a human force. Beside him, Hong Shiqi felt a tremor of fear. After following Bai Lianshan for so long, this was her first time witnessing her master's loss of composure. "Master, are you all right?" Her voice was laced with concern as she glanced at Bai Lianshan. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head slowly, returning to his seat. "Master, do you not intend to intervene? Given the current situation, the Luyun sect is unlikely to let that girl go. This presents a perfect opportunity for us to ally with her." Upon hearing this, Bai Lianshan shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. That is the Tai Ling bloodline. If she dares to venture into human territory without protectors, how could that be? The Tai Ling bloodline? Shock flickered in Hong Shiqi's beautiful eyes. The powers of the major royal bloodlines had already transcended all exceptional human forces, rivaling imperial clans. It was astonishing that such a lineage could emerge in this small corner of the eastern wilderness. It appeared that trouble was brewing today. Chapter 29, The Alliance of Two Sects, Annihilation. On the battle spirit platform, Hong Shiqi's thoughts stirred, causing the surrounding golden spiritual energy to gradually dissipate as she muttered to herself. Boring. I expected something fiercer. Even the 1/10 of my brother Junyuan's power surpasses this. She turned to descend from the battle spirit platform. You think I would let you leave after killing the champion of my Luyun sect? A chilling voice suddenly resonated, followed by a surge of terrifying spiritual energy erupting into the sky. Wang Ji stepped forward, sealing the spiritual energy with a single stride. His gaze towards Su Yuan rife with icy killing intent. Even he had not anticipated that someone as powerful as Lin Gingxin would perish at the hands of this girl. He could still maintain a facade against Lin Yunchuan, but with the most promising disciple of the Luyun sect now dead, the situation was irreparable. Many from the other sects hastily retreated, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The death of Lin Gingxin represented not just his personal demise, but a matter of dignity for the entire Luyun sect. Should Su Yuan escape today, they would no longer have a place in the eastern wilderness. Su Yuan slowly lifted her head, gazing at Wang Ji, the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the air. Behind her, dozens of powerful auras surged forth, unmistakably the elders of the Luyun sect. Her beautiful eyes reflected no fear. She simply stated, according to your Luyun sect's disciples, a waste like him has perished due to his own inadequacy. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Ji understood that this was a direct echo of Lin Yunchuan's earlier mockery of Wang Mu, and it deepened the pallor of his face. Without uttering another word, he reached out with a swift motion. A colossal hand of spiritual energy descended from the heavens, poised to strike Su Yuan. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted. Is my disciple someone you can touch? The spiritual energy dissipated upon the battle spirit platform, and soon, the crowd's attention shifted to Su Chengyu, whose handsome visage and ethereal aura captivated a multitude of female disciples from various sections. It was their first encounter with such an extraordinarily attractive man. What a strikingly handsome man. My heart is nearly shattered. It's a pity that he has offended the Luyun sect today. Lady, can you not? At your age? Still dreaming of young men? Goodness. Wang Ji furrowed his brows, an expression of confusion flickering in his eyes. From the outset, he had suspected that this audacious woman on the battle spirit platform did not hail from the eastern wilderness. Otherwise, she would not dare to confront the Luyun sect so boldly. Who are you? He maintained his spiritual energy, resolute that both of them must die today. The dignity of the Luyun sect could not be sullied. I am the master of the mysterious cloud sect. Though her voice was soft, It resonated with an inner tremor. Mysterious Cloud Sect? Wang Ji had never heard of such a trivial force. Before he could respond, several figures emerged, revealing faint golden characters emblazoned across their chests. Thousand Doors Sect. At that moment, the crowd was taken aback at the sight of the scarred face leading the front of the group. It was none other than Wu Yong, the elder leading the Thousand Doors Sect at the Celestial Prodigy Conference. Rumors had circulated that the dynamics of the Eastern Wilderness were shifting amidst unseen currents. The prominent sects are fervently aspiring to cultivate an exceptional figure of unparalleled might, thereby securing a dominant voice in the Eastern Wilderness. Little did they expect that the rumors were indeed true. The emergence of the Qianmen sect speaks volumes. The appearance of Wu Yong alleviated some of Wang Ji's inner turmoil. After all, both sects have stood resilient in the Eastern Wilderness for an extensive period, granting them insight into the overall dynamics of the Qing domain. While they may not be the most formidable entities, they are certainly among the elite sects, positioned above both hegemonic powers and transcendent forces that govern various factions. Notably, the elusive Miao sect is conspicuously absent from this equation. As for the other external forces, in their eyes, the likelihood of such involvement is even more remote. Today, it was evident that Su Yuan was solely targeting their Luyan sect. They had not encountered any conflict with other external factions. Consequently, they swiftly concluded that the earlier demise of Lin Gengxin and Lin Yunxuan was likely the result of some unique method employed by Su Yuan, which had eluded their notice. Did they truly believe that upon arriving in the Eastern Wilderness, they could behave with such arrogance? Did they not regard the two major sects? I declare this unequivocally. Even if the Heavenly Sovereign himself were to descend, you shall not leave this realm today. Mark my words. As soon as these words fell, a throng of figures swiftly surrounded the two atop the battle spirit platform. The terrifying spiritual energy surged violently around them. Such a grand display could only be attributed to those above the tribulation realm, with no fewer than 5 formidable beings present. These individuals stood at the pinnacle of the Eastern Wilderness. While the other sects admired Su Yuan's talent, they were not inclined to act on behalf of a single disciple at such a critical moment. Even if Su Yuan were willing to accompany them, under such glaring circumstances, they did not believe they could safeguard her. The age-old adage, a man without fault may suffer for possessing jewels, resonated deeply with these seasoned veterans. Led by Wang Ji and Wu Yong, the two ceased to conceal their strength. Their cultivation at the third tier of the tribulation realm had reached its zenith. Wielding a frenzied blade and a blazing staff, in the next moment, their figures vanished from sight. Originally, both sects intended to leverage the prestige of the talented assembly to showcase their combined prowess and heritage, thereby suppressing the other 3 major sections. They had not anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events. The sound of air shattering echoed throughout the space. The interwoven spiritual energies created a spectacle that incited dread from afar. What use is beauty if one possesses such disciples but neglects to nurture them for a few years in preparation for retirement, only to audaciously come to the Eastern Wilderness to flaunt their superiority? Such folly is tantamount to courting death. It is a pity for that fairy. Both her appearance and potential are unparalleled across the Eastern Wilderness. Yet today, she may meet her demise here. One can only lament her misfortune for aligning with such a wretched master. No one believed that Su Chengyu could escape unscathed from the full-on assault of the two sects, let alone the other 3 major sections. The outcome seemed all but predetermined. On the battle spirit platform, Su Chengyu sensed the fluctuations in the space around him, his gaze imbued with an unyielding calmness, as if he had never regarded the two sects with any significance. As the terrifying assault was about to descend, he merely unleashed a casual punch. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded before the eyes of all present. The bodies of nearly 30 elders from the two sects erupted violently, dissipating into blood mist before the astonished onlookers. How is this possible? Chapter 30. The Arrival of Reinforcements. An old acquaintance? Within the territories of the two sects, the remaining elders were left in a state of shock. They had been guarding the disciples, apprehensive that this so-called Miao sect would seize the opportunity to ambush the younger generation while the leading elders were engaged. Fear enveloped their eyes, especially among the surviving elders at the forefront. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength of Wang Ji and his companions, 5 beings of the tribulation realm. There was no semblance of resistance, nor even a hint of the man's burgeoning spiritual energy. What did this indicate? The strength of this Miao sect's leader likely transcended the tribulation realm. Reaching the realm of the Red Fairy, Bai Lianshan was equally taken aback. Although he could not discern how Su Chengyu had struck, the overwhelming pressure was palpable enough for even him to sense the breath of death. Had he been among those present, he too would have faced inevitable demise. In such a diminutive realm as the Eastern Wilderness, such a figure had emerged. Bai Lianshan abruptly gulped down the spirit wine in his hand, his tumultuous emotions refusing to settle. He was convinced that Su Qingyu's strength had undoubtedly reached the spirit fairy realm, perhaps even surpassing the Dao fairy realm. Even within the Hongluan pavilion, he would be a force to be reckoned with, surpassed only by a few inner sect elders and the pavilion master. However, he was more intrigued by how someone like Su Yuyuan, possessing the tailing bloodline, could have a human protector by her side. This was a point of confusion for him. Before Bai Lianshan could voice his thoughts, he suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. The sensation of being targeted by murderous intent drenched his back in cold sweat. He had been discovered. Master, are you all right? At this moment, Hong Shiqi, regaining her senses, hastily rose to assist. Bai Lianshan slowly shook his head, relief flickering in his eyes. Thankfully, he had restrained his earlier inclinations towards Su Yuyuan. Otherwise, he might have already become a lifeless corpse. He understood just how terrifying the man on the battle spirit platform truly was. As Su Qingyu halted his advance, the surviving elders of the Luyun sect trembled, stammering, "Seniors, we genuinely do not know how we have offended you." Accustomed to their arrogance due to their affiliation with the 5 major sects, they had never encountered such a formidable display. They were so frightened that they could barely articulate their thoughts. Yet, they all understood that not only was the superlative prodigy on the platform a threat, but Su Qingyu before them was also coming for them. They were all human, and they all feared death. What sect pride or dignity could withstand the weight of life and death? Su Qingyu maintained a serene expression and after a moment, spoke slowly, "Have my disciple kneel and apologize." At this statement, the members of the Luyun sect were momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Bai Qingma's familiar visage, they quickly recalled the humiliation she had suffered at the hands of Lin Gingxin before the talented assembly commenced. In such a short time, she had found a new protector, one of such formidable caliber. This left the other disciples of the Luyun sect in a tumult of emotions. Is this what they refer to as the division of time between the east and west of the river? After a brief moment of hesitation, all disciples and elders of the Luyun sect knelt in the direction of Bai Qingmao. As long as there remained a chance for reconciliation, they would willingly prostrate themselves before him, even if it meant serving him like a dog. "We are truly sorry. We were wrong. We failed to recognize your greatness. We implore you to spare us." As the other disciples began to acknowledge their mistakes, the elder at the forefront had already struck the ground with his forehead several times. Bai Qingmao, observing the scene before him, felt an indescribable emotion swell within. Had it not been for his enigmatic master beside him, he would not have even had the opportunity to elicit an apology from the Luyun sect. Today, he might not have survived at all. Was this the fabled destiny and fortune that belonged to him? His heart brimmed with gratitude. The faces of the elders from the Qianmen sect were equally grim. Their initial intention in attending the Celestial Talents Conference was to showcase the foundation and strength of their alliance with the Luyun sect. They had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary. They too felt a sense of indecision. After all, the elders of the Luyun sect had knelt with such decisive fervor. Should they not at least show a semblance of respect? What if this harbinger of death took offense and decided to eliminate them? Before they could collect their thoughts, 2 beams of spiritual energy soared into the sky from the battle spirit platform, instantly capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Could there be a twist in the tale? In mere moments, 2 figures slowly emerged into view. Upon recognizing the familiar black and white attire, the elders of the Qianmen sect displayed an expression of surprise. The Black and White Fiends. Inviting the Black and White Fiends to the Celestial Talents Conference was one of the decisions made by the higher-ups of the 2 sections. Their timely arrival clearly indicated a shift in today's events. What is going on? Bai Chong, sensing the altered atmosphere, furrowed his brows and inquired, what transpired? Due to his position, he could not see the scene on the battle spirit platform behind him. We beseech the 2 seniors to take charge. There are villains plotting against us. At that moment, other factions surrounding them began to recognize the 2 figures. Were they not the Black and White Fiends who had executed the dragon-slaying plan outside the Tiandian Spirit Lake last month? It was unexpected that they would also serve as allies to the Luyun sect at this Celestial Talents Conference. Slaying dragons? Am I truly that formidable? Indeed. Although I was not present at the time, I heard tales of how these 2 seniors battled a dragon for 800 rounds. Had it not been for an urgent matter that forced their departure, the dragon-slaying plan would surely have succeeded. Such events were indeed terrifying. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 changed noticeably. Their relationship with the leaders of the Luyun sect was already quite favorable, which was why they had chosen to attend. However, encountering such a situation upon their arrival left them puzzled about how to explain it to their friend. Where? The seniors are right there. Following the voices of the Qianmen sect members, the 2 turned to look towards the battle spirit platform behind them. Just one glance caused their pupils to constrict sharply, as if they had witnessed something dreadful. That familiar aura. That faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't he the one who had effortlessly subdued the dragon with a single slap? Senior Black and White. This villain is the one plotting against us. You must certainly take a stand for us. Chapter 31. The Dawn of Chaos in the Eastern Wasteland? Inwardly, the two nearly cursed. Seniors. Without the slightest hesitation, they approached Su Chengyu, bowing their heads in deep reverence, their previous arrogance entirely dissipated. They vividly recalled the events that transpired at the Tiandian Spirit Lake a month ago. Originally, they intended to enter seclusion for a period of recovery, having suffered significant losses due to Long Outyin's hidden prowess. However, after Su Chengyu's departure, they discovered a fortuitous secret location, enabling them to successfully break through to the Red Immortal realm in a mere month. Initially believing they could roam freely throughout the Eastern Wasteland with their newfound strength, they were astonished to encounter such a formidable adversary in this small world. Oh, Su Chengyu recognized the black and white fiends as well. What? Are you planning to act against me? The faint smile at the corner of his lips nearly prompted them to kneel before him. What a jest! Given the power displayed at the Tiandian Spirit Lake, they knew that not even a formidable figure from the mystical immortal realm would dare to challenge him. Upon hearing this, panic spread across their faces. Seniors, please, we would never dare. In that moment, Bai Sha seemed to understand something and turned to glance behind him. Seniors, we were merely passing by and are not acquainted with these individuals. If you harbor any grievances, we shall rectify them for you. As he spoke, his peripheral vision continually assessed Su Chengyu's expression. After all, having navigated the martial world for so long, the black and white fiends had built their reputation not solely on strength, but also on their keen insight. Bai Chong, take action. At that moment, the specifics of the conflict between the two parties became inconsequential to them. With their spiritual energies surging forth, their figures vanished from sight in an instant. Feeling the overwhelming oppressive force, not only were the members of the Qianmen sect left dumbfounded, but even the elders of the Luyun sect, still kneeling and unable to rise, turned pale. They had initially believed they had found a reliable ally, only to discover that the black and white fiends dared not even let out a sound before this individual. Predecessors. This is, before the elder of the Luyun sect could finish his sentence, a series of bodies exploded in the sight of the crowd, accompanied by horrifying wails that echoed in their ears. The black and white fiends were also seething with rage. Had it not been for the absence of the two sect leaders, they would have undoubtedly taken action. Damn it, I considered you a brother. Yet you treat me like an outcast? I came to support you, and you expect me to offend this harbinger of death? In less than a moment, the Celestial Talents Conference transformed into a crimson hell. Enough. Upon hearing Su Chengyu's voice, the two finally dissipated their murderous intent, their gazes shifting to the rear. They then heard that familiar, calm voice continue. I grant your two sects one day. By this time tomorrow, let your sect leaders kneel here and apologize to my disciple. Should you fail to comply, your sect shall be annihilated. In just a few short sentences, shock filled the hearts of the black and white fiends. Indeed, compared to Su Chengyu, the two brothers are far too benevolent. The two elders, drenched in blood, are now unable to conceal the terror reflected in their eyes. Kneeling on the ground, they tremble uncontrollably. After such a long period of cultivation, this is the first time they have encountered such a scene. Moments later, assured that Su Chengyu harbors no intention of attacking them, they frantically flee towards the outskirts of the city. The overwhelming stench of blood continues to weigh heavily on the hearts of the other factions nearby. They were aware of the man atop the Battle Spirit platform's formidable strength, yet they never anticipated it had reached such an extraordinary level. Even the notorious black and white twins appeared as mere minions before him. Junior brother, we must leave, Su Yuyuan urged, breaking the trance of Bai Qingma, who finally snapped back to reality. Senior sister, I understand. The two followed Su Chengyu as they departed from the Battle Spirit platform. The other factions had already retreated several hundred meters away, with some even observing from several dozen miles afar, fearful that the god of slaughter might take a disliking to them and drag them into the fray, thus seizing an opportunity to escape. Master, where are we heading now? Wu Junyan inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. After all, the last ultimatum had been issued. With only a day remaining, returning directly to the sect would pose complications. I've heard that the largest Linghua pavilion in the eastern wilderness is located within the city. I shall cover all expenses for the day, Su Chengyu replied. Linghua pavilion? I've heard that the top courtesan of the 100 Flowers ranking hails from there. Wu Junyan exclaimed, his eyes wide with anticipation. Before he could continue, a delicate, fair hand swiftly grasped at his waist with a firm squeeze. Courtesan, Brother Junyan, you seem to be quite knowledgeable. It appears you've been well informed about this matter, haven't you? No wonder you've been reluctant to teach me that secret text for so long. You must have other plans in mind. Su Yuan pouted, her beautiful eyes brimming with resentment. Observing their playful banter, Bai Qingma felt a surge of envy, yet was also filled with warmth. It seemed that this time at the Genius Conference, both her senior siblings and her enigmatic master had come for her sake. Since the annihilation of the Bai family, it had been a long time since anyone had cared for her in such a manner. Su Chengyu, naturally, picked up on the underlying meaning of their words, shaking his head in disbelief. It had been an entire month, yet these two had yet to make any tangible progress. What a waste of the splendid opportunity and conditions he had created for them. Wu Junyan was indeed talented, but his mind was rather dull. Without initiative, where would the stories arise from? Once Su Chengyu and his companions vanished from sight, Heichong cautiously lifted his head, taking a deep breath. Big brother, thank goodness. We were just a step away from calamity. Bai Sha understood the implication of his words, and, after a moment of silence, slowly spoke. It appears the prophecy from the last secret realm was indeed accurate. The heavens of the Azure Domain are destined to change. Upon our return, I want you to enter seclusion. Do not emerge for 100 years. Do you understand? Heichong nodded, showing no hesitation. They were all too aware of what the onset of chaotic time signified. This was extremely disadvantageous for their plans of survival. What about the matters with those two sects? Before Heichong could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Bai Sha. What does it have to do with us? That man has already issued his warning. If they are tired of living, then by this time tomorrow, they will likely be entering the cycle of reincarnation. Let us depart. Very well. Chapter 32, The Yinyang Order? The Tomb of the Yinyang Immortal Monarch. The events of the Genius Conference spread throughout the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness in less than an hour. All factions were unprepared for the covert alliance between the Luyun Sect and the Qianmen Sect, which was intended to showcase their strength and foundation, but such unexpected developments unfolded. One could only say that the newly emerged Piaomiao Sect was exceedingly ruthless. Many speculated whether the Piaomiao Sect was a subsidiary of a dominant power within the Azure Domain. As such, terrifying capabilities could hardly be manifested in the Eastern Wilderness without substantial backing. The two top-tier sects, along with nearly 3,000 members, were summarily slaughtered on the spot, demanding that the sect masters kneel before their disciples to repent within a day, an event that exceeded everyone's expectations. In the Grand Hall of the Luyun Sect, situated in the Tianwu mountain range, Zhang Xiaoxiong, the sect master of the Qianmen Sect, wore a grim expression. His spiritual energy surging as an invisible aura of murderous intent filled the hall. As the leader of one of the 5 major sects in the Eastern Wilderness, he had never endured such disgrace. When the news of the Genius Conference reached him, he was momentarily stunned, doubting whether he had fallen into a hallucination. It was only after witnessing the scenes in the Spirit Stone that he began to comprehend the magnitude of the situation. Even the Black and White twins, having broken through to the peak of the Red Immortal realm, were utterly submissive before that man, not daring to entertain the thought of resistance. One could only imagine the terrifying level of the opponent's strength. Was it at the pinnacle of the Red Immortal realm? Or perhaps beyond the Xian Immortal realm? In contrast to Zhang Xiaoxiong, Wu Su, the sect master of the Luyun Sect, appeared remarkably composed. The cup of spiritual wine in his hand trembled slightly, as if he were awaiting something. Being in the same boat, Zhang Xiaoxiong quickly connected the dots and sat beside Wu Su, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Old Wu, speak quickly. Have you found a solution? Given that even a regular Red Immortal Realm figure was beyond their means to contend with, their only hope now rested on Wu Su. If he could not find a way, they would have no choice but to bow their heads for survival. Before Wu Su could respond, a Luyun Sect elder rushed into the hall, excitement etched across his face. Sect Master, the elder from the Blood Spirit Cave has arrived. Upon hearing the name Blood Spirit Cave, Zhang Xiaoxiong's eyes widened in disbelief. He was acutely aware of what the Blood Spirit Cave represented, a dominant force capable of exerting overwhelming influence throughout the Azure Domain. With such a powerful backing, what was a mere peak Red Immortal Realm figure worth? The tension that had gripped him earlier surged once more. A figure clad in black and gold silk slowly materialized before the two men, a pale visage barely visible, with long crimson hair swaying behind. Animated by the flow of spiritual energy, without a moment's hesitation, Wu Su approached the figure directly. Elder Lin, he addressed. Lin Bin, without courtesy, took his seat at the head of the table, his slender fingers gently tapping upon the spiritual desk. Speak plainly, he commanded. Lin Bin was an outer elder of the Blood Spirit Cave, and his connection to Wu Su stemmed from a past acquaintance with his deceased father. He was acutely aware of the precarious situation both sects faced. Without sufficient sincerity, they would find themselves facing inevitable doom. Taking a deep breath, Wu Su summoned his spiritual energy, causing 2 artifacts to levitate before the trio. Lin Bin cast a cursory glance at the spiritual sword, then sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Is this an artifact of the virtual grade?" Although the Blood Spirit Cave was a dominant force in the entire Azure region, Its profound heritage was undeniable. Yet, to possess only a virtual artifact after a millennium of inheritance was indicative of the sword's terrifying value. Instinctively extending his hand, Lin Bin's spiritual energy surged, and he seemed to uncover something. This is a flawed virtual artifact, he discerned. At that moment, Wu Su interjected, Elder Lin, although this spiritual sword is indeed flawed, its worth remains exceedingly precious. Moreover, this Yin-Yang order is a token of my humble intentions. I hope you do not disdain it. For a first-rate sect to present such treasures was astonishing, even to Zhang Chaoxiong beside him, let alone Lin Bin. This was something Wu Su had chanced upon in a secret realm 50 years prior, originally intending to find a means to restore the sword. But despite the passage of time, he had made no progress on that front. He understood well the adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing treasures. If someone were to discover such an item in his possession, within a day, the entire Flowing Cloud sect would vanish from the annals of history. The value of the Yin-Yang order was equally formidable. All forces in the Azure region knew that in 3 years, the Heavenly Void secret realm would soon open. The existence of the Yin-Yang order could potentially unlock the tomb of the Yin-Yang Immortal, and even a fraction of its legacy could alter the balance of power in the Azure region. Observing these two artifacts, Lin Bin's eyes flickered with a subtle change. He had not anticipated such a bountiful yield from a mere trip to the Eastern Wasteland. With these two items, even the Blood Spirit Cave would find substantial assistance. Wearing a faint smile, Lin Bin spoke softly. You must be aware of the identity of the one who made the offering? Wu Su did not hesitate. Have you heard of Elder Lin from the mysterious Cloud Sect? That individual claims to be their sect master and possesses strength at the pinnacle of the Red Immortal Realm. Pinnacle of the Red Immortal Realm? Lin Bin scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. I expected something formidable, but this? A mere peak Red Immortal? Even if they were a being beyond the mystical immortal realm, they would merely be playthings for us at the Blood Spirit Cave. With a wave of his hand, he swiftly returned the two artifacts into his spiritual ring. Leave this matter to me. The mysterious Cloud Sect? They should consider whose domain they are encroaching upon. Thank you. Elder Lin. Wu Su felt the last trace of his worries dissipate. Once Lin Bin's figure vanished from the Grand Hall, Zhang Chaoxiong beside him could no longer contain his relief. Old Wu, we owe you for this. Otherwise, we would truly be in dire straits. Wu Su leisurely returned to his seat, raising his spiritual wine cup to his lips. If he dares to come tomorrow, it won't just be him. I shall demand the lives of his entire sect. The long-standing rivalry among the 5 factions of the Eastern Wasteland must now be steered by us. Chapter 33. The Emergence of the Blood Spirit Cave? The Last Stronghold. In the blink of an eye, the deadline given by Su Chengyu had arrived. The entire Tianwu mountain range had been occupied by various factions, particularly the 3 major first-rate sects, which were especially vigilant. For them, the ideal outcome would be for the Flowing Cloud Sect and the Thousand Gate Sect to dare to resist, ultimately perishing beneath Su Chengyu's terrifying prowess. My heavens! The time is nearly upon us, and the Flowing Cloud Sect and the Thousand Gate Sect truly dare to defy. Even the venerable Black and White Twin Killers could only show deference before him. Did they genuinely wish for their own demise? Was this the pride of a first-rate sect? To die rather than yield? Such is the model of us from the Eastern Wasteland. You know nothing. Have you not heard? The Flowing Cloud Sect seems to have some backing. Otherwise, how would they dare act so boldly? My second aunt's cousin's husband's sister is a menial disciple in the Flowing Cloud Sect. I heard that a powerful figure from a dominant faction descended yesterday, precisely to bolster the Flowing Cloud Sect. If this were truly the case, it remained uncertain who would claim victory in the end. Most factions were not particularly concerned about the final outcome. Who held sway in the Eastern Wasteland did not affect their continued existence at the bottom. They merely wished to see if any other variables would arise. That was the crux of the matter. Outside the Flowing Cloud Sect, thousands of figures stood guard. At the forefront were none other than Zhang Chaoxiong and Wu Su, who, in contrast to their previous worries, now bore expressions of calmness. It was as if the events that transpired during the heroic gathering had completely faded from their memories. The elite of both sects had gathered not only to witness the final act of vengeance, but, more importantly, to rally morale. Seizing the opportunity of the Blood Spirit Cave's residual might to take control of the entire Eastern Wasteland. Brother, it seems they have chosen the path of self-destruction. Su Yuan spoke softly beside Wu Junyan. Not long before, they had been in the Spirit Flower Pavilion, and in mere moments they had directly arrived at the Tianwu mountain range. Was this the ability to traverse through the shattered void? After a day of rest, Bai Qingma had completely recovered. At this moment, he could feel the terrifying nature of Su Chengyu. His master was even more enigmatic than he had anticipated. Before Wu Junyan could respond, Bai Qingma seemed to have thought of something and queried, Sister, do you think these people have already witnessed our master's strength and still dare to act thus? Could they have found some allies? Though Wu Junyan was not very familiar with the Flowing Cloud sect, it had managed to rise over such a long period in the Eastern Wasteland. Likely due to some underlying foundation. Otherwise, they would not have seized the opportunity of the heroic gathering to directly confront the other three sections. This already indicated a great deal. Junior brother, you are new here. There are some matters you might not yet comprehend, regardless of what allies they bring. The end result will remain unchanged. A faint smile graced Wu Junyan's lips. Master, how should one articulate such words? In the presence of our esteemed master. All beings stand as equals. Su Yuan and Wu Junyan maintained an expression of tranquility. The mere presence of Su Chengyu was sufficient for them. Observing the arrival of several figures, a cold, sinister expression crept onto Wu Su's face. At the Tianjiao assembly, Su Chengyu's emergence not only decimated numerous core members of theirs, but also trampled the very reputation of the Luoyuan sect. If this vendetta remained unavenged, they would have no place left in the eastern wilderness. How bold of you to come, Wu Su's icy voice reverberated in the air. Su Chengyu, however, remained unfazed, slowly proclaiming, "Are both your sects intent on courting death?" His words were not loud, yet they pierced the hearts of the gathered crowd. Reminiscent of their earlier encounter at the Tianjiao assembly, even Wu Su and Zhang Chaoxiong, who had stepped into the semi-immortal realm, felt the weight of his words. Only through personal experience could they grasp why the infamous black and white twin devils, despite having entered the immortal realm, appeared so subservient before him. Taking a deep breath, Wu Su endeavored to rein in his turbulent emotions. "None of you shall leave today. Mark my words." As his declaration hung in the air, a cacophony of roars erupted above the Luoyuan sect, followed by the emergence of a colossal warship, encircled by thousands of blood spirits. The oppressive aura sent shivers through the faces of all spies within the Tianwu mountain range. They had speculated that the Luoyuan sect's overt strength was bolstered by some paramount power from the Chengyu region, yet they had not anticipated that it was the Blood Spirit Cave, among the dominant forces in the eastern wilderness. The Blood Spirit Cave was renowned for its formidable foundation and might. The name of the blood demon ancestor had echoed far and wide a millennium ago, a figure once notorious for slaughtering 10 counties. Heavens, it truly is the Blood Spirit Cave. No wonder the Luoyuan sect has such confidence. It seems that man is in grave peril today. The Blood Spirit Cave was home to a peak existence in the Xian immortal realm. I dare say the so-called leader of the Piaomiao Sect is indeed doomed. If he meets a swift demise, it would be the best outcome. Alas, the fairy beside him, should she fall into the hands of the Blood Spirit Cave, she would likely be subjected to unspeakable horrors. Indeed, it is the backing that counts. Individual prowess pales in comparison. Hundreds of streams of spiritual power surged forth, quickly manifesting before the Luoyuan sect. Glancing at Lin Bin's accompanying figure, Wu Su had not anticipated the presence of a significant figure from the Blood Spirit Cave today. Before he could utter a word, a chilling voice echoed in the space. "Where is the Yin-Yang order?" At this pronouncement, Wu Su's countenance shifted slightly, though he feigned composure, replying, "The Yin-Yang order was entrusted to Elder Lin, was it not? Are you certain?" The indifference in the eyes of Blood Tian and Blood Tong was palpable, and Wu Su visibly hesitated. Moments later, as he prepared to explain, a terrifying surge of blood essence erupted, and Wu Su's figure disintegrated before the eyes of the onlookers. Chapter 34. The Overwhelming Blood Tian. A certain doom? He was acutely aware that the Yin-Yang order was composed of two parts. The Yang order and the Yin order together formed a complete entity, the key to unlocking the Yin-Yang imperial tomb. Upon his initial arrival, he sensed the reaction of the Yang order in his possession, recalling Lin Bin's earlier words. Thus, he surmised that Wu Su had hidden the Yin order, intending to leverage the Blood Spirit Cave to elevate his standing in the eastern wilderness. This thought greatly irked Blood Tian. A mere first-rate sect, in his eyes, was no different from an ant. How dare they attempt to exploit him? If he were to perish, who would survive? The sudden turn of events left the surrounding factions in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Was it not agreed that the Blood Spirit Cave was there to support the Luoyuan sect? How had matters escalated to violence so swiftly? The battle had yet to commence, and the sect leader Wu Su had already met a tragic end. Zhang Chaoxiong's pupils constricted sharply, his back drenched in cold sweat, standing silently with his head bowed, not daring to utter a word. The news of the Blood Demon Cave's change in leadership had long spread throughout the Chengyu region. Previously, everyone believed the Blood Demon ancestor to be the most ruthless, yet the newly ascended Blood Tian evidently surpassed him. Most crucially, Blood Tian's rapid rise to power and the elimination of the Blood Demon ancestor spoke volumes. Standing beside Su Yuan, Bai Qingma's expression was frigid, his eyes glinting with intense murderous intent. No one harbored more animosity towards the Blood Spirit Cave. The vendetta against his clan had left an indelible mark, and now, In such a setting, he found himself face to face with his sworn enemy. He also understood that even if the Blood Spirit Cave's members recognized him now, they would not discern his true identity. To them, like the Luoyuan sect, he was merely less than an ant, a target for casual slaughter. Let alone a small Wu clan member. Taking a deep breath, he managed to temper his emotions somewhat. At this moment, Blood Tian's crimson gaze fell upon Su Chengyu and the others, still bearing that indifferent, cold demeanor, as though he were the sovereign of all. Eliminate him. The leader of the Piaomiao Sect? To Blood Tian, he seemed no more than a fleeting nuisance from another domain. To provoke him on his territory meant certain death. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of streams of spiritual power surged skyward from behind Blood Tian, and in mere moments, numerous figures of peak Red Immortals charged towards Su Chengyu's direction. The terrifying blood spirits wove through the air, as if intent on tearing the very fabric of space asunder. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the hearts of the spectators. They had not anticipated that the Blood Spirit Cave would unleash such a formidable display of peak Red Immortal prowess. Even those in the Xian Immortal realm would find it difficult to contend in such a dire situation. This was an inescapable doom. As the onslaught approached, Su Chengyu remained remarkably composed, merely extending his hand and gently tapping. A resonating explosion of spiritual energy echoed through the space. Countless blood spirits dissipated in an instant, along with the forms of several elders from the Blood Spirit Cave, transforming into mere blood mist before the eyes of the onlookers. During the Tianjiao assembly, he had dispatched tribulation-level powerhouses as easily as one might slay a chicken. Now he faced dozens of peak Red Immortals. The mere emergence of one could sweep across the entire eastern wilderness. Yet here, Su Chengyu had effortlessly dispatched them with a single blow? What in the world? Could it be that this harbinger of doom had been concealing his true strength all along? The ferocity of his offensive capabilities clearly surpassed that of the Xian Immortal realm, and he had likely reached the pinnacle. No wonder he could remain as unshakable as a rock in the face of the Blood Spirit Cave. Truly, this was the epitome of a cunning strategist. Should any other dominant force from the Chengyu region arrive, they would likely find themselves met with disdainful blows before they could even depart. However, the Lord of the Blood Spirit Cave, previously rumored to have transcended into an existence beyond the Spirit Immortal realm, seems to be unable to alter this impending outcome. Throughout the Tianmu mountain range, the other three major sects have now been rendered utterly paralyzed. They recognized Su Chengyu's formidable strength, yet they never anticipated that he would ascend to such heights. The peak of the profound immortal realm? They were inwardly relieved, thankful that during the talent conference, Su Chengyu's disciples did not venture into their territory to seek trouble. Otherwise, they would not even have the chance to stand here today. Zhang Chaoxiong, stationed at the forefront of the group, was panting heavily, his heart consumed by a profound sense of dread. Although he feared the blood heaven, he was equally apprehensive about Su Chengyu. This situation had completely surpassed his comprehension. As long as blood heaven could eliminate the opponent, he would still have a chance. Now that Wu Su was no longer present, once this battle concluded, he could seize control of the entire Luoyuan sect. It would not take long before no one in the eastern wilderness could thwart Zhang Chaoxiong. The prospect of unifying the eastern wilderness, an unprecedented feat in millennia, would be his to grasp. Even if it meant serving as a mere dog for the Blood Spirit Cave, what did it matter? With this thought, Zhang Chaoxiong gradually regained his composure. The peak of the profound immortal realm was indeed formidable, yet it paled in comparison to the existence of Blood Heaven, who transcended the Spirit Immortal realm. The atmosphere at the scene once again fell into an eerie silence. Blood Heaven's eyes flickered with a crimson hue. It was the first time he scrutinized Su Chengyu from a distance. Previously, he had not paid much attention, but now he realized he could not see through Su Chengyu at all. This caused a slight change in his expression. A special spiritual artifact? A deceitful display. The cold voice resounded again, yet anyone with discernment could discern the palpable gravity in his words. Su Chengyu's demeanor remained tranquil as he casually remarked, "Do not speak of these people. Even killing you would merely require a single punch." Upon hearing this, those surrounding could not help but gasp in astonishment. Given the current circumstances, even the peak of the profound immortal realm could only endure for a little longer. To cross such a vast chasm of realms to slay Blood Heaven was an exceedingly arduous task. Yet here was Su Chengyu, claiming it could be accomplished with a mere strike? Was this not sheer absurdity? Many began to murmur quietly. I concede this calamity indeed possesses some prowess. But does he truly believe himself invincible? Although Blood Heaven is excessively brutal, he is nonetheless a being above the profound immortal realm. How can he be so disregarded? Exactly. Slaying a few minor figures of the Red Immortal realm has indeed inflated his ego. To claim he could eliminate Blood Heaven with a single strike is preposterous. If he can endure 10 strikes without being slain, I shall kneel and eat my words. 10 strikes? Do you hold this calamity in too high regard? Or do you underestimate the Blood Spirit Cave, the most dominant force in the Azure domain? If he can survive 3 strikes, it would already be a testament to his resilience. Blood Heaven's expression was icy, and behind him, the emerging blood spirits were becoming increasingly apparent, transforming into a colossal blood demon. Its roar reverberated throughout the space, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression merely from a distance. You consider yourself formidable? Yet I permit there to be individuals in the eastern wilderness who surpass even me. Chapter 35, Spirit Immortal Realm? Annihilation. As the words left his lips, the enormous blood demon surged into motion, launching a punch that transformed into a streak of crimson light hurtling forward. Su Chengyu had no intention of holding back. Fully aware that the vendetta against Bai Qingmao was intricately tied to the Blood Spirit Cave. Initially, he contemplated waiting for Wu Junyan to mature before entrusting the matter of vengeance into his capable hands. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering the situation so fortuitously. The blood-red light was about to engulf everything. Su Chengyu raised his hand and gently pointed. The familiar scene unfolded before the onlookers' eyes as countless blood spirits shattered in an instant, along with the colossal blood demon, which disintegrated into a mist of blood. A pungent stench of blood permeated the air. Blood Heaven's countenance had utterly transformed. Faced with Su Chengyu, this blood demon restraint was one of his mightiest techniques. Yet he had not expected it to be so easily vanquished before his adversary. Ever since the blood demon ancestor had perished, Blood Heaven had seized control of the entire blood spirit cave with his overwhelming might, rapidly consuming all the heavenly blood spirit pearls, thereby achieving a terrifying breakthrough to the second tier of the spirit immortal realm. Yet now, he could distinctly sense the scent of death. This level of power far exceeded that of the former blood demon ancestor. Blood Heaven could no longer deny that Su Chengyu was not merely at the peak of the profound immortal realm. He was unequivocally at the pinnacle of the spirit immortal realm, perhaps even transcending to the Dao immortal realm. As this realization dawned, Blood Heaven could not suppress his curses internally. With such strength, can he still masquerade as a simpleton in this insignificant eastern wilderness? This is utterly devoid of martial ethics. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered the last of his blood spirits, and his aura erupted once more as he fled down the path he had come. The blood spirits wove through the space, and in less than the blink of an eye, Blood Heaven's figure had vanished completely. Witnessing this scene, all the elders of the blood spirit cave were rendered utterly bewildered. What just happened? In less than a single strike, our leader has fled? Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Su Chengyu raised his hand once more and gently pointed. A force of void shattered before their eyes. Within the void's rift, Blood Heaven's disheveled figure was seen hastily traversing the space. 5,000 miles away, he finally dared to glance back over his shoulder. Just as he was about to exhale a sigh of relief, a surge of spiritual energy pierced through him like a chasm, and his body disintegrated into a mist of blood. Such a horrifying scene rendered the entire Tianwu mountain range silent. All gazes were fixed upon that figure clad in white. Am I seeing things? The Lord of the Blood Spirit Cave just perished? An existence above the spirit immortal realm was obliterated in less than a single strike? What the hell? This calamity is truly terrifying. Is it possible that he has been concealing a cultivation level beyond the Dao immortal realm all along? He is far too cunning. Does he not value his life? What calamity? He is a revered elder of the Misty Sect in our eyes. Particularly among the individuals from the Blood Spirit Cave and the Luyun sect behind them, fear had utterly consumed their expressions. If even Blood Heaven could not contend with Su Chengyu, how could they possibly hope to? The most despairing aspect was the utter lack of an opportunity to escape. Zhang Chaoxiong's legs trembled uncontrollably. Had it not been for someone supporting him, he would likely have already knelt before Su Chengyu. Feeling that indifferent gaze, the elders who had previously followed Blood Heaven could no longer contain their terror. Echoes of surrender resonated through the air, followed by hundreds of figures kneeling down. Predecessor, we truly have been coerced. We humbly beseech you to grant us this opportunity. From now on, we, the Blood Spirit Cave, are willing to serve you like hounds. You may command us as you see fit. Su Chengyu remained unmoved, slowly responding, serve me like dogs? Do you believe you are worthy? The elder of the Blood Spirit Cave inhaled deeply, fully comprehending the implications of these words. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, if you do not trust our sincerity, you may place restrictions upon us. This would grant you complete control over the entire Blood Spirit Cave. The imposition of a soul restriction is a testament to our desperate will to survive. With a mere thought, Su Chengyu could bring about their utter demise. Turning to glance behind him, Su Chengyu's gaze fell upon Bai Qingmao, where he could faintly discern the crimson droplets cascading from his palm. He understood all too well what the annihilation of his clan signified for Bai Qingmao. Qingmao, how do you wish to handle these individuals? Bai Qingma was momentarily taken aback. Though his heart brimmed with vengeance, he also realized that the Blood Spirit Cave was the most formidable sovereign force within the entire Qing domain. If he could subdue them, it would provide immense assistance to his master. Words hovered on the tip of his tongue, yet he found himself at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. Observing Bai Qingma's indecisiveness, Wu Junyan and Su Yuan felt a pang of sympathy for their newly joined junior brother. Qingma, simply express your true feelings. To our master, this is hardly a matter of consequence. Bai Qingma could no longer suppress the tumult of emotions within him, and a voice, frigid to the core, slowly escaped his clenched teeth. Master, I desire their deaths. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of all those from the Blood Spirit Cave shifted dramatically. And no, predecessor, please believe us, we are genuinely sincere. We implore you to grant us another chance. Before they could finish their pleas, a terrifying bolt of 9 tribulations immortal thunder descended from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the Tianwu mountain range was reduced to ruins. Chapter 36, The Destiny Fortune Bag, is reopened. A 200-fold cultivation speed. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 major sects were rendered speechless by fear. Despite being nearly 100 miles away, they could still feel the overwhelming force of the onslaught. Even the slightest brush with its aura would lead to certain death. Bai Qingma gazed at the desolation before him, his eyes glazed in astonishment. Is this truly the extent of my master's power? He now comprehended the meaning behind Su Yuan's earlier words. Regardless of the force that approached, all were equal before Su Chengyu. To withstand even a single blow was already a feat beyond the ordinary. Before he could gather his thoughts, that familiar voice echoed once more. Since the cause and effect have been resolved, it is time for us to depart. Su Chengyu waved his hand, and the previously scattered yin-yang order fell into his palm. The black and white spiritual energies intertwined, resembling a miniature 5 elements bagua. He understood that the fact this object remained intact after his casual strike was indicative of its extraordinary nature. Very well, master. Su Yuan tugged at the still dazed Bai Qingma, bringing him back to reality. Thank you for your assistance, master, Bai Qingma expressed, his heart filled with gratitude. It was all for him. Enough, junior brother. Have you forgotten what master said? We are all one family. There are no formalities here. Hearing Wu Junyan's words, Bai Qingma nodded easily, the previous sense of restraint dissipating. After experiencing such an event, Wu Junyan was eager to witness the true terror of the Piaomiao Sect. Given their master's strength and depth, what kind of extraordinary power would it possess? As Su Chengyu raised his hand, countless forces of the void coalesced, and a massive portal of emptiness appeared above the ruins. The 3 of them showed no hesitation, swiftly following Su Chengyu and soon disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. Has the god of slaughter truly departed? At this moment, feeling the terrifying murderous intent vanish, the other forces within the Tianwu mountain range finally breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier calamity, akin to a celestial curtain descending, had completely surpassed their comprehension. They could hardly fathom the existence of such terrifying methods in the world. What manner of being was this Piaomiao Sect? Why had they never heard of it within the Qing domain? A god of slaughter at the pinnacle of the spirit immortal realm was indeed a source of dread. Had the other 3 major sects acted impulsively, the overall strength of the Eastern Wasteland would have surely regressed by several millennia. How reckless! Do you truly think you can call the god of slaughter by such a name? If you wish to live, it would be wise to keep your mouth shut. The chaotic era in the Qing domain is upon us. Do you think we mere pawns can afford to discuss such matters? Within the Piaomiao Sect, Bai Qingma was utterly astonished by the spectacle before him, rendered speechless as he stood frozen in place. This was his first encounter with the sight of spiritual energy materializing as water. Senior brother, senior sister. Could it be that the spiritual energy within the sect is already 20 times that of the outside world? Upon uttering these words, a smile graced Su Yuan's delicate face. To be precise, it is 20 times that of the outside. 20 times. Bai Qingma could not help but swallow hard. In his understanding, achieving even double that was already a remarkable feat. Even the most revered sacred lands would seldom exceed a 5-fold concentration of spiritual energy. Such a level of cultivation surpassed even that of imperial palaces. Observing Bai Qingma's astonishment, Su Yuan felt a wave of empathy, recalling her own initial reaction. Who could have imagined that within a certain corner of the Qing domain, there existed a sect as ethereal as a celestial court? Junior brother, Master has instructed us to help you familiarize yourself with the sect. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach us. As Su Yuan spoke, she seemed to recall something and produced a spirit ring, handing it directly to Bai Qingma. Ah, junior brother. This is the entry resource that Master asked us to give you. You may claim it every month. Upon receiving the spirit ring, Bai Qingma instinctively infused it with his spiritual energy. In an instant, a jolt coursed through him. The ring contained dozens of pills, each adorned with a golden pattern, along with a plethora of spiritual liquid extending several dozen feet. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Bai Qingma exclaimed, "Senior sister, this can't be right. This is the entry resource? We can claim it every month?" Setting aside the quality of the spiritual liquid, he recognized the golden patterned pills as exceptional quality transcendental pills. Even in the entire Qing domain, such resources were exceedingly rare. Now, within the Piaomiao Sect, he was being offered dozens of them for free, which shattered his previous understanding of reality. Su Yuan gently rubbed her head. "Indeed, it was my oversight." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingma finally let out a sigh of relief. He knew it. He almost thought he was losing his mind. It seemed that his esteemed master had inadvertently overlooked the cultivation techniques. Within the sect, it appeared there were still numerous formidable methods, and according to Elder Lin Jin's introduction, some seemed to transcend even the celestial grade. His master had mentioned that we could comprehend them at any time, as long as we could find the appropriate ones. Bai Qingma took deep breaths to steady his trembling hands. "Junior brother, let us depart. Senior sister will show you to the place of your cultivation. Senior brother and sister, may I have a moment to gather myself? The spiritual energy is overwhelming. My legs feel somewhat weak." In the cultivation chamber, Su Chengyu had just settled down when he heard that familiar system notification ringing in his mind. "Detected a destiny fortune bag. Would you like to unlock it now?" Su Chengyu suddenly remembered that when he had accepted Bai Qingma at the talent assembly, he had yet to claim the disciple reward. A flicker of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Nothing brings greater joy than the unveiling of rewards. "Unlock," he declared without a trace of hesitation. Beep. "Unlocking destiny fortune bag. Please wait." Beep. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the Enlightenment Tree 9 and the Heavenly Tribulation Tree 9. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the Destiny Pill Package, 999 Mortal Grade Pills, 999 Tribulation Grade Pills, and 999 Celestial Grade Pills. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a special item, the Space-Time Cave. All cultivation targets within can increase their cultivation speed by 5 times. While the flow of time is half that of the outside world, currently at level 1, can be upgraded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a special item, the Heavenly Dao Blessed Land, can enhance the fortune and physical awakening of everyone within the sect. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a character summoning card, Celestial Sovereign Summoning Card 3, Chapter 37, Celestial Ancient Mirror, Divining the Heavenly Mechanism. Upon seeing this round of rewards, Su Chengyu's eyes brightened. They were markedly superior compared to the previous ones, especially those 2 special items. The concentration of spiritual energy within the Piaomiao Sect was already astonishingly high, a 20-fold concentration that stood unrivaled in this world. Coupling this with the space-time cave, it could equate to nearly 200 times the cultivation speed. As for the Heavenly Dao Blessed Land, it could also be seen as a significant tool for the sect's development. With the blessing of this unique ability, it shouldn't take long before celestial lords were plentiful and celestial kings became as common as dust. Is this the allure of having an advantage? The growth of the sect was an endeavor Su Chengyu was keenly invested in. After taking a sip of the enlightenment tea in hand, he managed to calm his emotions somewhat. Considering the current scarcity of personnel within the sect, Su Chengyu directly utilized the summoning card he held. Beep. Using Celestial Sovereign Summoning Card, please wait. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned the Peak Celestial Sovereign, Li Chuangang. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned the Peak Celestial Sovereign, Tua Ba the Monk. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned the Peak Celestial Sovereign, Wang Lingji. As a void gate appeared within the hall, 3 figures emerged, bowing their heads before Su Chengyu, their eyes brimming with reverence. Subordinates Li Chuangang, Tua Ba the Monk, and Wang Lingji pay their respects to the sect master. Observing these familiar figures, even Su Chengyu couldn't help but shake his head. Were these not the very celestial beings from a certain novel in his past life? To think this summoning card could transcend time and space. It was simply astonishing. Nonetheless, Su Chengyu was exceedingly pleased, especially recalling Li Chuangang's earlier words about the sword path being eternal as the long night, which had nearly moved him to tears. After a moment of silence, Su Chengyu waved his hand, conjuring dozens of spiritual scrolls before the trio. Is this an imperial-grade cultivation method? Li Chuangang instantly recognized the techniques inscribed upon the scrolls, particularly the one titled The Sword Immortal Kneels, which far exceeded his own sword opens the heavenly gate. It was on an entirely different level. From now on, the maintenance of the sect shall temporarily fall under your charge. Do you understand? Listening to the calm voice echoing in the space, the 3 immediately selected the imperial-grade techniques that suited them, their eyes alight with excitement. We, your subordinates, shall not disappoint the sect master. Very well. You may take your leave. If you encounter anything unfamiliar, feel free to consult Elder Lin Jing. Once the figures of the three vanished from sight, Su Chengyu resumed sipping the enlightenment tea, bringing it to his lips for a gentle taste. Now that the Piaomiao Sect had made its appearance in the eastern wilderness, the pace of its progress still felt sluggish. Even the entire Qing domain was merely a vast area without any imperial-level forces. He must expedite the development of the sect. Miles away from the Piaomiao Sect, countless crimson spirit phoenixes danced amidst the spiritual energy. Hundreds of peaks floated in the air, and at the center, a grand spiritual palace loomed. The conflicts at the Lingmen Palace had been resolved, yet it remained an ordinary, extraordinary force. One could only wonder who had the audacity to strike against their people. It was simply reckless. Inside the Red Lawn Pavilion, an elder clad in black robes spoke slowly. The entire landscape of the Qing domain was ostensibly divided among three factions: the Lingmen Palace, Shuihua Palace, and Red Lawn Pavilion. However, everyone knew well that while the Red Lawn Pavilion occupied a prominent position among extraordinary forces, its foundation and strength were far from comparable to the other two factions. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the other elders in the hall couldn't help but chime in. Pavilion Master, according to our consensus, even if the two factions joined forces, they would still appear as mere clowns before our Red Lawn Pavilion. Why not take this opportunity to eliminate them? This way, which force in the Qing domain would dare to provoke us again? At the head of the table, a slender, fair leg appeared before everyone. Dressed in a flowing crimson skirt, it did little to conceal her ample bosom. The woman's gaze was as fluid as water, and despite her striking beauty, there was an air of languor about her. A faint smile graced her lips. Since you all recognize that the two factions are but clowns, why pay them any mind? Is it not better to let them persist? Moreover, if our Red Lawn Pavilion were to dominate the entire Qing domain alone, how would the disciples below hone their skills? Her soft voice carried a hint of dominance. As the pavilion master of the Red Lawn Pavilion, she wielded the power to control all forces within the Qing domain with a mere flick of her wrist. Who lived or died was but a matter of her word. However, before the previous black-clad elder could finish his thought, a chilling gaze flickered. The elder's complexion shifted instantly, and he swallowed his words, unable to speak. Are you questioning me? Pavilion Master, I would not dare. With that, she retreated to her previous position, and the grand hall was once again enveloped in silence. Nan Gongyuan's beautiful gaze swept over the assembly before she slowly spoke. Please, share your insights regarding the recent recruitment of prodigies throughout the entire Chengyu region. Upon her words, many elders exchanged glances, for the recruitment of prodigious disciples at the Hongwan Pavilion had persisted for nearly a millennium, all in pursuit of discovering those with even greater potential. Yet, such endeavors proved to be far from the ease one might imagine. To unearth even a handful of exceptional talents every century was already an exceedingly rare occurrence. Noticing the lack of response from the assembly, Bai Lianshan, seated in the far corner, gradually rose to his feet. Pavilion Master, during my recent travels in the eastern wilderness, I discovered an extraordinarily rare prodigy. In terms of talent, she should surpass all past chiefs of our Hongwan Pavilion. As soon as he uttered these words, not only did the elders within the spirit hall frown, but even Nan Gongyuan, seated in the main position, raised her brows slightly. Surpass all the chief disciples of our Hongwan Pavilion? Are you certain? The Hongwan Pavilion, renowned throughout the Chengyu region, boasted not only a distinguished status, but also a cadre of exceptionally gifted youths. It was no exaggeration to say that any disciple ranking within the top 10 could easily dominate the entire younger generation of the Chengyu region. Among the historical chiefs, Nan Gongyuan's own disciple, Zi, was particularly extraordinary, having already reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage with a bone age of less than 300 years. Mere steps away from the transcendent realm of the Red Immortal. Should nothing unforeseen occur, she possessed a significant likelihood of advancing to the Dao Immortal realm, or even ascending to the exalted position of an Immortal Lord. It was not that she doubted the existence of prodigies within the Chengyu region, but rather that Bai Lianshan's words seemed overly audacious, stirring a sense of dissatisfaction within her. Was her Hongwan Pavilion truly so insignificant? Could a mere youth from the barren eastern wilderness surpass them entirely? Many elders around her wore expressions of amusement. Old Bai, are you jesting with the Pavilion Master? Zi's prowess is not only unparalleled in the Chengyu region, but even across the entire continent. She's a paragon of genius. Are you truly suggesting that she pales in comparison to the prodigy you speak of? I can't help but wonder if you've had too much spirit wine. A mere eastern wilderness could possibly give rise to such an individual? Previous searches had yielded no such top-tier prodigies, not even suitable for our outer disciples to serve. If such an extraordinary talent truly existed, I would willingly kneel and pay my respects. Pray tell, what prodigious talent could possibly warrant such reverence from you, old Bai? Feeling the piercing gaze of Nan Gonyuan, Bai Lianshan felt cold sweat dampen his back. After swallowing hard, he finally spoke. Pavilion Master. The young lady possesses the bloodline of the Ta Ling. Currently, she is accompanied by a protector from the human race, whose strength far exceeds my own. Which is why I returned to seek your guidance. The bloodline of the Ta Ling, aligned with the human race? At that moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed Nan Gongyuan's beautiful eyes. She was acutely aware of what the Ta Ling bloodline represented. If nurtured properly, the individual would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of the Immortal King. The Ta Ling royal family, bolstered by their overwhelmingly potent bloodline, posed a significant challenge even to imperial courts. With unparalleled offensive capabilities, no force on the entire Xianxian continent could guarantee victory against them. Save for the ancient clans and the hidden beast tribes. What is the cultivation level of the protector accompanying her? Do you know which faction they hail from? Nan Gonyuan could not help but inquire. While she was uncertain why the Ta Ling bloodline would align with the human race, one thing was clear. The only reason for such an occurrence was that the possessor of the Ta Ling bloodline was likely an orphan from her clan, yet to be discovered by her kin. This presented a tremendous opportunity for the Hongwan Pavilion, should they successfully recruit this prodigy and witness her growth. The Hongwan Pavilion could very well become the first and only sacred ground in the entire Chengyu region. Bai Lianshan hesitated for a moment. Pavilion Master. That individual seems to be at the Dao Immortal level. During my time in the Eastern Wilderness, it was hinted that she may be the leader of the Piaomiao Sect. However, this is all I know. Piaomiao Sect? Nan Gonyuan pondered for a moment, her emotions relaxing slightly. In the vast expanse of the Xianxian continent, she was nearly familiar with all the transcendent powers, and the so-called Piaomiao Sect held no significant influence. Dao Immortal level? Merely that. Observing the change in Nan Gonyuan's expression, Bai Lianshan suddenly recalled Su Qingyu's formidable prowess at the Prodigy Gathering. Pavilion Master. Should we investigate the background of this Piaomiao Sect? Nan Gonyuan contemplated for a moment, then a determined glint sparked in her beautiful eyes. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure emanated from her, enveloping the entire spirit hall. Subsequently, an ancient mirror, pristine as white jade and radiating an aura of celestial might, materialized before the assembly. The immortal ancient mirror, capable of divining the secrets of heaven, it is the most unique celestial artifact within the Hongwan Pavilion. The other elders within the hall instantly comprehended that Nan Gonyuan was resolute in her pursuit of the possessor of the Ta Ling bloodline. I shall see who dares to contend with our Hongwan Pavilion for this talent. Let us see if they possess the capability. Chapter 38. The tormented Nan Gonyuan. Will she break? In a moment of celestial brilliance, a shimmering barrier appeared within the sight of the assembly. The surface of the barrier was a chaotic void, obscuring any discernible imagery. This left Nan Gonyuan perplexed. For the immortal ancient mirror had been passed down through generations and had never been known to malfunction. Was something amiss? Could it be that the immortal ancient mirror was damaged? How could that be? It was a top-tier celestial artifact. Meanwhile, within the spirit hall of the Piaomiao Sect, Su Qingyu seemed to sense something, his brow slightly furrowing, a chilling expression washing over his face. Do you think you can pry into my affairs? The power of the void surged behind him, and in mere moments, a portal of emptiness materialized within the spirit hall. He then reached out, as if transcending the very fabric of space. Before the Hongwan Pavilion could react, the sudden emergence of void energy coalesced, and Nan Gonyuan instinctively prepared to resist. Yet, before her spiritual energy could coalesce, she vanished from their view entirely. When she reopened her eyes, the environment around her had transformed completely. What is happening? As Nan Gonyuan's spiritual energy surged, her beautiful eyes were filled with vigilance, falling upon Su Qingyu. She could distinctly sense that the void energy that had abruptly appeared in the Hongwan Pavilion was an overwhelming force she could not withstand. An ominous premonition settled in her heart, likely connected to the man before her. Who are you? The ethereal energy of the immortal monarch's domain surged forth. Poised for imminent action, Su Qingyu exhibited no inclination to rise. Instead, he merely regarded Nan Gonyuan with a detached gaze. In terms of physique, she was certainly on par with Chen Lingling, yet it was the haughty aura surrounding her that was most striking. I am the person you seek. The moment those words escaped her lips, a flicker of surprise crossed Nan Gonyuan's face. She had not anticipated that the man before her, Su Qingyu, was indeed the guardian of the tailing bloodline spoken of by Bai Lianshan. Could he truly be of the immortal realm? She found herself utterly unable to decipher the man before her. Although he exuded no trace of spiritual energy, a woman's instinct warned her of the peril he posed. What do you intend? What do you think? Su Qingyu's tone was calm, yet it pierced through Nan Gonyuan like a thorn. Unworthy? As the current leader of the formidable Hongwan Pavilion, she had ascended to the immortal monarch realm in merely a millennium. How could she lack the qualifications? With this thought, the icy demeanor in her beautiful eyes intensified. You seek death. No sooner had she spoken, a sound of tearing air resonated. In an instant, with the power of the void at her command, Nangong Yuan was above Su Chengyu, striking with her sword. The entire spirit hall seemed to tremble under the weight of her assault, as countless luminous streams surged toward the center, akin to writhing dragons. Su Chengyu merely raised a hand and delicately pointed. The crimson sword intent shattered into fragments within the ether. Nangong Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. She felt her body rendered immobile. In the next moment, a figure appeared before her, without hesitation, delivering 2 swift slaps. The crisp sound echoed throughout the spirit hall. Vivid red handprints starkly contrasting against her delicate visage. Despite the indignity, Nangong Yuan's beautiful eyes brimmed with defiance, glaring fiercely at Su Chengyu. Even if you kill me today, I shall not yield. Oh, is that so? A smile crept onto Su Chengyu's lips. With a snap of his fingers, formless spiritual energy manifested behind Nangong Yuan, transforming into 2 formidable hands that relentlessly assaulted her concealed form. The rhythmic, crisp sounds reverberated through the hall. With the spiritual energy entirely sealed, Nangong Yuan could only rely on her physical strength to resist. Whether it was pain or something else, within moments, her fair complexion was flushed with color. You scoundrel! Su Chengyu paid her no mind, returning to his seat, sipping his enlightenment tea while observing the spectacle with amusement. The reason for keeping Nangong Yuan was the current lack of manpower within the Piaomiao Sect. As the sect leader, it was impractical for him to handle every matter personally. Such gossip would only invite ridicule. Retaining a being of her caliber, possessing the strength of the immortal monarch, as a servant was a rather astute decision. After a full half-hour, Nangong Yuan's voice had softened considerably. I was wrong. Feeling the spiritual energy behind her dissipate, she slowly raised her head to meet Su Chengyu's gaze. Her eyes were already glistening with tears, yet she bit her lip, striving to suppress her emotions. Her disheveled hair cascaded over her gauzy skirt. This wretched feeling of vulnerability. Su Chengyu couldn't help but shake his head. Had she encountered another man, perhaps he would have shown mercy. But before him, apologies, he was not yet satisfied. Another familiar smile surfaced. Before Nangong Yuan could regain her composure, another sharp sound rang out. Struggling to contain her discomfort, she let out a soft whimper. You devil! As the next half-hour passed, the last remnants of her pride were shattered. The gaze she cast upon Su Chengyu was filled with desperation. I truly understand my mistakes. Tears streamed down her pale cheeks. Falling to the ground, Su Chengyu's thoughts shifted, and the spiritual energy behind her vanished completely. Where is your spirit? You spoke of never yielding. Struggling to hold back her emotions, Nangong Yuan dared not meet Su Chengyu's eyes. Before she could finish, he interrupted her. From now on, you will remain in my Piaomiao Sect as a servant. Do you understand? Upon hearing the term servant, Nangong Yuan hesitated, yet sensing the peculiar sensations coursing through her body. She eventually nodded. She was uncertain of the devil's true intentions, but one thing was clear. If she continued to endure Su Chengyu's torment, she would truly be broken. Chapter 39. The Contrasting Little Demoness. Once the restraints on her body were lifted, Nangong Yuan rubbed her sore form. She could still feel a lingering pain, yet there was an inexplicable sense of comfort. She herself could not decipher what this sensation truly was. After a moment's respite, she cautiously approached Su Chengyu, her voice trembling. What should I do now, master? Indeed, only after enduring pain could one learn to be sensible. Su Chengyu felt a sense of satisfaction, without a trace of hesitation. He simply gestured with his hand. Realizing this meant she was to prepare the spiritual tea, she approached the spirit table, gazing at the floating elixirs. At a mere glance, her eyes widened in astonishment. She could distinctly sense the flow of profound power within the spiritual tea. Is this enlightenment tea? She was acutely aware of the significance of such a treasure. As the former leader of the Qing domain, she understood its rarity across the entire Qing continent. Even the venerable immortal sanctuaries might not possess it. Only the supreme imperial palaces or reclusive ancient clans could acquire a meager supply. Each leaf could provoke tremors. And now, dozens of them lay before her. Were it not for the tangible changes she had felt in her body, she might have believed this was merely a dream. Turning to the position behind her, she hesitantly inquired, Master, is there really this much enlightenment tea? Has it all been brewed? What else would it be for? To merely gaze upon? Su Chengyu couldn't help but shake his head. Was it merely some tea? Was it truly so precious? Once he finished, he could simply harvest more from the enlightenment tree. It was an endless supply. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuan found herself at a loss for words to convey her current feelings. What kind of foundation could utter such outrageous statements? In a matter of moments, she carefully cradled the enlightenment tea and approached Su Chengyu, staring at him resolutely before drinking it all in one go. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Do not merely speak of a cup of enlightenment tea. Even a single drop could empower her to transcend into the realm of the Immortal King. Such is the formidable nature of top-tier spiritual treasures. Drink a cup, Su Chengyu remarked. At that moment, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Nangong Yuan's beautiful eyes. She was about to take a seat, but then recalled her current status. Sitting beside this man might lead to unforeseen repercussions. Taking a deep breath, she knelt gracefully upon the ground. The sway of her sheer gown allowed a glimpse of her fair skin. Even Su Chengyu had to concede that Nangong Yuan possessed an enviable figure, perhaps even surpassing Chen Lingling, especially in this obedient demeanor, which starkly contrasted her earlier haughty air. Was this the enchanting fairy whose charm lay in such striking contrasts? Before Su Chengyu could collect his thoughts, he observed Nangong Yuan delicately lifting the half-filled cup of enlightenment tea he had left behind, cautiously bringing it to her lips. The moment the tea touched her tongue, she could distinctly feel the fervent circulation of spiritual energy within her. The essence of the great Dao surged behind her, intermingled with the sword intent of the crimson spirit, radiating outward. Years of stagnation shattered in an instant, allowing her to ascend 2 realms, breaking through to the 3rd stage of the immortal monarch. As the cup emptied, Nangong Yuan still felt an insatiable longing, even swallowing the last remnants of the tea. Witnessing this scene left Su Chengyu utterly astonished. Why would she not occupy a seat? What was the meaning of kneeling on the ground? And why was she so intent on drinking his tea? Did it heighten the experience? This woman was indeed a true enchantress. As if sensing something, Nangong Yuan turned to glance behind her, their eyes meeting, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Master, is there anything else you require of me? Her sultry voice infused her presence with an added allure. Deep down, she understood that Su Chengyu's ability to present her with such an abundance of enlightenment tea spoke volumes. This was not something an ordinary faction could accomplish. Clearly, it was the hallmark of a hidden sect's profound heritage. Now grasping her situation, she recognized that since Su Chengyu had willingly removed her restrictions, he was not concerned about her escape. Thus, it would be wiser to remain by his side. Her mind began to conjure vivid scenarios, contemplating if Su Chengyu might request her to warm his bed. Should she acquiesce? Or perhaps she should take the initiative? This might lead to further opportunities for enlightenment tea. Contemplating this, Nangong Yuan lowered her head and spoke softly. I can do that. Then you may leave for now. All right. Huh. Nangong Yuan momentarily failed to process Su Chengyu's words. Was he truly letting her go? According to the narrative, wasn't he supposed to unleash his primal instincts and subject her to unspeakable torment? She recalled many such accounts within the wild spirit records. I will call for you if needed. For now, you may explore the sect's surroundings. At that moment, seeing the clarity in Su Chengyu's gaze, unmarred by ulterior motives, stirred a complex mix of emotions within Nangong Yuan. Could it be that he found her lacking? Biting her lip, she replied softly, Yuaner understands. Chapter 40. The Terrifying Heritage. Nangong Yuan's astonishment. After departing from the spiritual hall, Nangong Yuan strolled through the sect. Only then did she truly comprehend the essence of heritage. The very spiritual energy transforming into mist and diffusing through the air was beyond comparison, far surpassing even 10 Red One halls. She had encountered sacred grounds and imperial palaces before, yet none could match the 20-fold concentration of spiritual energy found in the Piaomiao Sect. This deepened her curiosity about Su Chengyu. The man was an enigma, his terrifying prowess and profound heritage utterly inscrutable. The only certainty was that Su Chengyu bore her no malice. Otherwise, she would never have been permitted to leave so easily from the spiritual hall. Humph. Is it that my appearance is not striking enough? She mused, glancing at her own alluring figure as she walked away, her movements captivating in their grace. Pondering the reason behind her feelings, she took a deep breath to calm her turbulent emotions, continuing towards the direction of the rear mountain. The entire Piaomiao Sect exuded a grand aura, yet the eerie silence unsettled her. It was so quiet that she felt out of place. Throughout her journey, she had not encountered any other disciples. It was as if the sect was devoid of life. Though the Red One Hall was merely a transcendent force with a foothold in the Qing domain, it boasted around 5,000 disciples after thousands of years of development. Such a profound sect as Piaomiao should not be so desolate. Before long, she arrived at the spiritual hall at the back mountain, the place where Su Chengyu often rested. As his attendant, she too would remain here. Upon stepping into the outer perimeter of the hall, the towering shadows of ancient trees captured Nangong Yuan's attention immediately. A multitude? That familiar essence of the great Dao. Was this the Enlightenment Tree? So many of them. The expression in her beautiful eyes transformed entirely. The existence of the Enlightenment Tree was a riddle throughout the entire Qing Xian continent. Legends spoke of a singular enlightenment tree that had endured the passage of time. But throughout millions of years, no faction had ever succeeded in locating one. This was precisely why enlightenment tea was so scarce. Yet here, within the Piaomiao Sect, there were 9. How could Nangong Yuan possibly fathom this? As the immense power of the great Tao swirled around her, the moment she set foot in this domain, she felt her sword intent surge once more. Such was the sheer dominance of the enlightenment trees. The other 9 trees nearby also drew her attention, clearly equal in quality to the enlightenment trees themselves. Miss Nangong, a deep voice interrupted her thoughts. Instinctively turning, she beheld a man with a sword case on his back and a wine gourd in hand, scrutinizing her. I am Li Chugang. The sect leader has sent me to familiarize you with the surroundings. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuan bowed slightly, replying, I appreciate it, elderly. No need for such formality. It is an honor bestowed by the sect leader, Li Chugang replied, placing his wine gourd down with a smile before turning to lead her towards the spiritual hall. Nangong Yuan's gaze remained fixed on his retreating figure, and after a moment of observation, a new wave of astonishment washed over her. She realized that even the ethereal elder before her was beyond her comprehension, given her current cultivation level. The only possibility behind the elder's capabilities was that he was far superior to her, perhaps a peak celestial lord? The thought made Nangong Yuan shake her head incredulously. An elder, merely guiding her within the sect, possessed such power? Did that imply that this man's cultivation might very well transcend that of a celestial king? If her conjecture held any truth, Nangong Yuan could scarcely fathom how untroubled her path might be in the future. It was no wonder that, with the profound heritage of the ethereal sect, its name had never been heard across the entirety of the Qingxian continent. Truly, hidden sects were terrifying. The identity of this maid was no less esteemed than that of the Red Wand Pavilion's master. Before long, the two entered the spirit hall, where the concentration of spiritual energy was even denser than in other areas of the ethereal sect. Before Nangong Yuan could inquire about the situation, a resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the ethereal sect. The dragon clan? Seeing Nangong Yuan lost in thought, Li Chungan began to explain. Miss Nangong, there is no need for concern. This is the mount of our sect master and can be considered a guardian beast of our sect. It merely serves to watch over the entrance and harbors no ill intentions. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Yuan felt as though her understanding of the world was being reshaped. A dragon clan as a mount, serving as a gatekeeper within the ethereal sect? How proud the dragon clan was. No power on the continent was unaware of this. They would rather die standing than live in humiliation. The most critical point was that forcibly capturing a member of the dragon clan, regardless of their bloodline, would amount to directly declaring war against them. Not even a celestial emperor could afford to do so. Nangong Yuan found herself utterly bewildered by the myriad of means at Su Qingyu's disposal to achieve such feats. The sheer volume of information received in a mere hour was overwhelming. Rubbing her temples, she gradually calmed herself. She resolved that, come what may, she could not leave the ethereal sect. Even if Su Qingyu urged her to depart, she would cling stubbornly to remain. She sensed that perhaps staying in the ethereal sect was her greatest opportunity in this lifetime. Miss Nangong, since you have become familiar with your surroundings, I shall take my leave for now. I will be in the West Hall. Feel free to seek me out should you have any questions, Li Chungan said slowly. Earlier, Su Qingyu had already briefed him via the sect's token. Although he understood that Nangong Yuan's status might be that of a mere maid, there was a significant disparity among maids. Being able to accompany Su Qingyu was already a remarkable distinction. In his previous world, that would have equated to a moving decree of imperial authority. Thus, he naturally did not dare to underestimate her. Thank you, elderly. After Li Chungan's figure vanished, Nangong Yuan made her way into the spirit hall. For some inexplicable reason, the image of Su Qingyu's touch lingered in her mind. The peculiar sensation from before surged back to her heart. Her cheeks flushed slightly. That rascal, can't he be a bit gentler? I never said I was unwilling. Chapter 41. The Sacred Land of Danwu, Dual Inheritance. Preparing to snatch someone? Meanwhile, within the Red Wand Pavilion, chaos erupted following Nangong Yuan's disappearance after utilizing the celestial ancient mirror. They had not anticipated that someone of Nangong Yuan's celestial lord caliber could encounter such an unforeseen event. The elder in black robes swiftly took control of the situation, standing at the forefront with a frosty demeanor. This matter must not be leaked. Any violators will be dealt with by the law enforcement hall. As one of the core elders of the Red Wand Pavilion, he was acutely aware of the ramifications should news of Nangong Yuan's plight escape. It would throw the entire sect into disarray, and it was uncertain whether the other two transcendent powers would seize the opportunity to act against them. The celestial ancient mirror continued to hover ominously in the center of the great hall, displaying a murky and eerie image upon its screen. The elder in black summoned his spiritual energy and retracted the celestial ancient mirror, with Nangong Yuan's unfortunate circumstances still unclear. Everyone immediately recalled the words of Bai Lianshan regarding the sect master of the ethereal sect. The black-robed elder cast a sharp glance at Bai Lianshan, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his narrowed eyes. "What is the situation with you, Bai Lianshan? Shouldn't you clarify?" Bai Lianshan's complexion had turned ashen, his legs trembling uncontrollably. How could he have anticipated that even a celestial lord like Nangong Yuan could face such misfortune? Based on his previous understanding, the sect master of the ethereal sect was at most a being above the Dao immortal realm, incapable of resisting the scrutiny of the celestial ancient realm. Unless a daring hypothesis took shape in Bai Lianshan's mind. Was it possible that the sect master of the ethereal sect had not fully revealed his strength during the Celestial Talent Conference? Could it be that his cultivation surpassed that of Nangong Yuan? Thus, he was able to execute such a countermeasure. Taking a deep breath, Bai Lianshan fixed his gaze on the black-robed elder without hesitation. If a solution could not be found today, his life would likely be forfeit. Elder Dong, you must also understand that since the inception of the Red Wand Pavilion, the celestial ancient mirror has never encountered such an anomaly. This indicates that the sect master's strength might be, although Bai Lianshan did not finish his sentence, the implication was abundantly clear. Dong Yuan's expression darkened ominously. Within the Red Wand Pavilion, there was only one being at the celestial lord level, Nangong Yuan. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment before Dong Yuan continued. Bai Lianshan, you will accompany me to the Yushu Sacred Land. Upon hearing the name of the Yushu Sacred Land, both Bai Lianshan and the other elders present were taken aback. This was the mightiest force within the wild domain. Rumors had previously circulated that Nangong Yuan's dominance in the Qing domain was due to the backing of others. Now that Dong Yuan had spoken, it was evident that such rumors held truth. Dong Yuan paid no heed to the reactions of others. As an elder within the Red Wand Pavilion, certain information was only known to the core senior figures. In truth, Nangong Yuan had a twin sister, Nangong Xian, whose talents surpassed her own. Within the Yushu Sacred Land, she had shattered the record for the youngest celestial sovereign and had since attained the status of a saintess. Currently, the only variable concerning Nangong Yuan could potentially be resolved by Nangong Xian. However, Elder Dong, with the power of the Yushu Sacred Land, will they truly heed us? One elder, sensing the tension in the hall, could not help but voice his concern. Dong Yuan disregarded him, coldly retorting, "This is not your concern. In the meantime, ensure the stability of the Red Wand Pavilion. Should I discover anyone causing trouble at this juncture, I shall send them on their way." In those piercing gazes, a murderous intent flickered, causing the other elders to avert their eyes. Bai Lianshan, follow me. Days had passed since the Tianjiao conference, and the reputation of the Piaomiao Sect had already spread throughout the eastern wilderness. No one could have anticipated that a sect previously unheard of could exhibit such audacity. Not even the two first-rate sects, Luyun's sect and Qianmen's sect, could have foreseen it. The moment the news broke, the remnants of the Blood Spirit Cave fled overnight, sending ripples of shock throughout the entire Chengyu region. You cannot fathom the sheer terror embodied by the Piaomiao Sect. The master of the Blood Spirit Cave, a realm beyond the spirit immortal stage, appeared as a mere plaything before them, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. It is said that they were so frightened they lacked the courage to even retaliate, abandoning everyone and fleeing. I dare say, with the momentum of the Piaomiao Sect, it would not be long before the Chengyu region evolves into a quadripartite power structure. Even if the Piaomiao Sect truly possesses the strength to eliminate the Blood Spirit Cave, it still pales in comparison to extraordinary forces, does it not? Who in the Chengyu region remains unaware that the Red Wand Pavilion holds the reins. Without their endorsement, the Piaomiao Sect lacks even the qualifications to enter. The Piaomiao Sect. Soft, enchanting voices reverberated gently within the spirit hall. Master, the enlightenment tea is ready. Is this strength suitable, Master? Master, what do you desire? Chun Lingling stood at a distance, observing Nangong Yuan, who appeared as delicate as a young woman. How could one ever imagine that she was the head of the Red Wand Pavilion, the most formidable power in the Chengyu region? Oh no. This is aimed at the sect master. Taking a deep breath, she gradually calmed the turmoil within her heart. Little did she expect that within less than a month, a maid of the celestial sovereign realm would emerge by Su Chengyu's side. This left Chun Lingling feeling somewhat disheartened. Though she had already attained the Red Immortal realm and made considerable progress in the Array spirit lineage, a significant gap still existed between her and Nangong Yuan. As women, how could they not understand each other's aspirations? Despite her sense of resignation, Chun Lingling consoled herself. With a man like Su Chengyu, how could he possibly be swayed by mere beauty? If that were the case, she wouldn't still be lingering in the West Hall for such an extended period. As long as she remained within the Piaomiao Sect, countless opportunities would still await her. The flicker of confidence returned to Chun Lingling's beautiful eyes, her heart now resolute. As long as she could achieve sufficient mastery within the array spirit lineage, she would not be inferior to anyone. With this thought, she quickly made her way towards the hall's exit. Nangong Yuan regarded her retreating figure with a gaze imbued with profound meaning, her fair, slender hand incessantly kneading Su Qingyu's shoulder. In just a few short days, she had completely mastered the skills requisite for a maid. In summary, it could be expressed succinctly: a maid is to serve in times of need and to remain idle when not required. As long as Su Qingyu, the sect master, was willing to be a bit more domineering. Master, enjoy your tea. Su Qingyu's gaze fell upon Nangong Yuan, and he appraised her for a moment. Compared to a few days prior, he sensed a remarkable transformation in her. She was now gentle, charming, and alluring. Gone was the haughty demeanor she had upon her arrival at the Piaomiao Sect. Was this the so-called contrast? Gently sipping the enlightenment tea in his hand, Su Qingyu seemed to have a thought, as his deep voice slowly resonated. You should have a fair understanding of the matters in the Qingxin continent, correct? Although Nangong Yuan was uncertain of the intent behind Su Qingyu's inquiry, she nodded nonetheless. What does the master wish to know? In the nearby major domains, are there any alchemical forces with a solid foundation? Su Qingyu inquired without hesitation. Alchemical forces? Nangong Yuan was taken aback, pondering for a moment. In the southern domain, the Danwu sacred land should possess the strongest potential among the alchemical forces, aside from the sacred central domain. However, this Danwu sacred land is somewhat unique. Governed by two lineages, the alchemy and array spirits, where the two sacred lords share a blood relation. Thus, the Danwu sacred land enjoys substantial connections in other major domains, backed by numerous sacred lands, and there are even rumors of ties with a certain imperial palace. Therefore, if one wishes to draw them into the sect merely through resources, it would be quite challenging. Su Qingyu gleaned the implications behind her words. With his experience from 2 lifetimes, he understood that if resources alone could not win over hearts, it only indicated one possibility: the offerings were insufficient. Moreover, he had not anticipated that the Danwu sacred land would possess the legacy of the array spirit lineage. This was a tremendous boon for him. A buy one, get one free deal. Such an opportunity was rare. Not only could it significantly bolster the ranks of the Piaomiao Sect, but it would also alleviate considerable troubles for him. With this in mind, a smile appeared on his face. Then I won't provide resources, will I? Not providing resources? Nangong Yuan instantly understood, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Now she could comprehend Su Qingyu's intention. Was he preparing to seize individuals directly, just as she had when arriving at the Piaomiao Sect? However, within the Danwu sacred land, there were no fewer than 10 beings at the Celestial King level, not to mention the elders at the perfected Celestial Sovereign stage. Observing the astonished expression on Nangong Yuan's face, Su Qingyu merely rose slowly, responding with calmness. Is the Celestial King realm truly formidable? I will bring people back. Have Li Chuanguang and the others prepare for their reception. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of void energy manifested, and Su Qingyu's figure vanished entirely from the spirit hall. Nangong Yuan clutched the spirit cup still warm from Su Qingyu's previous touch, sipping the enlightenment tea he had tasted, allowing herself to regain composure. Initially, she believed that her absence would plunge the Chengyu region into chaos. Little did she expect that this man, upon taking action, would incite the Qingxian continent into turmoil. If he truly moved against the Danwu sacred land, Nangong Yuan could scarcely imagine how the other sacred lands in those major domains would react. Taking a deep breath, she could not help but murmur, clearly so domineering. Why can't he be a little more domineering towards me as well? Chapter 42, The Demonic Slaughter View. Is the Celestial King level truly powerful? The Danwu sacred land, though the strongest force in the southern domain, is situated at the intersection of 3 major domains. Thus, numerous trading guilds centered on alchemical transactions have been established in the southern triangle's cultivation areas. With the backing of such a superlative alchemical sacred land, no resources have been overlooked, not even the information within the sacred land, which is of immense assistance to other forces. Unlike previous occasions, today the southern triangle was particularly bustling, with numerous forces densely crowding the entire region. Brothers, have you heard? A significant event is about to unfold in the Danwu sacred land today. A significant event? The bigwigs in the Danwu sacred land could cause a stir even with the slightest misstep. Which event do you refer to? Rube, go away. Have you not heard of the impending establishment of the demonic slaughter view within the Danwu sacred land? The demonic slaughter view? What is that? The Danwu sacred land. Above the spirit realm, a colossal spiritual platform gradually ascended, manifesting before the eyes of all disciples. Faintly, the desperate struggles of several figures could be discerned. Their garments long since tattered. On their ebony skin, A pair of crimson eyes flickered incessantly, their cold gaze brimming with murderous intent. The figure in the center stood out distinctly from the others surrounding it. With twin horns adorning its head and massive wings now broken, it bore an expression of fatigue, yet exhibited no trace of fear, merely panting heavily. Shortly thereafter, an elder clad in black robes appeared beside it. Demon Cultivator, I offer you this opportunity. If you disclose the locations of the other fissures, I may consider sparing you, the elder declared. The corner of the Demon Cultivator's mouth lifted slightly, a disdainful gleam illuminating his eyes. Spare us? You, mere ants, dare to impede the arrival of my demon kin? It is nothing short of a jest. The black-clad elder furrowed his brow slightly. After serving in the law enforcement hall for so long, he had not anticipated such obstinacy from a few demon beasts. Did they truly jest with life and death? Beasts were beasts, oblivious to their own demise. I shall grant you your wish. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned his gaze toward the spiritual platform, plunging the entire Danwu's sacred land into silence once more. Today, we shall eradicate the scourge of the demon race and elevate the might of our human kin. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere erupted into a frenzy. Shouts resounding from all directions. Kill them. These demon beasts cannot be granted an easy death. Let the might of our human kin be known. Not to mention in their Danwu's sacred land, the demon race was considered a universal enemy throughout the vast wilderness. After 100,000 years, the demon race had descended for the first time, igniting the war of myriad races. In less than 50 years, countless factions had perished in this conflict. The strength of the demon race far exceeded their imaginations. And only through the combined efforts of the 5 ancient clans and the realm of divine beasts were they able to forcibly seal the fissures in that great world. It was only then that the demon race in the vast wilderness was nearly eradicated. No one knew from whence the demon race had originated, but those at the pinnacle of the vast wilderness were aware. The world from which the demon race emerged was undoubtedly of a higher echelon than the vast wilderness. However, due to the existence of the heavenly laws, they were unable to descend upon the higher realms. Otherwise, they would not have been able to endure for such an extended period. Unexpectedly, after 100,000 years, the fissures that had once been sealed began to show signs of loosening. Thus, the present stealthy descent of the demon race upon the Danwu's sacred land came to be. A surge of spiritual energy manifested, instantly unlocking the restraints on dozens of demon figures upon the spiritual platform. Before the black-robed elder could utter a word, a shimmering light curtain enveloped them. Within the space, flickering arcs of electricity could be faintly seen. In less than a moment, numerous bolts of thunder crashed down violently. The demon cultivator seemed to sense something. Without a hint of hesitation, the aura of an immortal sovereign erupted from his being, charging directly toward the descending bolts of lightning. Countless demon spirits intertwined within the space, but upon contact, they were pierced through by the terrifying thunder spirits, shattering the sole remaining demon wing. I will kill you. The roar reverberated within the light curtain. At this moment, the other demons upon the spiritual platform unleashed their spiritual energies, striving to assist the demon cultivator in this final stand. Within the Danwu's sacred land, during the first wave of encirclement, they had already exhausted a significant portion of their spiritual energy. Their continued endurance was solely reliant upon that last thread of conviction. Witnessing this scene, the black-clad elder merely coldly retracted his gaze, then lifted a command token, gently tapping it. A flicker of spiritual light shimmered. Beasts are indeed beasts, oblivious to their own demise. Within the light curtain, countless thunder spirits rapidly converged. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of bolts of thunder materialized, transforming into a thunderbird that crashed down with ferocity. A deafening impact resounded. When all eyes shifted once more to the spiritual platform, the bodies of the dozens had already been reduced to blood and flesh strewn across the ground. Excellent work. The Danwu sacred land is formidable. The demon race deserves to be slain. Such beasts should not be granted an easy demise. At this moment, numerous factions had gathered in the outer regions of the Danwu sacred land, all being prominent or extraordinary forces within the southern triangle region, eager to witness this slaughter of demons. Though separated by the light curtain, they could still feel the overwhelming force emanating from the slaughter array. The terrifying pressure permeated the space. Indeed, the slaughter array of the Danwu sacred land had become increasingly formidable. It was said that this was not even the pinnacle of the tribulation-grade spiritual array, yet it already possessed the terrifying might to annihilate immortal sovereign demons. If it were a spiritual array of the immortal grade, would it not imply that even those of the immortal king realm could be slain? Brothers, do you not see the difference? What kind of existence lies above the immortal king? It is no easy feat to enter this slaughter array. To target an immortal king powerhouse, one would need a layered immortal grade slaughter array. Otherwise, it was futile to consider. Are you courting death? The Danwu Sacred Land is not a place for you to discuss. In a nearby spiritual pavilion, several figures were seated in the center. Are the three of you satisfied with our demon-slaughtering spectacle? From the main seat, a man clad in splendid garments spoke slowly. Now, several 100,000 years had passed since the calamity of myriad races, and the fissures of the demon race had once again appeared at the intersection of the three great domains. Everyone must remain vigilant. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the face of the star-eclipsing Holy Master, his gaze carrying a hint of profound meaning. He glanced at the two others beside him. The three great forces, including the Zijing Hall and the Qiyu dynasty, were the most powerful factions within the three great domains, all aiming to win over the Danwu Sacred Land. For no other reason than that, throughout the entire Qingxian continent, aside from the Holy Central Domain, the Danwu Sacred Land stood as the most profound force. Not only did they possess top-tier elixirs, but the prior slaughter array had also revealed much. Now that the heavenly laws had been reopened, no one could predict when the demon race would descend again. The three holy masters were acutely aware that they must cling tightly to this formidable ally, the Danwu Sacred Land. The two holy masters of the Danwu Sacred Land, Ji Jian and Ji Feiyu, were absolute prodigies in the paths of alchemy and spiritual arrays. Given them ample time, the Danwu Sacred Land might have the opportunity to ascend into the ranks of the supreme divine palaces. Contemplating this, the Qiyu Holy Master immediately responded. The foundation of the Danwu Sacred Land is undoubtedly formidable. The tribulation-grade slaughter array alone can already slay those of the immortal sovereign realm. Just imagining the spiritual array above the immortal grade is truly unfathomable. After all, the lineage of spiritual arrays within the Danwu Sacred Land has been inherited for nearly 5,000 years, and it is rumored that the slaughter arrays above the immortal grade cannot threaten immortal kings. However, those few individuals who have maintained a close relationship with the Danwu Sacred Land for so many years naturally understand that the other party has always concealed their true intentions deeply. If a singular celestial grade killing formation proves inadequate, then let us summon several overlapping ones. As long as we possess a sufficiently stable array spirit and an ample number of formations, even a being at the pinnacle of the celestial king realm risks annihilation should they inadvertently step within. Yet, before the two brothers of the Ji family, seated at the head of the table, could utter a word, the master of the Zijing Palace shifted the conversation. Regarding the matter of the demonic rift, I hope Brother Ji will offer ample reminders, allowing us to prepare adequately at critical moments. Ji Jian set down his spirit wine cup, his smile broadening. He, as a seasoned veteran in the realm, was acutely aware of the implications in their words. It was merely a matter of fearing repercussions. The affairs of the demon race concern not only us, but also the entirety of this untamed world. If the demon race were to fully open the rift, there would be those far more anxious than you. Such matters are beyond the contemplation of individuals at our level, Ji Jian articulated clearly. Within the vast wilderness, there are three continents, with the Qingxian continent being merely one among them. He was well aware that even if the demonic rift were to manifest, it would not be something he could discern alone. After all, during the cataclysmic battlefield of the myriad races, that was where the seals of the rifts were most vulnerable. Yet, this realization brought a sigh of relief to the three individuals beside him. As long as the information is accurate, they can make their choices promptly and depart in various ways. As for confronting the demon race head-on, that was not within their scope of consideration. Ji Feiyu remained silent, having looked down upon these individuals from the very beginning. However, he could not deny one point. The potential of the current Danwu Sacred Land is indeed substantial. Yet its complete development would require a significant duration. Naturally, the more allies they can gather, the better. By offering elixirs and array spirits, these individuals would willingly serve their interests. It was merely a matter of mutual exploitation. The ultimate aim of both parties was to gain legitimate entry into the sacred central domain and ascend to the ranks of the supreme divine palaces. Contemplating this, a trace of pride flickered in Ji Feiyu's gaze. Before he could voice his thoughts, a foreign voice gradually resonated in the ears of the assembly. What are you so joyful about? You didn't think to include me. As the words fell, the countenance of the crowd shifted dramatically upon seeing the figure approaching slowly. Especially Ji Jian and his brother, who did not anticipate that an outsider could infiltrate the Danwu Sacred Land so silently, even unaware of when the individual had appeared. Who are you? Ji Feiyu's expression soured, his gaze fixed on Su Chengyu as he coldly inquired. The individuals behind him also rose, their spiritual powers surging forth, appearing ready to strike at any moment, for they were entirely ignorant of the newcomer's intentions. There's no need to be so tense. Who I am is of little consequence. I happen to require some manpower for the recent development of the sect. It doesn't need to be many. Isn't the Danwu Sacred Land a dual inheritance lineage? I only require 8 exceptional alchemists and array masters. Is that too much to ask? 8. Too much? Ji Jian nearly widened his eyes in astonishment, questioning the audacity of such a request. Before either brother could respond, the star-eclipsing Sacred Lord, with an unfriendly demeanor, interjected, "Kid, I see you're courting death. Coming here alone? Do you truly believe yourself to be a pinnacle celestial king, looking down on us from the heights of the sacred lands?" Su Chengyu disregarded the remark, continuing unabated, "Pinnacle celestial king? Is that really so formidable?" As soon as the words left his mouth, before anyone could react, a dark luminous barrier erupted from beneath Su Chengyu, instantly transforming the entire spirit pavilion into ruins. The murderous intent that had been simmering within Ji Feiyu could no longer be contained. When had the Danwu sacred land ever been so humiliated? From the very beginning, he had scrutinized Su Chengyu, attempting to unravel his essence, yet he found himself perpetually thwarted. Recalling the enigmatic prowess exhibited earlier, he had harbored some apprehension. However, upon hearing Su Chengyu's taunt regarding the pinnacle celestial king's might, he arrived at a conclusion. How many celestial emperors exist within the Qingxin continent? Each one is a formidable force capable of overwhelming entire regions. If he truly sought manpower, there were alchemical factions within the sacred central domain that would willingly offer assistance. For no one wished to offend a celestial emperor. Fostering a good relationship with one is equally critical. Which celestial emperor would deign to regard the Danwu sacred land and to demand 8 exceptional talents upon opening his mouth? It would be better to extinguish him outright. Not only did others disbelieve, but even Ji Feiyu found it difficult to accept. In mere moments, as the barrier extended, countless thunderous spirits and malevolent energies pulsed ominously in the air. Today, I shall see who grants you the audacity to look down upon my Danwu sacred land. Activate the killing formation. Chapter 43. Your belongings are magnificent. They belong to me now. The three from the star-eclipsing sacred land gazed at the triple-layered barrier, their eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. They never anticipated that Ji Feiyu would strike with such ferocity. A triple-layer celestial-grade killing formation, even an ordinary celestial king would find themselves ensnared within its deadly grasp. A flicker of ghostly fire illuminated the space, morphing into the colossal specter of the nine heavens' profound serpent. Even from several dozen miles away, one could still feel the searing heat enveloping them. This was the legendary otherworldly flame. Inherited for millennia within the Danwu sacred land, the 9th-ranked ghostly flame on the heavenly fire list. Although the Ji brothers' prowess was not particularly formidable, their methods posed a significant threat, even to the three of them. The tremendous commotion immediately attracted the attention of numerous other elders and disciples within the Danwu sacred land. They had not expected that within their own sacred domain, there existed a person capable of compelling both sacred lords to take action simultaneously. Who was this individual? Who would dare to challenge the Danwu sacred land? With 3 celestial-grade killing formations and the terrifying ghostly flame. I cannot fathom who endowed this fool with the audacity to seek death in our domain. If he lasts 10 breaths, he would be considered exceptionally resilient. 10 breaths? Are you overestimating him, or underestimating our 2 sacred lords? Su Chengyu, enveloped within the barrier, continued to sense the fluctuations of spiritual power in the atmosphere. The flickering killing spirit and the ghostly flame exerted a significant influence. Now, he could comprehend why Nangong Yuan held the Danwu sacred land in such high regard. There is potential, yet not much. In the next moment, the combined force of the offensive surged forth, as the entire barrier transformed into a purgatorial realm. The ghostly fire, materializing as the 9 heavens' profound serpent, became exceedingly savage under the enhancement of the killing formation. Accompanied by countless fire spirits, it lunged directly toward the front. Su Chengyu remained steadfast in his position, displaying no intention of fleeing. He merely raised his hand slowly and gently pointed. A bizarre scene unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers, as if the entire space had succumbed to a state of suspension. The ethereal energies within the luminous barrier came to a halt, only to be followed by the emergence of void power. In the next moment, Su Chengyu's figure materialized beyond the light screen. His gaze settled upon Ji Jian and his companion, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your possessions are quite remarkable. They now belong to me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ji Jian's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he instinctively prepared to retract the nether fire. Yet, the 9 heavens' mysterious serpent remained utterly unresponsive, frozen like a statue within the light barrier. Meanwhile, Ji Feiyu, fully aware of the severity of the predicament, also sought to reclaim the 3 grand killing formations, but to no avail. Is my explanation insufficiently clear? Su Chengyu continued. With a mere flick of his hand, the nether fire transformed into the 9 heavens' mysterious serpent, which shattered before their eyes. dispersing into countless fire spirits that danced upon his palm. As for the three grand killing formations, Su Chengyu wasted no time in sealing their spirit. Since the Miao Sect aspired to diversified development, the lineage of formation spirits was equally vital, serving merely as trifles for the younger generation. At that moment, the others within the Danwu sacred land gazed at the unfolding drama in sheer astonishment. They could discern that the most formidable techniques of the two sovereigns had been effortlessly intercepted by Su Chengyu. Who was this individual? And how could he wield such terrifying power? Before Ji Jian could utter another word, Su Chengyu casually flicked his fingers, and the nether fire erupted into an infinite sea of flames, enveloping the entire Danwu sacred land. What do you think? Should preparations be made for me to take my leave? His emotionless voice struck the hearts of the two like a sharpened blade. Even now, they remained perplexed as to how Su Chengyu had seized the grand killing formations and the nether fire. These two ancestral treasures bore the seal of the Danwu sacred land. Even if an immortal emperor were to appear, they could not be taken away unless the Ji brothers perished. Unless Su Chengyu possessed some unique heavenly essence. Such a feat seemed impossible. In that instant, both brothers fell into a profound silence. Before they could speak again, the three sovereigns of the star-eclipsing sect exchanged glances. Their attention now fixed on Su Chengyu. Fear not, Brother Ji. The remainder of the matters shall be entrusted to us. From the outset, the intent of the three great sacred lands was to acquire more medicinal resources from the Danwu sacred land. This current situation had granted them the perfect opportunity to act. They acknowledged that the Ji brothers were formidable, and even three of them combined would find it challenging to contend with them. It was evident that Su Chengyu possessed something capable of countering their tactics. As the saying goes, preparedness breeds confidence. Yet, they were convinced that Su Chengyu could not anticipate their presence within the Danwu sacred land. With their combined might, they doubted Su Chengyu would leave this place alive. How foolish. Su Chengyu couldn't help but shake his head. At that moment, he understood why some people criticized antagonists for their lack of intelligence. Life indeed provides inspiration. And what could one do in the face of such ignorance? The master of the Zijing Hall furrowed his brow as he regarded Su Chengyu. Faint traces of spiritual energy still swirling behind him. You truly know not the heights of heaven nor the depths of the earth. What we represent in the three realms may forever elude your understanding. Prepare to perish. As the words fell, a sword shot forth, embodying countless intents of slaughter, aimed directly at that figure. Beside him, the sovereign of star eclipsing and the lord of crimson feather unleashed their own celestial king auras. The three of them coordinated their assault, leaving Su Chengyu no opportunity for escape. A terrifying force of attack surged through the space. Even the Ji brothers, positioned nearby, could sense the oppressive weight of the spiritual energy. Though they looked down upon the trio, they had to concede that in the realm of martial cultivation, the three vastly outclassed them. They were eager to witness just how deep Su Chengyu's hidden strength ran, allowing him to act so brazenly. As if the Danwu sacred land were beneath his notice, the alliance of the three celestial kings forged a domain of slaughter within the space. Apart from Su Chengyu, who remained calm and collected, raising his hand with a gentle gesture, for bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, transforming into the powers of the four divine beings. Roaring through the void, dragons roar, phoenixes cry, tigers howl, and mysterious echo. In an instant, the domain of slaughter shattered, dispersing countless strands of spiritual energy across the heavens and earth. As the terrifying aura of slaughter washed over them, the expressions of the three shifted entirely. Instantly, they reignited their spiritual energies, preparing to flee from the Danwu sacred land. Boom! A deafening crash resounded. The three figures, like streaks of light, smashed into a certain territory of the Danwu sacred land, leaving it in ruins. Silence reigned once more. The surrounding forces, gathered to witness the spectacle, stared in disbelief at this surreal scene. These three individuals were among the most esteemed within the Qingxin continent, holding significant positions on the celestial King Qingyan rankings. Yet here, they could not withstand even a single strike. Even the usually stoic Ji brothers couldn't suppress their astonishment at this moment. They could feel that the figure before them was clearly not exerting his full power. A casual strike had produced such overwhelming results. How formidable must his true strength be? Taking a deep breath, Ji Jian finally managed to calm his turbulent emotions. His gaze towards Su Chengyu transformed entirely. My lord, we can engage in a proper discussion. Before Ji Jian could finish his sentence, Su Chengyu's icy voice interrupted him. It seems I have been overly gracious. I grant you 1 hour to prepare your people. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire sacred land. This declaration left no room for dignity, and Ji Feiyu's expression wavered visibly. What status did the Danwu sacred land hold within the Qingxian continent? Renowned as the most profound legacy beyond the sacred domains, how could they tolerate such threats? How would they navigate their future? I acknowledge that you possess some strength, But if you believe the Danwu sacred land to be a soft target, you are gravely mistaken. Despite the precarious situation, the Ji brothers had yet to fully capitulate. They still held their final trump card. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu smiled. Before anyone could react, Ji Feiyu appeared to sense something, his expression changing abruptly. As his spiritual energy had yet to unfold, a streak of light descended upon him. The moment the sound of tearing air erupted, Ji Feiyu's figure vanished from the sight of the onlookers. A thunderous crash reverberated through the space. As the dust settled, one could faintly discern Ji Feiyu, lying on the ground like a lifeless dog. I know what you are all waiting for. You are merely hiding an old fellow. Are you not? I shall grant you 3 breaths of time to have him roll out, or I shall send you into the cycle of reincarnation. Su Qingyu's gaze turned towards the depths of the Danwu sacred land. Ji Jian's pupils constricted sharply, before anyone could regain their composure. A beam of spiritual light shot up into the sky, and then a hunched, silver-haired figure appeared before the crowd. I am Ji Qin, the guardian of the Danwu sacred land. I boldly beseech you, Elder, to grant us a chance for redemption. Ji Qin cupped his hands in respect, a hint of helplessness evident in his expression. It is actually Elder Ji Qin? I never expected he was still alive. Was it not said that Elder Ji Qin perished while striving for the Immortal Emperor realm a millennium ago? This man, reputed to be the strongest protector in the history of Danwu's sacred land, is he not a match for this one? Many disciples and elders within Danwu's sacred land recognized Ji Qin's identity at this moment. Uncle Chun. As soon as Ji Qin appeared, Ji Jian, unable to spare a thought for the wreckage that was Ji Feiyu, rushed forward to speak. Before he could finish, Ji Qin interrupted him. Without turning around, Ji Qin merely waved his hand lightly, and his deep voice resonated once more. As long as the elder is willing to grant us Danwu's sacred land an opportunity, we shall agree to any conditions. Ji Qin's gaze was profound, marked by the vicissitudes of time. In truth, he had been observing Su Qingyu ever since the 3 great masters made their move. Initially, he thought he was merely a blind immortal king daring to encroach upon their Danwu's sacred land. However, upon witnessing Su Qingyu's actions, even he, a half-step immortal emperor, felt the oppressive weight of death looming over him. It was clear to him that this youthful figure beside him was a terrifying powerhouse beyond even the immortal emperor. Seeing Ji Qin's understanding, Su Qingyu did not hesitate to speak. I have stated before that from your Danwu's sacred land, I intend to take away 80% of the spiritual array masters and alchemists above the 9th rank. Do you have any objections? None. Ji Qin couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. After living for so long, he understood that Su Qingyu was not negotiating with him. He was merely informing him of what he must do. The fact that Su Qingyu was willing to leave some behind was already beyond Ji Qin's expectations. In the world of fantasy, the law of the jungle reigns supreme. The foundation that Danwu's sacred land possesses today was built upon the corpses of countless forces. Ji Qin was also curious about where this immortal emperor powerhouse, Su Qingyu, hailed from. Was it from the holy central region or another continent? Taking a deep breath, Ji Qin continued, I still do not know which imperial palace you hail from, Elder. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's gaze fell upon Ji Qin, imbued with deeper meaning. Seeing that expression, Ji Qin feared he had misspoken. Elder, I am not. I am the sect master of the Piaomiao Sect. Upon hearing the 3 words Piaomiao Sect, not only did Ji Jian beside him freeze momentarily, but even Ji Qin was taken aback. There had been no mention of any imperial power named Piaomiao Sect in the entire Qingxin continent. It was likely an obscure sect from another continent. After all, Ji Qin was acutely aware of what an immortal emperor represented. Su Qingyu had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. 1 hour. Prepare everyone for me. Ji Qin did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately commanded Ji Jian. What are you waiting for? Bring forth the treasured spirit wine I have preserved for 872 years to present to the elder. Elder, please wait. We shall prepare it at once. At this moment, Ji Jian, having regained his composure after a brief calm, recognized the gravity of the situation. Although Ji Qin did not explicitly state it, the fact that this half-step immortal emperor elder would humble himself so greatly implied only one possibility. The Piaomiao Sect's master before him was likely a being beyond even the immortal emperor. Realizing this, he immediately bent his straight back. Elder, please this way. Chapter 45. The reappearance of the fated task, Supreme Bone? In the sacred hall, Su Qingyu sat at the head of the table, while Ji Jian cautiously poured the spirit wine beside him. His humble demeanor drew quiet gasps of astonishment from the surrounding elders of other sacred lands. They were astonished to witness the sovereign of Danwu's sacred land displaying such lowliness. Had they not witnessed Su Qingyu's strength today, they themselves would have found it hard to believe that such a seemingly weak youth could render a half-step immortal emperor like Ji Qin completely devoid of resistance. Elder, how does the spirit wine taste? Ji Jian inquired with genuine concern. Although reluctant, he was now acutely aware that the fate of the entire sacred land lay in Su Qingyu's hands. If the other party were unwilling, it would not only mean the loss of nearly 80% of high-ranking alchemists, but could also spell the destruction of the entire Danwu sacred land in the blink of an eye. Su Qingyu paused to savor the spirit wine in his cup. Although it was Ji Qin's most cherished brew, having indulged in his own Dao tea for too long, he found it somewhat coarse on his throat to drink anything else. Before Su Qingyu could continue, 3 figures slowly entered the hall from outside, visibly injured, their steps unsteady. The newcomers were the 3 previously defeated masters, who had just now comprehended how wonderful it was to be alive after experiencing Su Qingyu's terrifying assault. They understood all too well that it was only due to Su Qingyu's mercy that they were still breathing. Ji Qin's earlier demeanor was already a clear indication. They had regained their consciousness prior but had pretended to be dead, fearing Su Qingyu's wrath. They planned to seize an opportunity to apologize once the elder had enjoyed a few cups of wine. "Elder, we were blind earlier, and we hope you can overlook our transgressions and grant us another chance." The star-eclipsing master was the first to speak, a smile plastered across his face. "It was our foolishness that disturbed your enjoyment. If you could spare us, we 3 shall certainly follow your lead from now on." The other 2 chimed in, their hearts filled with regret. They never anticipated that a casual display of bravado meant to curry favor with Danwu's sacred land would lead them to encounter an immortal emperor. Their luck was truly abysmal. Listening to the trio's words, Su Qingyu remained silent, his expression calm, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. That familiar feeling returned. They had already suffered once. How could they afford to make the same mistake again? Without the slightest hesitation, the star-eclipsed sovereign delivered a resounding slap to his own face, the clear and crisp sound reverberating throughout the sacred hall. The nearby master of the Zijing Palace and lord of the Qiyu Kingdom were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such decisiveness from the star-eclipsed sovereign. Taking a deep breath, they raised their own hands to their faces in a similar gesture. Slap, slap. In the span of mere moments, the faces of all 3 had turned crimson. Despite their status as sovereigns, they dared not resist in the presence of Su Qingyu, lest they invoke his wrath. At that moment, the 3 looked expectantly at Su Qingyu, hoping he would overlook their transgressions and grant them a reprieve. "Did you 3 not claim that you would show me what true strength is? That you would demonstrate who holds dominion over the 3 great realms?" Su Qingyu's deep voice echoed once more. The expressions of the trio turned awkward, while the 3 great sacred grounds still held some prestige in the Qinxian continent. They were mere trifles before a celestial emperor. With a mere flick of a finger, he could effortlessly crush them. "Senior, we merely thought you were a bit bored." The star-eclipsed sovereign managed to force a smile. Su Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at him, causing the sovereign to immediately lower his gaze. Unable to meet those piercing eyes. "Very well, I am not one to hold grudges." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in their eyes. Did this mean they were being granted an opportunity? "I have just arrived at the Danwu sacred ground, and already, I have faced threats from you. This has left a shadow over my fragile psyche. I may no longer dare to venture outside. Is it unreasonable to seek some form of compensation?" As he spoke, Su Qingyu slowly gestured with his hand. "All I require is 80% of your 3 sacred grounds resources, and this matter will be settled." 80%? Upon hearing this figure, their expressions transformed completely, and they swallowed hard, their senses returning to them. A glance exchanged among the 3 revealed a shared understanding of their mutual despair. The sacred grounds had endured countless crises over the years, yet Su Qingyu's demand could leave them reeling for a millennium. After a moment's hesitation, the star-eclipsed sovereign attempted to speak again. "Senior," but before he could finish, Su Qingyu interrupted him. "Do you wish to live or die?" This straightforward question sent a tremor through their hearts. Had their power not been so vastly inferior, they would have fought back against such humiliation. Under Su Qingyu's gaze, within mere moments, all 3 extended their trembling hands, revealing 3 ancient rings, their dark surfaces shimmering with a faint spiritual glow. "This is our token of goodwill. We humbly ask you to accept it." They spoke through gritted teeth, barely managing to voice their request. Seeing this, even Ji Jian could not help but shake his head. The Danwu sacred ground had almost lost all its core personnel, and his beloved brother's fate remained uncertain. Observing the 3 sovereigns, he felt a peculiar sense of balance in his heart. Su Qingyu merely summoned his spiritual power and effortlessly accepted the 9 ancient rings. Initially, he had sought only manpower from the Danwu sacred ground, but this unexpected gain left him quite satisfied. Ding! The emergence of a fated disciple has been detected. Please proceed promptly to complete the apprenticeship task to receive a fated fortune bag. The familiar notification echoed in his mind. Before Su Qingyu could fully grasp the situation, a translucent character panel appeared before him. Chun Huangting, level, Tianyuan realm, ninth stage, physique, supreme bone, supreme blood, fortune, exceptional, talent, celestial talent. What a familiar sensation. Su Chengyu's gaze fell upon the phrase supreme bone. According to the system's arrangements, it wouldn't be the case that the bone had already been extracted, would it? Contemplating this, Su Chengyu slowly rose to his feet. He could not allow this fated disciple to encounter any risk of falling. After all, he was looking forward to reaping the rewards. Noticing the intention to depart, Ji Jian nervously spoke up. Senior, there are numerous alchemists from the Danwu Sacred Ground returning from the Sacred Domain Exchange Conference. It may take some time. If you require anything, please feel free to instruct me. After Su Chengyu had instilled a psychological shadow upon him, he feared that if this killing god were displeased, the lives of everyone in the Danwu Sacred Ground could be at stake. Su Chengyu glanced at him, understanding Ji Jian's concerns. Arrange for the people to be ready. I shall return to collect them. The moment the words left his lips, the surrounding void surged with power, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from their sight. There was no explanation, nor was any needed. This was the nature of a celestial emperor. Though Ji Jian's heart was filled with complexity, he felt powerless. Even with substantial connections within the sacred domain, they dared not gamble against such odds. Differences existed even among celestial emperors, and given the backing of their own powerful allies, this killing god certainly had his own formidable connections as well. Now he understood why Ji Chun, the venerable ancestor of their sacred ground, had never even considered rebellion. The stakes were simply too high for the Danwu sacred ground to afford such a gamble. Once the familiar presence dissipated from the palace, the star-eclipsed sovereign and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, their legs giving way as they collapsed onto the ground. At this point, they could no longer concern themselves with matters of face. Surviving to this moment was already an extraordinary feat, Brother Ji. Who exactly is this senior? The master of Zijing could not help but inquire. The other two, equally curious, turned their gazes towards Ji Jian. Ji Jian, equally at a loss, thought to himself that had he known from the start that this killing god was a celestial emperor, his beloved brother would not currently be in such peril. After a moment of silence, he finally replied, "Do you think I understand?" Upon hearing this, the three immediately grasped the implication. They were all victims in this unfortunate circumstance. Let us endure this together. Chapter 46. The dual-pupiled path is invincible. Why borrow another's bone? In the void forbidden land. Countless rifts in the void traversed through the fabric of space. It was one of the 8 forbidden zones within the vast wilderness of the world. Legends spoke of the void forbidden land as not the most perilous, but rather the most enigmatic of all forbidden zones. Without sufficient cultivation, being drawn into one of those spatial rifts could mean never escaping for a lifetime. There had been instances where several sacred grounds joined forces, dispatching peak sovereigns to explore it. For an entire month, they lost contact, clinging to the last threads of hope until the shattering of the 3 sovereigns' fate tablets. From that point on, no one dared to tread into the depths of the void forbidden land again. It was a realm of 10 deaths and no life. No one would joke about the gravity of life and death. Upon the outskirts of the Western Territories, a solitary figure trudged forward with heavy steps, unleashing all the spiritual energy within, relentlessly weaving through the peripheral expanse. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the space, saturating it with an aura of terror. Chun Haoding gritted his teeth, casting desperate glances behind him, his eyes brimming with resentment. Was he truly destined to perish here? The enmity of his parents, and the fate of his own bones. He could not accept such a fate. Memories surged within his mind. Chun Haoding hailed from the Chun family of the Tianmen domain. Although the family was renowned for its multitude of prodigies, their fortune had peaked 2 decades prior. Within the 2 main branches, 2 extraordinary heirs emerged, Chun Haoding himself, and his uncle's descendant, Chun Tong. The awakening of Chun Tong's supreme bone had already promised to pave a radically different path for the Chun family. Within a millennium, should Chun Tong thrive, the Chun family was destined to ascend into the ranks of the supreme holy lands. Just as everyone anticipated that the future leadership would fall to Chun Tong's lineage, Chun Haoding's birth, accompanied by the emergence of his own supreme bone, thrust the Chun family back to its zenith. 2 supreme heirs. Such a fateful inheritance heralded that the Holy Land would merely be the starting point for the Chun family. Yet, 3 years later, calamity struck the Chun family as several long-standing enemies came knocking. In a bid to help the family avert this crisis, Chun Haoding's parents tragically fell victim during the siege. It was assumed that Chun Tong's parents would care for Chun Haoding, given their blood ties. However, mere weeks after the Chun family's brief stability, Chun Haoding was ensnared by Bai Ling, Chun Tong's mother, who ultimately extracted his supreme bone. The motive was clear, to forge a deity for the Chun family, with the dual powers of Chun Tong and the supreme bone, vastly increasing the chances of ascending to that exalted realm, the celestial emperor's domain. This was a notion they had never dared to dream of. And with such an opportunity at hand, they were unwilling to let it slip away. Initially, other clan elders resisted the idea, but as Chen Tong gradually matured, dissent dissipated. Consequently, Chen Haoding was sent away from the Qin family, taken in by the Lin family, a minor clan. At the age of 10, he reignited his cultivation journey through the remnants of his supreme blood, albeit far inferior to the endowment of the supreme bone. Eventually, Bai Ling learned of this and, to eliminate any threat to Chen Tong, annihilated the Lin family. Chen Haoding narrowly escaped while venturing outside. On his way back to the Lin family, he was pursued by Bai Ling's agents, forcing him to flee until he was inadvertently absorbed into a spatial rift, plunging him into a forbidden void. In his final recollection, he vividly recalled the icy malice in Bai Ling's gaze. "You wretched creature! How dare you compete with my son for the path of supremacy?" As memories flooded back, the roar in Chen Haoding's ears grew increasingly pronounced, and the Void clan had caught up behind him. His internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted, prompting him to come to a halt. Though filled with unwillingness, Chen Haoding had never surrendered over the years. "Damn it! Even if I die, I shall die standing." Faced with the surging power of the Void clan, Chen Haoding took a step forward, a faint golden light emanating from his hand, ready to make his final stand. As he felt the oppressive force of the Void, he closed his eyes. Boom! In the next moment, a tremendous sound erupted, and the entire space fell into silence once more. As he slowly opened his eyes, Chen Haoding immediately noticed a figure before him, draped in white brocade. 3,000 strands of hair dancing in the wind. "Who are you?" Chen Haoding's gaze flickered with a hint of confusion. He understood well that the Chen family would not risk entering the forbidden void for his sake. Su Chengyu, having resolved the threats posed by the Void clan, evidently bore him no ill will. Without the supreme bone, he had nonetheless reached this stage, quite an accomplishment. Su Chengyu spoke softly, having observed Chen Haoding's earlier demeanor. Such fortitude. It was no wonder he had persevered to this point. Even in death, one must stand. This audacity, manifesting in a young man, was exceedingly rare. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoding was taken aback. He could not comprehend how Su Chengyu was aware of his supreme bone. Before he could voice his thoughts, the deep voice continued to resonate in his ears. "Young man, become my disciple. In a short time, you shall reclaim all that you desire." While the words were blunt, Chen Haoding felt uncertain. After all, his current talent was akin to that of a cripple, with no hope of avenging himself against Chen Tong, who possessed the terrifying dual pupil gift. He could scarcely fathom the kind of prodigy that could overshadow such a rival. Chen Haoding sensed Su Chengyu's extraordinary nature. He dared to enter the forbidden void, a feat few forces across the entire Qingxian continent would attempt, even in the outer regions. He did not wish to let Su Chengyu down, especially since the latter had saved his life. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. "Predecessor, it is not that I do not wish to accept your offer, but I am, at present, no different from a waste." His expression bore a profound sorrow. He too longed to seize this opportunity. "I can help you restore your supreme bone. Are you willing now?" Su Chengyu said calmly. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Haoding slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. For years, he had sought countless methods to reconstruct his supreme bone, and not even the extraordinary Qin family, let alone the Holy Lands or the immortal imperial palaces, had offered any hope. The prospect that Su Chengyu could fulfill this promise filled him with exhilaration. After all, he understood that with Su Chengyu's strength, there was no need for such games. He was now a mere cripple, devoid of any utilitarian value. With that thought, Chen Haoding knelt before Su Chengyu without hesitation. Thud, thud. He bowed 3 times with reverence. "Master, I pay my respects." He was then lifted by a gentle surge of spiritual energy. "As for the matter of the supreme bone, I shall attend to it once we return to the sect. However, the quest for vengeance must be undertaken by you alone. But you need not worry about the Qin family." Upon hearing Su Chengyu's words, Chen Haoding was taken aback. He felt a sense of confusion, unsure of just how powerful Chen Tong had become. Even if he restored his supreme bone, could he still contend with him? After all, on equal grounds of talent, Chen Tong possessed an additional pair of dual pupils. Perceiving Chen Haoding's reaction, Su Chengyu discerned the turmoil within his thoughts, his expression remaining calm and composed. "Haoding, remember this. The dual pupil is the path to invincibility. There is no need to rely on another's bone." From the very beginning, his path had already diverged. So, is there still a need for concern? As these words faded into the air, Chen Haoding fell into a deep contemplation. Memories of his countless years of cultivation flooding his mind. Although lacking the advantage of supreme bone, he had never succumbed. Even in the face of death, he remained unyielding, choosing to stand and perish. How could such a minor figure as Chen Tong allow his heart's demons to ensnare him? How could he possibly forge his unparalleled path in the future? With this thought, Chen Haoding's gaze became increasingly resolute. In that moment, he comprehended the true path he was destined to follow. Grateful for the enlightenment from his master, he vowed to keep it close to his heart. Observing the transformation in Chen Haoding's demeanor, Su Chengyu nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the potential for mentorship. Ding! A hidden mission is being released. Complete the exploration of the Void Forbidden Land to supercharge the Destiny Fortune Bag and unlock the Sect Exchange section. The exploration of the Void Forbidden Land? Upon hearing that familiar notification, Su Chengyu understood that the presence of such a task indicated there was indeed something significant lurking within the depths of the void. Since they were already there, he would not let such an opportunity slip by. Master, shall we return now? Chen Haoding inquired softly, trailing beside him. With the aid of medicinal pills, his spiritual power had fully recovered, yet he was eager to depart from this location. Su Chengyu gently shook his head. Now is not the time. We must venture into the depths of the void. At this pronouncement, a look of astonishment once again graced Chen Haoding's youthful face. The rumors surrounding the Void Forbidden Land were well known throughout the entire Qingxian continent. He could hardly believe that his master was unaware. Could it be that his master was also a being at the pinnacle of the Immortal King realm? Otherwise, how could he exhibit no apprehension whatsoever? With this thought, Chen Haoding could not help but voice his concern. Master, isn't the void's depths a place where even immortal kings struggle to escape? Are you doubting me? A faint smile graced Su Chengyu's lips. I would not dare, replied Chen Haoding. Su Chengyu said no more, extending his hand. A surge of void energy enveloped them, and their figures swiftly vanished from sight. In the eastern periphery of the Forbidden Land, run. The more we flee, the more excited we become. Dozens of figures clad in black darted through the space, their spiritual power swirling as they surged towards the direction of Nangong Xian. With a delicate, fair hand pressed against her chest, she could still faintly feel waves of pain emanating from within. Nangong Xian's expression was icily resolute. She had never anticipated that bringing her companions into the Void Forbidden Land would result in being targeted by the other two major sacred grounds of the Wild Domain. It was evident that a traitor had emerged within the Yushu sacred ground, and her information had been leaked. Now, she was the only one left from her entire sacred ground to enter the Void Forbidden Land. Moreover, she had been afflicted with the soft Immortal Absolute Spirit Powder, a forbidden elixir that would severely affect even those above the Immortal King level, let alone someone of her caliber as an immortal sovereign. As she beheld the approaching figures, Nangong Xian slowly halted her steps. She was acutely aware that there was nowhere left to run, yet her finely featured face bore no hint of fear. With a calm gaze fixed on the leading elder from the Rui sacred ground, she spoke slowly. Is it truly necessary to make such a commotion to hunt me down? Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the elder's face. Indeed, the saintess of Nangong was no ordinary being. Few in the entire wild domain could rival her beauty. The glimmer of greed in his eyes caused Nangong Xian's lovely brows to furrow slightly. Before she could continue, an elder from the Yuhing sacred ground approached the group of Rui sacred ground members, wearing a faint smile as he remarked, "Why waste so many words with this woman? Let her surrender the eye of the void. Once the soft immortal absolute spirit powder takes effect, she will be at our mercy." With the spiritual power of the immortal sovereign realm surging from behind, they were poised to strike at any moment. Regret gnawed at Nangong Xian's heart. She lamented not bringing more allies into the Void Forbidden Land. Initially, she believed that obtaining the Eye of the Void, this unique spiritual key, would grant her true access to the depths of the Forbidden Land. Rumor had it that within those depths lay the legacy of ancient immortal emperors, even transcendent inheritances. Even a fraction of such a fortuitous opportunity could elevate her beyond this mortal coil. Ascending to the realm of the Immortal Emperor would merely be a matter of time. Such a celestial opportunity captivated even Nangong Xian deeply. Taking a deep breath, she felt her emotions stabilize somewhat. Since she was already ensnared in a fatal predicament, how could she merely wait for her demise? As the disciple with the greatest innate talent in the history of the Yushu sacred ground, she had ascended to the level of immortal sovereign 300 years ago. Now, with her fourth-tier immortal sovereign power surging explosively, even standing alone against the crowd, a flicker of combat intent sparkled in her beautiful eyes. You want the Eye of the Void? Do you truly believe you wretched fools can take it? Countless fiery spirits surged behind her as she swung her hand fiercely. Hundreds of fiery beams shot into the sky, hurtling towards the members of the two major sacred grounds. Indeed, this wildcat was unlike any other. I relished the thought of making this wretched woman obedient in my grasp. As these words were spoken, dozens of streams of spiritual power surged skyward, intertwining within the space. Waves of spiritual sea energy cascaded in turmoil. Moments later, two figures flashed into view behind Nangong Xian. A wild blade sliced through the air, striking without hesitation, piercing through the fiery spirits and aiming directly at her. The flames surged, morphing into a protective spiritual barrier. Nangong Xian's expression shifted. She could distinctly sense the change within her body. Her control over her spiritual power was waning. She could not hold on much longer. After a brief moment of hesitation, she bit her finger, allowing her vibrant crimson blood to drip heavily onto her forehead. Instantly, the fiery spirits transformed into black flame spirits. A massive flame spirit sword materialized before the onlookers, wielding fire as its weapon. With a powerful thrust, it erupted forth, engulfing the sky in a sea of flames. This time, the two did not choose to face it head-on. They darted through the space, fully aware that if time dragged on, once the soft immortal absolute spirit powder fully manifested, Nangong Xian would be left at their mercy. My dear senior sister, you might as well cease your struggles. No matter what, you shall not escape today. A deep voice reverberated through the space. In the next instant, a surge of thunder erupted. The shadow of the Thunder Demon unleashed a punch aimed straight at the back of the Flame Spirit Commander. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy caused the body of the Flame Spirit to disintegrate instantaneously. Along with this, the figure of Nangong Xian was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. A resounding thud echoed, followed by her laborious attempt to rise. Her violet silk dress lay in tatters, faint traces of blood visible upon her fair skin. Her gaze fixated on the figure soaring above, a look of astonishment flickering within her eyes. This was Yu Yuanji, the junior disciple of the Shuzi lineage from the Yushu Holy Land. Though he had joined the Holy Land merely a few years prior, his displayed prowess had already positioned him as a candidate for the next Holy Son in the eyes of the congregation. Yu Yuanji's presence here spoke volumes. He was the traitor within the Yushu Holy Land. But why? At this moment, even Nangong Xian found herself perplexed. With Yu Yuanji's status, he had no need for such treachery. Was it truly for an ancient legacy that had never graced the world that he would betray the Holy Land? What was more unfathomable to her was that, despite not being at his peak strength, Nangong Xian could still distinctly sense that Yu Yuanji's power surpassed her own. Each step he took sent flickers of thunderous energy shimmering through the air. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes brimmed with disdain. Why? Today. Let me elucidate your demise. For I have always been the unseen chief disciple of the Rui Holy Land. More crucially, the Rui Lord is my father. My dear senior sister, do you now comprehend the depths of your junior brother's resolve? As he spoke, a smile crept onto Yu Yuanji's face, seemingly mocking Nangong Xian and deriding the Yushu Holy Land, which outwardly claimed to be the strongest among the three great holy lands of the wasteland. In reality, it was rather laughable that they remained oblivious to the details of their old adversary. Hearing this, Nangong Xian's pupils constricted sharply. After spending so much time together, not only had she failed to notice anything amiss with Yu Yuanji, but the entire Yushu Holy Land had also been equally oblivious. They had even groomed him as the next Holy Son, which was tantamount to sealing their own doom. Hand over the eye of the void and reveal the genuine method to enter the depths of the void. I can grant you a swifter death, Yu Yuanji said calmly. The spiritual energy emanating from him enveloped the space, rendering Nangong Xian unable to maintain her composure. Why was Yu Yuanji still engaging in idle chatter? Wouldn't it be simpler to extract her soul directly? An elder from the Rui Holy Land voiced his confusion. You do not understand. This woman is far more astute than you presume. From the moment she departed the Yushu Holy Land, she had already placed a restriction upon herself. Should we attempt to extract her soul, she would perish. My dear senior sister, I am aware of your fierce resolve. As he spoke, Yu Yuanji gestured to those surrounding them. However, your stubbornness is of no use here. You wouldn't want the saintess of the Yushu Holy Land to be subjected to the training of so many, would you? Surely, you wouldn't want to tarnish her, would you? In the eastern sky, sensing something amiss, Chen Huangting withdrew his gaze, hesitating slightly as he spoke. Master, it seems a young lady is being besieged. Should we intervene? Despite the treachery of the mystical world, Chen Huangting had experienced too little, having recently been saved by Su Chengyu in a similar predicament, which had awakened his sense of compassion. Su Chengyu shook his head. He was well aware of Chen Huangting's thoughts, yet he felt no inclination towards the so-called benevolence. No matter how beautiful one might be, it bore no relevance to him. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze instinctively drifted downward, and he halted his steps. The figure on the ground bore an uncanny resemblance to Nangong Yuan, as if sculpted from the same mold. His mindset shifted subtly. If they were indeed twin sisters, the circumstances would be markedly different. Though his time with Nangong Yuan in the Piaomiao Sect had been brief, he had witnessed her stark contrasts. He wondered if this elder sister might possess any extraordinary attributes. Before Su Chengyu could regain his train of thought, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Luck character detected. If successfully recruited, luck points will be awarded, along with a premium ice spiritual root. The existence of luck points can be utilized in future exchange sections. Nangong Xian. Cultivation, 4th stage of Immortal Sovereign. Physique, Dark Flame Sacred Body. Talent, Premium Fire Spiritual Root. Luck, Premium. Qualification, Golden. As he gazed upon the translucent panel, he was astonished to discover the immense potential of Nangong Xian. Her physique alone was noteworthy. But this was the first time he had encountered a character with such remarkable talent. A bold thought suddenly emerged in his mind. If Nangong Xian were to possess the Premium Fire Spiritual Root, what if he were to plant the awarded Premium Ice Spiritual Root onto Nangong Yuan? An ice and fire duality? The sheer delight of such a prospect was unfathomable. Seeing Su Chengyu's silence, Chun Huangting grew anxious, fearing he had offended his master. He quickly exclaimed, "Master, I..." But before he could finish, Su Chengyu's voice cut through his words. "Let us go take a look." This left him bewildered. He could distinctly sense that his master had no such intention. How had the situation shifted so rapidly? "I will grant you 10 breaths of time, my dear senior sister. I hope you do not prove unwise." Upon hearing Yu Yunji's words, those surrounding them were alight with excitement. Nangong Xian was not merely the saintess of the Yushu Holy Land, but also a figure ranked among the top 10 on the 100 Phoenix list of the Wasteland. She was a prize of the highest caliber. Nangong Xian struggled desperately, her heart sinking into despair. She understood all too well that even if she surrendered the Eye of the Void, her fate would remain unchanged. "If you dare, then kill me." The last vestige of Yu Yunji's patience evaporated, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "I shall make you understand the meaning of suffering a fate worse than death." With a flick of his hand, a bolt of lightning surged toward Nangong Xian. Just as it was about to strike, it vanished into thin air. Before anyone could react, a deep voice resonated from the void. "My people are not yours to toy with. Do you wish to die?" Chapter 49. Immortal Sovereign Pinnacle instantly defeated? The lightning spirit spear shattered. He had encountered nearly all of the core figures at the upper echelons. And even those ancient entities lurking in the shadows were not connected to the two individuals before him. Such audacity. "My esteemed senior sister. Could it be that these are the allies you have outside the sacred grounds? Their concealment runs remarkably deep. By doing so, you are placing an enormous burden upon Wang Zimo, the son of the sacred land. If you are so eager to meet your demise, I can certainly oblige." A hint of disdain flickered in Yu Yuan's eyes. Today he was fully prepared, and no one could thwart his entry into the depths of the void. As soon as his words fell, dozens of spiritual forces erupted within the space, and the elders from the two sacred lands previously hovering above the earth ascended, directly blocking the retreat of the three. On the ground, Nangong Xian, with Chun Huang's assistance, struggled to regain her footing. Her gaze fell upon Su Chengyu, and in that moment, even she felt a pang of confusion. If he was not from the Yushu sacred land, what was he doing here aiding them? Could it be that he too had come for the Eye of the Void? Nangong Xian bit her lip, faintly aware of the metallic taste of blood in her mouth. If given the choice, she would rather hand the item over to Su Chengyu, as it might afford her a glimmer of survival. Before she could gather her thoughts, a pill slowly materialized before her, enveloped in spiritual energy. "Take it." "Wait," echoed two simple phrases in her ears. After a moment's hesitation, she seized the pill and brought it to her lips. A surge of spiritual flow coursed through her body, rapidly restoring the vigor she had previously lost. Her pallid complexion gradually regained some color. Though she remained unaware of Su Chengyu's true identity, one thing was clear to her. His appearance bore no malice. Otherwise, he would not have intervened to save her. "Thank you for your assistance, senior. However, you must remain vigilant. The Rui sacred land has come prepared and may possess celestial artifacts," she cautioned delicately. In this precarious situation, she naturally hoped for victory. Otherwise, the outcome would ultimately be the same, death. This was not the fate she wished to witness. Su Chengyu maintained an air of nonchalance. "Celestial artifacts? What of it? With me here, the heavens cannot be altered." Upon hearing this, the members of the Yuheng sacred land regarded Su Chengyu as if he were a fool. It was unmistakable to them that he was not from the Yushu sacred land. If he were truly that foolish, they would not have managed to endure in the desolate domain for so long. Was he truly so naive as to look down upon celestial artifacts? Did he believe himself invincible? Given Yu Yuan's strength, coupled with the enhancement of celestial artifacts, even a peak celestial sovereign would be hard-pressed to contend with him. Who did he think he was? A mighty being of the celestial king realm? At that moment, even a faint smile appeared on Yu Yuan's face. "Just you?" As he spoke, he took a step forward, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that enveloped the space with the oppressive aura of a 7th-tier celestial sovereign. A thunder spirit spear materialized in his grasp, and as he made contact, countless totems ignited along its shaft, the terrifying patterns flashing before everyone's eyes. If you seek death, I shall grant it. The sound of air being cleaved apart resonated, and in the next instant, Yu Yuan's figure vanished entirely, traversing the fabric of space. The grayish thunder spirit transformed into a streak of luminescence, merging with the spear. With a single thrust, myriad bolts of thunder surged forth like an impassable chasm, hurtling towards Su Qingyu. Sensing the chilling intent to kill, Nangong Xian's countenance shifted slightly. She realized Yu Yuan's strength surpassed that of Su Qingyu. Yet she had not anticipated such overwhelming power. Previously, the most formidable youth in the entire desolate domain had been Wang Zimo of the Yushu Sacred Land, but now, comparing him to Yu Yuan was akin to comparing a flickering candle to the sun. The Rui Sacred Land had concealed itself far too deeply. Nangong Xian murmured, her delicate hands clenching tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. With combat prowess nearing that of a peak celestial sovereign, she questioned whether Su Qingyu could withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, the other members of the Rui Sacred Land observed Su Qingyu's lack of action with increasingly mocking expressions. They had expected some grand display of skill, only to witness this. Was he so frightened that he could not even react? They had anticipated a grand confrontation, but instead, they were met with what they deemed a pathetic display. Given the trajectory of the Thunder Spirit Spear, it was clear, boom, a tremendous sound erupted. In an astonishing turn of events, the Thunder Spirit Spear halted just shy of Su Qingyu, suspended in midair, countless bolts of thunder dissipating around it. Is that all? I expected something far more formidable. Su Qingyu's deep voice echoed through the space once more. Yu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. This spear, even a typical peak celestial sovereign would struggle to withstand, yet before Su Qingyu, it could not even graze him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, an ominous premonition arose within him. Why, you are of the Celestial King realm. As he turned to flee, Su Qingyu slowly raised his hand and gently pointed. Thunderbolts descended like a divine retribution. A mist of blood instantly enveloped the space. The sound of shattering echoed, and before everyone's watchful eyes, the patterns on the Thunder Spirit Spear surged wildly, emitting a mournful wail. Moments later, it disintegrated into countless threads of spiritual energy, vanishing completely from existence. Witnessing this scene, the entire Void Realm plunged into an eerie silence. Not only the members of the Yuheng Sacred Land, but even the elders of the Rui Sacred Land gazed at that figure in sheer terror. I must be mistaken, Yu Yuan faltered. He could not fathom how he had been unable to withstand even a single strike. The Thunder Spirit Spear had been shattered just like that? The very concept of a celestial artifact being destroyed was one they had never encountered. It was unfathomable. Even a peak celestial king would find it nearly impossible. Was it possible that the being before them was above the level of a celestial emperor? This revelation was too much for them to process, given Nangong Xian's status. If the Yushu Sacred Land truly had such backing, the prolonged conflict in the desolate domain for nearly 5 millennia would not have persisted. In a word, the other 2 sacred lands would be brought to their knees. At this moment, the identity of that being became irrelevant. What mattered most was the imminent threat to their lives. No, it was a certainty of death. With this realization, the elders of the Rui Sacred Land wasted no time. Immediately kneeling before Su Qingyu, their eyes filled with terror. From the outset, they had contemplated countless possibilities in their schemes, even considering that the Yushu Sacred Land might discover their plot, but they had not prepared for this. Unbeknownst to many, a celestial emperor stood behind Nangong Xian. Numerous individuals were inwardly cursing. Why didn't you disclose such a formidable background sooner? Do you relish playing these tricks of pretending to be a pig while eating a tiger, toying with us mere fledgling cultivators? Senior, we truly had no idea that this celestial maiden Nangong was under your patronage. We were coerced by Yu Yuan, and we acted out of sheer necessity. We never intended to oppose you. At this moment, upon hearing Elder Rui's words, dozens of figures knelt behind him, and the entire Yuheng sacred ground showed no hesitation. In the face of life and death, they distinguished clearly between the mighty and the meek. Observing Su Qingyu's lack of reaction, they prostrated again, repeatedly knocking their heads against the ground. The dull thuds echoed throughout the space. Witnessing the elders of the 2 sacred grounds kneeling in unison, Chun Huangting was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure, his eyes brimming with excitement. To think that not just elders, but even figures emerging from the sacred ground, were exalted beings. It was astonishing that even those of the celestial sovereign realm appeared as mere ants before his master. Chun Huangting realized he had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity, to have the chance to become a disciple under such a powerful figure. Beside him, Nangong Xian was equally taken aback, speechless, her legs feeling weak and her complexion slightly flushed. Su Qingyu's might had utterly surpassed her comprehension. The power at the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm could be effortlessly extinguished. Even celestial artifacts could be shattered with ease. Others may not perceive it, but Nangong Xian was acutely aware in her heart that Su Qingyu's cultivation was at the very least at the pinnacle of the celestial king realm, if not beyond. At the level of a celestial emperor. Her delicate hand clasped over her chest. She took deep breaths to steady her emotions. Senior, Nangong Xian was about to speak, suggesting that Su Qingyu need not consider her feelings and could dispose of these individuals as he saw fit. Before she could finish her sentence, a surge of thunder erupted once more. The entire world fell into silence again. Waves of blood mist spread forth, and a faint scent of blood wafted through the air. For Su Qingyu, eradicating the roots of the problem was fundamental to his principles. He slowly approached the two individuals. The expression in Nangong Xian's eyes was evidently awkward, realizing that he was not contemplating her, but rather pondering how best to deal with the situation. As she scrutinized Su Qingyu from a closer distance, she finally beheld his chiseled features, especially those profound eyes, which, even with just a few lingering glances, could ensnare her completely. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Xian performed a respectful bow, her face adorned with reverence. Thank you, Senior, for your intervention. Your kindness is something Xian shall never forget. As she spoke, a thought crossed her mind, and a sphere emanating a dark aura, imbued with the essence of the void, materialized before her. Senior, this should be the eye of the void, enabling entry into the depths of the void. Though her words were not explicit, she understood that such an extraordinary figure as Su Qingyu was attracted only by the ancient legacies hidden within the depths of the void. Su Qingyu nodded upon seeing the eye of the void in her palm. Indeed, it was of the same lineage as Nangong Yuan. Both sisters were remarkably perceptive. Senior, if you infuse your spiritual energy and direct the eye of the void towards the northern region of the void's forbidden land, it will unlock the gateway to the void. I assure you, everything that happened today shall be etched in my memory, and I shall not impose upon you further. With this, Nangong Xian prepared to depart. Fully aware of the ancient legacy's significance, knowing her own limitations, and thus refraining from harboring other thoughts. Did I grant you permission to leave? Before she could move, Su Qingyu's voice rang out once more. Nangong Xian turned slowly, and upon catching sight of his handsome visage, a thought surfaced in her mind. Could it be that this senior has taken a fancy to me? Confident in her appearance, she nevertheless recognized that he was a celestial king at the pinnacle, perhaps even a celestial emperor. Should she feign reluctance before ultimately accepting his intentions? Or should she simply acquiesce? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a flush returned to her cheeks. Su Qingyu wore a peculiar expression, oblivious to her thoughts, yet it was clear her demeanor suggested a hint of bashfulness. You saved you? And now you wish to leave so easily? Indeed, it was as she suspected. Nangong Xian continued. Then, does Senior mean to say that I am to remain? Before she could finish, Su Qingyu interjected, precisely. I happen to favor companionship, so you shall stay by my side as a maid. Nangong Xian was momentarily taken aback. Her expression filled with incredulity. Was it truly that simple to be a maid? Or did the term hold a more profound implication? If the senior did not mind, then naturally Xian had no objections. For a long time, Nangong Xian had placed great importance on strength, which was why she had diligently cultivated to attain the title of the Holy Maiden of the Yushu Sacred Ground. Her purpose in venturing into the void's forbidden land was no different. Only by ascending step by step along the path of martial arts could she achieve peace. Not only to safeguard herself, but also to protect her sister. Being able to accompany such a powerful figure, she understood this was her destined opportunity. She had no choice but to embrace it. However, recalling Su Qingyu's earlier words, it was evident that there was another holy maiden by his side. She realized that given Su Qingyu's stature and power, even as a maid, she could not be the sole presence. Taking a deep breath, determination flickered in her beautiful eyes. What of being a maid? I shall strive to be the best one. When Nangong Xian regained her composure, she witnessed countless forces of the void swirling in the space around them. In no time, a gateway to the void appeared in the northern direction of the forbidden land. You should know what lies in the depths of the void, correct? Upon hearing Su Qingyu's words, Nangong Xian smiled wryly. Senior, you flatter me. In nearly 10 millennia, no one has truly located the genuine site of the void's depths. There have been legends of ancient legacies existing within, relics from the primordial or even ancient eras. While my heart yearns for such ancient legacies, I am fully aware of my own limitations. My endeavor in the void's forbidden land is merely to probe the depths, to see if the eye of the void can indeed grant access. Su Qingyu nodded, understanding that if it were merely an ordinary legacy, it would not have triggered the system's quest. Resolving not to hesitate further, he turned and strode towards the Void's gateway. Let us proceed. Chapter 51. The Abyss of the Void. Secrets of the Demon Clan? Is this truly the depths of the void? As Nangong Xian stepped through the Void's gateway, her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Countless fissures in the void sparkled within the space. Above the heavens, the 9 pale moons hung high, casting a dim light that rendered the surroundings eerie and otherworldly. Such a peculiar atmosphere was sufficient to reveal the extraordinary nature of this void's depths. A self-contained microcosm. Even Su Qingyu's divine consciousness could not fully encompass it. The two companions trailed behind Su Qingyu, acutely aware of the legends that spoke of ancient legacies residing within this realm, the nature of which remained shrouded in mystery. Before anyone could respond, a chorus of roars erupted from the firmament. The power of the void surged forth, allowing the three to discern their surroundings. Hundreds of terrifying figures descended, their immense forms causing the very ground to tremble with each step. Were these the apex of the Void Clan, the legendary beings of the celestial realm? The sheer number was staggering. Nangong Xian instinctively felt a surge of panic. Hundreds of entities, all at the pinnacle of celestial supremacy, emerged from various races. With the foremost void beasts towering tens of zhang high, their ethereal power enveloping their stark white bones. Just gazing upon them instilled an overwhelming sense of oppression. In the blink of an eye, the myriad spirits of the void began to envelop the three. The terrifying pressure was almost unbearable, even for the now-recovered Nangong Xian. It seemed they were on the verge of being consumed. Su Qingyu, however, exhibited no sign of distress. His expression remained tranquil. With a single step, a beam of spiritual light flickered, obliterating the menacing force of the void. The corporeal forms of the void beings shattered in the space around them, transforming into dense crimson mist. Nangong Xian stood beside him, utterly stunned, faced with the Void Clan's celestial entities, many of whom were likely of royal lineage. How could they be dispatched with but a mere thought? In less than 3 breaths, the realm returned to silence, save for the swirling blood mist that lingered in the air. Su Qingyu paid no heed to the aftermath and continued towards the central domain. The dim light curtain effectively separated the void into 2 distinct worlds. Su Qingyu understood that the ancient legacy spoken of by Nangong Xian was likely concealed within. Prepare yourselves. We must enter. His deep voice resonated in their ears. Nangong Xian nodded, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, feeling a sense of gratitude for following Su Qingyu into this place. Had she been alone, even the elder celestial kings from the Jade Void sacred land might not have been sufficient to contend with the ominous void beings they had encountered. Within the void realm, the beings of the Void Clan appeared to have received considerable reinforcement. Despite their advantage in cultivation, they remained perilously dangerous. Su Qingyu slowly raised his hand and gently tapped, releasing a surge of chaotic energy that penetrated the light curtain. In mere moments, a gap opened within it, allowing the three to step through. The scene before them shifted once more. The 9 pale moons were now shrouded in a ghastly crimson hue, the air thick with an intense chill. Yet, what most surprised Su Qingyu was the sight of strange bronze statues outside a massive palace. Among them, a colossal dragon statue caught their attention, its 3 heads ensnared by enormous chains. Despite being merely a sculpture, the anguish etched upon its visage was palpable. Su Qingyu felt a twinge of curiosity. He had never heard of a 3-headed dragon race within this untamed world. Could it possibly be an ancient progenitor? Before he could ponder further, Nangong Xian's voice broke through his reverie. Senior, those behind us appear to be bronze statues of the demon race. At her words, Su Qingyu's brow furrowed slightly as he turned his gaze back to the 3 imposing bronze statues. Eerie totems were carved upon their surfaces, emanating a palpable aura of malice. While the demon race comprised various branches, the distinct features of 2 prominent horns and massive wings marked them unmistakably. None of them had anticipated encountering the presence of demons so deep within the void, regardless of the circumstances that led to their appearance. The forms of these statues hinted at much. The demons had slain dragons. It was evident that these 3 demons had not been weak in life, possessing cultivation likely surpassing that of celestial emperors. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for them to enter this perilous void. Just as Su Qingyu prepared to speak, he sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing once more. Retracting his gaze, he looked back at the 3 massive demon statues. A sound of shattering reverberated through the space. An uncanny scene unfolded. The bronze surfaces of the massive demon statues began to flake away, and in an instant, the lives of the 3 demon emperors appeared to revive. The heavy sound of their heartbeats echoed slowly. Interesting, a chilling voice resonated. It seems that after 50,000 years, someone has finally found their way here. At the moment their gazes intertwined, countless demonic spirits surged forth in the space, hurtling towards the three. An aura surpassing that of celestial emperors? Nangong Xian's expression turned anxious. She could no longer deny the gravity of the situation. This so-called ancient legacy was likely a ruse. This might very well be the initial point of the demon race's descent into the wild world. Otherwise, how could demons of such power remain to guard this place? Be cautious, senior, Nangong Xian warned. Su Chengyu merely waved his hand, enveloping them in a faint golden light. The oppressive force dissipated, and as the demonic spirits surged against the barrier, it held firm, mirroring the calm demeanor of Su Chengyu, who remained as tranquil as still water. As the demonic spirits were utterly vanquished, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered within the dark eyes of the demon emperor. To have found this abyss of the void and to withstand 3/10 of our offensive strength, you have earned the right to be one of our demon puppets. Demon puppets? Su Chengyu could not help but chuckle. You think you are worthy? You, who could not even conquer 3 continents. As soon as his words fell, the expressions of the 3 demon emperors shifted, though they maintained their composure. After a moment of silence, the cold voice continued. You should be grateful that the laws of heaven in this world have not been entirely shattered. Otherwise, a mere ant like you, a celestial emperor, would not even qualify to serve us as a dog, as a lowly being from a realm devoid of divine rank. How could you comprehend the might of our demon realm? We can grant you this opportunity again. Once the passage to the future world is reopened, you shall be allowed to command this lower realm. Su Chengyu was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that beyond the celestial emperor lay the so-called divine realm, the true dominion over other worlds. Yet, he remained steadfast, unwavering in his resolve. The demonic realm had evidently expended considerable resources to invade this untamed world, clearly motivated by some ulterior objective. Given the nature of the demon race, they would not leave such a potential threat unaddressed, a fact Su Chengyu was acutely aware of. Raising his gaze once more to the 3 demon emperors, a glimmer of indifference flickered in his eyes. The demonic realm? What of it? They still could not descend upon this world. The audacity of the demon race to attempt to enslave my human kin is utterly laughable. Here I stand today as a guardian. What could you possibly do against me? His words dripped with unmasked scorn, indicating that he regarded the 3 demon emperors with utter disdain. Behind him, Nangong Xian's beautiful eyes revealed a flash of concern. Regardless of Su Chengyu's motives today, he was defending the dignity of the untamed world and the human race. Such a man had transcended the confines of mere realms. Beside her, Chen Huangting felt a surge of fervor in his heart. His master was fighting for humanity. I always said, they are merely insects, why waste breath on them? You don't actually think you have any hope of leaving here, do you? The dignity of the human race? What a joke. The spiritual power emanating from the 3 demon emperors erupted, enveloping the entire space in an instant. Countless demonic spirits flitted through the air, their ominous roars echoing faintly, as if they sought to devour the 3 figures. Remember, I am a Rakshasa demon general. The moment the words left his lips, a terrifying demonic spirit surged upward, transforming into a prison of demonic heavens, directly surrounding Su Chengyu. The power of the void could not manifest nor escape this prison. As the demonic energy gradually permeated the space, the last vestige of light surrounding Su Chengyu was engulfed. Witnessing this, Nangong Xian unleashed her spiritual power, swiftly pulling Chen Huangting away from the onslaught of demonic energy. A flicker of worry crossed her lovely eyes. It was only because she had fully regained her celestial sovereign power that she could truly sense the terrifying prowess of the 3 demon emperors. Had it not been for the protective light barrier laid by Su Chengyu earlier, a mere breath could have obliterated them. Chen Huangting could not suppress his voice. Is master going to be all right? Nangong Xian took a deep breath, calming her turbulent emotions. In light of the current circumstances, she could only place her faith in Su Chengyu. She did not believe that, given his capabilities, he would undertake any action without certainty. Trust in your master. With him here, there is undoubtedly no cause for concern. A look of disdain crossed the faces of the 3 demon emperors. Such a foolish creature. Do not think that just because you are a mere celestial emperor of the human race, you can stand against us. Before they could finish their taunt, a calm voice interrupted. You thought you were formidable? Is this all you have? With a resounding boom, Su Chengyu's familiar figure reappeared before the crowd. As expected, the otherworldly beings were nothing but insignificant. It would take but a single strike to eliminate the 3 of you. I stand by this assertion. Seeing Su Chengyu so dismissive of their presence, the demeanor of the 3 shifted entirely. They hailed from a higher realm. When had a mere human from a lower realm dared to be so arrogant before them? The terrifying demonic spirits erupted once more. You seek death. In an instant, the true forms of the 3 Rakshasas were unleashed, towering hundreds of feet high, resembling ancient demonic deities. Without a hint of hesitation, they raised their hands, summoning an overwhelming torrent of dark energy that surged through the air towards Su Chengyu. The sky ignited at that moment. The sound of shattering space echoed. The three Rakshasa true forms, empowered by the demonic spirits, launched a decisive punch, prepared to offer no further chances. Behind Su Chengyu, a faint golden spiritual energy emerged, transforming at his will into a celestial spear that hovered in his grasp. With his current depth of cultivation, the chaotic power he conjured was comparable to that of an imperial artifact. As the horrifying force of destruction descended, Su Chengyu firmly grasped the chaotic spear and hurled it forward. A stream of faint golden light erupted through the air. In that fleeting moment, the power of the four gods surged forth, striking toward the true forms of the Rakshasas, the impact occurring in an instant. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, the Rakshasa demon general's expression shifted dramatically. The true forms shattered, and the demonic spirits dissipated into the ether, their gazes fixed on Su Chengyu, shimmering with astonishment. It was indeed chaotic power. This legendary inheritance from ancient times had manifested in a mere human of a lower world. How intriguing. However, do not celebrate too soon. The situation here has already reached the ears of those in the demonic realm. Once the world passage reopens, the first to perish will be you and everyone by your side. They will experience a torment 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold, worse than death. We shall return. Ha ha. With that chilling proclamation, the three Rakshasa demon generals ultimately vanished from sight. Above the bronze statue, it seemed a barrier had been lifted, as a massive rift in the void slowly opened in the sky. Though not swift, Su Chengyu understood that this world passage would soon be fully opened. Aided by the power of the void, he could only wonder if beings from beyond the divine realm would emerge. Yet one thing was certain. The denizens of the demonic realm would return. It was imperative to hasten the development of their sect. As long as they could exploit this dogged system, regardless of the level of divine beings that descended, the untamed world would become their sacred ground. With this thought, Su Chengyu's emotions settled somewhat. Before he could speak further, a familiar notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Fate character detected. Long Su. Cultivation, 9th stage Celestial King. Bloodline. Void Mystic Dragon. Fate. Forbidden. Talent. Forbidden. Special. From another higher world. Chapter 53. The Void Mystic Dragon. The Heaven's Secret from 50,000 years ago. Su Chengyu was momentarily stunned, much like the three Rakshasa demon generals before. This Void Mystic Dragon also hailed from a higher realm. No wonder, in his recollection, there seemed to be no dragon race in the untamed world possessing the characteristic of having 3 heads. As a dragon of fate, Su Chengyu would not let this opportunity slip by. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts, and the bronze statue began to tremble violently. In but a moment, fragments of the bronze surface scattered, and the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the space. The 3 dragon heads slowly lifted, a surge of void power emanating from their forms, revealing their colossal bodies to the sight. With a singular step, the aura of a peak celestial king enveloped the surroundings. The liberated Long Su, moving with heavy strides, gradually approached Su Chengyu, its immense vertical pupils shimmering with a faint glow. Master, henceforth, allow me to remain by your side. The deep, cold voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed in the ears of the 3. Although previously sealed within a bronze form, Long Su remained acutely aware of the external turmoil. The Rakshasa demon generals, descending from the upper world, posed a threat even to those at the pinnacle of celestial emperor status within the vast wilderness. Yet, before Su Chengyu, they could barely withstand a single strike, highlighting the terrifying prowess of Su Chengyu's abilities. Moreover, Long Su was the possessor of the chaotic Dao body. Hearing this, Su Chengyu was evidently taken aback. He had not anticipated Long Su to be so sensible. It was clear that it was aware of certain matters. After a moment of silence, Su Chengyu's gaze fell upon Long Su as he spoke slowly. I have a few inquiries to make. Master, please proceed, Long Su replied, dutifully prostrating itself before Su Chengyu. Gently caressing the 3 dragon heads, its eyes filled with reverence. Since you hail from the upper world, why do you appear here alongside these 3 Rakshasa demon generals? You must possess considerable knowledge as well, correct? In just 2 simple sentences, Long Su quickly grasped the essence of Su Chengyu's words. After exhaling deeply, it began to explain, Master, I, along with those 3 Rakshasa demon generals, originate from the same upper world, known as the Divine Profound World. In the realm of the demon gods, we stand as one of the strongest factions, akin to our Void Profound Dragon Clan, and we have been adversaries for eons. I was exploring a divine relic when I became separated from my kin and was eventually discovered by the denizens of the demon god realm. During my escape, I inadvertently activated a teleportation passage within a divine tomb, which brought me to this world. The Rakshasa demon generals suppressed their divine realm cultivation to celestial emperor level in pursuit of me. In a moment of desperation, I resorted to using a secret treasure of my clan, sealing the 3 Rakshasa here alongside myself. Listening to Long Su's account, Nangong Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Originally drawn here for the sake of ancient legacies, she had stumbled upon such hidden truths. It was evident that the upper world Long Su referred to was a realm far superior to the vast wilderness. The fact that a celestial emperor-level demon general could achieve such power left her pondering the unimaginable terror of those above the divine realm. She found herself questioning how the vast wilderness had once expelled the demon race. Was even a coalition of myriad races capable of such might? But why do you wish to accompany me? Su Chengyu continued, sensing Long Su's clear desire to remain by his side. Although the 3 Rakshasa demon generals were easily dispatched, Long Su's lineage from the divine profound world hinted that the divine realm experts within its clan would undoubtedly surpass him. Long Su seemed to recall something, a bittersweet smile gracing its features. This insight was bestowed upon me by an elder of my clan, who, at the cost of their life force, glimpsed a fragment of fate. They foretold that I would encounter a tremendous calamity, and if I survived, I would meet the destined individual who would grant me my opportunity. However, I had not anticipated being sealed with these 3 for an entire 5 years. Upon hearing this, even Su Chengyu was taken aback. The ability to predict such a fate 50,000 years prior was astounding. It appeared that the entities above the divine realm were even more formidable than he had imagined, especially considering that the demon god realm was a dominant force within the divine profound world. Thus, it became imperative for him to break through to the divine realm swiftly to avert any unforeseen calamities. Is there a means to repair the rift in the world passage? Su Chengyu's gaze turned skyward. Long Su followed his gaze, observing that the speed of the void rift's expansion had noticeably lessened compared to its initial state. However, should this trend persist, within a decade, the world passage would be fully opened. At that point, the shattered heavenly Dao of the vast wilderness would be incapable of bearing the power of the divine realm's legacy, potentially leading to its collapse. After contemplating for a moment, Long Su suggested, Master, you might attempt to harness that chaotic power. Even within the divine profound world, the chaotic Dao body is renowned as the mightiest physique. I have heard from the elders of my clan that chaotic power can be channeled into all forms of spiritual energy, including this void energy. Without hesitation, Su Chengyu summoned his spiritual power, extending a hand as the chaotic energy transformed into a brilliant stream, soaring towards the void rift. In mere moments of contact, the expansion of the rift swiftly halted. Is it true, Elder? Will the world passage no longer be opened? Nangong Xian inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Su Chengyu merely shook his head slowly. Although the immediate crisis had been averted, he could clearly sense that the expansion of the void energy was supported by the spiritual power from the divine realm. Currently, he could not reach such heights, relying solely on the feeble power of the heavenly Dao to achieve this. There remained a window of 50 years before the passage would still be opened. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xian and the others, though still apprehensive, chose not to voice further concerns. Should the time come, it would be a matter for the entire vast wilderness, and perhaps other opportunities would arise. Yet, in Su Chengyu's mind, 50 years was ample time for preparation. His ambitions extended beyond merely entering the divine realm. He sought to elevate the Piaomiao Sect to unprecedented heights, preparing for the eventual confrontation with the demon god realm and ascension to the divine profound world. Taking a deep breath, Su Chengyu released the tension within him and waved his hand. The ethereal eye of the void manifested into a portal, reappearing before the group. Elder, are we returning to the sect now? Nangong Xian asked eagerly. Though their time together had been brief, Su Chengyu's displayed power and depth had far surpassed her understanding. She yearned to uncover the nature of the formidable sect that could support such an extraordinary being. Not yet. We must first gather a few individuals, Su Chengyu reminded, recalling that the people from the Danwu sacred land were still awaiting him. With a single step, he transported himself and Nangong Xian onto the immense dragon's back. Long Su, let us depart. Yes, Master. Chapter 54. 1 below, 10,000 above. Having consumed 3 celestial pills, considerable time had elapsed. Yet, Feiyu remained in slumber. Could it be that the elder had inflicted internal injuries upon him? Within the grand hall of the Danwu sacred land, the 3 great sovereigns gazed upon Ji Feiyu, encased in a millennium of profound ice, unable to suppress their curiosity. After all, they had once faced a similar predicament themselves. Had it not been for Su Chengyu's restraint, they might have found themselves reincarnated in this world. Although they were all at the pinnacle of the Immortal King realm, Ji Feiyu primarily specialized in array spirits, which inevitably left him somewhat deficient in raw physical strength. Upon uttering this thought, Many core elders of the sacred lands turned their attention to Ji Chun. For now that the ancestral figure had emerged, the decision-making authority of the Danwu sacred land rested in his hands. Beside him, Ji Jian voiced his concerns. Elder Chun, is Feiyu truly unharmed? Despite having previously dispatched someone to investigate Ji Feiyu's condition, the one who intervened was Su Chengyu, a formidable presence beyond the Immortal Emperor. Ji Chun inhaled deeply. Without the slightest hesitation, he summoned his spiritual power and struck Ji Feiyu's face with a resounding slap. The powerful impact caused Ji Feiyu to spit out a mouthful of blood, the metallic scent of which permeated the air. Where am I? Am I dead? Still dazed, Ji Feiyu scanned his surroundings. Elder Chun, big brother. However, upon seeing the familiar figures beside him, he finally regained his senses. The last image in his mind being Su Chengyu's assault on him. After thousands of years of cultivation to reach his current stature, this was the first time Ji Feiyu had truly felt the terror of death. I'm not dead. Elder Chen is here. Does that mean that young man has already been dealt with by Elder Chen? He thought. I knew that young man could not be so formidable. Silence. A glimmer of relief flickered in Ji Feiyu's eyes, but before he could finish his thought, Ji Chun interrupted him. You speak nonsense. Do you believe I want to send you to the law enforcement hall? The mere mention of that senior made Ji Feiyu's smile falter. Momentarily perplexed by the implication of Ji Chen's words, he instinctively glanced at Ji Jian. Brother, what does Elder Chen mean by that? Sensing Ji Feiyu's confusion, Ji Jian sighed, and, using spiritual power, succinctly explained the events of the previous world. In just a few sentences, Ji Feiyu felt as if his legs had turned to jelly, especially upon learning that even Ji Chun, at the peak of the Immortal King realm, had not dared to resist Su Chengyu. It dawned on him what audacity allowed that individual to act so brazenly within their Danwu sacred land. An existence beyond the Immortal Emperor? How could I have dared to insult an Immortal Emperor? I am truly doomed. Fear engulfed Ji Feiyu's eyes. As the sovereign of the Danwu sacred land, he understood all too well the calamity such actions could bring upon his realm. With just a thought, Su Chengyu could obliterate the entire Danwu sacred land from the Qinxian continent. The fact that those around him still existed clearly indicated that the other party required the alchemists and array spirit elders of the sacred land, the three sovereigns. Witnessing the familiar expression of terror on Ji Feiyu's face, were overwhelmed by their own memories. They had once endured similar fear. Before anyone could further articulate their thoughts, an elder hastily rushed in, panic evident in his eyes. Ancestral Master, Sovereign, the Void Gate has reappeared above the sacred land. It seems that Senior has returned. Upon hearing that Su Chengyu might be back, Ji Chun wasted no time, springing to his feet. As spiritual energy surged forth, he swiftly vanished from the sight of the onlookers, leaving behind a resonant command. Everyone, come forth to welcome that esteemed senior. Ji Jian and the others did not hesitate, quickly leading the now-conscious Ji Feiyu towards the hall's exit. Above the Danwu sacred land, torrents of void energy surged, followed by the emergence of a colossal void gate. All eyes were fixed upon Ji Chun, who led the assembly. Roar! Before they could collect their thoughts, a dragon's roar echoed from the void gate, reverberating throughout the sacred land. Soon, a massive form began to step through the gate, shattering the void with each stride. An overwhelming pressure enveloped everyone present. This is the Dragon Clan. Ji Chun stood transfixed, gazing in astonishment at the gargantuan figure of the dragon. Though he had never heard of any three-headed dragon within the wasteland world, one thing was certain. The familiar silhouette upon the dragon's body belonged to the formidable Su Chengyu. Boom. As the dragon descended, Su Chengyu gradually dismounted from its back. Senior, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The personnel you require have been fully prepared by our Danwu sacred land. At your command, we shall accompany you without hesitation. Ji Chun bowed deeply, his gaze filled with utmost respect. Although he had always known of Su Chengyu's immense strength, he now realized that his own perspective had been narrow. The sheer might of that three-headed dragon surpassed his imagination. Were they of the same realm, or perhaps even at the level of an Immortal Emperor? Additionally, from the dragon's gaze, Ji Chun discerned the reverence in the eyes of its subordinates. He dared not ponder further about how Su Chengyu had achieved such feats. At that moment, a bold thought arose in Ji Chun's mind. Perhaps this was not a misfortune for the Danwu sacred land, but rather a monumental opportunity. To remain in the presence of such a figure, even as a subordinate, would place one above countless others. While the Danwu sacred land still held some standing in the Qinxian continent, it paled in comparison to the powers of the sacred central domain or those from other continents. To ascend further, this might be the path to enlightenment. With this thought, Ji Chun did not hesitate. He turned and commanded, kneel immediately and apologize to the esteemed senior. Before Ji Feiyu could fully comprehend the situation, he observed Ji Chun's icy demeanor. Realizing he had no choice, Ji Feiyu promptly knelt in Su Qingyu's direction. Senior. It was this foolish one who spoke out of turn. I implore you to grant him another chance. Ji Qin's words were filled with sincerity. Su Qingyu did not even glance at Ji Feiyu, but replied indifferently, that is why he is still alive. Rise. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement crossed Ji Feiyu's eyes. Thank you, esteemed senior, he expressed, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. As soon as he rose, he retreated to Ji Jian's side, no longer daring to speak. Bring everyone here, Su Qingyu instructed once more. Ji Qin merely exchanged a glance with Ji Jian, and the two quickly set about gathering the personnel. Senior, please take a seat and wait for a moment. It should not take too long. What are you three still dawdling for? Hurry and come assist our esteemed senior. Yes, we acknowledge our shortcomings, esteemed senior. Gazing at the scene before her, Nangong Xian's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, as if it could accommodate a large cucumber. Are these not the two sovereigns of the Danwu sacred land? Chapter 55, the sole objective? To serve the Piaomiao Sect. Upon first encountering Ji Feiyu and the three sovereigns behind him, she felt an uncanny familiarity, only to realize now that she had previously visited them while following the Yushu sovereign. The intention had been to cultivate a connection, as the Danwu sacred land held an esteemed position throughout the entirety of the Qingxian continent, with its dual inheritance of alchemy and formation spirits, unmatched by any other power aside from the holy domain. Ultimately, negotiations had faltered, primarily due to their disdain for the Yushu sect. To say that the Danwu sacred land was an impressive force is an understatement. Even the three sovereigns behind Su Qingyu held a foundation and strength far surpassing that of the Yushu sect. Faced with their haughtiness, it was unimaginable for Nangong Xian to comprehend what they had endured to be reduced to such humility before Su Qingyu. Is this the aura of our master? Beside her, Chun Huangting's eyes shimmered with envy, now beginning to grasp the weight of Su Qingyu's earlier words. No matter what, one must carve out an invincible path. A mere Qin family, represented by Qin Tong, pales in comparison. What is there to fear from such a rival? With just a glance, his master could compel a terrifying power like the Danwu sacred land to submit. I cannot tarnish my sect's reputation. Soon, on the spiritual grounds of the sacred land, 5,000 alchemists and formation masters, the very core of Danwu's personnel, gathered. Even Ji Qin, aware that these individuals would depart, felt a twinge of reluctance. However, he understood that as long as the Danwu sacred land could align itself with Su Qingyu, even as a mere subordinate, their future prospects would be boundless. Better to be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. Only by ascending to the supreme divine realm can one truly explore this world. Moreover, Ji Qin was acutely aware that beyond the vast barbaric world, there existed realms of even higher echelons. Perhaps the celestial emperor is not the end, but merely a beginning. Taking a deep breath, Ji Qin steadied his emotions and focused his gaze on the thousands of members. From this day forth, you shall follow our esteemed senior, becoming a part of the Piaomiao Sect. Regardless of circumstances, we must not disgrace the Danwu sacred land. You must devote yourselves wholeheartedly to this endeavor. Otherwise, even if our esteemed senior remains silent, I shall not spare you. Understood. Old Chun, we comprehend. We will certainly uphold the dignity of the Danwu sacred land. As soon as the words left their mouths, many alchemists and formation masters felt a swell of reluctance. After all these years, Ji Jian and Ji Feiyu had treated them with exceptional kindness. The Danwu sacred land felt like home to them. Su Qingyu was somewhat taken aback by their reactions. Considering that nearly everyone in the cultivation world was desperate to ascend, many would trample their sects, or even those close to them, to seize better opportunities. Long Su, it is time for us to depart. Su Qingyu's voice echoed once more. The spiritual power surrounding Long Su coalesced, transforming into a streak of light surging toward the Danwu sacred land. In an instant, a black curtain of light enveloped them, as if drawn by an unseen force. Within moments, a portal to the void gradually materialized before their eyes. Is this the direct manipulation of space through spiritual energy? Is this a talent related to spatial abilities? Ji Qin and the three sovereigns behind him were utterly astonished into silence. What does spatial capability signify? They were acutely aware that within the vast barbaric world, the most profound attributes are time and space. A future that could ascend to the realm of the celestial emperor would possess immense potential to dominate the world. Let us proceed. Upon returning to Long Su's form, Su Qingyu calmly observed the 5,000 members of the sacred land as they slowly entered the void gate. In less than half an hour, the enormous figure vanished from their sight, and the portal to the void disappeared from existence. The Danwu sacred land instantly fell into a state of desolation. Watching the familiar faces fade away, Ji Jian sighed bitterly and remarked, Old Chun, nearly 80% of our members have been taken. How shall we develop the Danwu sacred land from here on? After all, many of our alliances with other sacred lands were built upon the foundation of alchemy and formation spirits. With so many gone, it is exceedingly difficult to even maintain normal operations, let alone revive our strength. Indeed, old Chun, what shall we do now? Ji Feiyu chimed in, unable to suppress his anxiety regarding the fundamental development of their sacred land, given their positions as sovereigns. This may not necessarily be a predicament. Just as the atmosphere threatened to sink into silence, Ji Chun unexpectedly spoke up, gripping the treasured spirit wine aged for millennia, his expression serene. Old Chun, what do you mean by that? Ji Jian and the others gazed at him in perplexity. Even the three sovereigns beside them could not help but lean in closer. They were now bound to the fate of the Danwu sacred land. Despite the members still being present, the sudden depletion of resources was staggering, and they too struggled to comprehend the situation. Hearing Ji Chun, a seasoned veteran, offer an alternative perspective, they were eager to seize this opportunity. Ji Chun regarded the three with a deeper insight. Under previous circumstances, there would have been no chance, but the situation has changed. It no longer matters. You have all witnessed the caliber of that esteemed senior. Even a peak celestial king of the dragon clan willingly submitted as a mount to him. What does this signify? I need not elaborate further. The arrival of such formidable power to our Danwu sacred land is clearly indicative of a need for manpower. Since we have no other choice, why not send the elders to explore the situation? Then we can naturally pledge our allegiance to that esteemed senior. To become a subordinate force, or even merely a dog, would represent an extraordinary opportunity for us. With that, Ji Chun ceased speaking, the implications of his words unmistakable. A peak celestial king of the dragon clan? Ji Jian and the others' pupils dilated sharply. To reach such heights and possess innate abilities signifies being of pure blood within the dragon clan. If merely being a celestial emperor would not suffice to bring them to this point, such capabilities reveal the might and resources supporting Su Chengyu. Truly terrifying. If the dragon clan can serve as mounts, what is wrong with us being dogs? After a moment of silence, Ji Feiyu seemed to realize something and could not help but voice his concern. Old Chun, even if we have this thought, what if that esteemed senior is unwilling? Ji Chun slowly lowered the gourd of wine from his lips and gently wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Unwilling? This matter was never as simple as it seemed. If there is reluctance, let us endeavor to demonstrate our sincerity and earnestness to that esteemed senior. If one attempt fails, we shall make two. If two fail, we shall try 100 times. As long as we remain, this shall be our sole purpose following the sacred land. I firmly believe that the senior will eventually perceive our heartfelt intentions. Upon hearing this, even the three grandmasters behind me could not help but shake their heads, utterly astonished. Now they could comprehend why the Danwu sacred land had progressed step by step to its current stature. Indeed, experience prevails, does it not? By retreating to advance. They even revealed the only opportunity visible before them. Senior Ji Chun, we have learned from you. Chapter 56. The mysterious Piaomiao Sect? This is a celestial sect. Am I dreaming? The concentration of spiritual energy is nearly 30 times greater. My legs feel somewhat weak. Upon stepping through the void gate, the moment I arrived at the Piaomiao Sect, the entire assembly from the Danwu sacred land was left utterly dumbfounded. Even though they had arranged a maximum of 50 spirit gathering arrays within the sacred land, it only yielded a concentration of nearly 4 times that of the outside world, which was already their utmost limit. Even in the most formidable sacred domains of the Qingxian continent, within the imperial palaces, bolstered by imperial-grade spirit gathering arrays and heavenly treasures, such an effect could not be achieved. The entire Piaomiao sect felt as if it were a true realm of immortals. Spiritual energy transformed into mist, permeating the atmosphere. Numerous palaces floated gracefully, enveloped in the aura of golden dragons, exuding an extraordinary ethereal charm. It was an entirely different echelon from the Danwu sacred land they had previously inhabited. Blast it! Had I known I could cultivate in such a place, I would have had no worries at all. With this concentration of spiritual energy, just a few clandestine inhalations shattered my bottleneck at the celestial monarch realm. Oh, this spiritual energy is so dense. I feel as if I am about to overflow. How delightful this sensation is. Before arriving, all the alchemists and array masters from the Danwu sacred land were apprehensive, fearing they might be reduced to servitude upon reaching the Piaomiao sect. Before departing, many had even prepared their last wills, haunted by the domineering demeanor of Su Chengyu within the sacred land. Before they could fully process their surroundings, 2 colossal figures soared through the sky above the Piaomiao sect. The sound of dragon roars and phoenix cries resonated throughout the realm. Are these the Azure Phoenix and the Black Dragon? What on earth is this Piaomiao sect? Could it be that this esteemed senior has acquired mounts from the Divine Beast clan? For the members of the Piaomiao sect, Su Qingyu's methods were well known. He would seize individuals without hesitation. Regardless of the Divine Beast clan, he acted with audacity. Long Outyin and Lin Qingji soon transformed into human forms before Su Qingyu, their eyes reflecting an unmistakable respect. Master, Master. Although they had not been at the Piaomiao Sect for long, Su Qingyu could discern a qualitative shift in their cultivation compared to their time at the Titan Spirit Lake. For the Demon Clan, the power of bloodlines is paramount. Even for those of the Divine Beast clan, it holds immense significance. After absorbing the essence blood of the dragon and phoenix, both had begun to exhibit signs of ancestral regression, particularly Long Outyin, who, while seemingly reverting to the lineage of the Black Dragon clan, drew closer to the primordial form. How do you find that secret tome? It appears to suit you well. In such a brief span, they had seamlessly transcended 3 significant tiers, indicating they had been diligently practicing. Su Qingyu's smile bore a hint of profound meaning. The prosperity of the sect's progeny is something he must seize, as it presents an opportunity to reap benefits. With merely 50 years left for his own development, he was determined to cherish this time. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin's face lit up with a smile. Although he had made considerable progress, he had noticeably diminished in size upon transforming. Conversely, Lin Qingji, upon hearing Su Qingyu's words, felt a faint blush rise upon her cheeks. As she faced away from the Danwu sacred land, no one noticed. Su Qingyu was indeed correct. Over these days, the two had devoted themselves entirely to cultivation, seizing every moment as if extending a single day into 2. It was precisely due to the forbidden level technique, the Dragon and Phoenix secret tome, that they could genuinely experience the joy of cultivation. Had it not been for the equally potent bloodline power of the Azure Phoenix clan, Lin Qingji believed she would have surely perished by now. Master, we are diligently contributing to the construction of the sect, as per your directives. Long Outyin also wore a smile, but before he could finish, his gaze shifted toward the side, where Long Su caught their attention. From the outset, the two had been aware of Long Su, although Long Outyin could sense the bloodline connection inherent among dragons. He had never encountered such a pure-blood branch within the dragon clan. Is this a variant bloodline? Long Outyin felt a twinge of confusion. Yet one thing was clear. The aura emanating from Long Su felt exceedingly perilous. Even the Black Dragon clan, one of the 3 main dragon lineages, seemed far less intimidating than the presence before him. Master, who is this esteemed senior? Long Outyin could not restrain himself from inquiring. Long Su's gaze fell upon Long Outyin and Lin Qingji as well. He had not anticipated encountering other dragons in Su Qingyu's company. Though they hailed from a lower world, their bloodline powers were remarkable even among the upper realms. This is Long Su. He shall also be a member of our Piaomiao Sect in the future. Esteemed senior, Long Outyin, Lin Qingji, Long Su. Both Long Outyin and Lin Qingji displayed utmost humility toward Long Su, for they could sense that both his bloodline power and cultivation surpassed their own. Standing at several dozen feet tall, with enormous wings connected to his jet-black scales, even from afar, he exuded a formidable presence. I leave this to you. Please guide them in familiarizing themselves with the environment of the sect. Su Qingyu instructed, then turned his gaze toward Nan Gongxin. Once you are acquainted, come to the spirit hall to find me. Nan Gongxin obediently nodded. At that moment, she fully understood that even the Danwu sacred land appeared utterly insignificant before Su Qingyu. It seemed that his prowess was not merely in strength, but also in an extraordinary foundation. The Piaomiao Sect, which had never been mentioned within the Qingxian continent, was merely the tip of the iceberg, possessing such overwhelming influence. She could scarcely fathom the extent of Su Qingyu's backing. Qingji, you should take Huang Ting to meet those little fellows. Huang Ting, go and meet your senior brothers and sisters. After providing these brief instructions, spiritual energy surged within Su Qingyu, and he swiftly vanished from the sight of the crowd. In comparison to others, Long Outyin's primary concern remained with Long Su. After their introductions, it was evident that the two, both of the dragon lineage, had grown considerably more familiar with one another. Although Long Su possessed a significantly higher cultivation level, he still bore no remarkable value, having been trapped within the void forbidden zone for an extended period. His understanding of the circumstances in the vast wilderness world was rather limited. This opportunity, therefore, served as a perfect occasion for them to become better acquainted. Senior Long Su, if you wouldn't mind, how about joining me for a drink? Long Outyin proposed, taking the initiative to speak. Certainly, Long Su replied without hesitation, readily accepting the invitation. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Long Su, swiftly transforming into a humanoid form. His dark, flowing hair danced with the energy, and particularly striking were his deep purple vertical pupils, which seemed to draw one in with a mere glance. Please, Senior Long Su, this way, Long Outyin gestured. Chengyu, I leave this in your capable hands. Lin Chengyu nodded, saying no more, confident that within the confines of the Misty Sect, no untoward occurrences would transpire. She could navigate the sect's environment on her own. Lin Chengyu moved to the forefront of the group, while the members from the Danwu Holy Land behind her were filled with curiosity. The sheer intensity of spiritual energy within the Misty Sect was already formidable, and they could hardly imagine what other wonders lay hidden within its depths. As the array spirits and alchemy lineage primarily resided in the East Hall, the group soon arrived at the battle spirit platform. Even from a distance, they could hear the tremendous sounds of commotion emanating from the central battleground. The group halted, their gazes fixed upon the platform where two figures were weaving through the air with remarkable agility. The terrifying echoes of their clashes reverberated throughout the space. Despite the overwhelming physical prowess of Bai Qingmao, Su Yuan remained unperturbed, countering with her own bloodline strength. As the situation teetered on the brink of a stalemate, a smile blossomed on Su Yuan's delicate face. Junior brother, if this is all you have, then I shall not hold back. With those words, a surge of golden spiritual energy erupted behind her, and in an instant, a phantom enveloped her. Su Yuan's aura flared once more as she unleashed a powerful punch, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Bai Qingmao's eyes burned with battle intent. It had been ages since he had fought with such fervor since his recovery. Su Yuan's strength exceeded his expectations, and they both became completely immersed in the atmosphere of combat, oblivious to the astonished onlookers nearby. Is that the Ta Ling bloodline? And the ancient sacred body? At that moment, Nangong Xian could not help but widen her eyes in shock as she observed Su Qingyu's two disciples. The physical and bloodline qualities of these two were among the most elite in the entire Qingxian continent. Even the prodigies from the Holy Central Domain paled in comparison. Recalling the events that transpired in the Void Forbidden Zone, Nangong Xian instinctively glanced at Chun Haoding beside her, who she remembered had mentioned being another disciple of Su Qingyu. Haoding, what is your bloodline and physique? Feeling the weight of Nangong Xian's gaze upon him, Chun Haoding appeared somewhat bashful, a wry smile gracing his face. Supreme Bone. Though it has been extracted, my master said he could help me restore it. Upon hearing the term Supreme Bone, Nangong Xian understood its significance, recognizing it as belonging to the very top tier of prodigies. Had it been anyone else, she might have been skeptical, but when it came to that particular man, nothing seemed impossible. As Chun Haoding watched the two figures on the battle spirit platform, he clenched his fists tightly. He now comprehended why his master had placed such unwavering faith in him within the Forbidden Zone. Each of his senior brothers and sisters could easily dominate the younger generation across the Qingxian continent. How could he afford to lag behind? To do so would be to bring shame upon them. The image of Chun Tong surfaced in his mind. No matter what, he must reclaim all that belonged to him. I must forge my own invincible path. Indeed, given that senior's formidable abilities, how could the disciples under him be anything less than extraordinary? It was said that these two appeared to be barely in their 20s, yet possessed such terrifying offensive capabilities. The two elders from the Danwu Holy Land, their eyes shimmering with faint spiritual light, observed the battle spirit platform intently. They were seasoned members of the Danwu Holy Land, and this visit was not merely for study within the Misty Sect, but also to witness the formidable foundation backing Su Qingyu. Now they understood what it meant to perceive the gap. Now I comprehend why before leaving, Ancestor Jichen cautioned us vehemently against harboring thoughts of departure. One elder remarked wryly, a bitter smile on his face. This was merely their initial foray into the Misty Sect. They were acutely aware of the expressions of others around them. They could hardly contain their desire to be part of the Misty Sect, forgetting entirely about the Danwu Holy Land. Indeed, the prodigies within the Misty Sect all bear the shadow of their sect leader. How could someone at the 9th stage of the Dao Palace realm feel as if they had transcended the Cave Heaven realm? Was the Purple Mansion realm merely an illusion? The pure physical strength displayed in this confrontation bore a striking resemblance to the prowess of my youth. I find myself anticipating the upcoming Hidden Dragon Assembly in the Holy Central Domain. Will these young prodigies bring the so-called geniuses to their knees, singing songs of surrender? For a full half hour, the two of them shattered the barrier surrounding the battle spirit platform. Sister, I concede. Bai Qingmao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes still shimmered with battle fervor. However, he was acutely aware that throughout their match, Su Yuan had been holding back. Otherwise, her final assault could have shattered his ancient sacred body. Junior brother, you still have much to practice. Su Yuan chuckled. Before she could continue, she noticed a crowd gathering around the battle spirit platform. Upon seeing Lin Chengyu at the forefront, she wasted no time and approached her side, bringing Bai Qingmao along. Elder Lin Chengyu greeted, her face lighting up with a smile. Although her time at the Misty Sect had not been extensive, she had spent most of it in the rear mountain, harmoniously interacting with Su Yuan and the others. By the way, Yuan, allow me to introduce you. This is Houting, your new junior brother. Be sure to look after him. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. Chen Houting felt somewhat bashful as he stood before them. It was an indescribable sensation, especially in the presence of Su Yuan, who resembled a celestial being, starkly contrasting with her fierce demeanor on the battle spirit platform. Houting, you seem rather shy. Su Yuan teased, glancing at Bai Qingmo beside her. Just as when Qing Mo first arrived, we will temporarily entrust our little junior brother to you, Qing Mo. Bai Qingmo's face flushed with a rosy hue, yet without hesitation, she stepped closer to Chun Huangting, placing a hand gently upon his shoulder. Junior brother, there is no need for concern. Our lineage champions the principle of following one's heart. Should you encounter anything unclear within the sect, feel free to approach your senior brother for guidance. I assure you, everything will be arranged clearly for you. Thank you, senior brother. Chun Huangting felt a warmth blossom within him, though a flicker of confusion arose as he pondered how his senior brother, who appeared to be anything but shy, could express such comforting words. In a matter of moments, Chun Huangting swiftly acclimated to the atmosphere, the earlier sense of restraint dissipating entirely. Elder Nangong, has our esteemed master not returned? Why are you still here? Su Yuan noted Elder Nangong Xin standing nearby. Although it was common knowledge within the sect that Nangong Yuan served as Su Chengyu's attendant, her proximity to their master elevated her status beyond that of an elder. Who could tell if one day she might become their master's wife? Thus, when encountering Nangong Yuan, Su Yuan and her companions were exceedingly respectful. Elder Nangong, me? Nangong Xin was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. This is my first time visiting the Piaomiao Sect. Indeed, Yu Yuan, perhaps you have mistaken her. Lin Qing Ji chimed in. Although she had been within the sect, she had been too engrossed in her cultivation during Nangong Yuan's appearances to have encountered her. Her understanding of Nangong Xin was limited to the matters previously entrusted to her by Su Chengyu, ensuring she familiarized herself with the sect before seeking him out at the spirit hall. The reactions of the two left Su Yuan momentarily bewildered, though she refrained from questioning matters concerning their master. After all, it was implausible that Elder Nangong could have two identical sisters, right? The thought of such twin beauties accompanying their master filled her with warmth. Reflecting on this, she quickly apologized. My apologies. I must have remembered incorrectly. Then, Elder Lin, I shall not intrude any longer. With that, she took Bai Qingmo and Chun Huangting and departed without waiting for their responses. Watching their retreating figures, Nangong Xin was reminded of Nangong Yuan. She pondered how her sister had fared in the Azure Domain during their time apart. Resolving to invite Nangong Yuan to join her at the Piaomiao Sect once she had established herself, even if it meant serving as Su Chengyu's attendant, would be a remarkable opportunity. The role of a mere head of the Red Lawn Pavilion paled in comparison. As Lin Qingji's footsteps came to a gradual halt, the 5,000 alchemists and formation spirit masters arrived at the Eastern Hall, gazing upon the vast illusion suspended in the air, resembling an ethereal palace. The crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. Very well. From now on, this will be your place of cultivation. Within the Piaomiao Sect, remember this, the more you contribute, the greater the resources you will reap. Here, there exists nothing you cannot envision, nor anything you cannot encounter. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Danwu sacred land displayed expressions of disbelief. Although they had witnessed the Piaomiao Sect's unparalleled strength and heritage, such claims seemed overly ambitious. After all, they were seasoned individuals accustomed to grand spectacles. Soon, someone from the crowd could no longer contain themselves and inquired, Elder Lin, if we were to become elders of the Piaomiao Sect, would we receive elixirs and spirit liquids each month? Additionally, the materials required for us alchemists are extensive. Surely, we would not be expected to procure these ourselves? And our formation spirit masters should not have to share their spirit plates, correct? At this, even Nangong Xin cast a curious glance at Lin Qingji, eager to discern how the Piaomiao Sect treated its own. After all, a powerful faction could possess vast resources. But if they were too harsh on their subordinates, loyalty would be fleeting. Moreover, with a team of nearly 5,000 individuals, winning their allegiance would demand significant resources. Lin Qingji could not help but shake her head, realizing that the expectations of these individuals from the Danwu sacred land were rather narrow-minded. You consider these requests to be demands? First and foremost, as an elder of the Piaomiao Sect, you will receive 2 celestial elixirs each month. As for the ordinary spirit liquids you mentioned, we have none. However, you may select from the Ancient Spirit Sanctity liquid and the Celestial Spirit Essence liquid. The moment her words fell, the crowd was left dumbfounded, many questioning whether they were experiencing an illusion. Celestial elixirs? Ancient Spirit Sanctity liquid? Celestial Spirit Essence liquid? No ordinary elixirs or spirit liquids. Yet these were to be received monthly? Was this even plausible? Of course, Lin Qingji continued, her voice steady, easing the tension among them. They understood that such privileges likely came with formidable requirements. After all, even imperial courts and ancient clans could not maintain such benefits for long. They braced themselves for the conditions to come. However, in the next moment, Lin Qingji's words rendered them utterly speechless. Moreover, the privileges of an elder in the Piaomiao Sect extend far beyond this. In addition to celestial elixirs and 2 types of special spirit liquids, you will also receive enlightenment tea each month. The methods in the scripture pavilion are available for your reference at any time. Although your primary focus is alchemy and formation spirits, the hundreds of celestial grade techniques should suffice. What? Initially, they admitted there had been a gamble involved. But upon hearing the words enlightenment tea, they could no longer contain themselves. Hundreds of celestial grade techniques available for perusal? Elder Lin, you cannot be jesting with us. Enlightenment tea? Even across the entirety of the Azure domain, it was unlikely that the combined imperial forces of all 3 continents could offer such a bounty. This was indeed a serious matter. Many felt a surge of indignation. While the Piaomiao Sect was formidable, it was unacceptable to toy with them so. The grandeur of such promises seemed beyond reach for most. Lin Qingji maintained a serene demeanor, fully aware that her words had been met with skepticism. Without a moment's hesitation, she infused a sliver of spiritual energy into the token in her hand, causing the celestial palace to descend rapidly. This was a special privilege bestowed upon them by Su Chengyu, granting them the ability to alter certain aspects of the Piaomiao Sect. Do you truly believe that any faction can compare to the Piaomiao Sect? As her words echoed, the spiritual barrier at the forefront of the celestial palace dissipated instantaneously. In an instant, torrents of Dao power swirled in the air, and faint echoes of the Dao's resonance could be heard. 9 towering trees flickered with a gentle spiritual light. And with each step closer, the ground trembled with the weight of the Dao. Is that the enlightenment tree? How could there be so many? My heavens! Was it not said that the sole enlightenment tree of the entire Qingxian continent had completely vanished? Am I not merely experiencing an illusion? 9 enlightenment trees gathered in one sect. What kind of monumental causality must exist to bear such a marvel? By the heavens, just by gazing for a moment, I have directly ascended to the realm of an illusory great alchemist. I have leaped 2 tiers, advancing straight to the rank of an array spirit master. I must truly be that once-in-a-millennium genius. The lack of previously displayed prowess surely stemmed from my talent not being fully awakened. The expressions of the crowd from the Danwu sacred land have transformed utterly. They now comprehend the true worth of the elders of the Piaomiao Sect. At this moment, even if offered the position of the Lord of the Danwu sacred land, they would not hesitate for a moment. Elder Lin, as long as what you say is true, I, Zhang San, would rather die here in the Piaomiao Sect than anywhere else. Wu Wu and I too. In life, I shall be a Piaomiao person; in death, a Piaomiao ghost. I am willing to devote my life to the Piaomiao Sect. Oh mother, I have finally made something of myself. Nangong Xian's gaze was firmly fixed upon the enlightenment tree, her eyes filled with awe. She had never imagined that she would witness such a scene in her lifetime. 9 enlightenment trees, born from the same root. This is the true crescendo of this world. She could sense her cultivation and the essence of fire directly breaking through. A century's bottleneck shattered in an instant. She now fully understood the immense fortune she had gained by following that man. Before she could utter another word, Lin Qingji's voice resounded once more. Everyone, I can assure you that everything I have said regarding the treatment of the elders within the sect is entirely true. However, whether you can fulfill this role is not for me to decide. So strive diligently, for the Piaomiao Sect never neglects any individual. Chapter 58. Assassins in the Mortal Realm. Hunting Celestial Emperors? Ding. Successfully settling the host's void exploration task, the Destiny Fortune Bag has been completed with a super doubling. Shall we now proceed to open the Fortune Bag? Su Chengyu returned to the spiritual hall, hearing the familiar notification echoing in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to open it. After all, for him, it was imperative to expedite the sect's development at the fastest pace possible. Ding. Unlocking the super doubling Destiny Fortune Bag. Please wait a moment. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a special character summon card X3. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired Celestial Spirit Vein X9. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained Celestial Demon Worship X9. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained Celestial Treasure Liquid X999 tons. Congratulations, host. You have successfully received a Sect Resource Supplement Package containing Celestial Furnaces X9999, Celestial Spirit Ancient Discs X9999. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a 5 Elements Supreme Spiritual Root Supplement Package containing each Supreme 5 Elements Spiritual Root X99. Indeed, the contents of this super doubling fortune bag are extraordinary. A glimmer of excitement flashed through Su Qingyu's eyes, particularly the last 5 Elements Supreme Spiritual Root Supplement Package, which equates to a significant enhancement of potential for all members of the sect. For individuals like Wu Junyan, as long as they can integrate these spiritual roots, their innate talents would ascend to the next level. As for the 3 special character summon cards, Su Qingyu was curious, given the system's nature. These special characters would undoubtedly differ greatly from the previous summoning. He wondered what delightful surprises they might bring. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden task of the Twin Phoenixes, successfully unlocked the sect exchange system, and received additional rewards. Celestial Spirit Fruit X999, Heartless Flower X999, Fury Lotus X999, Spirit Wood X999, Companion Garments X999, Heavenly Caduceus Divine Fruit X1. Consuming this fruit can significantly enhance the user's qualities, transforming them into an indomitable perpetual motion machine. Su Qingyu was momentarily taken aback before regaining his focus. This hidden task must pertain to the 2 young ladies, Nangong Yuan and Nangong Xian. As his gaze fell upon the description of the Heavenly Caduceus Divine Fruit, his expression took on a curious demeanor. Although he already possessed the terrifying physique of the Chaos Dao body, he was acutely aware that in a fantastical world, even with a refined body, strength in certain aspects could not be guaranteed. It ultimately depended on talent. Now that he had such an opportunity, who would refuse? Without a moment's hesitation, he took out the Heavenly Caduceus Divine Pill and swallowed it. In an instant, a warm current surged from his dantian, flowing directly to his brotherly lineage. In less than a moment, Su Qingyu could feel that his brotherly lineage had reached a level comparable to celestial quality. He then curiously turned his attention to the companion garments. National Style Qipao, black and white none. Cold Secretary, black silk, white silk, purple. Upon seeing these familiar items, even Su Qingyu could not help but gasp in amazement. This mischievous system surely intends for the 2 sisters to transform into his likeness. He now understood that when it came to variety, this mischievous system could certainly provide a plethora of blessings for the entire sect. It would not be long before his turn would come. Calming his emotions, Su Qingyu recalled that he still had 3 special character summon cards yet to be used. Within the Piaomiao Sect, the quantity of resources was already sufficient. What remained lacking was usable manpower. With this in mind, he wasted no time in using the summon cards. Ding! Detecting the host is unlocking the summon cards. Please wait. Go Zili. Cultivation, 9th Stage Celestial King. Main Discipline, Imperial Alchemist. Chui Shengnan. Cultivation, 9th Stage Celestial King. Main Discipline, Imperial Spirit Master. Ingjia. Cultivation, 9th Stage Celestial King. Main Discipline, Shadow Killing Path. As he gazed at the 3 panels that appeared, a spark of excitement flickered in Su Qingyu's eyes. Although the cultivation of the 3 was merely at the pinnacle of Celestial King, for the Piaomiao Sect, they were equivalent to figures of Celestial Emperor caliber. With his presence, the Piaomiao Sect would face little crisis for the next 50 years. However, these 3 could significantly accelerate the sect's development. With Go Zili and Chui Shengnan, the individuals from the Danwu Sacred Land would grow more swiftly. Su Qingyu was prepared. Once the Piaomiao Sect's development system was thoroughly established, he would formally open the mountains to recruit talented individuals from all corners. As for Ingjia, in his past life, he had been Su Qingyu's fated hero, and he was equally prepared. Beyond developing the Piaomiao Sect, he aimed to establish an assassin organization, serving as a shadowy force to exert a greater influence in both overt and covert realms. As the power of the void surged forth, 3 figures soon emerged from the void gate. They approached Su Qingyu, cupping their hands in salutation, their eyes brimming with reverence. We pay our respects to the sect master. Su Qingyu nodded. I shall not waste words. You have arrived at the perfect moment. Certain tasks require your execution. What arrangements does the master have? The 3 responded without the slightest hesitation. To them, Su Qingyu's words were akin to a divine decree, leaving no room for refusal. This unwavering loyalty is precisely why Su Qingyu favored these summoned individuals. Their complete fidelity rendered their deployment both secure and convenient. Henceforth, the sect shall establish the Pill Palace and the Formation Spirit Hall. Zili, Shengnan, you shall oversee these 2 domains. As I have recently acquired several alchemists and formation masters to entrust to you, we shall not disappoint the master. Observing the seriousness etched upon their faces, Su Qingyu shifted his gaze toward Ingjia, who exuded an aura of coldness and menace, reminiscent of one emerging from a sea of corpses, particularly evident in his dark, piercing eyes. Bowing his head, He appeared ever ready to heed Su Qingyu's directives. Jia, in comparison to the others, bore a more complex burden. Master, I can handle it. Without a moment's hesitation, his icy voice resonated within the spirit hall. I require you to establish an assassin organization, which shall be your responsibility. This is my forte. You need not worry, Master. Su Qingyu shook his head, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. What I seek is not a mere ordinary assassin organization. I desire a force that, upon its emergence, instills dread across the entire wilderness world. Even the immortal emperors shall find themselves on our list of targets. Do you comprehend? As his words fell, Jia lifted his gaze once more. Though his expression remained cold, Su Qingyu discerned a flicker of excitement within his eyes. In that moment, he knew he had chosen wisely. Beside them, Go Zili and Cui Shengnan were equally astonished by this revelation. Though summoned from different realms, they were well aware of what the existence of an immortal emperor entailed, let alone the prospect of hunting one. The organization shall be named Human Realm. For now, do not rush. First, investigate the assassin organizations across the 3 continents. I will later assign you personnel. Yes, Master. I understand. Once the 3 figures vanished from sight, Su Qingyu had just grasped the Dao Ti in his hand when a familiar, melodic voice reached his ears. Master. Chapter 59, The Exquisite Maid? The Contrasting Nangong Yuan. Su Qingyu showed no intention of rising, simply directing his gaze toward the source of the voice. His eyes quickly settled on Nangong Yuan, and he felt a subtle tug at the corner of his eye. The woman donned a purple gauze dress, noticeably shorter than when they first met. Her form swayed gracefully within his line of sight, revealing hints of her fair, elongated legs. A relaxed expression graced Nangong Yuan's delicate features, with a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Stripping away her previous haughty demeanor, Su Qingyu could truly appreciate the allure emanating from her. The disparity in her demeanor was indescribable. Is there something amiss? Su Qingyu inquired, and at that moment, a faint smile flickered in Nangong Yuan's eyes. Am I not your maid, Master? Is it not permissible for me to come see you without reason? As she spoke, she naturally stepped behind Su Qingyu, her slender, fair hands gently kneading his shoulders. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Master, you are remarkably swift. I did not expect you to return with those from the Danwu sacred land so soon. Before Su Qingyu could respond, Nangong Yuan continued. When I saw those thousands of figures in the back mountain, I was utterly taken aback. I initially thought you were merely making grand claims, for I am somewhat aware of the Danwu sacred land's profound background. Not to mention the dual inheritance established over nearly 5 years. The connections formed are formidable. So many? It is evident my assumptions were underwhelming, even if not forcibly taken. It amounts to a similar outcome. The most crucial aspect is your ease in returning, which clearly indicates that my previous perceptions were limited and my assumptions regarding this rogue man were overly conservative. Even a peak immortal king would find it exceedingly challenging to offend the Danwu sacred land. Thus, there can only be one possibility, above the immortal emperor. At this realization, a tremor coursed through Nangong Yuan's body, her heart racing. Is there an issue? Su Qingyu murmured softly, his eyes closed. He had to admit, the young maiden's technique was exceptionally skilled, inducing a sense of relaxation. He wondered if similar kneading elsewhere would elicit the same effect. No, not at all. If you require anything, Master, feel free to command me. I am at your service. At this declaration, even Nangong Yuan found herself blushing, unsure why, despite their brief acquaintance. Su Qingyu possessed an inexplicable charm that captivated her. With her spiritual power restrictions lifted, even if he were to hastily send her away, she would stubbornly plead to remain. To be a maid by the side of a powerful immortal emperor. If such news were to return home, her lineage would be rewritten from this generation onward. If she could also share a bed, that would be even better. She swallowed hard at the thought. Strangely, Su Qingyu could distinctly feel Nangong Yuan's once cold hands growing increasingly warm. This woman's contrasts far exceeded his expectations. Before he could regain his composure, he recalled his earlier urgency to return and reward Chun Huangting, whose pride still required mending. With that thought, Su Qingyu opened his eyes and slowly rose from the spirit chair. I shall be away for a moment. Someone will arrive shortly. You will assist her in becoming acquainted. Without waiting for her to respond, he vanished from the spirit hall in a surge of void energy. Nangong Yuan's smile froze on her face, biting her red lip. She softly muttered, scoundrel. She had come today specifically adorned for this moment, only to find Su Qingyu's demeanor so indifferent. With her figure, looks, temperament, and talent, which woman in the entire Chengyu could rival her? Surely, she could effortlessly fulfill the role of a maid. To think Su Qingyu would seek another. This was difficult for her to accept. In his eyes, was she truly so lacking? Taking a deep breath, Nangong Yuan's emotions calmed slightly. I must see which little vixen dares to compete with me. With resolve in her heart, she decided that, regardless, she must visit the Yushu sacred land in due time. Bring back my sister, Nangong Xian. What significance can a mere saintess of a small sanctuary hold? It would be far more worthwhile to be by Su Chengyu's side as a maid. With a little effort, the resources available are boundless. And the Dao Enlightenment Tea is there for the taking. United, the two sisters, I refuse to believe we cannot subdue this scoundrel. With the bond of twin sisters, I feel a deep sense of confidence. As she spoke, Nangong Yuan did not dwell on her thoughts any longer. She instinctively lifted the Dao Enlightenment Tea that Su Chengyu had previously sipped. The spiritual cup still bore a hint of warmth. Despite the fact that Su Chengyu had rewarded her with a considerable amount of Dao Enlightenment Tea for her performances in recent days, Nangong Yuan preferred to savor what Su Chengyu had tasted, as it imparted a unique sensation. It remained as delectable as ever. And she even chose to gently chew the tea leaves. Just as Nangong Yuan was indulging in the exquisite flavor, a gentle voice echoed through the spirit palace. Senior. Nangong Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. She recalled the task Su Chengyu had entrusted to her regarding the arrival of that little fox. Yet, for some reason, the voice struck her as oddly familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Chapter 60, Sisters Meet? Love blossoms over time. Her gaze fixed intently in the direction of the voice. The moment that figure appeared, Nangong Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, as if witnessing something utterly miraculous. Sister? Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became somewhat peculiar. How could Nangong Yuan have fathomed that the she Su Chengyu mentioned would be her own sister, Nangong Xian? Sister, weren't you at the Yushu sacred land? How did you end up here? A thought immediately sprang to mind. Could Nangong Xian have also been seized away, much like herself when she arrived at the Piaomiao Sect? However, regardless of this outcome, Nangong Yuan felt a surge of excitement within her heart. She had harbored this idea all along, never imagining it would be realized so serendipitously. With the two sisters collaborating, it would surely be a simple matter to ensnare that rogue into the realm of beautiful women. Yuano, how is it that you are here as well? Nangong Xian momentarily fell into a daze, tightly pinching her own arm to confirm that this was not a mere illusion. Without hesitation, Nangong Yuan quickly brought Nangong Xian to her side. She retrieved her cherished Dao Enlightenment Tea, and with the infusion of spiritual liquid, a rich aroma immediately wafted through the air. Observing the surging power of the Dao within the tea leaves, Nangong Xian could not help but gasp in astonishment. Is this Dao Enlightenment Tea? As she regained her composure, a hint of panic surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Xianer, you cannot use this Dao Enlightenment Tea so casually. When you reach the bottleneck of the immortal monarch realm, it can save you centuries of seclusion. A smile graced Nangong Yuan's delicate face. She understood Nangong Xian's intentions, reminiscent of her own when she first entered the Piaomiao Sect. Yet, in the brief time spent by Su Chengyu's side, she had come to realize that, in this man's eyes, Dao Enlightenment Tea held no distinction from ordinary spiritual tea. It is noteworthy that within the back mountain, there are 9 Dao Enlightenment trees, and the total quantity of Dao Enlightenment Tea in the entire Qingxian continent could scarcely rival what she had consumed in recent days. Sister, have you forgotten? This is the Piaomiao Sect. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xian recalled that, during her previous familiarity with the sect's environment, she had heard Lin Qingji mention that one could receive Dao Enlightenment Tea each month upon becoming an elder of the Piaomiao Sect. Yuaner, are you an elder as well? Nangong Yuan gently shook her head. Sister, I am merely a maid beside that scoundrel. Finally, we can be together. Nangong Yuan's heart brimmed with genuine joy at the appearance of Nangong Xian. The development of the Hongluan Pavilion was a legacy passed down by their ancestors, and thus they had to strive for growth, not solely for their kin, but also to establish a powerful force for their own protection. In this world where the weak are devoured by the strong, lacking sufficient means and foundation would leave one with nothing but bones. The Hongluan Pavilion held sway in the Qing domain, yet it was insignificant in the grand scheme of the entire Qingxian continent. This was why Nangong Xian chose to enter the Yushu sacred land for development, not merely to obtain more resources to enhance herself, but more importantly, to provide a backing for the Hongluan Pavilion. Yuaner, how did you end up here? And how did you come to stay by this senior's side? Nangong Xian could not suppress her curiosity and continued to inquire. In the subsequent moments, Nangong Yuan recounted the events that transpired in the Hongluan Pavilion. She had initially come for the Tai Ling bloodline, not knowing that the wheel of fate began to turn from that moment. Upon hearing that Su Chengyu had directly disregarded the immortal ancient heaven realm and brought Nangong Yuan back, Nangong Xian was not the least bit surprised. After all, in the void forbidden land, she had witnessed his prowess. The 3 Immortal Emperor level Rakshasa demon generals had faltered before him without even managing a single strike. Let alone a mere immortal monarch, it was already a stroke of great fortune that Nangong Yuan had survived. At this, a bold idea emerged in Nangong Xian's mind. In the void, forbidden land, she had only met Su Chengyu for the first time, yet he had saved her. Could it be because of Nangong Yuan? Yuaner, tell me the truth. Do you share that kind of relationship with this senior? She blinked her large eyes, her expression exuding a touch of humor. Initially, Nangong Yuan was somewhat puzzled, but upon catching a glimpse of Nangong Xian's quirky gaze, she instantly understood. A wry smile quickly surfaced on her face. Sister, I wish it were so. However, that scoundrel seems to lack such intentions. Just look at his appearance. He's not bad, right? And the most crucial point is that he is so obedient. Nangong Yuan rubbed her small hands together, a look of grievance etched on her face. Observing her sister's demeanor, Nangong Xian could not help but laugh. From childhood to adulthood, the two sisters were unparalleled in both figure and talent within the entire Qing domain. The number of suitors vying for their affection was in the thousands, all regarded as prodigies. Yet, both sisters had focused solely on their cultivation. Little did they expect to be simultaneously captivated by Su Chengyu. Although there was a sense of helplessness in their hearts, Nangong Xian understood that a figure like Su Chengyu would undoubtedly attract remarkable women. Though it was only herself and Nangong Yuan present now, more would surely come in the future. It's all right, Yuaner. There are still many days ahead of us. She smiled reassuringly. What was that saying? Love blossoms over time. Upon hearing Nangong Xian's words, Nangong Yuan suddenly recalled something, a mischievous smile creeping onto her face as she leaned closer. Sister, think about it. If we join forces, I refuse to believe we cannot capture that scoundrel. As sisters now, and in the future too. A meaningful glimmer sparkled in her beautiful eyes, and without the slightest hesitation, she tore off the hem of her gauzy skirt. The fair complexion atop those long legs suddenly captured the attention of all. Nangong Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at her. Yuana, what are you doing? Sister, did you not say so yourself? Love blossoms over time. Chapter 61. Exceptional 5 Elements Spiritual Root. Brother Junyan, the spiritual liquid is already prepared. Do we still need this fruit? In the secluded mountains, Wu Junyan and Su Yuan were enveloped in a passionate moment, having learned that the Dragon and Phoenix Secret Classic was passed down by their master, Su Chengyu. Under Su Yuan's fervent advances, Wu Junyan quickly became enlightened. Wow, senior brother and senior sister, can't you consider our feelings? This is affecting our cultivation. I might just report this to our master. Bai Qingma feigned disdain, though a smile lingered on her lips. Qingma, you've been cultivating for quite some time. Yet your progress is minimal. It's simply because you've been too focused on one person. Heed your senior brother's advice. When the next sect opening occurs, find a talented junior sister. I assure you, you too can attain your senior brother's prowess. Observing their playful banter, Chen Huangting felt a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, he had worried about how he would get along with his future senior brothers and sisters upon joining the Piaomiao Sect. Yet now, it was abundantly clear that there was no need for such concerns. Wu Junyan and the others were exceedingly considerate towards him. Huangting, do not think your senior brother is jesting. This is a matter entrusted by our master. Upon hearing this, both were instantly intrigued. Bai Qingma, with a skeptical expression, inquired, Senior brother, are you certain this was indeed conveyed by our revered master? Do you truly believe your senior brother would deceive you? Wu Junyan set down the spiritual cup he held, contemplating whether to divulge the details of the Dragon and Phoenix Secret Classic. However, the awkwardness of the subject lingered. It would be rather embarrassing to say that their master had passed down a dual cultivation technique, promising strength through continuous practice, wouldn't he? Clearing his throat, he spoke earnestly. You see, our talents are quite commendable. Currently, the sect is in a phase of development, which is why our master is continuously recruiting exceptional individuals. And then, Bai Qingma asked, what does this have to do with finding a partner? She understood that Wu Junyan referred to those from the previous Danwu sacred land, but still had yet to grasp the nuances of the situation. By finding a partner of similar talent, if you two can bear offspring, wouldn't that foster the development of talents for the sect? Wu Junyan continued, beginning with our generation. As we consistently advance, when it comes to our grandchildren's generation, do you think there will be a shortage of talents in the future? This is, in essence, making an indirect, remarkable contribution to our sect. As our revered master would say, this is called diversified sustainable development. Pride gleamed in Wu Junyan's eyes. He had already accomplished half of his goal towards development. Of course, when you have this opportunity, our master will also provide you with a secret technique that significantly enhances your cultivation speed. The two were momentarily taken aback. What was this talk of diversified sustainable development? Was it not merely about procreation? They did not dwell too long on the secret technique, for anything bestowed by their master was undoubtedly extraordinary. The prospect of rapidly enhancing their cultivation speed was what truly mattered to them. Indeed, their master was exceptional. What are you all discussing so animatedly? At that moment, a voice resonated through the hall. Upon seeing Su Qingyu before them, Wu Junyan and others rose promptly to greet him. Master, Master, revered Master. You have finally come to see us after such a long time. Su Yuan, being considerate, vacated the central position and poured Dao tea for Su Qingyu. You little girl. It has only been a few days. He then turned his gaze to Chun Huangting, who, compared to before, appeared much better in both aura and complexion, though there was an added sharpness to him. This pleased Su Qingyu, indicating the boy had taken his words to heart. Huangting, how are you finding the environment of the sect? Chun Huangting nodded, his eyes filled with respect. Master, everything here is splendid. My senior brothers and sisters have been exceedingly kind to me. Su Qingyu understood that for Chun Huangting, revenge was now his sole obsession. However, like with Wu Junyan before, he would not intervene. Some paths must be walked alone. Huangting, I have come this time to assist you in restoring your supreme bone. With me here, you need not worry about the Chun family's influence. However, the supreme bone that belongs to you must be reclaimed by your own efforts. Do you understand? At these words, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Chun Huangting's eyes. Was he finally going to recover from years of regret? Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions. Master, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Just then, Chun Huangting seemed to recall something. By the way, Master, there is another matter. During the pursuit by the Qin family, I learned some news. The Origin Secret Realm will open in just 3 months, located within the Tianqiong continent. At that time, Qin Tong will use it as the first step for his rise. The Origin Secret Realm? Su Qingyu had heard of it. It was an ancient secret realm within the Tianqiong continent, rumored to be the burial site of a primordial battlefield. Although no one had yet discovered the remains of an immortal emperor within, there were indeed numerous inheritances from immortal kings. While it may not hold significance for the Piaomiao Sect, it would serve as an excellent opportunity for Wu Junyan and the others to hone their skills. After all, such realms typically had a minimum threshold above that of dominant forces and could attract many sacred land influences. Reflecting on this, Su Qingyu gently set down the Dao tea and looked at the few individuals beside him. You should all accompany me to the Origin Secret Realm. Wu Junyan and the others understood their master intended to use this opportunity for rigorous training. Rest assured, Master, with us around, we will safely bring our junior brother back. Bai Qingmao remarked nonchalantly, if any Qin family disciples dare to show up, we'll make sure to break their legs. With a light-hearted demeanor, she asserted their shared legacy, declaring that they were all part of the same family now. Although Chun Huangting had just joined the sect, it was regarded as a mutual affair. We also wish to see if the geniuses of Tianqiong continent are as resilient as they claim. Are they worthy of our practice? Observing their reactions, Su Qingyu felt no need for further elaboration. Given Wu Junyan and the other strength, even the minor sacred sons would not pose a challenge. Even those of the imperial lineage would be met with a few slaps. Coincidentally, I have brought some items for you this time. Saying this, Su Qingyu merely gestured with his hand. 5 radiant orbs surged into the grand hall, subsequently transforming into 5 ethereal pearls. These were the exquisite rewards of the supreme 5 elements spiritual roots previously bestowed. Master, what is this? The group, intrigued, gathered before the spiritual orbs. Though they were uncertain of their true nature, they knew that anything originating from their master could not be trivial. Supreme 5 elements spiritual roots. They can significantly elevate your innate potential. You may select one among metal, wood, water, fire, or earth for refinement. Chapter 62, The Reshaping of the Supreme Bone. In an instant, a fleeting brilliance? Upon hearing this, astonishment flickered across the faces of the group. The supreme 5 elements spiritual roots were indeed a form of innate constitution. Although they did not rival their own, they nonetheless represented an extraordinarily monstrous talent. Isn't this something inherently innate? They could hardly conceive that such a thing could be transplanted postnatally, having never heard of such a notion. After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Yuan could not contain herself and spoke up. Master, does this mean the 5 elements spiritual roots must be distributed evenly? Su Qingyu understood her implication, but merely shook his head and softly explained, you may select repeatedly. Choose whatever you desire. In that case, I choose the fire spiritual root. Su Yuan was the first to make her selection, as the fire spiritual root would greatly enhance her offensive prowess, aligning perfectly with her Tai Ling bloodline. Following her, Wu Junyan chose the wood spiritual root. Observing their choices, Bai Qingmao jested, senior brother, senior sister, this choice of yours will surely lead to your demise. Fire burns wood. Enough of your chatter, Wu Junyan retorted. What about your choice, Qingmao? Su Qingyu inquired. Given that Chun Huangting's supreme bone had yet to be restored, he did not rush him to make a decision. Bai Qingmao hesitated for a moment, knowing that this supreme spiritual root could only be fused with one. However, none of the 5 elements aligned with his desired attributes. Master, I understand that with your capabilities, the attributes of these spiritual roots will surely expand in the future. Thus, I shall not be hasty for now. Upon hearing this, Su Chengyu could not help but chuckle, recalling how introverted Bai Qingma had been during the Tianjiao assembly. It had only been a few days since his return, and he seemed to have transformed entirely. You, my friend, are quite the thinker. The sooner you choose, the sooner you shall reap the benefits. Su Yuan interjected. Fear not, senior sister. You and senior brother are here. What do I have to worry about? Bai Qingma said confidently. With such extraordinary talents among us, it shall be a breeze. The atmosphere grew even more congenial. After some time, Su Chengyu finally spoke. All right. You all may step out for now. I must assist your junior brother in reshaping his supreme bone. Once Su Yuan and Wu Junyan departed, Su Chengyu noticed that Bai Qingma showed no intention of leaving. Why do you not take your leave? He inquired. A smile soon graced Bai Qingma's fair countenance. Master, I have heard of the matter regarding senior sister's awakening of her bloodline. I am merely curious to stay and observe. Rest assured, I promise not to create any trouble for you. Moreover, if the reshaping of the supreme bone succeeds, I can assist my junior brother with minor tasks, thus sparing you any inconvenience. Sensing Bai Qingma's excitement, Chun Huangting felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, his body instinctively recoiling. A bold thought surfaced in his mind. Could senior brother have feelings for him? Heavens! After swallowing hard, Chun Huangting cautiously suggested, Senior brother, perhaps you should rest first. I can manage here. Bai Qingma's smile widened as he gently rubbed his small hands together. Junior brother, you are being too formal. Master, you simply carry on with your work. Seeing this, Su Chengyu ceased further objections and allowed Chun Huangting to sit before him. With a swift motion, he summoned a branch emanating the essence of the Tao into the grand hall. Without the slightest pause, enveloped in chaotic energy, the branch shimmered with a soft green luminescence. Countless life spirits descending upon Chun Huangting. The moment the branch entered his body, the power of the Tao manifested as a shadow behind him, entwined with a gentle, quivering resonance. Chun Huangting's brow furrowed slightly, his complexion paling as he distinctly felt the excruciating pain within him, the sensation of blood being siphoned and bones being replaced. Endure. Hearing Su Chengyu's familiar voice, Chun Huangting gritted his teeth and persevered. He understood well that this opportunity was exceedingly rare. He must not disappoint his master. Time passed gradually, and after a full hour, Chun Huangting's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a faint golden glow of spiritual energy within them. At the moment of his spiritual power's eruption, the blood-spirit barrier surrounding him shattered, and 9 ethereal images of celestial kings flickered within the hall. Such an anomaly indicated that the supreme bone had indeed been reshaped. Chun Huangting felt the surging vitality within him, alongside the frantic ascent of his spiritual power, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Master, I have recovered. Thank you for your assistance. Not only had his supreme bone been restored, but the supreme blood within him had also undergone a complete renewal. Before Su Chengyu could respond, Bai Qingma swiftly draped a practice robe over Chun Huangting. Junior brother, I understand your joy in this revival, but we must maintain decorum in front of master. Instinctively, Chun Huangting glanced down, his face flushing red as he turned away to properly don the robe. Moments later, he returned to his previous position as Su Chengyu handed him a prepared cultivation technique. Huangting, this technique is suitable for you. The instant he received the technique, Chun Huangting instinctively infused it with spiritual energy. The phrase instant flow of light surged into his mind. He had not anticipated that his master would present him with an imperial-grade technique. Now he comprehended why his senior brothers and sisters were so formidable. The innate talent of their physique and bloodline was merely one aspect. The primary factor lay in having such a fiercely protective master. Resources were abundant, and techniques were freely offered. If I am not invincible, then who is? Thank you for your nurturing, master. Su Chengyu's face broke into a smile. Furthermore, I have another task to entrust to both of you. Considering the sect's hidden mission, more offspring, more blessings, Wu Junyan had already grasped the concept. Thus, his 2 excellent disciples could not be overlooked. 2 fragments of techniques floated before them. Once you see what lies within, you will understand. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Su Chengyu, the 2 turned their curious gazes toward the technique fragments in their hands. Senior brother, do you know what is contained within? What task could possibly require master to remain tight-lipped? Upon witnessing the puzzled expression on Chun Huangting's face, Bai Qingma, equally perplexed, inquired, shall we take a look? Let us take a look. Soon, spiritual energy was infused, and the instant they beheld the scene, a blush of embarrassment instantly graced their faces. They finally comprehended the meaning of diversified and sustainable development as articulated by Wu Junyan. It was no surprise that their senior brothers and sisters were so devoted to cultivation. It seemed they were indeed too youthful and inexperienced. Chapter 63. The Dual Spirit Array. Is this your pride, Elder Chin? In the Chun Spirit Pavilion, Upon seeing the array spirit master brought by Lin Qingji earlier, Chen Lingling initially felt a twinge of confusion. She could not fathom where Su Qingyu had procured such a multitude of hands, for she was well aware of the situation at the mysterious Fog Sect. Although they were not lacking in resources, their numbers were indeed sparse. It wasn't just her array spirit pavilion. Even the nearby alchemy pavilion faced the same predicament. However, upon discovering that these individuals hailed from the Danwu sacred land, her perspective underwent a complete transformation. The Danwu sacred land represented something significant. She was acutely aware of its esteemed position within the Qingxian continent, second only to the Holy Central Domain. It was renowned for its profound heritage in both array spirits and alchemy, a coveted realm for countless array spirit masters and alchemists. Her past aspirations had always been to join such a prestigious establishment. Little did she expect that those great figures she once revered would now have to respectfully address her as Elder Chun. This was the confidence and strength emanating from the mysterious Fog Sect. Taking a deep breath, she managed to temper her emotions slightly. Though she had just stepped into the realm of an extraordinary array spirit master, she now represented the array spirit pavilion. She could not afford to appear weak in front of these individuals. With a slight frown, she soon adopted a demeanor of aloofness, further astonishing the other array spirit masters within the grand hall. Heavens! Is this truly the head of the array spirit pavilion? She exuded an aura of formidable strength, evoking a sense of unfathomable depth. The most striking aspect was her youth. Could she truly be responsible for the array spirit lineage within the mysterious Fog Sect? Surely, she must be a calamity spirit master, or even an immortal spirit master. It was utterly terrifying. I am certain this Elder Chun cannot be over 40 years of age. Is this the profound heritage of the mysterious Fog Sect? One cannot help but wonder when we might reach the level of Elder Chun. Despite the efforts of the individuals from the Danwu sacred land to suppress their emotions, Chen Lingling overheard many remarks that left her feeling increasingly uncertain. She resolved to seek out Su Qingyu for assistance. After all, she was well aware of her own capabilities, while she could manage to maintain an air of confidence. The prospect of instructing others was nothing short of absurd. Before Chen Lingling could voice her thoughts, a deep, slightly resonant voice echoed in everyone's ears. Am I late? Following the sound, a figure clad in black robes emerged before them. It was none other than Cui Xingnan, the array spirit master arranged by Su Qingyu. With an expression of calmness, Cui Xingnan approached the assembly, his presence alone exuding an aura of mystery. Leave this to me, Cui Xingnan addressed Chen Lingling. Having been briefed by Su Qingyu on the situation regarding the array spirit pavilion and the individuals from the Danwu sacred land. Thus, he was already well informed. Chen Lingling felt a surge of joy at his words, choosing to step aside without further comment. She was eager to observe what level of prowess this array spirit master, summoned personally by Su Qingyu, truly possessed. A celestial spirit master? Or perhaps an imperial spirit master? Before others could collect their thoughts, Cui Xingnan's voice rang out once more. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Cui, and from this day forth, I shall directly oversee the array spirit pavilion. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me directly. The crowd below displayed no overt signs of astonishment. To them, it mattered not who was in charge. For all were individuals they could not afford to offend. Their collective mindset focused solely on one aspiration: to complete the task assessment promptly and ultimately become a member of the esteemed elders within the mysterious Fog Sect. As this thought crossed their minds, one individual could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Elder, we have but one question. When can we commence normal operations? Additionally, we wish to understand the assessment criteria within the Array Spirit Pavilion. What level must we attain to have the opportunity to become an elder of the sect?" A smile graced Cui Xingnan's face. "Are you quite so eager? Becoming an elder of the mysterious Fog Sect is no trivial matter. You would do well to begin by thoroughly studying the Array Spirit System." At this pronouncement, the individuals from the Danwu sacred land were momentarily taken aback. They were, after all, core figures within the entirety of the Danwu sacred land's heritage. Not only were many of them extraordinary, but several were even calamity spirit masters. While they might concede that they were not the finest, being asked to relearn the Array Spirit System felt akin to an affront to their expertise. "Elder, surely you jest. From the very first day we embarked on the path of Array Spirits, we began with the Array Spirit System. Each of us has had at least a millennium of exposure to this framework. Do you truly believe we need to start from the very beginning?" Cui Xingnan, unperturbed by their protests, was not surprised. In his eyes, there were only two categories of Array Spirit Masters: Imperial Spirit Masters and the rest. "Do you believe yourself to be formidable? If you can demonstrate sufficient strength to convince me of your worth, I shall endorse your elevation to elder status immediately." The Array Spirit Master who had spoken earlier hesitated briefly before striding toward the front of the line. Many recognized him instantly. Is that not Elder Shuiyun? Who would have thought he would also be present? Indeed, it was rumored that Elder Shuiyun's talent in Array Spirits ranked within the top 5 across the entire sacred land. The 2 previous sovereigns had explicitly stated that he was the individual most likely to ascend to the rank of an Immortal Spirit Master, aside from them. It seemed that today, Elder Shuiyun might very well accomplish his goal ahead of schedule. Elder Shuiyun's expression remained composed, yet a glimmer of pride sparked in his eyes. While he acknowledged the overwhelming impact the mysterious Fog Sect had on him, he had never doubted his own innate talent. He had never encountered a force in the Qingxian continent capable of achieving true balance and perfection. The martial prowess of the mysterious Fog Sect was indeed formidable, instilling such fear in Ji-chun that he dared not harbor thoughts of resistance. However, this did not imply that they possessed equivalent strength in the realm of Array Spirits. If that were the case, why would they need to bring individuals from the Danwu sacred land back into their fold? Elder, what do you propose for the assessment? In the presence of Cui Shengnan, Shuiyun maintained a respectful demeanor. Cui Shengnan comprehended the thoughts of both Shuiyun and the assembly of Array Spirit Masters from the Danwu sacred land. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Let me witness your utmost strength. Afterward, I shall enlighten you on the true essence of an Array Spirit Master." No sooner had the words been spoken than not only did the audience's expression sour, but even the countenance of Mizumoto reflected a hint of displeasure. The implication was all too clear. In Choi Sungnam's eyes, they were utterly ignorant of the art of Array Spirits. This was, to them, nothing short of an affront. Mizumoto, though brimming with emotion, kept it concealed, murmuring within his heart, "In my lifetime, I have never been inferior to others." A surge of spiritual energy emanated from behind him. A dim grayish light flickered around Mizumoto, coalescing into a rapidly shifting gray spirit in the air, resembling some arcane symbol. Moments later, an Array Spirit ascended into the heavens, enveloping the assembly within its embrace. A roar echoed in their ears as the colossal phantoms of a mysterious tortoise and a dragon ape materialized within the spirit hall. Gazing upon his creation, Mizumoto advanced slowly toward Choi Sungnam, his eyes betraying an unmistakable confidence. "Senior, with the combined might of the tortoise spirit and the dragon ape spirit, achieving a dual array formation beneath the 5th rank of the celestial sovereign is utterly inconceivable." The other Array Spirit Masters of Danwu's sacred land regarded him with envy. To them, the ability to inscribe such a formidable dual array formation in such a brief time was indicative of extraordinary prowess. Before they could fully grasp the situation, Choi Sungnam's derisive voice rang out once more. "Is this all you have? Such trivial means, and yet you dare to bask in pride?" Chapter 64. Choi Sungnam's Prowess. Instantaneously slaying the Black Whale King? Upon hearing this, Mizumoto's expression froze, casting an odd look toward Choi Sungnam. "Lord, if you find us beneath your notice, you need only say so. There is no need for such disdain." Not just him, but even the other Array Spirit Masters within Danwu's sacred land, since that Choi Sungnam was clearly targeting them. The level of the dual array formation they had achieved in such a short span was truly remarkable. Yet, in Choi Sungnam's words, it was rendered trivial? Who did he think he was? An Emperor Spirit Master? Choi Sungnam maintained his calm demeanor. "In the span of 10 breaths, you conjured an Array Spirit. Do you genuinely believe yourself formidable? 10 breaths? Surely, there are not many across the entirety of the Qingxian continent capable of such a feat. If what the Lord claimed was that it was inconsequential, should he not demonstrate what constitutes true mastery of Array Spirits?" From behind Mizumoto, someone could not help but speak up. Choi Sungnam refrained from further commentary, merely extending his hand with a gentle beckon. In an instant, a torrent of void energy surged forth. Before the crowd could comprehend the unfolding events, the scenery before them had transformed entirely. An endless, roiling sea of black spiritual energy loomed before them, and even through the translucent barrier, they could feel the overwhelming pressure. Is this the Black Demon Sea? How could this be? At this moment, not only Mizumoto but all the Array Spirit Masters of Danwu's sacred land wore expressions of disbelief. They were aware that the location of the mysterious Cloud Sect was at least 50,000 miles from the Black Demon Sea. To transport so many people in an instant was a staggering display of power. Is this a spatial Array Spirit? How could it be formed in such a brief interval? They barely had time to react, for the practitioners of Danwu's sacred land had been honing their skills in the art of Array Spirits for no less than a millennium. Even the 2 sovereigns of the Ji clan had never instilled such a profound sense of dread within them. There was but one possibility. The Array Spirit Pavilion Master before them was an Emperor Spirit Master? Upon this realization, a flicker of reverence passed through their eyes. If the greatest threshold in the realm of Array Spirits was that of the Emperor Spirit Master, then only prodigies could even aspire to gaze upon it. The Ji clan, with its nearly 10,000-year legacy within Danwu's sacred land, had produced numerous celestial spirit masters, yet none had ever approached that daunting threshold. The techniques displayed by Choi Sung-nam were nothing short of astonishing. With a mere gesture, he conjured a spatial imperial array spirit, truly terrifying. Were it not for the mysterious Cloud Sect, you would not even possess the privilege of my presence. No sooner had he spoken than the void energy surged again. And before the crowd could react, they found themselves deep within the Black Demon Sea. Here, the demonic waves were even more tumultuous. For years, no human force had genuinely explored this domain. It was inhabited by numerous Black Sea royal families. And even those at the pinnacle of the Celestial King realm found it exceedingly challenging to traverse the Black Demon Sea directly. Given the geographical advantage of the Black Demon Sea, it was immensely difficult for humans to overcome the Black Sea royal families, even within the same realm. Today, I shall show you what constitutes true mastery of the art of array spirits. Choi Sung-nam raised his right hand once more, and in mere moments, a radiant curtain of fire spirits surged above the Black Demon Sea. Before the spectators could react, the sound of phoenix cries reverberated through the air as 9-headed fire phoenixes emerged from the luminous veil. Countless fire spirits transformed into streaks of light, streaking toward the Black Demon Sea. The terrifying impact instantly turned the ocean into a crimson expanse, and many of the Black Sea kin were vaporized before they could even comprehend the situation, dissolving into a mist of blood. The air was saturated with a pungent scent of blood. Dare you offend the Black Whale royal family? Do you seek death? A roar erupted from the depths of the Black Demon Sea. Following this, 3 colossal figures surged forth from the ocean's surface, their towering forms exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Their blood-red eyes fixated intently on Choi Sung-nam and his companions. The aura of the pinnacle celestial kings erupted without reservation. What in the world? Is this truly the legendary Black Whale King? By the heavens, 3 celestial kings at their peak? Are we truly destined to perish here today? It was said that previously, 3 celestial kings had been dispatched to confront the Black Whale King, and they met with utter annihilation in a 3-on-1 encounter. Now, with 3 appearing simultaneously, the dread was palpable. I wished to return home, observing the ominous shadows looming over them. Many of the array spirit masters from Danwu's sacred land felt their legs turn to jelly, had it not been for the presence of others around them. They might have collapsed in fright. They now regretted not heeding the pavilion master's warnings. They could have avoided this convoluted predicament altogether. With the 3 peak celestial kings of the Black Whale royal family joining forces, the entire space was effectively sealed off, rendering escape nearly impossible. Choi Sung-nam observed the reactions of those around him, yet his expression remained unchanged. His deep, cold voice reverberated through the air. Black Whale King, I have heard that you are considered quite resilient among the Black Sea royal families. Today, I wish to test that. The expressions of the 3 Black Whale Kings shifted dramatically, their eyes betraying an unmasked intent to kill. A mere human insect dared to speak with such arrogance. This was a death wish. As the words fell, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted in the space. The pitch-black water spirits transformed into thousands of luminous streaks, seemingly intent on devouring the gathered assembly. Countless Black Sea spirits morphed into black holes, their terrifying fissures relentlessly tearing at the fabric of reality. Now, the assembly has come to comprehend the formidable strength of the Black Sea royal lineage. It is solely due to their ability to harness the powers of the Black Magic Sea for their own advantage. At this moment, they observed Choi Sung-nam, who remained steadfast in his stance, showing no inclination to engage in combat. Behind him, his followers were expressions of sheer panic. Alas, could it be that the sect leader is truly frightened? To think that this genius might meet his demise in the depths of the Black Magic Sea today. He has yet to entrust his newlywed bride to his elder brother. It appears all hope is lost. What about my sister-in-law's child? I have not even had the chance to gaze upon them, and that would be my greatest regret. Oh, how I long to taste that enlightenment tea. Must I perish here today? As the offensive force is poised to descend, Choi Sung-nam does not even raise a hand. A terrifying aura of spiritual power flickers a mere dozen meters away, a pale golden essence shimmering. It swiftly engulfs the countless spirits of the Black Sea. The 9 shadows of the Xian turtle emerge, consuming the fierce onslaught of the Black Whale King without hesitation. Is this it? Now it is my turn, isn't it? The crowd is astonished. They had not anticipated that Choi Sung-nam would attempt to counterattack. No sooner had the words left his lips than the previously vanished 9-headed fire phoenix reappeared, unleashing a wave of terrifying flame spirits throughout the space. The cries of the phoenix echoed, and the light barriers surged forth. Azure spiritual energy transformed into 9 azure dragons, intertwining with the fire spirits. unhesitatingly charging towards the direction of the Black Whale King. The impact occurred in an instant, followed by a sudden lament. As the fire spirits dissipated, a terrifying surge of spiritual power ascended into the heavens, revealing the three pinnacle beings of the Black Whale King, now engulfed in flames and reduced to mere blood and flesh within the black magic sea. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Danwu Holy Land were rendered speechless by terror. This was the legendary entity that ranks among the top 5 in all offensive Imperial Spirit formations. The 4 Divine Imperial Spirits. Chapter 65. The Ancient Spiritual Disc of the Immortals. A standard configuration of the Piaomiao Sect. The Imperial Spirit formations that vanished in the ancient era. No one had anticipated that such formidable power would manifest from Chui Xingnan. Even the Black Whale King, renowned for his physical prowess, could not withstand even a breath before him. The 4 divine spirits continued to roar in the air. Chun Lingling swallowed hard, her gaze fixated on the figure at the forefront of the group. She had sensed it all along. After all, he was brought in by Su Chengyu. How could he not be formidable? Yet, she had not imagined it would be to such an exaggerated extent. Even among the Imperial Spirit Masters of the Holy Central Domain, there would likely be no match for Chui Xingnan. Before the crowd could regain their composure, Chui Xingnan's deep voice resonated once more. Now, do you understand what it means to master the path of spirit formations? As his words fell, the void energies surged again, and the scene before them transformed once more. The tumultuous black magic sea and the terrifying 4 divine imperial spirits had completely vanished. Instinctively, the crowd glanced around, realizing they had returned to the spirit formation pavilion. The previously speechless Shui Min found himself at a loss for words. In less than a brief moment, he felt as though he had wasted all these years. It seemed he had reached the level of a tribulation spirit master, yet after witnessing Chui Xingnan's prowess, his confidence began to waver. Had he truly been practicing the path of spirit formations for these millennia? Having been by Ji Jian's side, he had seen the terrifying spirit masters of the Holy Central Domain, yet before Chui Xingnan, they appeared as mere refuse. Contemplating this, Chui Xingnan wasted no time and, bowing slightly, spoke. Sect leader, I was presumptuous earlier. I beseech you to grant me the opportunity to remain here and learn anew. Not just him, but the entire assembly of spirit masters from the Danwu Holy Land now harbored a sense of regret. They were aware of their misjudgment, but feared that Chui Xingnan might harbor resentment and deny them the chance to learn. To study under such a remarkable figure was a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Sect leader, we acknowledge our errors. Sect leader. The synchronized calls echoed within the spirit formation pavilion. Understanding what they ought to do henceforth sufficed. This is an opportunity provided by the Piaomiao Sect, not by me. Chui Xingnan stated slowly. From the moment Su Chengyu entrusted him with this task, he had grasped its significance. The sect master sought the development of the entire Piaomiao Sect, not merely the strength of a single individual. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but exhale in relief, gradually straightening their bodies. At this moment, their emotions and perspectives had transformed utterly compared to before. Shui Min remained at the forefront. Sect leader, according to your directives, when shall we commence the study of the new system? His eyes gleamed with respect. Since his initiation, his mentor had taught him one principle. A true master always retains the heart of a student. For years, he had immersed himself in spirit formations, completely forgetting this wisdom. Today, witnessing Chui Xingnan's prowess revived that memory. No rush. With a mere wave of his hand, Chui Xingnan conjured nearly 2,000 ancient spiritual discs before their eyes. For spirit masters, the function of a spiritual disc is akin to that of an alchemist's furnace, serving as a guiding medium. At a glance, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Is this the ancient spiritual disc of the Immortals? Sect leader, could these be for us?" Heavens! They were acutely aware of what the ancient spiritual disc represented. The entire legacy of the Danwu Holy Land, spanning nearly 10 millennia, had yielded only one in Ji Jian's possession, a result of generations of inheritance. Yet now, with nearly 2,000 in number, each could possess one. They momentarily questioned whether they had entered a dream. Such grandeur, such terrifying generosity. It was likely that the entire stock of ancient spiritual discs in the entire Qingxian continent paled in comparison to what they now beheld. One for each of you. Just remember, the Piaomiao Sect will not neglect any individual. A rare seriousness graced Chui Xingnan's expression. The members of the Danwu Holy Land began selecting their own ancient spiritual discs, each adorned with distinct totems that offered varying effects. For them, these discs were no longer mere tools for cultivation. They represented an opportunity to surpass their limits. Having not yet become elders of the Piaomiao Sect, they were already enjoying such privileges. If they were to attain the position of elders, they could scarcely imagine the bright path that lay ahead. Who would have thought that I, a mere transcendent spirit master, could possess my very own ancient spiritual disc? if the Piaomiao Sect desires it. Even if it means my demise, I shall never utter a word of dissent. As long as the Piaomiao Sect does not disdain me, I would gladly accept the role of a mere survivalist. What merit or capability do I possess that I could one day wield a spirit disc even more advanced than that of the Holy Lord? For the members of the Danwu sacred land, at this moment, their original identities had long been forgotten, and a singular thought consumed their minds: to live as a member of the Piaomiao Sect, and to die as a specter of the Piaomiao. Chun Lingling remained at the edge of the formation, her beautiful eyes shimmering with envy. She too yearned for the celestial ancient spirit disc, yet felt a tinge of embarrassment. Elder Chun, this is for you. Before Chun Lingling could collect her thoughts, Cui Shengnan approached her, holding the celestial ancient spirit disc. Su Chengyu had already briefed him on Chun Lingling's background prior to their meeting. Although she was merely an extraordinary formation spirit master at present, her talent in the realm of formation spirits was undeniably significant. Chun Lingling was momentarily taken aback. This celestial ancient spirit disc is more suitable for Elder Chun. If you do not find it beneath you, I would like you to serve as my deputy in the future. Before arriving, the sect master had already declared that all elders would work together for the development of the sect, without distinction. As soon as the words left his lips, Chun Lingling felt a tremor in her heart. Throughout her time in the Piaomiao Sect, she had always felt a profound anxiety. As an elder of the sect, the disparity between her and the other elders weighed heavily on her. She feared that one day she might lose her position due to her inadequacies. Yet, it was now evident that this was not the case. Particularly, Cui Shengnan's final remark filled her heart with emotion. Taking a deep breath to calm her tumultuous feelings, she finally accepted the celestial ancient spirit disc, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. To remain by the side of such an imperial spirit master as Cui Shengnan was not merely a testament to her talent, it was a consequence of that man's words. Chun Lingling was acutely aware of her standing. Elder Cui, I shall not disappoint the sect master. Chapter 66. The Self-Rescue of the Red Lawn Pavilion. The Son of Jade Void. 3 fleeting days passed. Within the Jade Void sacred land, 2 figures appeared somewhat awkward, their gazes continually surveying their surroundings. Elder Dong. It has been several days. Is there truly someone within the Jade Void sacred land who will assist me with the matters concerning the pavilion master? Bai Lianshan's expression was tinged with hesitation. Elder Dong, however, showed no signs of uncertainty. His gaze was filled with determination. If it were anyone else, he might have felt some doubt, but he was well acquainted with this saintess of the Jade Void sacred land. After all, she was a twin sister to Nangong Yuan. And at such a critical juncture, how could their blood ties not compel her to act? Before he could speak further, a few guards approached slowly from a distance. You two should leave. The saintess is currently not within the sacred land. Any matters can be discussed upon her return. The guards' faces bore an expression of calm, for they had never heard Nangong Xian mention these two before, and thus were merely performing their duty. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Dong Yuan and his companion darkened. They had not anticipated that at such a crucial moment, the individual they sought was absent. It was worth noting that several days had passed since Nangong Yuan's predicament arose. They would not have come to the Jade Void sacred land unless absolutely necessary. Regret filled their hearts. Had it not been for that supreme bloodline, they would not have risked Nangong Yuan's involvement. They could only wonder how Nangong Yuan's situation was at present. Was she enduring humiliation, or worse? As these thoughts swirled, Dong Yuan continued, Esteemed elder, is there no other way to contact her? We are truly in urgent need. What status does the saintess hold? Do you believe we possess means to reach her? The guard replied curtly, displaying little patience for Dong Yuan's desperation. After all, many had attempted to deceive under the guise of the saintess and the Holy Sun over the past several days. What is going on? Before the guard could finish, a deep voice resonated from behind, followed by the appearance of several figures. Upon seeing the man adorned in black and gold robes at the forefront, the guards immediately donned expressions of obsequiousness. Holy Sun, these individuals claim to be acquainted with the saintess and urgently request an audience. However, the saintess is currently absent from the sacred land. Wang Zimo's brow furrowed slightly, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Exiner is not here. Could she have ventured alone into the void forbidden land? He was aware of the news regarding Nangong Xian acquiring the Eye of the Void. Initially, he had intended to accompany her there personally after her seclusion, but he had not anticipated that she would act so hastily, which now filled him with worry. After all, he understood well the perilous nature of the void forbidden land. Even an immortal king venturing deep within faced a perilous existence. Not to mention, the Eye of the Void had only recently emerged, and they could not even fathom where one might be transported upon activation. While that ancient legacy might hold great significance, for Wang Zimo, the safety of Nangong Xian was of paramount importance. The atmosphere around them descended into silence, particularly among those beside Wang Zimo, who all lowered their heads, unwilling to make eye contact. Witnessing this scene, Wang Zimo's expression grew even colder. What did I instruct you? No one is to allow her to venture forth alone without my command. What? Is my authority as the Holy Sun insufficient for you? Or do you wish to court death? As soon as these words were spoken, the figures behind him displayed evident signs of panic and helplessness. The leading man in black robes spoke up. Brother Wang, you know Sister Nangong's temperament. When she wishes to leave, we cannot stop her. We intended to inform you. But the Holy Lord issued a command that during your seclusion, no matter the circumstances, we must not disturb you. Those who defy the order shall be executed on the spot. Thus, the voice trailed off, but the implication was clear. Nangong Xian's departure was beyond their control. Wang Zimo paid them no mind. Instead, he concentrated, channeling his spirit energy to summon a pristine white monument that shimmered with a faint spiritual light. Seeing that the monument remained intact and unaffected, Wang Zimo's emotions softened slightly. Time had elapsed since entering the void forbidden land, indicating that Nangong Xian had likely already departed. Given the treacherous nature of that place, if any unforeseen events were to occur, her cultivation at the immortal sovereign level might not suffice. He was well aware of this. With this thought in mind, Wang Zimo turned his gaze towards Dong Yuan and his companion. What is your purpose in seeking Xian'er? He had observed the earlier demeanor of the Jade Void's sacred son and was taken aback by the depth of his feelings for his twin sister. Holy Son, we have come regarding the matter of the saintess's twin sister, Dong Yuan began. He then proceeded to detail the events that had transpired within the Red Wand Pavilion. Initially contemplating how to express their need for assistance, they were taken aback when Wang Zimo immediately agreed without hesitation. To him, he was already well acquainted with the general circumstances surrounding Nangong Yuan. Thus he exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. That so-called leader of the Misty Sect? What sort of prowess does he possess? Upon hearing Wang Zimo speak, Dong Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Lianshan, who instantly grasped the implication. Your Grace, the Holy Sun, we too are uncertain of the true nature of this Misty Sect. However, the fact that it could instigate such an unexpected situation for our esteemed leader suggests that the individual's cultivation level is likely beyond that of a celestial sovereign. A celestial sovereign? At Bai Lianshan's words, Wang Zimo nearly laughed aloud, his disdain unmistakable in his eyes. What nonsense is this? Since when has a mere celestial sovereign been referred to as a formidable being? With a mere flick of my finger, I could crush him. The Yushu Holy Land boasts a power that rivals no fewer than 5 celestial kings. As for this so-called Misty Sect, Wang Zimo had never even heard of it. And naturally, he held it in utter contempt. Even alone, he was confident he could obliterate it. At that moment, a thought flickered through Wang Zimo's mind. Given the proximity of the timeline, it was certain that after Nangong Yuan encountered trouble, she would hastily seek assistance from her sister, Nangong Xian. This would elucidate why, upon leaving the void forbidden land, Nangong Xian might have gone in search of Nangong Yuan. With this thought in mind, Wang Zimo slowly retrieved the token from his hand, yet still found no news of Nangong Xian. With such a prolonged silence, could it be that some misfortune had befallen her within the Misty Sect? As this notion crossed his mind, Wang Zimo's expression grew increasingly frigid. He could already envision the torment that 2 ethereal sisters might endure if captured by other men. Dare they lay hands on my women? Summon the others. I shall annihilate this ridiculous Misty Sect. As Wang Zimo prepared to depart the sect, the disciples behind him, without a moment's hesitation, positioned themselves in front of him. Brother Wang, this matter is surely not as simple as it appears. After all, the celestial ancient realm has already encountered unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps you should consult the Holy Lord? Though their words remained unfinished, the implication was clear. They could not allow Wang Zimo to leave directly. Otherwise, given the Holy Lord's temperament, the moment the Holy Sun departed, they would surely face dire consequences. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Zimo chose to remain silent and set off towards the Yushu Palace. With each step, a surge of spatial power erupted around him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The few disciples in black robes finally exhaled in relief, their expressions laden with resignation. Our lives have been spared, it seems. Chapter 67. The Confidence of the Yushu Holy Land, the Sect Annihilation War? Within the Yushu Palace, Wang Chong, the Holy Lord, was engaged in discussion with several elders when, before they could fully comprehend the situation, an anxious voice echoed throughout the hall. Father, Wang Zimo, upon seeing the elders beside him, hesitated to continue. Wang Chong was well aware of his son's temperament. The moment he emerged from seclusion with such a somber demeanor, it was apparent that trouble had arisen. Without a moment's pause, he waved his hand slowly. You may leave for now. We shall discuss matters later. Yes, Holy Lord. The elders, sensing the palpable tension in the air, refrained from further comment and quickly made their exit. In no time, the Yushu Palace once again fell into silence. Speak. Wang Zimo wasted no time and approached Wang Chong, taking a seat beside him. Father, how can you remain so calm when Xianxianer has yet to return? I fear something may have gone awry. Wang Chong set down his cup of spiritual wine before responding slowly. I am aware of Nangong Xian's journey into the void forbidden land. I was the one who sent her. Is there a problem? Seeing the concern in Wang Zimo's eyes, Wang Chong understood his son's nature well. Over the years, Wang Zimo had demonstrated exceptional talent, standing out among the ancestors of the Yushu Holy Land. However, he had not anticipated that his son would be so single-mindedly focused on Nangong Xian. From the inception of the Yushu Holy Land, there had never been a position for a holy maiden. Nangong Xian's elevation to such a status was solely due to Wang Zimo's persistent recommendations, leaving Wang Chong with no choice but to acquiesce. He was also acutely aware that Nangong Xian's potential surpassed even that of Wang Zimo. Yet, what troubled Wang Chong was the apparent ambition of Nangong Xian, which seemed to be greater than it appeared. Should they truly become partners, once Nangong Xian fully matured? It was uncertain whether the Yushu Holy Land would continue to bear the Wang surname. Thus, Wang Chong had refrained from intervening in Nangong Xian's venture into the void forbidden land, intending to use this opportunity to impart a lesson to her. He wished for her to understand that despite her talent, without the support of the Yushu Holy Land, she would not have reached her current standing. If she wished to go further in the future, she would similarly require the assistance of the Yushu Holy Land. Wang Zimo's expression was evidently complex. Father, I shall not dwell on this matter, but right now, Xianxianer is in danger. You must allow me to take several Celestial King Elders with me for support. At this declaration, Wang Cheng's brow furrowed slightly. Nangong Xian's life tablet shows no abnormalities. What danger do you speak of? Without hesitation, Wang Zimo recounted the earlier words of Dong Yuan and Bai Lianshan. Initially, Wang Chong did not give it much thought, but upon hearing that the celestial ancient realm had malfunctioned and that the so-called leader of the Misty Sect had directly taken someone away using spatial power, he began to sense something amiss. Such feats were far beyond what an ordinary celestial sovereign could accomplish, especially given that Nangong Xian's strength was now under threat. This indicated that their adversary was likely a peak celestial sovereign or even a being above the celestial kings. This matter does not require your involvement. I will arrange for assistance in due course, Wang Chong stated firmly. Wang Zimo was immediately agitated. You want me to wait several more days? If we delay, who knows how many rounds my beloved may endure. She may very well be in peril. Father, Xianxianer cannot wait that long. You must send someone with me at once. If anything were to happen to her, I would not wish to live either. You must decide. Wang Chong was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could his son, the heir of the prestigious Yushu Holy Land, be reduced to such a state? Were it not for the fact that he had only one offspring, he might have considered starting anew. Ah Chong, let us proceed with this matter as he wishes. Before Wang Chong could respond, another deep voice resonated within the hall. Following the sound, a formidable elderly figure with white hair appeared, his imposing stature alone exuding an aura of authority. Father, grandfather. Upon the appearance of the elder, the two individuals exhibited no hesitation, rising from their seats to greet him. Father, you have emerged from your seclusion at this moment? Could it be that you have succeeded? Wang Huai merely nodded gently, and an instant spark of excitement flickered in Wang Cheng's eyes. The lineage of the Jade Void Sacred Land has reached their generation, and Wang Huai stands as the strongest trump card within that sacred domain. Ah Chong, I have only been in seclusion for just under 1,000 years. When did you start becoming so indecisive in your actions? Even when one of our own was taken, you hesitated for such a long time. Have you forgotten how I taught you in the beginning? Strength is forged through one's own efforts. If you cannot defeat them, continue to fight until they fear your presence. Wang Huai gradually seated himself in the main position, a hint of disdain glimmering in his eyes. Now that he has emerged, he has successfully broken through to the 8th rank of the Immortal King. Although he may never step into that realm again, as long as he is present, he can still safeguard the Jade Void Sacred Land for thousands of years. I have heard of that young girl. In terms of both talent and appearance, she is indeed worthy of our Zimo. I understand your concerns. As long as I am here, the skies of the Jade Void Sacred Land shall not falter. Wang Chong nodded, refraining from further comment. With Wang Huai present, there was no need to deliberate any further. Grandfather, I knew you would come through for us. A serene expression graced Wang Zimo's face as she eagerly poured spirit wine for him. Although throughout this extended period, the sovereign of the Jade Void Sacred Land had always been her father, she was acutely aware that the true power resided with her grandfather, Wang Huai. With his approval, there would be no substantial issues regarding Nangong Xian. I shall prepare at once. Wang Chong was about to leave the grand hall when Wang Huai's deep voice resonated once more. Wait a moment. "Father, do you have any further instructions?" As Wang Chong turned around, he was met with Wang Huai's gaze, imbued with a chilling intent. "The time of tranquility for our Jade Void sacred land has been sufficient. A mere trifling faction like the Misty Sect dares to oppose us. This time, you shall personally embark on this journey, bring the person back, and ensure that their sect is annihilated." Chapter 68, Hidden Subplot, The Return of Concubines. Under Wang Chang's mobilization, in less than half an hour, hundreds of elders within the Jade Void sacred land were fully equipped and ready for action. Among them, there were no fewer than 10 at the pinnacle of the immortal sovereign realm, with Wang Chong himself leading the charge. 5 massive celestial ships hovered above the sacred grounds. Witnessing this spectacle, many disciples of the Jade Void sacred land were left in astonishment. It had been several hundred years since they had witnessed such grandiosity from their sacred domain. What is happening? Are we preparing for war against another sacred land? Even the sovereign is personally taking the field? Previously, I had heard through informal channels that this full-scale assault was in response to the abduction of the holy maiden Nangong Xian, reportedly captured by a faction called the Misty Sect. When the Holy Sun heard this news, he nearly erupted with rage. Heavens! Which fool would dare to abduct the Holy Maiden? Do they not regard our Jade Void sacred land at all? The Holy Maiden Nangong? She is the goddess of my dreams. If she were to fall into the hands of others, I cannot even fathom the torment she would endure. Surely, she wouldn't be mistreated, would she? You seek death. To jest about the Holy Maiden Nangong, do you not realize she is the forbidden treasure of the senior brother? On the celestial ship, Wang Chang's expression remained tranquil. This strike from the Jade Void sacred land was not solely to rescue Nangong Xian. It was also to establish their reputation across the entire Qingxian continent. With Wang Huai providing support, the strength of the Jade Void sacred land now far exceeded its previous capabilities. It was time for them to shine. "Father, everything is nearly ready." Wang Zimo spoke from beside him, her eyes still shimmering with concern. Although she understood that the insignificant Misty Sect could not withstand the iron-fisted measures of the Jade Void sacred land. Nearly 5 days had passed since Nangong Xian had gone missing, and her anxiety was palpable. Wang Chong, sensing his son's emotions, felt a tangle of complex feelings within him. He said nothing more, merely gazing into the distance. "Let us depart." Meanwhile, within the Misty Sect, "Master, I have encountered numerous obstacles in my cultivation recently. When might you teach me?" South Palace Yuan knelt gracefully beside Su Chengyu, her delicate, fair hands gently kneading his shoulders, each movement now imbued with precision. Clearly a result of dedicated practice. Su Chengyu's gaze fell upon South Palace Yuan, clad in a simple black dress, which could not conceal the alluring aura she exuded. Compared to before, this woman appeared significantly bolder. Her enchanting demeanor hinted at an unspoken desire. She was on the verge of uttering those 3 words directly to Su Chengyu. In contrast, South Palace Xian, dressed in a white simple gown, kept her legs tightly together, a faint flush gracing her fair face. Although South Palace Yuan had previously prepared her psychologically, she had not anticipated her younger sister to be so audacious. Just watching her made South Palace Xian feel somewhat embarrassed, let alone acting in a similar manner. However, recalling her earlier decision, she took a deep breath and approached Su Chengyu. After a moment's hesitation, her soft voice whispered, "Master, is there anything else I can do for you?" Just as Su Chengyu was about to suggest she prepare some enlightenment tea, he remembered that there were still those special garments from the system that had yet to be utilized. The sisters both bore a certain contrast. With a mere thought, several different styles swiftly appeared before them. These styles are quite appealing. From now on, when you are by my side, you shall wear these. Upon seeing the outfits before them, even South Palace Yuan couldn't help but express her astonishment. During her time in the Qingxian continent, she had never encountered such unique attire. "Is there so little? Can we wear this?" she murmured quietly, quickly realizing that Su Chengyu's words implied they should wear them in his presence. Could it be that he intended to pamper them? A glimmer of excitement flickered in her beautiful eyes. After enduring for so long, was this not what they had been waiting for? While being a maid was pleasant, how could it compare to being the sovereign's consort? As long as the master is pleased, we have no objections. In a brief moment, the two of them donned the black silk, and the combination of ancient style with silk elevated their entire presence. Just a glance made Su Chengyu involuntarily gasp in awe. Truly, they were 2 enchanting beings. Beep. Detecting the host's intense inner feelings, unlocking the subplot section, the return of concubines. By completing the binding of the target, rewards will be returned for the investment in the target character. The first joint cultivation will also yield hidden rewards. The higher the target's innate potential, the more abundant the rewards received. Upon hearing the system notification resonating within his mind, Su Chengyu felt a surge of joy. Indeed, this dog's system understood him well. Which man could possibly resist such an opportunity to reap benefits? This was the epitome of diversified sect development. How to bind? Su Chengyu curiously inquired within his thoughts. As long as the target meets the conditions, simply bind them within the system panel. Without a moment's hesitation upon hearing this, Su Chengyu proceeded to bind it within his consciousness. From the moment the two women became the daughters of fortune, it signified that they had already acquired this qualification. Master, are you all right? Noticing Su Chengyu lost in thought for quite some time, the two women inquired with some concern. Su Chengyu then regained his composure, gently shaking his head. Soon, his gaze fell upon Nangong Yuan, recalling that he had yet to utilize the supreme ice spirit root he had obtained earlier in the void forbidden land. This was the perfect opportunity to assist Nangong Yuan in further enhancing her potential, thereby allowing him to reap even greater benefits. A twofold gain, simply delightful. With this in mind, Su Chengyu slowly spoke. In light of your commendable performance recently, I shall bestow upon you a reward. Upon these words, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Nangong Yuan's beautiful eyes. Although she was uncertain about the nature of the reward Su Chengyu mentioned, one thing she was acutely aware of was that anything bestowed by this man would be of the highest caliber, being in his presence. Even the rarest of enlightenment teas could be savored freely. Yuan wishes to express her gratitude to the master in advance. Beside her, Nangong Xian blinked her eyes, filled with curiosity as she gazed at Su Chengyu. Before the two could react, a surge of spiritual energy manifested, and a sky-blue spiritual pearl swiftly appeared before them. The moment the pearl emerged, a chilling aura swept through the space. This is the supreme ice spirit root? Chapter 69, Sect Affiliation. Do they possess this qualification? A flicker of astonishment crossed Nangong Xian's beautiful eyes. As the owner of a supreme fire spirit root, she had some understanding of spirit roots and had never heard of them being transplanted postnatally. This man before her became increasingly enigmatic. What could he possibly be incapable of? All right, come here and release your consciousness. Su Chengyu wasted no time in issuing his command. From her sister's gaze, Nangong Yuan sensed the terrifying nature of this opportunity. She obediently approached Su Chengyu, exuding an air of submission. The spiritual energy merely served as an introduction, as the ice spirit root seamlessly fused into Nangong Yuan's body. The extreme cold sensation makes it hard for Nangong Yuan to suppress a soft cry. A hint of flush appeared on her fair face. As the bloodline power of her body intertwined with the supreme ice spirit root, she found herself caught in a juxtaposition of cold and heat. So cold, so hot, so uncomfortable. Listening to the tumultuous sounds in his ears, even Su Chengyu could not help but curse internally. Was it not merely the fusion of a spirit root? Did it truly have to turn into a whimpering mess? The fusion process persisted for a full half-hour, and when Nangong Yuan finally reopened her eyes, a glimmer of icy brilliance shone within them. She could distinctly perceive the transformation of her body. Not only had the bottleneck of her talent been shattered, but her cultivation had also surged to the pinnacle of the immortal monarch realm. Merely a step away from the immortal sovereign realm. The joy within her heart was unmistakable. Nangong Yuan made no effort to conceal it as she knelt beside Su Chengyu. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. Yuan will certainly strive to perform well in the future and will not disappoint you. Not only Nangong Yuan, but even Nangong Xian beside her tightly clutched the garments Su Chengyu had previously presented. With such a domineering man by her side, what worries could possibly remain? Master. Before Su Chengyu could respond, another figure appeared within the grand hall. Dressed in black robes, adorned with dark spiritual horns, long outline bent slightly at the waist. His gaze filled with reverence, though the corners of his eyes discreetly observed the two enchanting women. He had seen Nangong Yuan before and had previously speculated that serving as a maid beside the master could not be a simple task. After all, how could it differ from his future lady? It seemed he had underestimated the situation. The dual-born phoenix truly belonged to his master. Is there something you wish to discuss? Please, rise and speak. Su Chengyu urged. Long Outyin, concerned about potentially interrupting Su Chengyu's important matters, refrained from unnecessary words and instead stated directly, Master, presently outside the sect, there are several individuals claiming to be the masters of the Danwu Holy Land, accompanied by 3 or 4 others. They have expressed their desire to pay their respects to you. Su Chengyu had not anticipated that the Ji family would approach so swiftly. It was highly likely that the elders of the Danwu Holy Land had relayed the news back to them. Were they preparing to become subservient within the Piaomiao Sect? As for those 3 great masters, although he understood their intentions, Su Chengyu had no desire to refuse them. After all, their strength was relatively adequate, and the Piaomiao Sect was currently in need of capable individuals. Thus, he thought it reasonable to grant them this opportunity. With that in mind, Su Chengyu slowly replied, allow them to enter. As you command, Master. As soon as the words left his lips, Long Outyan's figure swiftly vanished from the Grand Hall. Outside the Piaomiao Sect, the group following Ji Jian and his brother entered the sect, all wearing expressions of astonishment. Is this truly an immortal sect? What in the world? I've served as the master of the Xingxi Holy Land for such a long time. What have I not seen? Yet this is my first time hearing that a force in the Qingxian continent could condense a spirit energy concentration over 20 times. Numerous palaces floated in the air around them. As beings above the Immortal Kings, their perception as cultivators was exceptionally acute, allowing them to see what others could not, including the elusive power of the Tao that resonated within the space and the golden dragon aura enveloping the entire sect. What kind of extraordinary treasures must exist to produce such an effect? Not even imperial clans could achieve this, let alone the hidden ancient tribes. The Ji brothers, standing at the forefront of the group, gazed around, equally unable to articulate their thoughts. In comparison to the three great masters, they possessed even greater insight. From the reports returned by their disciples, they learned that within the Piaomiao sect resided an imperial spirit master. More crucially, this imperial spirit master could even utilize the long-lost 4 divine emperor formation spirits from the ancient era. This was beyond mere talent and a testament to profound heritage. The array spirits typically wielded by their subordinates were merely ancient immortal array spirits, leaving them feeling profoundly unsettled, overwhelmed with regret. They lamented why they had not accompanied the elders to this place. Now I finally understand. Why did Elder Chun insist that we refrain from harboring any other thoughts? Perhaps he was already aware that such actions would lead to our demise. Ji Jian murmured softly to himself. By the time the others regained their senses, the previously vanished Long Outyan had reappeared before them. Despite the knowledge that he stood before several sovereigns of the sacred lands, exalted beings beyond even the Immortal Kings, Long Outyan remained unflappable. Within the confines of the mysterious Cloud sect, one must either lie low like a dragon or coil like a tiger. Esteemed guests, the master awaits you within the hall. You may enter, Long Outyan announced, guiding them swiftly into the spirit hall. Upon beholding the familiar figure seated upon the throne, they hesitated not a moment, bowing deeply in a show of utmost respect. Today, they were acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of this man. Greetings, esteemed senior. We humbly pay our respects, the Ji brothers intoned, observing the 2 brothers from the Ji clan leading the others. Su Chengyu set down the Dao tea he had been holding and spoke slowly. Pray tell, what brings you to seek my audience? At this, the group exchanged glances. And after a moment of hesitation, Ji Jian timidly replied, Senior, we have a modest request. Would it be possible for the several sacred lands to become your humble subordinate sect? From this day forth, with a mere word from you, we would brave any peril without hesitation. The message was clear, precisely as Su Chengyu had surmised earlier. A smile flickered at the corner of Su Chengyu's mouth. This familiar sensation was reminiscent of their last encounter, where they had narrowly escaped death within the Danwu sacred land. Now, upon their return, an involuntary shiver coursed through their hearts. Do you believe you possess the qualifications to become a subordinate of my mysterious Cloud sect? In Ji Jian's eyes, a glimmer of hope sparkled. Su Chengyu's lack of outright rejection indicated that they still had a chance. We shall obey. Whatever requirements you may have, we will fulfill. We promise not to disappoint you. Ji Jian understood that, given Su Chengyu's strength and resources, their capabilities were of little consequence. What truly mattered was their obedience, their potential for control. Only then could they seize this singular opportunity. After all, having witnessed the mysterious Cloud sect's profound depth, the group felt a deceptive illusion that their ascendance would not be long in coming, let alone a mere minor sacred land. Even the imperial palace might not present an opportunity for subordination. Thus, facing any trial now was a chance for them. Meanwhile, Nangguang Yuan and Nangguang Xian were also enveloped in a mixture of emotions. They had heard of the names of these sacred lords, particularly of the Danwu sacred land, which ranked among the top 5 across the entire Qingxian continent, second only to the sacred central domain. Even the Yushu sacred land paled in comparison. Such individuals, before Su Chengyu, could only adopt such a humble demeanor. Now, the 2 sisters comprehended the essence of Su Chengyu's previous words. Remaining by his side constituted their greatest fortune in this lifetime. Su Chengyu's smile broadened. Although the Ji brothers were lacking in power, their strategic acumen surpassed that of the others. Before the group could fully process the situation, a surge of spiritual light erupted, revealing 9 ancient spirit rings, the resources previously bestowed upon Su Chengyu by the 3 sacred lords as recompense for their lives. Well done. Whether you can seize this opportunity remains to be seen, he remarked. As his words resonated, excitement illuminated the eyes of the group. To be accepted as Su Chengyu's disciples, even without tangible rewards, would afford them an invincible backing, an unparalleled security. Yet, Ji Jian felt a twinge of helplessness. Acutely aware that Su Qingyu's actions stemmed from the mysterious Cloud Sect's ample resources, they were not lacking in assets. However, what they could offer amounted to nearly the entirety of their sacred land's core resources, their manpower. Contemplating this, Ji Jian hesitated for a moment before tentatively voicing, "Esteemed senior, we have one more humble request. We hope you might afford us this opportunity." With a discreet glance toward Ji Feiyu, the two brothers wasted no time and knelt before Su Qingyu's position. "We wish to remain here, alongside the array masters and alchemists from the Danwu sacred land, learning from the two esteemed imperial alchemists and imperial array masters to enhance our skills, thus allowing us to serve you better." Upon hearing this, the three sacred lords were taken aback. They had initially thought that reclaiming their previous resources would be a significant gain. To their astonishment, the Ji brothers now had the chance to remain. Does the mysterious Cloud Sect truly harbor imperial alchemists and imperial array masters? In a certain sense, such beings transcended even the immortal emperors. The three understood that the Ji brothers must have received prior intelligence. Though they exhibited no outward reaction, they could not suppress their internal exclamations of frustration at the cunningness of these two. "Granted. Rise." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 20,000 points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 30,000 points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 50,000 points." Recruiting these individuals would not only bolster the sect's manpower, but also yield valuable points for the sect. In this critical moment, Su Qingyu's sole focus was to expand the sect as much as possible within a short time frame. After all, he had merely 50 years remaining, and it remained uncertain whether other fissures from the upper worlds would emerge in the wild. He needed to hasten his pace. "Yuaner, please serve them some tea." Upon Su Qingyu's directive, Nangguang Yuan wasted no time in arranging for their seating. Within moments, a fragrant aroma wafted through the spirit hall. For Nangguang Xian, having previously encountered the caliber of individuals at the Danwu sacred land, their grace, appearance, and talent were all unparalleled across the Qingxian continent. To discover that they were actually twin sisters was indeed remarkable. "Truly, our esteemed senior is exceptional." However, they dared not gaze directly, fearing they might offend Su Qingyu. Though they appeared to be mere attendants, they understood the essence of men, regardless of the strength of any individual. When confronted with matters of the heart, choices would invariably differ, yet the outcomes remained varied. It would not be long before they would respectfully address him as madam. With this in mind, the five of them lifted their cups of spiritual tea, initially intending to use this opportunity to demonstrate their loyalty. However, a glance exchanged between them revealed astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked towards Su Qingyu on the throne. "Senior, is this Dao tea? Not particularly precious, just drink." Su Qingyu replied with an air of nonchalance. In the hearts of several individuals, tumultuous waves of shock surged forth, prompting one to ponder the extent of madness required to utter such pretentious words. Wu Dao tea, is it not merely a commonplace item? Even if they were to liquidate their respective sacred lands, it is doubtful they could procure even a single leaf of Wu Dao tea, let alone a full cup brimming with it. With trembling hands, they cautiously cradled the precious tea, gazing at it with reverence. The instant the tea graced their lips, an influx of profound power surged within their consciousness, causing their internal spiritual energy to surge wildly. A faint ethereal glow flickered in their eyes, gradually calming after a brief moment. To their astonishment, the bottleneck that had constrained them for 17 centuries had been shattered, as if by magic. The other sovereigns experienced similar revelations. A single cup of Wu Dao tea represented not merely a breakthrough in cultivation, but a pivotal advancement in their entire journey of spiritual development. The reopening of their bottleneck signified the potential for boundless growth in the future. Before the group could fully comprehend their newfound enlightenment, a cold voice echoed through the spiritual hall. "Master, we have received word that the Yushu sacred land has amassed significant forces, preparing to invade our sect. Shall I take action to eliminate them on the spot?" Chapter 71. The arrival of the Yushu sacred land. A shift in the azure domain? As the words fell, their gazes swiftly turned towards the rear of the hall, where the figure of Xianxia had materialized unbeknownst to them. A chill ran down their spines. Despite their formidable cultivation, they had failed to detect his approach. Had he harbored murderous intent, they would have likely found themselves lifeless in an instant. Drawing a deep breath, the group managed to steady their racing hearts. Only the two brothers from the Ji family understood that the oppressive aura emanating from Xianxia was no less daunting than that of their ancestor, Ji Chun. This could only imply that Xianxia's cultivation was likely superior to Ji Chun's. Was he a peak celestial king, or perhaps an entity beyond the celestial emperor? Ji Jian dared not ponder further. Xianxia paid no heed to the reactions of the nearby sovereigns. His icy presence seemed to pierce through them, as if he could see straight into their souls. It was terrifying. What perplexed them, however, was that they had clearly heard Ingjia's earlier words. They had heard of the so-called Yushu sacred land. Even compared to the Danwu sacred land, it paled in significance. Any of the three major sacred lands could easily overpower it. Had they truly lost their wits to provoke such a minor sect? Even if a celestial emperor were to descend, with that man present, they would likely be met with a few sharp rebukes before departing. Nangong Xian's expression shifted slightly. She had not anticipated that the Yushu sacred land would come to their doorstep. She had originally intended to return to the sacred land once she settled her affairs, to inform them of her impending departure. Now, it seemed that the Yushu sacred land had arrived sooner than expected, and their intentions appeared far from benign. While she was uncertain of the full strength of the Misty Sect, she was aware of the Yushu sacred land's foundation. Even 10 Yushu sacred lands banded together would only be on a path to destruction. Before she could voice her thoughts, Su Chengyu's deep voice resonated once more. Xianer, I entrust this matter to your discretion. A simple phrase that held the power to dictate the fate of the entire Yushu sacred land. Yet, a flicker of gratitude crossed Nangong Xian's heart, for she understood that Su Chengyu had acted deliberately, otherwise, with his character. A mere word from him would have prevented the Yushu sacred land from even appearing in the Azure domain. Although her time in the sacred land had not been extensive, she had found it to be a reasonable place. Thus, she did not wish to see the members of the Yushu sacred land perish here. Whether they could leave alive depended on their own resolve. With this thought, Nangong Xian slowly rose. Thank you, Master. I will handle this matter appropriately and ensure it does not affect the sect. Su Chengyu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. As he watched Nangong Xian's figure gradually fade from the hall, Jijian seemed to have an epiphany and exchanged a knowing glance with the other sovereigns. Their long-standing rapport allowed them to decipher the meaning behind his gaze without hesitation. Without a trace of doubt, the star-eclipsing sovereign spoke slowly. Senior, it appears that the Yushu sacred land harbors ill intentions and may be courting their own demise. If you do not mind, we can handle this matter on your behalf. The three were acutely aware of the Misty Sect's capabilities. They had already witnessed 2 peak celestial kings among their ranks, and there were likely many more hidden powers behind them. Not to mention Su Chengyu, an entity beyond even the celestial emperor. There was no conceivable way that Nangong Xian would encounter any unforeseen complications. Thus, this presented them with a golden opportunity, not only to demonstrate their loyalty, but also to showcase the capabilities of the sacred lands. The previous cup of Wu Dao tea had heightened their aspirations to join the Misty Sect to unprecedented levels. This was their chance, their pathway to glory. Su Chengyu regarded the group with newfound depth in his gaze. They were proving to be of some use. Given his current status, he could not afford to handle every matter personally. This was why he was willing to offer these 3 sacred lands an opportunity. It appeared they possessed some capability. At the very least, they understood their purpose. Very well. I am willing to grant them this opportunity, considering Xianer's standing. Should they seek their own demise, then the Yushu sacred land shall have no reason to exist. I trust you understand my meaning? Su Chengyu lifted the cup of Wu Dao tea to his lips, savoring it with a calm demeanor. Yet, the others could sense the invisible threat lurking beneath his serene facade. This was the true essence of a sovereign. Rest assured, Senior, we shall not disappoint you. As warships from the Yushu sacred land materialized, the entire eastern wilderness trembled with a palpable energy. The terrifying roars of spiritual beasts reverberated through the air, dimming even the light itself. Numerous forces within the Azure domain discreetly dispatched scouts to uncover the truth behind this commotion. They were at a loss to comprehend what could provoke a sacred land to such a formidable display. My heavens, are those warships from a sacred land? Which force in the Azure domain is foolish enough to offend them? Do we truly have such talents among us? With the Yushu sacred land's arrival, the entire Azure domain would surely feel the repercussions. Who could deny that the Azure domain was the weakest among the entire Qingxin continent, lacking even a sacred land? It was rumored that the Misty Sect, which had previously caused a stir at the talent conference, was somehow involved in this unfolding drama. No one knew what could have provoked the Yushu sacred land to mobilize in such a grand manner. The Misty Sect? What sort of insignificant entity is that? Do they truly warrant the direct involvement of the Yushu sacred land? Could it be that they have abducted a sacred maiden? Such confidential information had reached this individual's ears. Perhaps he hailed from that great domain as well? I merely guessed. With a presence as formidable as the Yushu sacred ground having descended, it appears the heavens of the Azure domain are about to undergo a transformation. Chapter 72. Departing from the sacred ground? Nangong Xian makes her appearance. In less than an hour's time, outside the mysterious Cloud Sect, a colossal warship hovers majestically in the sky. How can the spiritual energy here be so abundant? In the air, one can faintly perceive the auspicious aura of a golden dragon. Could this be a land of fortune? Beside Wang Chong, an elder clad in a black robe spoke slowly, his eyes brimming with astonishment. For years, the Azure Domain has lacked a sacred ground due to its parched terrain, where not only are there few celestial relics, but even the concentration of spiritual energy is vastly inferior to that of other major domains. The emergence of such a land of blessings is astonishing, eliciting shock not only from the elders of the sacred grounds behind him, but also from Wang Chong, the sacred master himself. This is merely the outer region, and the concentration of spiritual energy is already thrice that of the outside world. What treasures of heaven and earth lie hidden behind that luminous barrier? It is hard to tell whether to lament their misfortune or rejoice in our good fortune. Though unspoken, the meaning was abundantly clear. Until now, there has been no mention of the mysterious cloud sect across the entire Qingxian continent, and its rapid rise in such a short span raises suspicions of some terrifying, extraordinary inheritance. Otherwise, how could such a minor sect achieve such rapid ascension? Once this thought emerged, those surrounding immediately grasped its implication, their expressions flickering with avarice. They understood Wang Chong's meaning all too well. Who would have thought that a mere extermination of a small sect would yield such bountiful rewards? For them, this was nothing short of exhilarating. Father, Xianxianer, she should be safe, right? Compared to the other elders of the sacred ground, Wang Zimo's gaze was fixated on the mysterious cloud sect, filled with concern. At this utterance, even Wang Chong, who was typically patient, couldn't help but furrow his brow. He began to realize that with his son's servile demeanor, should he truly be with Nangong Xian, once she matures, the Yushu sacred ground would no longer be under the Wang family's dominion. He would not allow such a scenario to unfold. A woman of lowly origins, no matter her remarkable talents, how dare she covet the lineage of their Wang family, which had been preserved for tens of thousands of years? Such audacity could only lead to death. With this thought, Wang Chong ceased his responses, merely gesturing dismissively to the elders behind him. Annihilate them all. His cold voice echoed through the space, devoid of any emotion. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of surging streams of spiritual energy erupted from behind, all at the peak of the immortal sovereign realm. In less than a moment, the skies above the mysterious cloud sect were filled with a chaotic intertwining of spiritual energies, creating a terrifying pressure that rendered many cultivators beneath the Red Immortal realm unable to lift their heads. What on earth has the mysterious cloud sect done to provoke such a behemoth as the Yushu sacred ground? It is said they even abducted a holy maiden from the sacred ground and subjected her to unthinkable torment. Brother, lend me a moment. Can you tell me how this holy maiden was tormented? The overwhelming force of the Yushu sacred ground clearly left no room for the mysterious cloud sect to survive. With so many peak immortal sovereigns, they could easily sweep through the entire Azure domain. Today, it seems, is a day of certain doom, a veritable deadlock. As the terrifying onslaught threatened to engulf the mysterious cloud sect, a translucent barrier shimmered, and a greenish-blue spiritual energy flickered. It then transformed into invisible fissures, directly absorbing countless spiritual seas. Yet, the mysterious cloud sect remained unaffected, as if shielded from any impact. Witnessing this scene, not only the surrounding forces, but even the dozens of immortal sovereign elders furrowed their brows. Although their earlier attack utilized only about 50 to 60% of their strength, their numbers had given them the advantage. Such a terrifying assault should have been insurmountable for any beneath the Immortal King level. Before anyone could react, from within the greenish-blue barrier, a figure slowly emerged. Dressed in exquisite purple robes, Long Su exuded a faint aura of spiritual energy. Each step he took manifesting a surge of void power. Just from a distance, he projected an air of unfathomable depth. His expression, icy and composed, scanned the faces of those around him. Before he could speak, Wang Chong's voice resonated. You are the so-called master of the mysterious cloud sect? To dare abduct someone from my Yushu sacred ground, do you seek the annihilation of your sect? Wang Chong took a step forward, his spiritual energy surging forth. For him, the eradication of the mysterious cloud sect was not solely for Nangong Xian. It was also a matter of pride for the sacred ground. Now that Wang Hui had successfully emerged from seclusion, it was a prime opportunity for the Yushu sacred ground to expand. They intended to seize both fame and fortune. I will give you 3 breaths of time. Hand over Nangong Xian and kneel before the Yushu sacred ground, striking your forehead 3 times. I may consider granting you a swift death. Otherwise, Wang Chang's words trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. Today, without a doubt, the mysterious cloud sect had no chance of survival. Lower your stance, and perhaps death could be more merciful. Upon hearing this, Long Su's expression remained calm in his eyes. Even Wang Chong, who had entered the Immortal King realm, appeared as insignificant as an ant. Had it not been for Su Chengyu's orders, the Yushu sacred ground might have long ceased to exist within the Qingxin continent. Elder Long, a soft voice echoed in everyone's ears, followed by the enchanting figure of Nangong Xian appearing before them, now clad in a simple black dress. Yet, it could not conceal her ethereal grace and beauty, resembling a celestial being from a painting. In mere moments, she captivated countless male cultivators around her. Elder Long, upon seeing Nangong Xian speak, Long Su refrained from saying more, as she would soon be the future mistress. Thank you, Elder Long, for your mercy. Nangong Xian had already witnessed Long Su's strength within the Danwu sacred ground. His peak Immortal King prowess was enough to earn Su Chengyu's regard. Not to mention his level, even a half-step Immortal Emperor might find no dignity before him. Xianer. Upon seeing Nangong Xian's arrival, a look of excitement washed over Wang Zimo's face. After such a long time apart, seeing the one he cherished brought a sense of calm to his turbulent emotions. I knew you would be safe. Xianer, rest assured, with me here, you will be fine. Before Wang Zimo could finish his words, he was mercilessly interrupted by Nangong Xian. Senior brother Wang, you misunderstand. I have come to inform you that from today onward, I am a member of the mysterious Cloud Sect and have no ties with the Yushu sacred ground.